The tale unfolds with the adage, a loss may turn into a blessing. One might presume an impending demise beneath the wrath of thunder. Yet unexpectedly, one acquires extraordinary abilities. Chapter 1. The Heartless and the Unprincipled. Chang Chuanxi, allow me to reiterate my terms. If you wish to marry my daughter, you must agree to 2 conditions. First, a dowry of 300,000, not a cent less. Second, you must transfer ownership of your house to my son. Otherwise, there will be no chance at all. Maybelline stood with her arms crossed, her countenance radiating pride and arrogance. Her audacity in presenting such unreasonable demands stemmed from the fact that she had given birth to a daughter, Xiao Feiwu, who was strikingly beautiful and possessed a voluptuous figure. In contrast, Chang Chuanxi was a quintessential sycophant, willing to subsist on instant noodles just to purchase high-end cosmetics and designer handbags for Xiao Feiwu. Maybelline exploited this weakness, confident that Chang Chuanxi would acquiesce to any demand as long as it meant winning her daughter's affection. At that moment, Chang Chuanxi lowered his head in silence, a frown etching his face as he awaited news. Chuanxi, my mother is speaking to you, could you not respond? Xiao Feiwu's voice was sweet, yet demanding as she leaned closer to Chang Chuanxi, her softness inadvertently brushing against him. However, he remained expressionless, fixated on his phone. Seeing his silence, Xiao Feiwu's demeanor shifted, her face hardening. Chang Chuanxi, what is your meaning? Is it merely a house? My brother requires a marital residence. What is wrong with providing for him? If you cannot even part with a house, how do you expect to marry me? Dream on. Xiao Feicai, standing nearby, scoffed and tossed a transfer agreement onto the table before Chang Chuanxi. Chang Chuanxi, my sister is attractive and willing to marry you. Don't be so ungrateful if you wish to wed her. Sign this document promptly. That moment. A notification chimed on Chang Chuanxi's phone, and a spark of intensity ignited in his eyes as he opened the message. Upon reading the contents, his previously troubled expression turned crimson, his brows knitting tightly, veins on his arms visibly straining. Chang Chuanxi, I ask again, will you provide the house or not? If not, I shall withdraw from this marriage. Xiao Feiwu slammed her hand on the table, her face ablaze with anger, seemingly attempting to intimidate him into compliance. Unexpectedly, Chang Chuanxi sprang to his feet, rebuking, if you don't wish to marry, then so be it. I have no desire to marry you either. His reaction left the Xiao family momentarily stunned. Was this truly the obedient sycophant they had known? Maybelline was the first to recover, shoving Chang Chuanxi in the chest and furiously exclaiming, consider this carefully, a house is a fair price for marrying my daughter. Chang Chuanxi, you said it yourself after today, even if you beg on your knees, I will refuse to marry you. Xiao Feicai approached Chang Chuanxi, baring his teeth in a snarl. Chang Chuanxi, my sister has been with you countless times. Even if we do not marry, I will claim that house as compensation. Compensation? Chang Chuanxi chuckled coldly, thrusting his phone toward the trio, his fury boiling over. Open your eyes and behold. What is this? Just a wanton woman who, even before marriage, betrayed me with another, and yet you all shamelessly desire my house? You have no sense of honor. Yes, they gazed at the image on the phone. The Xiao family displayed no signs of surprise, as though they were already privy to this revelation. Even if the photo is genuine, it pertains to the past. You and my sister were not wed, so why should it concern you? Ill-informed, you fool. Today, that house will be mine. Will you sign this agreement or not? And if I refuse, if you won't sign, then I shall sign for you. In an instant, the 3 of them closed in, attempting to force Chang Chuanxi to place his signature on the transfer agreement. At that moment, Chang Chuanxi's anger reached its zenith. He clenched his teeth, a primal force surging within him, propelling the trio away as he swung his fist with ferocity toward their faces. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 decisive strikes, the Xiao family crumpled to the ground, battered and bloodied, teeth scattered amidst the chaos. Chang Chuanxi gazed down upon them, his voice booming. You 3 scoundrels are like leeches, exploiting my fondness for this worthless girl, desiring to rob me of the house my parents worked tirelessly to provide. Are you even human? I hereby declare that the engagement between myself and Xiao Feiwu is null and void. Should you dare to pester me further, I will ensure you regret it. As he stepped over them, intent on leaving the Xiao household, an ominous voice echoed from the entrance. Who dares to bark like a dog here? In an instant, a man accompanied by several bodyguards entered, his expression dark. This man was none other than Wang Ba, the very individual seen in the photos with Xiao Feiwu. Upon recognizing him, the Xiao family scrambled to their feet, surrounding him. Xiao Feiwu clung to Wang Ba's arm, feigning innocence. Wang Xiao, you've finally arrived. This worthless person wishes to break off our engagement, and has even resorted to violence. You must teach him a lesson. Wang Xiao, this fool is aware of your relationship with my sister. He even insults you both as lecherous conspirators. You must ensure he pays dearly for this. Xiao Feizai raised his chin defiantly at Chang Chuanxi, declaring, "Fool, how dare you insult Wang Xiao? Today, you will pay the price." Wang Ba brushed aside Xiao Feizai, stepping forward with a mocking demeanor. "Fool, since you are aware of our situation, I have nothing to hide anymore. Simply marry her and play your part. One might consider providing you with a monthly allowance. Otherwise, your only path leads to demise." Wang Ba, already married, sought to use the marriage between Chang Chuanxi and Xiao Feiwu as a cover, never anticipating the Xiao family's insatiable greed for Chang Chuanxi's property, nor did he foresee that Chang Chuanxi had recognized Xiao Feiwu's duplicity, leading to this chaotic confrontation. Chang Chuanxi scoffed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Wang Ba, I see you as the true fool, along with your entire family, scheming to hide your infidelities from your wife. Rest assured, as soon as I exit this room, I will promptly inform your wife. I wonder how she will respond to your betrayal." Wang Ba's pupils constricted, a fierce glint flickering in his gaze. "Chang Chuanxi, do you dare threaten me? Do you believe I want to ensure you see no tomorrow? What are you waiting for? Deal with him." As they glanced down at the barely conscious Chang Chuanxi, the Xiao family murmured to Wang Ba. "Wang Xiao, what do we do with this worthless person? We can't truly kill him, can we?" Wang Xiao, murder is a crime. It hardly seems worth it for a fool. Outside, the storm raged, thunder crashing ominously. Wang Ba's lips curled into a malevolent smile. "Murder is indeed a crime, but if it were to be struck down by lightning, that would be beyond our control. Ha ha ha. In the face of adversity, fortunes can unexpectedly shift." Initially believing he would perish under overwhelming circumstances, he was instead granted extraordinary powers. Chapter 1. The Unfeeling Mistress and the Unprincipled Actor. Chapter 2. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. To commit murder is a crime, yet should one be struck down by lightning, it would no longer be our concern. Hith. Young Master Wang, what do you mean? Xiao Feizai narrowed his eyes into a mere slit, a sinister smile gracing his lips. One that appeared more grotesque than sorrowful, his cunning visage glinting with a vicious light. Wang Ba pointed upwards, a peculiar smile emerging on his face, his eyes revealing a sly glimmer. "Young Master Wang, you are indeed too kind. This worthless fool dares to bully others and offend you. He truly deserves to die." Xiao Feimu's delicate hand glided gently across Wang Ba's chest, her alluring tone akin to a sweet wine, intoxicating those who heard it. "What are you all standing there for? Take this damned fool upstairs." As soon as the command left his lips, several bodyguards advanced, lifting the barely conscious Chang Chuanxi and heading toward the rooftop. Wang Ba turned to Mei Billion and Xiao Feizai, scolding, "What are you two still doing here? Hurry and lend a hand." The mother and son exchanged a glance, instantly comprehending Wang Ba's intent. They offered sycophantic smiles, nodding and bowing as they departed. Wang Ba nodded slightly, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he casually pulled out a handful of cash and tossed it to the duo. A glint of greed flickered in their eyes as they eagerly scooped up the bills, bowing and scraping as they exited the room. Wang Ba cupped Xiao Feimu's chin, his large hand trailing down her fair neck, uttering lewdly, "Those who dare to bully my woman deserve death. However, my temper is quite fiery today. Come, darling. Kneel down and help me cool off." Xiao Feimu smiled sweetly, her tongue sensuously flicking across her plump, enticing lips before she obediently knelt down. The bodyguards dragged Chang Chuanxi onto the rooftop, securely binding him to a steel pipe beneath the lightning rod, and swiftly smashed the lightning rod to smithereens. With the lightning rod destroyed and bound high atop the rooftop, Chang Chuanxi was destined to become a target for the impending storm. Having completed their task, the bodyguards descended from the rooftop, joining the Xiao family in the corridor, awaiting Wang Ba's conclusion. On the rooftop, Chang Chuanxi, battered and soaked by the torrential rain, was on the brink of consciousness. Above him, thunder rumbled ominously as he struggled to raise his head to the tempestuous sky, bitterness swelling within him. "I'm going to perish here? Xiao Feimu, Wang Ba, you wretched pair, if by some stroke of luck I survive today, I shall make you pay dearly for this." Crack! A thunderous bolt descended from the heavens, striking Chang Chuanxi directly. In an instant, smoke rose from his body, engulfing him in excruciating agony, every hair standing on end. His eyes feeling as though they were filled with scalding pepper water. The searing sensation overwhelmed him, and he fainted. In that fleeting moment of unconsciousness, Chang Chuanxi seemed to hear a voice. Otherworldly demon eyes, enchanted hearing, ancient medical scriptures. "Chuanxi, awaken. A gentle call echoed in his ears, and Chang Chuanxi slowly opened his eyes. Before him stood his colleague and close friend, Jia Siwen. "Chuanxi, you have finally awakened," Jia Siwen exclaimed with a flicker of excitement on his face, softly advising, "Do not move. I shall fetch a doctor for you." Chang Chuanxi felt an ache throughout his body as he observed Jia Siwen's retreating figure, a sense of bewilderment creeping into his mind. Am I dead? Is this the final resting place for souls? Why is Siwen here? Could it be that he has perished as well? As he gazed at Jia Siwen's bare back, Chang Chuanxi felt no surprise, but rather a bitter smile crept onto his lips. Perhaps this is the ultimate fate of humanity, arriving in this world naked and departing in the same manner. At that moment, Chang Chuanxi suddenly recalled Jia Siwen's earlier words about calling a doctor. Is it truly necessary to see a doctor after death? He pondered. No. The pain in his body was still present. Could it be that he was not dead after all? Rubbing his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings. A hospital bed, and 4-drip a respirator. There was no doubt he was in a hospital. In an instant, heat rushed to Chang Chuanxi's face. Good heavens! If I am alive, then why is Jia Siwen unclothed? This is utterly bizarre. While he was lost in thought, Jia Siwen entered with a beautiful female doctor. "Chuanxi, Dr. Meng has arrived." Chang Chuanxi lifted his gaze to see a strikingly attractive doctor, her figure exquisite, clad only in a daring leopard print lingerie set. "Handsome, what are you staring at?" A soft voice interrupted his reverie. Snapping back to reality, Chang Chuanxi quickly turned away, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, feeling slightly embarrassed. And nothing at all. In that moment, Jia Siwen was no longer bare. He was now clad in a pair of jeans he had worn for several years. What on earth? How stingy? Just a glimpse, really? This fleeting thought was quickly overshadowed by a dawning realization. When they had entered, they were without clothing, and there were none in the room. From where did their garments originate? Moreover, when he first saw Jia Siwen, he was indeed unclothed. How could he now be in jeans? Connecting the dots, a bold idea struck Chang Chuanxi. Could it be an issue with my eyesight? In that instant, he recalled the voices he had heard before losing consciousness. Extraordinary eyes, extraordinary ears, ancient medical texts. Had he awakened some extraordinary abilities after being struck by lightning? To test his hypothesis, he focused intently on the doctor's chest. Concentrate the next moment, a miracle unfolded before him. The white coat worn by Dr. Meng seemed to vanish, revealing the alluring leopard print lingerie once more. Ha ha ha! I truly saw it. I really saw it, Chang Chuanxi exclaimed, slapping his thigh, unable to contain his exhilaration. Incredible. I can actually see through. Being struck by lightning might not be such a misfortune after all. Upon hearing this, Dr. Meng glanced down at her chest and, upon realizing she was not exposed, breathed a sigh of relief. Do you find it appealing? Indeed, very appealing, he replied, his enthusiasm unabated. Chang Chuanxi was utterly captivated, speaking without a moment's thought. However, he soon sensed a hostile gaze fixated upon him. Dr. Meng's eyes shimmered like a lake stirred by the wind, revealing her displeasure, and her anger only enhanced her beauty, rendering her both intimidating and enchanting. Chang Chuanxi's face flushed, and he hurriedly stammered, "Beautiful Dr. Meng, please don't misunderstand. I didn't mean it that way. In fact, I think you're not all unattractive. Oh no." In his moment of panic, Chang Chuanxi found himself somewhat incoherent. Dr. Meng's gaze turned icy as she directed her attention to Jia Siwen, her tone frigid. "Sir, he is your friend, I presume?" After being struck by lightning, his mental state may have been compromised. I recommend transferring him to a psychiatric hospital. I cannot treat him here. Chapter 3. A Clear Mind in the World, Prioritizing Wealth. Dr. Meng's eyes were still cold as she addressed Jia Siwen. "Sir, he is your friend, correct? The lightning strike may have affected his mental well-being. My suggestion is to transfer him to a psychiatric facility. I am unable to assist him here." "What on earth is happening?" "She is merely trying to help you," Jia Siwen remarked, casting an apologetic glance at Chang Chuanxi. "Dr. Meng, my friend's behavior earlier was indeed inappropriate. I sincerely apologize on his behalf. He is quite unfortunate. Could you please take a look at him?" Chang Chuanxi was equally reluctant to go to a mental hospital. Such a dreadful place could drive even the sane to madness. He chimed in, "Yes, Dr. Meng, I admit my fault earlier. Please overlook my indiscretion and help me out. I assure you, I will not cause any further trouble." Under the persistent persuasion of Chang Chuanxi and Jia Siwen, Dr. Meng ultimately consented to continue his treatment. In truth, she merely spoke out of formality. As a worker, she felt unable to refuse treatment to a patient. Dr. Meng waved her delicate fingers in front of Chang Chuanxi. "How many is this?" she inquired. "2. Immediately, doctor." Meng placed her hands upon Chang Chuanxi's head, preparing to examine his eyes. At that moment, a sudden female voice echoed in Chang Chuanxi's mind. No wonder he was struck by lightning. He is clearly a lecher. What is happening? Chang Chuanxi looked around in confusion. Aside from Jia Siwen and Dr. Meng, there was no one else in the room. Moreover, Dr. Meng had not spoken aloud. So was it merely an auditory hallucination? Just as he pondered this, the voice rang out again. Indeed, a dog cannot change its nature. He is misbehaving again. Let us see how I will deal with you. This time, Chang Chuanxi distinctly heard the words, affirming it was not a figment of his imagination. Could it be that the beautiful doctor before him had unspoken thoughts? Was this the ability to hear one's innermost voice? My goodness, with such powers, wouldn't he be soaring to new heights? Once again, that lecherous expression. It seems I must administer a few needles to bring you to heal. Huh, you want to inject me? Shouldn't it be me administering the injections to you? Chang Chuanxi cursed inwardly, astonished that beneath the seemingly beautiful exterior of the dream doctor lay a heart so cruel. However, she had already revealed her intentions to him, and Chang Chuanxi would not grant her wish. After a meticulous examination, the dream doctor began to harbor doubts. Strange, how can this fellow be in such good health? Struck by lightning, yet there is not a single issue? Dream doctor, how is my friend? He is not in any danger, is he? Jia Siwen inquired with an anxious expression, for he had seldom witnessed someone struck by lightning. The dream doctor furrowed her brows and feigned concern, stating, his condition is relatively stable. There are no significant problems. As long as I administer a few acupuncture needles, he could be discharged. Upon hearing this, Jia Siwen sighed in relief. That is wonderful, dream doctor. As long as he is fine, please proceed with the acupuncture. As she spoke, the dream doctor retrieved silver needles from the pocket of her white coat. Chang Chuanxi smirked, a peculiar smile gracing his lips, and raised his hand to halt her. Dream doctor, perhaps we could forego the acupuncture? To be honest, I have a family tradition of Chinese medicine. Such trifles do not require your expertise. At this declaration, the dream doctor promptly declined. No, I am a physician, and I must consider my patients. Since you have chosen me as your healer, I am obliged to take responsibility. Do not be deceived by your current state. If I do not administer a few needles, you could easily become an imbecile. Dream doctor, I appreciate your goodwill. But even if I were to become an imbecile, it is a fate I would willingly accept. There is no way you will administer those needles. Chang Chuanxi swiftly rolled off the bed and began to gather his belongings. No, I am a doctor. You must heed my advice. If you refuse the needles, you will surely become an imbecile. The dream doctor stood in front of Chang Chuanxi, clearly unwilling to let him depart so easily. Chang Chuanxi chuckled awkwardly, making exaggerated facial expressions. Dream doctor, do you genuinely wish to treat me? I suspect you are merely seeking revenge under the guise of healing. Seizing the opportunity to administer needles as retribution. Please step aside. Should you not, I may be forced to take action. Chang Chuanxi raised his hands, mimicking a scratching motion at her chest. The dream doctor, startled, paled in fear and quickly dodged to the side, thinking, how infuriating. This little lecher has seen through me. Chang Chuanxi, emboldened by his victory, finished packing his belongings and beckoned. Siwen, let us depart. Jia Siwen displayed a conflicted expression. Chuanxi, perhaps you should heed the doctor's advice. Allowing you to leave is not negotiable. Spare me the unnecessary chatter. Chang Chuanxi disregarded her entirely and strode purposefully towards the exit. Reluctantly, Jia Siwen followed closely behind. Upon reaching the door, Chang Chuanxi suddenly halted, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. By the way, that leopard print lingerie is quite appealing. Exactly my type. You shameless scoundrel. The dream doctor's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes icy, as an invisible fury ignited within her. She raised her delicate fist, ready to strike Chang Chuanxi. Ha ha ha! Seeing her reaction, Chang Chuanxi burst into laughter and dashed out of the room, leaving behind the frantic screams of a woman driven to madness. Scoundrel, you better watch out. I will not let you off easily. Dr. Meng stood in the hospital room, fuming and stamping her feet. She couldn't fathom how he knew her thoughts, especially since she had not exposed herself. How'd he know about the leopard print inside? Chuanxi, what kind of nonsense are you up to? Why don't you listen to the doctor? And what do you mean your family is a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine? How was I unaware of this? Jia Siwen trailed behind Chang Chuanxi, imitating him with great seriousness. Siwen, this is indeed true. My family has practiced traditional Chinese medicine for generations. I simply hadn't mentioned it before. Enough with the idle chatter. Let me take you to a wonderful place. At this moment, Chang Chuanxi was burning with urgency. Although he had confirmed he possessed the abilities of eavesdropping and otherworldly vision, he was still not adept with these powers and sought a location to test them. After the events of last night, Chang Chuanxi had come to a profound realization. As the saying goes, clarity in life is paramount, and acquiring wealth is essential. A man must possess wealth. Only with money can one have any woman they desire. With financial resources, he could also seek revenge on Xiao Feiwu and Wang Ba. It is often said that courtesans are heartless and actors are ungrateful. Xiao Feiwu, Wang Ba, the humiliation you have inflicted upon me shall be repaid in kind. Chapter 4. Acquiring the Jade, Hidden Treasures Within. In Longwu's Rongqing 10-mile market. 10-mile market is the largest antique market in Rongqing, named for its length of approximately 10 miles. While browsing, Chang Chuanxi's gaze was captured by jade pendant. This piece, originating from the Tang dynasty, boasted a pale white hue, a soft luster, and a delicate texture, reminiscent of clear spring water flowing between stones, exuding an enchanting charm. He approached the stall eagerly. "Sir, are you here to sell or to trade?" inquired the vendor, a shifty-looking man with elongated features and a sly demeanor, adorned with a sycophantic smile. Chang Chuanxi pointed at the jade pendant, saying, "Boss, may I see that jade pendant?" The vendor's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Ah, you have an excellent eye, sir. This is the treasure of my stall." As he spoke, the vendor retrieved the jade pendant from a silken box and handed it to Chang Chuanxi. "Sir, take a look. This is top-quality Han jade from the Qin dynasty, a rare find in the market." Chang Chuanxi examined the pendant with feigned interest and inquired, "How much for this jade pendant?" The vendor, pondering for a moment, spoke with persuasive eloquence. "Sir, to be honest, you are my first customer today. For this transaction, I will consider it as your generous patronage to help me start my day. Hence, I want to charge you a markup. I offer it for a fixed price of 66,000. It's a fair deal for both of us." 66,000? Chang Chuanxi frowned and shook his head, returning the pendant to the vendor. "This jade is indeed remarkable, but that price seems rather outrageous." The vendor swiftly intercepted his gesture, grinning slyly. "Please, don't be hasty. This is a palace artifact from the Tang dynasty. To be frank, I would not profit from you at 66,000. Enough with the deception, to be honest. I work at a jade company, and I know my stuff." Observing that the vendor remained unresponsive, Chang Chuanxi could only grasp the vendor's hand, placing the jade token firmly in his palm, all the while donning an air of nonchalance. As the saying goes, desperation does not constitute a fair trade. The vendor here was astute. Should one display excessive eagerness, revealing a glimmer of desire in their eyes, the vendor would certainly not part with the item easily, demanding a hefty sum instead. This aligns perfectly with the adage in the antique business: 3 years without a deal. When the deal happens, it sustains for 3 years. The vendor glanced at the jade token in his hand, furrowing his brow in displeasure, and remarked, "I must say, sir, your words are rather displeasing. When have I ever deceived you? This is undoubtedly an artifact from the Tang dynasty. What? Do you think I am truly ignorant?" Chang Chuanxi pointed at the jade token and spoke with confidence. "Indeed, this jade piece is from the Tang dynasty, but it is evident that it is part of a parent-child set. You possess only the child jade, lacking the parent piece, thus diminishing its value. Tell me, is a single child jade truly worth 66,000? Goodness, it appears this young man is well-versed in the trade. I acquired this jade for a full 10,000 silver dollars, and I ought to make a few thousand from it." The vendor was momentarily taken aback, then promptly donned a sycophantic smile, giving Chang Chuanxi a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Sir, I truly did not see this coming. At such a young age, you are indeed an expert. In that case, I shall say no more. You propose a price, and if it is fair, I shall comply." Chang Chuanxi took the jade token from the vendor's hand once more, feigning contemplation for a moment before stating, "How about this, my friend? I offer you 18,880. We both benefit. What do you say?" Chang Chuanxi was perceptive enough to leave the vendor with an 8,880 profit. The antique trade is inherently not a fast-moving commodity. If he offered too little, he genuinely feared the vendor might refuse to sell, which would complicate matters. The vendor sighed, his expression reflecting a complex mix of emotions. He seemed quite dissatisfied with the price Chang Chuanxi proposed, yet nodded in agreement. "Fine, I shall forego a profit on this one, considering it a gesture of friendship. A pleasure." Seeing the vendor acquiesce, Chang Chuanxi hesitated no longer and promptly completed the payment of 18,880. With the transaction finalized, a weight was lifted from his heart. Upon hearing the notification of payment, the vendor's face broke into a satisfied smile. "Very well, you may take your item. The transaction is settled. payment and goods are exchanged without returns. In the antique business, there exists a rule that once a deal is struck, it is final. No returns or exchanges, regardless of whether one has made a mistake or found a hidden gem. Both parties shall not pursue further claims. After acquiring the ancient jade, Chang Chuanxi did not depart, but shifted his gaze toward the box that housed the jade. Good sir, should I not also receive the box that holds the jade? The box? You truly are quite the shrewd businessman. I've already spent 18,000. I shan't mind an additional 200. Here you go. As he spoke, Chang Chuanxi produced $200 bills and handed them to the vendor. The vendor, equally agreeable, accepted the money and without further ado, handed over the brocade box to Chang Chuanxi. Watching Chang Chuanxi's retreating figure, the vendor murmured to himself, what a naive youth. He spent 18,000 on a child jade, allowing me to profit over 8,000 silver dollars, and he dares to call himself an expert? Ridiculous. Upon acquiring the ancient jade, Chang Chuanxi promptly turned and made his way towards the back street of Shilapu. Shilapu is divided into a front street and a back street. The former is filled with small stalls and vendors selling an assortment of goods. The vendors here tend to lack the expertise of those in the back street, often venturing out to collect miscellaneous items, including illicit antiques, making it a prime location for unexpected finds. The term miscellaneous goods refers to antiques that are gathered from rural areas, while illicit goods typically denote items unearthed by tomb raiders. Generally, high-value illicit goods do not enter the market directly, but are traded through intermediaries. In contrast, the back street boasts various shops, where the merchants possess significantly greater expertise and resources than those on the front street. Chang Chuanxi's intention for visiting the back street was to sell the jade and make a substantial profit. Before arriving at Shilapu, Chang Chuanxi had conducted some research and discovered a shop known as Zibogs, which translates to rare treasures. Zibogs is regarded as the most formidable and largest antique store in the entire Shilapu, and more importantly, the proprietor is known for his integrity, offering fair prices for valuable items. Upon entering Zibogs, Chang Chuanxi's demeanor immediately shifted to one of cold displeasure. He clenched his teeth as he observed Xiao Feiwu entwined with Wang Ba, intently listening to the shopkeeper's exposition on antiques. Indeed, it is said that enemies often cross paths. Well, if it isn't the green-haired turtle, I thought you had perished, but it seems fortune favors you, surviving even lightning strikes. After all, a green-haired turtle is said to have a longer lifespan, Xiao Feiwu remarked provocatively, her body pressed closely against Wang Ba. Wang Xiao, look at him, a mere peasant who can't even afford a wife. How dare he enter a place like Zibogs? I suggest you expel him before he tarnishes your sight. With a grim expression, Chang Chuanxi approached the duo and seethed, you two scoundrels, prepare to face the consequences. One day, I shall exact a bloody price for your transgressions. Wang Ba dismissed Chang Chuanxi's threat with a derisive laugh, retorting, just a peasant dog. Do you even know your place? You think you can harm me? Dream on. Let me tell you, destroying you would be as simple as squashing an ant. Recognizing the futility of confronting Wang Ba, Chang Chuanxi refrained from further verbal sparring and directed his attention to the shopkeeper, Master Zhao. Master Zhao, I have a piece of ancient jade. Could you assist me in determining its value? Master Zhao nodded, saying, young man, let me see the item. Please, take a look, Chang Chuanxi replied, retrieving the jade from its silk box and presenting it to Master Zhao. Nearby, Wang Ba could not suppress a mocking laugh at the scene. Ah, you humble must have taken a dabbling in antiques as well. It is not that I look down upon you, but have you ever laid eyes on true antiquities? Do you even comprehend what constitutes an antique? Wang Xiao, Chang Chuanxi is merely a sycophant, delivering takeout after work solely to earn a few extra coins to flatter me. He knows nothing of antiques. I suspect he is simply driven mad by poverty, lost in daydreams. Xiao Feiwang gazed disdainfully at Chang Chuanxi, her face betraying unfiltered disgust and contempt, as if she were confronted with something vile, perceiving him as the most repugnant entity in existence. Chang Chuanxi stared coldly at the pair, his brows knitted tightly, the corners of his mouth turned downwards, while a seething hatred brewed within him, akin to molten lava on the verge of eruption. What are you two lecherous fools barking about? Whether my ancient jade qualifies as an antique is a matter for Master Zhao to determine. Your incessant yapping is unnecessary. As soon as he finished speaking, Master Zhao concluded his assessment, shaking his head and sighing. Young man, this jade of yours is indeed a piece from the Tang dynasty. However, it should be part of a set of mother and child jades. The significance of this pair is profound. The mother cradles the child as they reach for the heavens, and the child inherits the earth from the mother. Only when both jades are united does the celestial and terrestrial balance exist. Currently, you possess only the child jade, lacking the mother. Thus, the value is diminished to a mere fraction. In my estimation, the market price should be around 20,000. 20,000? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Master Zhao's words, Wang Ba could not suppress his laughter. Chang Chuanxi, how dare you bring something worth merely 20,000 to Shibao Pavilion to sell? Truly a disgrace. You cannot possibly believe this worthless trinket holds any real value, can you? Chang Chuanxi placed the ancient jade into a brocade box, a smirk playing on his lips. Wang Ba, what are you so pleased about? Just because Master Zhao appraises it at 20,000, does it make it so? Let me enlighten you. I would not part with my treasure for anything less than 200,000. 200,000? Ha ha ha. Wang Ba burst into laughter once more. Incredulous. That is the most ludicrous joke I have ever heard. Chang Chuanxi, Master Zhao has clearly stated that your worthless jade is valued at 20,000. And you wish to sell it for 200,000? Surely I must have misheard. Indeed, Chang Chuanxi, Master Zhao is a prominent figure in the antique community of Rong City. Are you questioning his authority? Under Xiao Fei Wang's provocation, Master Zhao's expression darkened as he responded with displeasure. Young man, I, Zhao Xiangji, have navigated the antique scene in Rong City for many years, and never has anyone dared to challenge my discernment. Are you implying that I have erred in my judgment? Wang Ba grinned triumphantly, boasting, Chang Chuanxi, you ought to inquire about Master Zhao's reputation. How dare a mere mutt like you question his insight? It is truly laughable. Master Zhao, in my humble opinion, it would be best to break this ignorant cur's legs and throw him out of Shibao Pavilion. Zhao Xiangji cast a disdainful glance at Chang Chuanxi, his voice cold. Young man, I have no desire to waste further words. We at Shibao Pavilion do not welcome the arrogant and unknowledgeable like you. Kindly leave at once. Master Zhao, I am not questioning your expertise. Rather, I assure you that what I possess is indeed worth that price. Chang Chuanxi attempted to explain himself, but as soon as he began, he was met with Wang Ba's derisive challenge. Chang Chuanxi, do you truly lack the capacity to comprehend human discourse? Master Zhao has explicitly instructed you to depart, yet you remain obstinate. Do you presume to sell a mere piece of flawed jade for 200,000? If what you possess were truly worth that sum, I would gladly kneel to polish your shoes. Chang Chuanxi, I am well aware of your character. If you possessed an ancient jade of such worth, would it not have been sold by now? Surely, you would have humbly sought my favor long ago. If this worthless item could fetch 200,000, both I and young Master Wang would kneel to serve you. This is a claim made by you. With a furious shout, Chang Chuanxi raised the brocade box in his hand, reiterating, Wang Ba, Xiao Fei Wu, I shall pose this question once more. If what I hold can indeed be sold for 200,000, shall you both kneel and clean my shoes? As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Ba promptly nodded, affirming, Indeed, if your possession can command 200,000, we shall kneel to serve you. However, should you fail to sell it, I shall break your legs. Do you dare? What is there to fear? Chapter 6. Ancient Jade from the Tang Dynasty, a court artifact. Wang Ba confirmed. Indeed, if your possession can command 200,000, we shall kneel to serve you. However, should you fail, I shall break your legs. Do you dare? What is there to fear? Very well, we have an agreement. If my item can indeed be sold for 200,000, you shall obediently kneel and clean my shoes. Should it fail to sell for that amount, I shall leave my fate in your hands. A glint of confidence sparkled in Chang Chuanxi's eyes as he unhesitatingly established this wager with Wang Ba. Wang Ba scoffed, a mocking expression adorning his face. Chang Chuanxi, I was pondering how to deal with you, yet you have walked directly into my trap. In that case, do not blame me for what follows. Master Zhao, you have heard our wager. Why not serve as our witness? Otherwise, I fear this cur may renege. Zhao Xiangji cast a disparaging glance at Chang Chuanxi and nodded. Very well, today I shall witness your wager. Should anyone dare to renege, I, Zhao Xiangji, shall be the first to object. It was evident that Zhao Xiangji's words were directed at Chang Chuanxi, for in his eyes, the outcome of this wager was already predetermined. The loser would undoubtedly be Chang Chuanxi. As his words faded, a hearty voice resonated from outside. Who has offended our Master Zhao? The crowd turned to see an elderly gentleman with youthful features and an extraordinary presence, accompanied by a graceful young woman with fair skin and delicate fingers striding confidently into the room. The newcomer was none other than Hao Yuqian, the president of the Rongqing Antique and Jade Association. Upon seeing Hao Yuqian, a sycophantic smile immediately spread across Zhao Xiangji's face as he hastened to greet him. Master Hao, your esteemed presence truly illuminates my humble Shibao Pavilion. As he spoke, Zhao Xiangji turned his gaze to the young woman, inquiring, Master Hao, may I ask who this is? Hao Yuqian smiled warmly, introducing, Master Zhao, this is Miss Lin from the Lin Group, the esteemed general manager, Lin Linqi. Miss Lin, this is the Master Zhao Xiangji I mentioned to you. Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment flickered across Zhao Xiangji's aged face as he extended his hand, saying, I have long heard of Miss Lin's unparalleled beauty, and indeed, seeing her today confirms such praises. You flatter me, Zhao, Lin Linqi replied with a radiant smile, her jade-like fingers gracefully clasping his. The young Master Wang, unable to bear the scene, proposed a wager, and they both agreed that I would serve as their witness. I see. Hao Yuqian chuckled lightly, turning to Chang Chuanxi, inquiring, Young man, may I take a look at the ancient jade you hold? Zhao Xiangji snorted coldly, cautioning, Youngster, it's fine if you do not trust me, but surely you must believe Hao, who is the president of the Antique Jade Association. Wang Ba let out a sinister chuckle, echoing, Chang Chuanxi, do you hear that? Elder Hao is indeed the president of the Antique Jade Association. You should hand the item over to him for appraisal. Whatever value he assigns, that shall be its worth. Xiao Feiwu looked at Chang Chuanxi with disdain, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Chang Chuanxi, if Elder Hao declares your pitiful item to be worth less than 200,000, you won't dare to contest it, will you? Of course not. I trust Elder Hao's judgment. You two conniving scoundrels can just wait to clean my shoes, Chang Chuanxi retorted as he swiftly approached Hao Yuqian, presenting the brocade box in his hands. Elder Hao, I appreciate your assistance. Hao Yuqian nodded slightly, accepting the brocade box and stepping aside to meticulously examine the ancient jade within. Observing that Elder Hao had begun his appraisal, Zhao Xiangji reiterated his warning, Young man. Elder Hao is already assessing it. You can still withdraw, but do not act impulsively and lose your own standing. Before Chang Chuanxi could respond, Wang Ba interjected vehemently. Withdraw? That is out of the question, Zhao. My wager with this mud has already been established, and no one can back out now. Chang Chuanxi, it's too late for regrets. Just wait. I shall make sure to cripple all 3 of your legs today. Chang Chuanxi smirked, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. Why should I regret? You should be the one contemplating your missteps. Instead of wasting time, you should focus on how to clean my shoes. Impudent, merely a sycophant. And you dare speak to young Master Wang in such a manner? Xiao Feiwu clung to Wang Ba's arm, deliberately jostling her chest. Young Master, I find this mud utterly repulsive. Once Elder Hao completes his appraisal, you must ensure he is thoroughly incapacitated, so he can never rise again. Wang Ba wrapped one arm around Xiao Feiwu's delicate waist and raised her chin with the other, lecherously declaring, Fear not, my temper is quite fierce as well. Once I deal with this mud, we shall find a place for you to soothe my ire. How annoying. There are others present, yet I am wholly yours. What I do is at your discretion, young Master Wang, Xiao Feiwu coyly replied, unabashedly disregarding the onlookers. At that moment, Hao Yuqian approached with a hearty laugh, holding the ancient jade. Zhao, if memory serves, you just offered this young man 20,000, correct? Zhao Xiangji nodded slightly, his brow furrowed in confusion. Indeed, Mr. Hao. This is merely an ordinary piece of Tang Dynasty jade, specifically a child jade, and a price of 20,000 is quite reasonable. Wouldn't you agree? Mr. Hao smiled gently, waving his hand dismissively. You are partly correct. This is indeed a piece of Tang Dynasty jade, and it is also a child jade. However, this particular jade hails from the imperial court of the Tang Dynasty. What? An imperial artifact? Upon hearing these words, everyone present was taken aback, especially Wang Ba and Xiao Feiwu, who appeared particularly anxious. The term imperial artifact carries immense significance, implying a value that could exceed 200,000. If that were the case, they would truly be at the mercy of Chang Chuanxi. Wang Ba hastily approached Mr. Hao, his voice trembling. Mr. Hao, you must be jesting, right? How could this broken jade possibly be an imperial piece? Master Zhao has stated that it is merely an ordinary Tang Dynasty jade worth 2,000. It cannot possibly be an imperial artifact. Xiao Feiwu chimed in, urgency evident in her tone. Yes, this broken jade could never be an imperial piece. Chang Chuanxi is nothing more than a sycophant. How could he possibly possess an artifact from the Tang imperial court? This is utterly impossible. Chapter 7, Step by Step, Imperial Ancient Jade. Are you questioning my judgment? Mr. Hao's expression darkened, a flicker of displeasure surfacing in his eyes. Zhao Xiangji leaned in closer, whispering, Mr. Hao, could it be that my eyes are deceiving me? Is this truly an imperial artifact? Mr. Hao nodded slightly, smiling as he elucidated. Master Zhao is unaware that this set of mother and child jade is known as step-by-step mother and child jade. This particular jade was originally a gift from Empress Shun of the Tang dynasty to Emperor Li Kuo on the occasion of his first month. Empress Shun held the mother jade, while Emperor Li Kuo held the child jade. Unfortunately, following the Ensure rebellion, Empress Shun and Li Kuo became separated and never reunited in their lifetimes. Empress Shun, Emperor Li Kuo. Upon hearing these names, the expressions of the crowd varied widely. Chang Chuanxi was naturally elated. If it were indeed an imperial artifact, its value would be substantial. As the owner of the ancient jade, the higher its worth, the more delighted he felt. Conversely, Wang Ba and Xiao Feiwu wore expressions of anxiety, fearing that if the ancient jade's value surpassed 200,000, they would find themselves groveling before Chang Chuanxi. Mr. Hao, regardless of whether it is an imperial artifact or something associated with Empress Shun, I have but one question for you. How much is it worth? Wang Ba cautiously inched closer to Mr. Hao, inquiring in a hushed tone. Yes, Mr. Hao. I too wish to know the true value of this ancient jade. Zhao Xiangji's face was etched with curiosity, equally eager to ascertain the jade's worth. Mr. Hao, caressing the ancient jade, explained, although this piece is indeed of imperial origin, it is merely a child jade. The saying goes, the mother jade supports the child jade toward the heavens, while the child jade inherits the mother's weight on the earth. If both mother and child jades were present, their value would be at least 1 million. However, with only the child jade, its worth is not particularly high. Moreover, at that time, the Shen family's circumstances were far from favorable. Thus, the quality of this jade was not particularly high. If we were to evaluate it solely on its quality, a price of 20,000 is indeed quite reasonable. However, when considering the story behind it, the market value should be around 100,000. 100,000? Haha. Upon hearing the offer from Hao Yuqian, Wang Ba could hardly contain his excitement, slapping his thigh with glee. Chang Chuanxi, did you hear that? Old Hao has quoted 100,000. Now you have nothing to say, do you? This wager is now a foregone conclusion. If you kneel and apologize to young Master Wang right now, perhaps he might show some mercy and spare you a leg. Wang Ba, embracing Xiao Feiwu, boasted with an air of arrogance. That's right. Kneel before me now, and I might just let you keep one of your legs. Zhao Xiangji shook his head, sighing. Young man, I warned you earlier, but you chose to ignore me. And now, you foolishly sacrificed 3 of your legs. Chang Chuanxi regarded them with a calm demeanor, as though they were fools, and replied, what are you barking about here? Did I lose? Upon hearing this, Wang Ba was immediately incensed. Chang Chuanxi, what do you mean by that? Old Hao has already stated that your worthless jade is only worth 100,000. Are you trying to evade your loss, or are you questioning Old Hao's judgment? Xiao Feiwu scoffed, adding mockingly, Chang Chuanxi, do not forget that Manager Zhao is the witness to this wager. If you wish to evade your responsibility, you must first consult Manager Zhao's approval. Zhao Xiangji interjected with a cold snort. Young man, a man must stand by his word. Since you chose me as the witness to your wager, I expect you to fulfill it immediately. Otherwise, I will make you regret ever entering this world. Chang Chuanxi curled his lips into a knowing smile, raising the brocade box in his hand, and said, I certainly will not go back on a wager I established, nor will I evade it. However, I ask you, did I not state that the item in my possession could sell for 200,000? Wang Ba nodded slightly, growing impatient. Indeed, but what of it? Old Hao has already appraised the ancient jade and declared it worth only 100,000. Is there an issue? Xiao Feiwu covered her mouth, laughing lightly, and derisively remarked, Chang Chuanxi, you are but a mere peasant dog. Stop pretending to be grand. Do you really believe that your shabby box could fetch 100,000? Wang Ba stepped forward and snatched the brocade box from Chang Chuanxi, sneering, you think this broken box can sell for 100,000? You must be out of your mind. As he spoke, Wang Ba tossed the brocade box toward Chang Chuanxi as if it were garbage. Quick as lightning, Chang Chuanxi deftly caught the box, his voice rising in anger. Wang Ba, what on earth are you doing? Can you afford to pay for any damage? Ha ha. Wang Ba laughed mockingly, deriding, Chang Chuanxi, I see you are truly desperate. Don't think that this broken box is worth 100,000. Even if I were to smash your worthless jade, I wouldn't bat an eye. You are merely a peasant dog who cannot even afford a wife. Do you think young Master Wang is like you? A mere 100,000? Even 1 million is easily within young Master Wang's reach. Xiao Feiwu wore a charming smile, incessantly winking at Wang Ba, her demeanor suggesting that she was on the verge of shedding her garments to serve him publicly. Chang Chuanxi let out a cold laugh, his expression grave as he stated, 100,000? You underestimate it far too much. The brocade box in my possession is worth at least 1,000,000. What? 1,000,000? Chang Chuanxi, do you intend to make me die of laughter? If that wretched box could fetch 1,000,000, I would gladly give you 2,000,000. But should it fail to reach that sum, I shall have your tongue severed. A ruthless glint flickered across Wang Ba's face, as if he could already envision the scene of Chang Chuanxi's tongue being cut out. Chang Chuanxi, you must have lost your mind. You think a mere box can command 1,000,000? Ah, I see now. You must be deranged because you were unable to marry me, and thus you are spouting nonsense here. As you wish. Chang Chuanxi turned, his face solemn as he addressed Hao Yuqian, clasping his hands in respect. Old Hao, you heard Wang Ba's words just now. I implore you to be our witness. This, Hao Yuqian appeared conflicted. The stakes of this wager were considerable, and he had no desire to play the villain. Young man, heed my advice. Do not harm yourself in a moment of bravado. The item you possess is not worth that much. Despite Hao Yuqian's earnest counsel, Chang Chuanxi remained resolute, declaring without hesitation, Old Hao, I have faith in my possession. I beg of you. Zhao Xiangji, observing Hao Yuqian's apprehension, interjected, Old Hao, as the saying goes, good words cannot persuade a dead ghost, since he seeks his own demise. No amount of persuasion will deter him. It will be better for you to simply be a witness. However, young man, heed this well. Once the wager is made, there is no room for regret, especially with Old Hao acting as witness. Should you backtrack, the consequences will be dire. Do you understand? Chang Chuanxi, with a serious countenance, nodded. A gentleman's word is his bond. As long as Old Hao is willing, I shall not waver. Wang Ba quickly leaned in, grinning maliciously. Old Hao, please be our witness. Today, I shall ensure that this rustic dog concedes in full. Seeing the resoluteness of both parties, Hao Yuqian could only sigh and acquiesce. Very well. I shall witness this wager for both of you today. Chapter 8. A man's word is his bond. Hao Yuqian sighed, nodding. All right, I shall bear witness for you both. Old Hao, please take a closer look. Chang Chuanxi chuckled lightly, confidently handing the brocade box to Hao Yuqian. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on Hao Yuqian, even breaths held in suspense, as they awaited the outcome. Would Chang Chuanxi lose his legs and tongue? Or would Wang Ba and Xiao Feiwu produce 2,000,000 and kneel to lick his shoes? Hao Yuqian accepted the brocade box, his expression more serious and cautious than before. After a brief inspection, he furrowed his brow. Young man, you are exceedingly reckless. This brocade box is utterly ordinary, crafted neither from rare materials nor possessing any historical significance. It is worth not a penny. Ha ha ha, worth not a penny. Upon hearing Hao Yuqian's verdict, Wang Ba erupted in jubilant laughter. Chang Chuanxi, what further excuses can you muster? This worthless creature holds no value whatsoever. It appears that those 3 legs and that tongue of yours belong to me. Speak. Shall I first break your legs or sever your tongue? Wang Xiao, I propose we first shatter the legs of this mutt. That way, he won't flee when we cut out his tongue. No, we should first remove his tongue, so he won't scream when we break his legs. Wang Ba sneered, holding Xiao Feiwu's delicate chin, and said menacingly, Little beauty, do you yet not know me? I revel in the cries of others. The louder they scream, the more exhilarated I become. His gaze wandered, and upon spotting a hammer in the corner, he hastened to seize it. Chang Chuanxi, tell me, which leg shall I break first? In the face of Wang Ba's threats, Chang Chuanxi exhibited no fear. You think you can break my legs? You are not worthy. What? Do you intend to deny it? Let me remind you, both Manager Zhao and Old Hao are witnesses to our wager. Do you dare disregard their authority? Wang Ba retorted angrily, casting glances at Manager Zhao and Old Hao, the implications of which were unmistakable. Xiao Feiwu shot a sideways glance at Chang Chuanxi and added fuel to the fire. Chang Chuanxi, do you not comprehend who Manager Zhao and Old Hao are? They are renowned figures in Rome City. If you wish to play tricks, perhaps you should first inquire if they will support you. Earlier, when Chang Chuanxi had contradicted Zhao Xiangji, the latter had felt discontent, and now he would not come to Chang's defense. Young man, you set the terms of the wager. I stated before that if anyone wishes to backtrack, I, Zhao Xiangji, shall be the first to oppose it. You must abide by the agreement and fulfill the wager. However, Old Hao did not wish to witness such a bloody scene. He raised his hand and said, Gentlemen, as the saying goes, one should leave a line for future encounters. Breaking legs and severing tongues is a matter of life and death. Let us reconsider this. How about he compensates by gifting this ancient jade to young Master Wang? A piece of ancient jade worth 100,000 was beneath Wang Ba's interests, and he would not agree. No, absolutely not. A man of integrity must honor his word. We must fulfill the wager today, without any excuses. Seeing Wang Ba's refusal to concede, Old Hao's expression darkened. Young man of the Wang family, are you disregarding my face? The Wang family, engaged in the antique jade business, dared not offend Old Hao, yet they were unwilling to let Chang Chuanxi slip away easily. Wang Ba immediately approached Old Hao, wearing a sycophantic smile, and said, Old Hao, it's not that I disregard you. It's merely that this brat is too arrogant. Not only does he oppose me at every turn, but he also questions your and Manager Zhao's judgment. Such a mutt deserve a lesson. Besides, Old Hao, this is not worth your trouble. Indeed, Old Hao, he is merely a pauper, a good-for-nothing, an insignificant pest. You need not plead for him. Even if this mutt were to perish, it would merely serve to cleanse the earth of waste. As they spoke, Old Hao was about to interject, but Chang Chuanxi interrupted him with a respectful gesture. Thank you, Old Hao, for your concern, but you need not worry. It cannot harm me. Chang Chuanxi turned sharply, his gaze icy as he fixed a stare on Wang Ba and Xiao Feiwu, growling, You treacherous pair, prepare to grovel at my feet. With that, he strode purposefully to the table, seizing a flathead screwdriver and began prying open the ornate box. Observing his actions, the onlookers were perplexed, particularly Wang Ba and Xiao Feiwu, who exchanged knowing smirks of mockery. Chang Chuanxi, it seems you have truly lost your mind. Old Hao has already examined that worthless box of yours. Do you really believe prying it open will increase its value? Wang Ba chuckled derisively. Can't you see? This country dog is clearly frightened, merely stalling for time. Let us see what else this mutt can do. Stop wasting your energy, kid. Old Hao himself stated it's worthless. Even if you smash it, it won't gain any value. At this, Wang Ba lunged forward, seizing Chang Chuanxi by the collar, angrily retorting, Your time may be worthless, but mine is precious. If you think you can waste it, you're sorely mistaken. As he spoke, he raised his hammer, poised to strike. Just then, a sharp crack echoed as a thin gap appeared at the bottom of the ornate box. Chang Chuanxi forcefully pushed Wang Ba aside, his tone laced with amusement. Wang Ba, prepare to lick my shoes. He held the box triumphantly, striding swiftly to Hao Yuqian, extending it towards him. Old Hao, take another look. Could there be more within this box? Hao Yuqian, puzzled, hastily took the ornate box and gently pried at the gap. In an instant, the bottom sprang open, revealing a small compartment within which lay an ancient piece of jade. What is this? Hao Yuqian exclaimed, carefully extracting the jade. Upon closer inspection, his expression shifted dramatically, and he gasped, This is Mother Jade. I never imagined it was concealed within this box. Truly a masterful creation, that even I overlooked it. Young man, may I inquire how you discern the presence of the Mother Jade here? Chang Chuanxi chuckled lightly, somewhat embarrassed. Old Hao, I'm afraid I cannot disclose that. Now, please enlighten them on the worth of this Mother Jade. I was too hasty. Hao Yuqian laughed awkwardly, turning to address the assembly, proclaiming, Ladies and gentlemen, we have discovered the Mother Jade within the ornate box. Thus its value is at least over 1 million. 1 million? At the utterance of this figure, Wang Ba and Xiao Feiwu turned pale, their eyes wide with disbelief, shaking their heads furiously. No, it's impossible. This is merely a piece of worthless jade. It cannot possibly be valued at 1 million. Old Hao must have made a mistake. Yes, that must be it. Old Hao, please take another look. This is not worth 1 million, right? Surely you jest. Tell them it's just a worthless piece of jade. Humph. Hao Yuqian snorted with anger, forcefully pushing Wang Ba aside, and coldly remarked, Wang, your family has a reputation, but one can indulge in food, yet one must refrain from frivolous speech. Are you questioning my integrity? How could this be? How could this be? Just as Wang Ba was at a loss for words, a chilling voice emerged from behind him, penetrating and icy. Wang Ba, did you not hear Elder Hao's words? My mother and child Jade said, is worth 1 million. Now, should you and that wretched woman not kneel and beg for mercy? Constant rage filled Chang Chuanxi's eyes, as he longed to strip Wang Ba and Xiao Feiwu of their very bones to vent his fury. Upon hearing this, Wang Ba frantically waved his hands and quickly distanced himself from Chang Chuanxi. No. I have not lost. I have not lost. Chang Chuanxi, our wager was that your item could sell for 1 million, while Elder Hao merely stated its worth. You have not sold it yet. Thus I cannot be deemed the loser. Indeed, Wang Xiao is correct. This worthless trinket is hardly sought after for 1 million. We have not lost. We have not lost. Elder Hao, would you accept this item for 1 million? Hao Yuqian, a passionate collector with a penchant for acquiring treasures, found himself unable to produce such a sum immediately. I would like to purchase it, but I cannot gather that much money at once. Master Zhao, would you accept this for 1 million? Master Zhao cast a sideways glance at Chang Chuanxi and coldly replied, I will not buy it. Ha. Wang Ba burst into triumphant laughter, his expression brimming with arrogance. Chang Chuanxi, did you hear that? No one desires your worthless trinket. Ha ha ha. Oh dear, what shall we do? Your pitiful jade is utterly unwanted. Thus, the winner of this wager must be Wang Xiao. You are clearly cheating. Chang Chuanxi's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Wang Ba's cunning maneuver. Cheating? Ha ha, am I? Elder Hao and Master Zhao can attest. We wagered on selling for 1 million, not merely its worth. Now, with no one willing to purchase your item, where lies the deception? Wang Ba brandished a hammer, advancing step by step towards Chang Chuanxi. Chang Chuanxi, I shall break your legs now, and when you can no longer scream, I will silence you for good. As Wang Ba neared Chang Chuanxi, hammer raised high above his head, a voice, as melodious as the sound of a zither, resonated through the air. Who says no one desires it? I shall take the mother and child jade set for 2 million. From behind the crowd, Lin Linchi, who had remained silent until now, strode forward confidently. Sir, I have come to Shibao Good to select a gift for my mother's birthday, and I find your mother and child jade set perfectly suitable. I offer 2 million. Would you be willing to part with it? Chang Chuanxi looked at Lin Linchi with immense gratitude and nodded. Thank you, Miss Lin. I will sell it, but I only require 1 million. Chang Chuanxi had yet to engage with Lin Linchi, thus he remained oblivious to her innermost thoughts. To him, she merely appeared to be extricating him from a predicament, showing no genuine intent to purchase the coveted mother and child jade. Witnessing this scenario, Wang Ba was seething with rage. Lin Linchi, what do you mean by this? Are you seeking to oppose our Wang family? He thundered. Miss Lin, Chang Chuanxi is nothing more than a mere mutt. Must you extend such assistance to him? Besides, is it truly worth offending young Master Wang over a mere mutt? Lin Linchi cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Feiwu and retorted, And who do you think you are? Merely a wildfowl that comes and goes at will. What right do you have to speak here? Turning to Wang Ba, she declared, I harbor no intention to assist anyone. I simply desire this pair of jade. That is all. As she spoke, Lin Linchi retrieved a check from her bag, inscribing it with the sum of 2 million, and handed it to Chang Chuanxi. Sir, here is 2 million. I shall take the mother and child jade. Wang Ba nearly roared Lin Linchi's name, his eyes aflame with fury, pointing an accusatory finger at her. Lin Linchi, are you certain you wish to proceed? Let me make this clear. Should you dare to purchase his item today, you declare war on our Wang family, and we shall not let your Lin family escape unscathed. Lin Linchi chuckled softly, her indifference palpable. Young Master Wang, if this gentleman is willing to sell, and I am willing to buy, it is a mutual agreement. Your Wang family is overstepping its bounds. Lin Linchi, do not provoke me further, Wang Ba insisted, still attempting to reason with her. At that moment, Chang Chuanxi interjected with a commanding voice, enough. Wang Ba, your family is also a lineage of antique jade connoisseurs. You should comprehend the rules of this trade. As he spoke, Chang Chuanxi pressed the mother and child jade into Lin Linchi's hands, simultaneously reclaiming the 2 million check, and continued, the transaction is complete. You have no further say in this matter. It is time for you to fulfill our wager. No, you shall not. Wang Ba laughed maniacally, his expression one of defiance, and retorted, Chang Chuanxi, what do you think you are? Just a mutt unworthy of my submission? Do not presume that with Zhao, Zhangguei, and Old Hao as witnesses, you can force me to kneel. Let me be frank. Even if you win, neither Zhao nor Old Hao will stand with you. Xiao Feiwu stepped forward, disdainfully pushing Chang Chuanxi aside, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Chang Chuanxi, I advise you to think wisely. Young Master Wang is the heir of the Wang family. Offending him will yield no favorable outcomes for you. If you are sensible, apologize to young Master Wang. Perhaps he will show mercy and allow you to leave. Otherwise, you know the consequences. The woman before him incited a deep-seated ire within Chang Chuanxi. Losing the wager was one thing, but her audacity was intolerable. With that, he raised his arm and delivered a resounding slap toward Xiao Feiwu's face. The insolence you display is quite unbecoming. Do you truly believe yourself worthy of conversing with me? Wang Ba articulated his sentiments with utmost clarity. A man of honor must uphold his word, lest he forget the consequences. With a sinister grin, Wang Ba arrogantly proclaimed, Chang Chuanxi, cease your incessant prattling. To expect me to kneel and grovel before you is a mere fantasy. Chang Chuanxi turned his gaze toward Master Zhao and Old Hao, clasping his hands in respect. Master Zhao, Old Hao, you both bear witness to our wager. Now that Wang Ba fails to honor it, what do you propose we do? Master Zhao, though inclined to side with Wang Ba, remained silent out of deference to Old Hao, instead seeking the latter's opinion. Old Hao's countenance darkened as he replied coolly, In commerce, the principle of integrity is paramount. Your Wang family is also engaged in trade. To renege on your word would be quite inappropriate, would it not? Even with Old Hao's interjection, Wang Ba remained defiant. Old Hao, our Wang family is a distinguished lineage. Do you truly intend to coerce me over this insignificant mutt? Unfazed, Old Hao insisted, be a noble family or a mere dog, a wager is a wager. Once agreed upon, it must be honored. This is beyond dispute. Is there any issue with that? And what if I refuse? Wang Ba retorted insolently. With a fierce shout, Old Hao warned, Wang family scion, I advise you to contemplate this carefully. I, Hao Yuqian, am a person of considerable repute in Rome City. Choosing me as a witness entails adhering to the rules. Otherwise, a mere word from me could ensure that no one in the antique jade trade will engage in business with your Wang family. As the president of the Rome City Antique Jade Association, Hao Yuqian held a paramount position in the industry. Should he choose to speak out, he could potentially cripple the Wang family's business, if not entirely obliterate it. Wang Ba, already a disfavored scion of his family, faced the prospect of expulsion should he further tarnish their name. As the saying goes, a wise man does not court immediate disaster. Witnessing Hao Yuqian's unwavering stance, Wang Ba swiftly underwent a dramatic shift in demeanor. He approached Chang Chuanxi with a feigned smile, saying, Chang Chuanxi, I was merely jesting earlier, a harmless joke. Let us settle this with a compensation of 200,000. Let today's events be forgotten, shall we? Observing Wang Ba's sudden capitulation, Xiao Feiwu eagerly joined in, sweetly coaxing. Chang Chuanxi's eyes, however, were bloodshot with fury as he glared at the two. Did you ever consider sparing me when you conspired against me and forced me to relinquish my property? Did you ponder my well-being when you bound me to the rooftop, attempting to summon lightning for my demise? Had our wager resulted in my defeat, would you have shown me mercy? Now that you seek to beg for forgiveness, let me assure you, it is far too late. This is merely the beginning. Chapter 10. Do not advise others to be virtuous unless you have endured their suffering. Wang family scion, fulfill your wager. Hao Yuqian's expression betrayed no emotion, remaining as rigid and cold as plaster. Remember this well, Chang Chuanxi. Today's events are far from over. Wang Ba, with a flourish, produced a $2 million check and forcefully slapped it against Chang Chuanxi's chest. His voice laced with fury. You worthless wretch, await your reckoning. Today, with Old Hao shielding you, I concede defeat. However, Old Hao may protect you for a moment, but cannot shield you for eternity. Time is on our side, and we shall see what the future holds. With a grand gesture, Wang Ba intended to lead Xiao Feiwu away. Yet, as they took their first few steps, a chilling voice echoed from behind. Wait a moment. Wang Ba, Xiao Feiwu, have you forgotten something? Chang Chuanxi spat a glob of phlegm onto his shoe and extended it toward the pair. You two haven tea yet knelt to clean my shoes, and you think you can leave? That seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? Wang Ba halted. His gaze locked on a Chang Chuanxi, fury igniting in his eyes. Chang Chuanxi, do not overstep your bounds. As the esteemed heir of the Wang family, do you truly understand the consequences of demanding a worthless wretch like me to kneel and lick your shoes? Hao Yuqian glanced at the phlegm on Chang Chuanxi's shoe, feeling that perhaps the latter had gone a bit too far. Young man, is this behavior not somewhat excessive? Chang Chuanxi respectfully inclined his head toward Hao Yuqian, responding with unwavering calm. One cannot counsel others on virtue without having experienced their suffering, Old Hao. I believe you can see that I am not one to cause trouble without reason. Compared to what they have done to me, this hardly registers as anything significant. I trust you will be just and impartial, without favoritism. With this statement, Chang Chuanxi not only elucidated his motives, but also afforded the opposing party a measure of dignity, while subtly elevating Hao Yuqian's standing. Upon hearing this, Hao Yuqian could only nod in resignation. Very well, since you are so insistent, I shall refrain from further commentary. Rest assured, as your witness, I will ensure that the terms are honored without bias. Wang Ba, this cannot be right. How can the esteemed heir of the Wang family kneel to this worthless wretch? And look at the filth on his shoes. It is utterly revolting. Wang Ba lamented, pleading with Hao Yuqian. Came Hao Yuqian's displeased grunt. Wang, this wager was set by you. I was reluctant to be a witness, yet you insisted. Now you seek to evade your responsibility. What is your intention? I despise those who lack integrity. If you do not uphold your end of the bargain today, I will not let the Wang family off lightly. With these words, Wang Ba collapsed weakly to the ground, his eyes bloodshot. Fine, I shall fulfill the wager. Reluctantly, he crawled to Chang Chuanxi's feet, kneeling on the ground. His gaze filled with resentment as he glared at Xiao Feiwu, bellowing, "You filthy harlot. What are you waiting for? Come here and lick my shoes." Xiao Feiwu's eyes darted nervously, her hands fidgeting with her skirt, displaying her unwillingness. However, Wang Ba's terrifying glare left her no choice. After a brief hesitation, she complied and knelt before Chang Chuanxi. "What are you dawdling for? Lick, do you really think I would do it myself?" Xiao Feiwu, momentarily stunned, stammered Wang. "Wang Xiao, he wants both of us to do it together." Wang Ba was already seething with anger. Upon hearing those words, his rage ignited, and he raised his arm to deliver a resounding slap to Xiao Feiwu, rebuking her fiercely. "What nonsense are you spouting? If I tell you to lick, then lick." Xiao Feiwu, clutching her swollen face, wore an expression of grievance. Under Wang Ba's oppressive presence, she could only suppress her disgust and began to humbly lick the shoes of Chang Chuanxi. In that moment, Chang Chuanxi felt an overwhelming sense of clarity, a comfort that was indescribable. "Wang Ba and Xiao Feiwu, you wretched couple, look at you now." Wang Ba lifted his gaze, his eyes glinting with malice as he gritted his teeth and warned, "Chang Chuanxi, do not revel in your triumph. This matter is far from over. I will not let you off easily." Chang Chuanxi scoffed, unperturbed, and retorted, "Wang Ba, I echo your sentiments. This is merely the beginning. I too will not spare you and your vile partner. Just wait, Chang Chuanxi." It wasn't until Xiao Feiwu had thoroughly cleaned Chang Chuanxi's shoes that they finally rose and left the Shi Bao Pavilion in disgrace. Once they had departed, Chang Chuanxi promptly stood and bowed to Hao Yuqian and Lin Linqi, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Hao. Thank you, Miss Lin." Hao Yuqian chuckled awkwardly and waved his hand, advising, "Young man, crossing the Wang family is ill-advised. Wang Ba harbors a vengeful spirit. You must tread carefully from now on." As he spoke, Chang Chuanxi presented a check for 2 million to Lin Linqi, smiling, "Miss Lin, I owe you my gratitude for your assistance earlier. Otherwise, I fear my legs would not have survived intact. Here is the check, a token of my appreciation." Lin Linqi regarded the check with surprise, puzzled. "Mr. Chang, what is the meaning of this?" "Miss Lin, this set of Ibu Ichi jade is hardly worth 2 million. I understand you are merely helping me, so I return this check to you." Upon hearing this, Lin Linqi smiled radiantly, shaking her head. No, you misunderstand, Mr. Chang. I was not merely assisting you. I genuinely wish to purchase this set of Ibu Ichi jade. Moreover, when it comes to antiques, their worth cannot always be measured in gold. This jade, a relic from the Tang dynasty, is a royal artifact. I believe spending 2 million on it is certainly worthwhile. Though he was currently short on funds, possessing the otherworldly magic eye and divine hearing made acquiring some money manageable. However, for Lin Linqi, 1 million was hardly significant. Chang Chuanxi waved his hand, a hint of pride in his demeanor. No, this ancient jade was something I found for just 18,000 on the street. I didn't expect it to be so valuable. Having navigated the business world for years, Lin Linqi discerned that Chang Chuanxi was concealing something. "I see, Mr. Chang. You are indeed fortunate. Keep the check. The jade is mine now." With the money secured, Chang Chuanxi had no desire to linger. "Mr. Hao, Miss Lin, since that is the case, I shall accept it. However, Miss Lin, should you have a change of heart, feel free to find me. I work at Lin Nua Jewelry Design Company. You may continue your business. I shall take my leave." As he watched Chang Chuanxi's retreating figure, the astute Hao Yuqian nodded slightly and murmured, "Miss Lin, if what he claimed is true, this young man is certainly remarkable. It seems your company truly harbors hidden talents." Hao Yuqian had personally examined the exquisite box, and even he had failed to discern its hidden secrets. However, Chang Chuanxi was unshakably confident, unless he had known from the outset that the box contained a mother jade. Otherwise, no one under heaven could possess such certainty. Lin Linqi smiled gracefully and chimed in, "Old Hao, you noticed it too? I shall venture to the front street to inquire and verify the truth of his words." Chapter 11. Innocence of the Common Man. Guilt of possessing beauty. Clutching 2 checks worth 2 million each, Chang Chuanxi was overwhelmed with exhilaration, his heart racing with excitement. After enduring poverty for over 20 years, this was his first encounter with a fortune of such magnitude, a feeling beyond the comprehension of the ordinary person. Exiting the Shi Bao Pavilion, Chang Chuanxi made his way directly to the bank. Checks were not bound by real name regulations, and it was the cash in his pocket that truly mattered. Once the banking procedures were completed, Chang Chuanxi secured his bank card close to him, occasionally patting his pocket. Were it not for the absence of anti-theft undergarments, he would have felt compelled to conceal the card within them for peace of mind. Emerging from the bank, he promptly dialed Jia Siwen's number. Their relationship was already strong, And recalling how Jia Siwen had saved him on the rooftop that fateful day, Chang Chuanxi thought of him first now that he had money. Hello, Siwen. Are you off work? Tonight, I'm treating. Choose whatever you desire. On the other end, Jia Siwen's voice came through. Chuanxi, I just left the office. Where are you? I'll come find you. Chang Chuanxi promptly shared his location. It was not far from the company, and within 10 minutes, Jia Siwen arrived on his electric bike. Upon disembarking, Jia Siwen wore a frown and admonished, Chuanxi, why haven't you returned to work after your discharge? Sun Jihao is furious today. You'd better brace yourself. He'll surely have it out for you tomorrow. Have it out for me. Chang Chuanxi scoffed inwardly, thinking, does he really think he can intimidate me? I possess otherworldly powers, mystical vision, divine hearing, and ancient medical knowledge. Why would I stoop to earning a mere 3,000 a month? Yet, he kept these thoughts to himself. Instead, he threw an arm around Jia Siwen's shoulders and cheerfully declared, Siwen, let us indulge in the moment. What happens tomorrow is of little concern. Now, tell me what you wish to eat. I'm treating, and you may choose the place. Is that truly your intent? Originally, Jia Siwen had considered a more upscale venue to savor the taste of wealth. However, realizing that both he and Chang Chuanxi were equally impoverished, he relinquished that idea. Let's go for skewers. It has been ages since I last enjoyed them. Very well, skewers it is. Afterward, we shall visit a bar and revel to our heart's content. Chang Chuanxi draped his arm over Jia Siwen's shoulders as they strolled toward a nearby street vendor. Boss, bring me 10 large oil-fried skewers, 10 lamb kidneys, 20 oysters, 30 lamb skewers, a few bunches of chives, and don't forget several cold beers, along with a plate of edamame and a plate of smashed cucumber. As soon as Jia Siwen took his seat, he began enthusiastically ordering a multitude of dishes. Upon hearing Jia Siwen's selections, Chang Chuanxi wore a playful smile, teasingly asking, kidneys, oysters, chives, Siwen, do you have plans for the evening? What plans could I possibly have? Among us, whose pockets are cleaner than our faces, aside from Miss Wu, who would engage with us? Jia Siwen lifted his left hand and waved it before Chang Chuanxi, who claims that pockets are cleaner than faces. As he spoke, Chang Chuanxi pulled out a stack of 100 yuan bills from his pocket and slapped it on the table. Siwen, take this 10,000. Wow, have you struck gold? Jia Siwen revealed an excited expression, glancing at the bills before promptly pushing them back to Chang Chuanxi. Chuanxi, you're not in a much better position than I am. I cannot accept this money. You should keep it. Chang Chuanxi retrieved the stack of bills from the table and pressed it into Jia Siwen's hand. Siwen, if it weren't for you, I might have been done for last night. Besides, you cover my hospital expenses. Just take it. I have more. There is indeed a grain of truth in this. Jia Siwen's pockets were, at present, cleaner than his face, containing merely over 2,000, all spent on medical bills. All right, I shall accept it for now. I'll return it when I get my salary. After a brief hesitation, Jia Siwen nodded and tucked the money into his pocket. At that moment, the waiter brought forth all the dishes Jia Siwen had ordered. Chang Chuanxi opened a bottle of beer, pouring a glass for both himself and Jia Siwen, raising his cup and declaring, come, brother, trust me, our lives will improve from here on. They clinked their glasses and drank. Jia Siwen picked up a skewer of kidneys and, with a mouthful, mumbled, let us talk about the future later. You should focus on how to deal with Sun Jihao tomorrow. Chang Chuanxi nonchalantly grabbed a meat skewer and replied, what is one Sun Jihao? To be frank, I don't plan to attend that class. If he dares to make things difficult for me tomorrow, you'll see whether I give him a beating. Huh? You're quitting? Jia Siwen paused, displaying a look of astonishment as he questioned, Chuanxi, have you thought this through? Jobs like this are hard to come by. What if you can't find a good job right away? What will you eat or drink? Do you plan to live on air? All right, I know. Don't worry, I have my plans. In response to Jia Siwen's concerns, Chang Chuanxi could only fabricate a vague reason to deflect them. After all, the extraordinary powers of the otherworldly eye and divine hearing were too outlandish. Even if he shared them, Jia Siwen might not believe him. Moreover, he understood the adage that a common man is innocent, but possessing precious things can bring trouble. The matter of his awakening abilities had to remain buried deep within. Even his closest friend could not be easily informed. I've said what I needed to say. Since you've made up your mind, as a brother, I support you. Although my meager salary isn't enough for a good meal, we can certainly share a bowl of instant noodles. Suddenly, amid their casual conversation, a man, appearing to be in his 50s, collapsed from his chair to the floor, instantly losing consciousness. Jinshu, what is wrong? Don't scare me. Please wake up. A woman of similar age exclaimed in shock, repeatedly calling the man's name. What happened? Could it be a myocardial infarction? Who knows? Just a moment ago, he was fine. Now he has suddenly collapsed. It's probably either a heart attack or a cerebral hemorrhage. Alas, at such a tender age, to be in this predicament. Even if he is taken to the hospital and his life is spared, he may very well be left incapacitated. Let us proceed to see if we can offer any assistance. What? Are you out of your mind? I caution you. It is best to refrain from meddling in such matters, lest you find yourself ensnared in their deceit. Indeed, should they lay blame upon you, no amount of protestations could clear your name. Surely not. I am merely offering help. What does it have to do with me? Surely not. I have witnessed this too often. Just the other day, our neighbor saw an elderly gentleman collapse by the roadside, and when he attempted to assist, he was swindled out of over 300,000. Really? Such occurrences exist? Perhaps I shall refrain, as I cannot afford such a sum. The woman's eyes glistened with tears, her gaze pleading as she implored, "Please, help me call an ambulance." Upon witnessing her distress, Chang Chuanxi immediately rose, stepping forward to say softly, "Madam, I am a doctor. Allow me to examine him." However, before he could finish, Jia Siwen swiftly pulled Chang Chuanxi aside, warning, "Chuanxi, when did you become a doctor? I implore you not to involve yourself in such trivial matters, lest you fall prey to their schemes. That woman, my friend, is inebriated. He is not a physician. Do not heed his nonsense." Jia Siwen took charge, attempting to lead Chang Chuanxi away, extinguishing the flicker of hope that had sparked in the woman's eyes. Chang Chuanxi pushed away Jia Siwen's hand, asserting, "Siwen, what are you doing? This is a matter of life and death. Can I jest about such a serious issue? Do you truly possess medical knowledge?" In the wake of Jia Siwen's astonished gaze, Chang Chuanxi again approached the woman, gently stating, "Madam, I assure you, I am indeed a doctor. Your husband is in a perilous state. Please allow me to assist him." The woman nodded earnestly, left with no alternative but to place her trust in Chang Chuanxi. Without hesitation, he knelt beside the man and began to take his pulse. Initially, the man's heart raced, but soon it became erratic, and ultimately his heart rate plummeted, vitality waning. "Is this a myocardial infarction?" Confirming the man's condition, Chang Chuanxi promptly advised, "Madam, this is your husband? He is suffering from a myocardial infarction and requires a heart-saving pill. Does anyone here possess such medication?" As this was his first experience treating a patient, he found himself doubting the ancient medical texts, instinctively thinking of the heart-saving pill. However, in this night market, frequented by youth, who would carry such a remedy? The crowd exchanged glances, shaking their heads in dismay. A myocardial infarction? This is indeed troubling. Even if an ambulance were to arrive, the prognosis appears grim. How could one so young suffer from such an affliction? It is truly a pity. At this age, one can only imagine the children left at home. How tragic, to add another pair of orphans to this world. Alas, without a heart-saving pill, the outcome seems dire. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, the woman suddenly collapsed onto the ground, a fleeting expression of despair crossing her face. In this moment, her only ray of hope lay with the young man before her, Chang Chuanxi. "Young man, I implore you, please save my husband. I am willing to pay any price if you can revive him. Please, I beg you." Chapter 12. A Trial of the Ancient Art. Rescuing in Emergency. Without a heart-saving pill, what use is your plea? Indeed, this is a myocardial infarction. Without a heart-saving pill, even a celestial being would be powerless. Do not waste your time. There is no hope left. Upon hearing these words, the woman wept profusely, her cries echoing with heart-wrenching sorrow. "Qinshu, you cannot leave us. How shall we survive without you?" Initially, Chang Chuanxi lacked confidence in his ancient medical knowledge. But witnessing the man lying on the ground with closed eyes and the weeping woman before him, he gritted his teeth and made a resolute decision. "I will try. Let us see if this is a horse or a donkey. Madam, please refrain from crying. I may have a way to save your husband. However, we must agree beforehand that I cannot be held responsible should anything go awry. Is that true, young man? Can you truly save my husband? Please hurry and help him. Rest assured, regardless of any complications, I will not trouble you. There are many witnesses here to vouch for me. I implore you to save him." The woman, initially believing her husband to be doomed, nodded without hesitation at Chang Chuanxi's words, willing to grasp at any semblance of hope, even if it meant attempting the impossible. The ancient medical texts, in a strict sense, belong to traditional Chinese medicine. However, unlike conventional acupuncture requiring silver needles, the ancient texts utilize energy acupuncture. Once the woman consented, Chang Chuanxi immediately instructed those nearby to clear the area, ensuring proper air circulation and creating space for his impending treatment. He then began to perform hand gestures, channeling energy. The ancient medical texts possess a unique method of energy manipulation, Even an ordinary individual like Chang Chuanxi can easily apply the ancient techniques once they grasp this method. Nevertheless, his actions appeared somewhat comical. Those in the know recognized he was practicing medicine, while those unaware might mistake him for a charlatan. His movements drew skepticism from the onlookers. No way, is he serious? This is a myocardial infarction. This kid has no heart-saving pills or medical equipment. How can he possibly treat it? What a joke. I've seen many like him. He is likely a fraud. Just look at him. This isn't healing, it's mere trickery. If he can cure him, I'll eat dung while standing on my head. Bah, this is just a show, all flash and no substance. If he saves a patient with a myocardial infarction, I'll eat 5 pounds of it. You know, I actually think this kid might have some real skill. Consider it. He's not asking for money or goods. What could his motive be? All right, we'll know soon enough whether he can heal him. Let us just watch for now. As Chang Chuanxi channeled energy, he activated his otherworldly vision, observing that the primary cause of the man's myocardial infarction was a blood clot. In other words, if he could clear this clot, the man would be out of danger and awaken. As the manipulation of qi concluded, Chang Chuanxi exhibited no hesitation. He brought his fingers together, concentrating all his energy upon them. In the next moment, his fingers rapidly tapped the man's acupuncture points, including the Jinjing, Shunmin, and Da Ji. Although this marked Chang Chuanxi's inaugural application of the ancient medical canon, he appeared as adept as an experienced oil vendor, fully immersed in the intense treatment. After a vigorous session, he was drenched in perspiration. Upon witnessing Chang Chuanxi cease his movements, the woman hurried forward, her eagerness palpable. How is my husband? What is his condition? Before Chang Chuanxi could respond, the onlookers began to jeer. Is there any need to ask? What else could it be? Treating a myocardial infarction with bare hands. Who has ever heard of such a thing? Only you would believe it. What does this signify? An operation as fierce as a tiger. Yet the results speak for themselves. 0 for 5. Your husband shows no response at all. Need we ask further? What a charlatan. I thought you possessed some skill, but it seems you're merely toying with lives. Young man, if you cannot save him, then so be it. You are akin to a pig's nose on a green onion. At your age, instead of learning proper skills, you jest with others' lives. Are you even human? Chang Chuanxi chuckled softly, ignoring their taunts, and gently reassured her, do not worry. I've already assisted in clearing your husband's thrombosis. I believe he will awaken shortly. His words immediately drew skepticism from the crowd. You truly are a braggart without a draft. If you manage to save him today, I shall take your surname. Is there no tax on boasting? This is a case of myocardial infarction. Are you even aware of what that entails? Not even the esteemed Tian Jiajia could revive him. And who do you think you are? In my opinion, a doctor who trifles with lives like this ought to be reported to the authorities for proper treatment. Where do you work, young man? Inform us, so we may avoid your pitfall, lest we suffer a minor ailment and find ourselves in your care. The crowd was unified in their derision towards Chang Chuanxi, yet only he knew that the man's thrombosis had been resolved and that he would soon awaken. Just then, as the onlookers continued their verbal onslaught, the man on the ground suddenly coughed violently and slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? Upon seeing the man regain consciousness, the woman rushed to him, embracing him while weeping uncontrollably. Qianshu, you have finally awakened. You rascal, you scared me to death. I thought you. The crowd instinctively covered their astonished mouths, as if struck by a bolt of electricity, utterly dumbfounded. No way, he actually woke up? This is unbelievable. A myocardial infarction just resolved like that? Truly miraculous. To think he could treat a myocardial infarction with his bare hands. How extraordinary. Young man, what do you practice? Should I have any health concerns in the future, I will surely seek you out. A divine healer, indeed. You could be compared to the legendary Hua Ta. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, the man began to comprehend the events that had just transpired. Slowly rising from the ground, he approached Chang Chuanxi with a respectful demeanor. Bowing slightly as he spoke, Benefactor, I am Yao Qianshu. I am deeply grateful for your life-saving intervention. May I inquire how you prefer to be addressed? Chang Chuanxi scratched his head, a polite yet slightly awkward smile gracing his face. Benefactor is too grand a term. It was merely a trifling effort on my part. Please, just call me Chuanxi. The man smiled warmly, his expression one of profound gratitude. There is no need for modesty, my benefactor. To heal a myocardial infarction with bare hands is a feat that, I dare say, only you could accomplish. As he spoke, he took his wallet from his wife's hands and extracted a bundle of cash, offering it with a hint of embarrassment. Noticing the bills in the man's hand, Chang Chuanxi politely declined. Brother Yao, there's truly no need for such gestures. As a physician, I could hardly stand by while witnessing your suffering. How about this? I will accept 500 as a token for a meal you may treat me to. The man held around 10,000 in cash, which seemed modest compared to Chang Chuanxi's worth of 4 million. Moreover, with so many witnesses present, accepting the money might lead them to believe he was motivated by financial gain. The man glanced at the bills again, realizing they were insufficient, and resolved to prepare a more substantial gift to express his gratitude on a later occasion. Since my benefactor is unwilling to accept, please let me know where you practice medicine. I shall certainly return with a banner of thanks on another day. Chang Chuanxi scratched his head again, displaying that same awkward yet polite smile. Before the man could respond, he swiftly took the stunned Jia Siwen by the arm and made his way out of the crowd. Wow, Chuanxi, you really do know medicine? You've been quite the enigma, Jia Siwen exclaimed, his astonishment evident as he stared at Chang Chuanxi as if he were a stranger. Enough of that. Let us hurry along, Chang Chuanxi replied, disinterested in explanations. At that moment, he simply yearned to escape with Jia Siwen. Why bother packing? With so many people around, getting out will be a challenge. Let us move. I'll treat you to a night at the bar. We'll have a splendid time. Chapter 13. The Otherworldly Demon Eye, with such peculiar functions. Chuanxi, this place is fantastic. The aroma of wine is intoxicating, and the ladies are divine. Look at that one. Her figure is impeccable, youthful, and voluptuous. Those shorts are shorter than my briefs. One can see everything quite clearly. And that one, simply exquisite. Her skin is pale and delicate, with a slim waist and ample hips. The ratio is simply perfect. She looks like she could bear children. Then there's her, those long legs, fair and straight. One could enjoy them for a year. Jia Siwen shook his head and swayed, completely lost in the rhythm of the music, his sparkling eyes scanning the room, illuminating the alluringly dressed women. All right, look at you, behaving like you've never seen the world before. Chang Chuanxi pulled Jia Siwen to a booth and signaled for a server. As they settled in, a commotion erupted from the adjacent booth. What are you doing? I don't know you, get lost. The enchanting lady, it is indeed your fortune that we, a group of gentlemen, have taken an interest in you. This evening, should you attend to our desires, monetary matters shall pose no obstacle. How dare you remain silent? Isn't it merely a game? It won't cost you anything significant. The louder you scream, the more exhilarated I shall become. Go on, scream. This is my territory. And even if you were to shout until your voice is hoarse, no one would heed your cries. Chang Chuanxi and Jia Siwen exchanged glances, instinctively directing their gazes toward the source of the commotion. Chang Chuanxi frowned, puzzled. Siwen, why does this woman seem so familiar? Jia Siwen, with a hint of panic, pointed at the lady and exclaimed, Familiar? Isn't she the dream doctor who treated you? The dream doctor? Chang Chuanxi furrowed his brow, recalling the hospital scene. Goodness, it truly is the dream doctor. She appeared rather formidable. How did she end up in such a predicament with these ruffians? Chuanxi, what should we do? Will you help? Jia Siwen looked at Chang Chuanxi with inquiry. At that moment, the dream doctor found herself cornered by several thugs who were intent on taking advantage of her. Seeing this distressing situation, Chang Chuanxi sighed and lamented, What terrible luck I have today. I can't even enjoy a meal in peace. And now I can't even have a good time at the bar. Without a moment's hesitation, he rose and strode towards the dream doctor. What are you doing? What do you think you're up to? The thugs turned, their expressions darkening as they glared at Chang Chuanxi, impatience radiating from them. Who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in my affairs? If you know what's good for you, get lost. Scram, scram, scram. Don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong, or I'll make you regret it. Kid, are you tired of living? Do you have any idea who I am? You'd best stay out of my business. Do you understand? And why should I care who you are? What does it have to do with me? With only 3 thugs before him, Chang Chuanxi regarded them with disdain. You're quite arrogant, aren't you? You should inquire about whose territory this is. Get lost. We're in a hurry to have some fun with the lady tonight. We don't have time to deal with you. One of the thugs, with green hair, brandished a dagger, theatrically drawing it across Chang Chuanxi's chest, boasting, Kid, if you want to live, you better scram. If you anger me, you'll regret it. Still not leaving? Have you ever seen a knife enter and blood spill? Is that so? Chang Chuanxi smirked, a sly grin gracing his face. Since he had intervened, he would see it through to the end. However, given that the opponent was armed, he had to act decisively to subdue the thug with the knife. Jia Siwen, catching Chang Chuanxi's silent cue, discreetly picked up 2 bottles, and at the moment Chang Chuanxi made his move, he smashed them against the heads of the red-haired and yellow-haired thugs. With a series of sharp cracks, the 3 thugs collapsed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Chang Chuanxi lunged forward and snatched the dagger from the green-haired thug's grasp. How dare you touch what belongs to me? It is you who are courting death. With that, Chang Chuanxi swiftly took the pale-faced dream doctor by the hand and made his escape. Upon witnessing the scene, Hong Mao sprang to his feet, seizing a bottle of liquor from the table and hurling it towards Chang Chuanxi. In that fleeting moment, Chang Chuanxi's pupils dilated, and he unexpectedly perceived Hong Mao's movements as exceedingly sluggish, akin to a slow-motion spectacle. Astonished, he thought, is it possible that this otherworldly magic I possess has such an effect? In his surprise, he immediately lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick, sending Hong Mao crashing to the ground, before striding away with Dr. Meng. Cursing under his breath, Hong Mao seethed with rage. Damn it, summon reinforcements. I want them dead. Without a moment's hesitation, Hong Mao, disregarding his pain, pulled out his phone and made the call. Exiting the bar, Chang Chuanxi took charge, briskly leading Dr. Meng away. She, precariously balancing in her high-heeled black stockings, protested. Hey, could you slow down? Slow? If I slow down any further, we won't be able to walk at all. Do you have a car? Chang Chuanxi was acutely aware that the ruffians would not let this matter rest, and were likely already calling for backup. Without further ado, he followed the direction indicated by Dr. Meng. Once inside the vehicle, Chang Chuanxi commanded, Dr. Meng, start the car. We need to get out of here immediately. As the engine roared to life, before Dr. Meng could shift gears, several cars sped towards them, encircling their vehicle with an impenetrable barrier. Moments later, the red-haired thugs from the bar emerged, brandishing gleaming machetes, followed by a menacing group of over a dozen individuals. Damn it, you think you can hit me and just leave? Hong Mao snarled, his face contorted with fury as he brought his blade down upon Dr. Meng's car. Get out. If I don't kill you today, I'll take your surname. The other thugs echoed his threats, relentlessly assaulting the vehicle. Witnessing this chaos, Dr. Meng was rendered speechless. Glancing helplessly at Chang Chuanxi, his voice trembling, this is all your fault. What are we going to do now? You must think of something. Chang Chuanxi shot him a disdainful look, retorting, Dr. Meng, what do you mean by that? We only offended these people to rescue you. And now you dare to blame me? He then turned his attention to Jia Siwen, suggesting with a knowing smile, Siwen, do you think if we leave Dr. Meng behind, these thugs would spare us? Upon hearing this, Dr. Meng's eyes widened in terror, his body trembling as he exclaimed, No, please don't abandon me. If you can get me out safely today, I will grant you anything you desire. That I say promise. You two stay in the car and do not move. I'll handle these thugs. Chang Chuanxi grinned, opened the door, and stepped out. You thought you could escape unscathed, Hong Mao? It seems you haven't had your fill of this beating, since you dare to pursue me. Damn it, Hong Mao shouted in fury, raising his machete to point at Chang Chuanxi. You think you can just walk away after hitting me? If you know what is good for you, leave one hand and that woman in the car behind, and I'll spare your life today. Otherwise, this time next year will mark your death anniversary. This is our territory, and how dare you assault our leader? You're simply courting death. Leader, I suggest we eliminate him right away. Chang Chuanxi let out a cold laugh, dismissively saying, Leader? You? Just a bunch of insignificant pests, daring to lay their hands on my woman and obstruct my path. While I'm still in a good mood, you should vanish from my sight at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. How dare you refuse a toast and instead ask for punishment? Red-haired man shouted angrily, gesturing to his comrades, Brothers, kill him. Chapter 14, Inebriated Passion, Born of Audacity. With red-haired man's command, the gang of ruffians roared in unison, raising their blades and charging at Chang Chuanxi. Humph. Chang Chuanxi coldly snorted, his pupils narrowing as the movements of these thugs appeared to him in excruciating slowness. He deftly evaded each attack, effortlessly sidestepping their blows while simultaneously delivering a powerful kick to the groin of one of the assailants. It is said that targeting the groin halves the trouble, and this was indeed the most expedient way to incapacitate these ruffians. Inside the car, Jia Siwen and Dr. Meng stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, utterly astonished. What on earth has this kid been consuming? He is incredibly strong. This is just too ferocious. In less than 2 minutes, over a dozen thugs lay sprawled on the ground, all clutching their groins and howling in agony. Ouch, it hurts so much. Oh my goodness. I haven't even married yet. Chang Chuanxi looked at the crowd with a mocking expression, his tone laced with amusement. I warned you all long ago. Yet you refused to believe me. As he spoke, Chang Chuanxi crouched in front of the red-haired man, gently patting his face with a playful demeanor. So, red-haired, are you their leader? The red-haired man cautiously raised his gaze, his pupils constricted, his facial muscles seemingly frozen in a state of sheer terror, his voice trembling. And no, you are the leader. I am nothing but a mere insect. Please, spare me. Chang Chuanxi smiled with satisfaction, nodding, at least you know your place. Remember this. Do not provoke me again. Now, I must take my leave. Clear the way. Why, yes, yes. The red-haired man nodded vigorously, turning to the other thugs, barking, "What are you still doing? Get out of the way." At that moment, the red-haired man had abandoned any thoughts of revenge. He merely wished for the devilish Chang Chuanxi to leave promptly. The other thugs, upon seeing Chang Chuanxi, regarded him as a demon and dared not delay. They grimaced in pain as they scrambled to their feet, quickly moving the vehicle aside to create a passage. Chang Chuanxi paid no further mind to the ruffians and turned to enter his car. "Hurry, drive." Dr. Meng, still reeling from the shock, wasted no time in starting the engine and speeding out of the parking lot. "Hey, you made me angry that day at the hospital, but today you helped me, so we are even." "Huh, that is quite unreasonable." Chang Chuanxi gently rubbed his growling stomach and said with a smile, "I say, Dr. Meng, just now we risked our lives to save you. We asked for nothing more than a meal and a drink for the two of us. Is that too much to ask?" Having gone a whole night without proper sustenance, he was indeed quite famished at that moment. "A meal? That's no issue. Just tell me what you wish to eat," Dr. Meng replied. However, before she could finish her sentence, Jiasuan immediately waved his hand and declined. "You two go ahead. I have work tomorrow, so I'll pass. Just leave me here. It's merely a meal. It'll be quick. Consider it my gratitude for saving my life today," Dr. Meng urged, easing the car's speed in an attempt to persuade him. "Forget it. It's late. We can do it another day." Jiasuan insisted on not joining, prompting Dr. Meng to halt the vehicle. As they exited the car, Jiasuan didn't forget to remind Chang Chuanxi, "Make sure to come to the office early tomorrow. Sun Jihao is keeping a close eye on you." The moment the car door closed, the atmosphere inside shifted dramatically. Dr. Meng looked at Chang Chuanxi with a puzzled expression and questioned, "Hey, now that he has gone, why are you still here?" Chang Chuanxi chuckled lightly and shrugged. "Why should I leave? You haven't treated me to a meal yet, and by the way, my name is Chang Chuanxi, not Hey. All you think about is food. Are you a pig?" Though Dr. Meng feigned reluctance, she felt a surge of gratitude toward Chang Chuanxi for his assistance. She restarted the car and began searching for a place to eat. Perhaps it was too late, or perhaps Dr. Meng was looking in the wrong places. The two drove in circles without finding a dining option. Eventually, they stopped in an old, dilapidated neighborhood. Looking around at the dark surroundings, Chang Chuanxi was filled with confusion. "Dr. Meng, where's this place? What are we doing here?" "Whoa." Dr. Meng was taken aback. Initially intent on refusing, she reconsidered. After all, he had saved her today, and he didn't seem like a bad person. After a moment's hesitation, she finally nodded. "All right, let us go to my home. But I must insist that we leave immediately after eating. Understood?" "Of course. We'll eat and then depart without delay. Please have a seat while I prepare the meal." Dr. Meng dropped her bag and headed into the kitchen. Observing the environment of the room, Chang Chuanxi couldn't help but frown. Logically, a doctor's salary should be decent. Why then did Dr. Meng reside in such a rundown place? Furthermore, despite the smile that adorned her face, she exuded an air of heaviness, as if burdened by unspoken worries. In the kitchen, the sounds of pots and pans clattered, and before long Dr. Meng emerged with 2 plates of food. "Hurry up and eat, and let us leave quickly." "Oh, stir-fried pig intestines and tomato scrambled eggs." Chang Chuanxi rubbed his hands together and eagerly picked up chopsticks, promptly shoving a piece of pig intestine into his mouth. "This is delicious. I didn't expect your culinary skills to be this remarkable. Such exquisite dishes deserve a drink to accompany them. Come, let us drink a little." Chang Chuanxi took the cup and smiled. "Dr. Meng, I'm not good with alcohol, and I have a poor tolerance. Aren't you afraid? Let's talk. I'm in a bad mood today. Will you drink or not?" As the conversation flowed, Dr. Meng lifted his glass and downed half its contents in one swift motion. Observing this, Chang Chuanxi chose to remain silent. The two indulged in their meal and drink, and in the blink of an eye, their glasses were emptied. The liquor infused with ginseng was potent enough that after just 1 cup, Chang Chuanxi felt a delightful haze enveloping him, warmth radiating through his body. Yet Dr. Meng seemed unsatisfied, rising once more to refill his glass from the kitchen. Several more cups later, their conversation began to flourish. "Dr. Meng, I still do not know your name," Chang Chuanxi remarked. Dr. Meng smiled coyly, feigning mystery. "Does it truly matter what I'm called? If you prefer not to refer to me as Dr. Meng, why not call me Sister Meng instead?" "Very well, Sister Meng. You seem a bit down today. Has something troubled you?" Dr. Meng waved her hand dismissively, a hint of melancholy gracing her features. "Let's not dwell on unhappy matters. However, I must say, you were quite impressive today, dispatching those ruffians with such ease. Pray tell, have you trained in combat?" Emboldened by the alcohol, Chang Chuanxi leaned closer to Dr. Meng and whispered, Sister Meng, this is merely the beginning. I possess even greater skills. Would you care to witness? Dr. Meng lifted her gaze, a radiant smile illuminating her face, her alluring lips exhaling warmth as she softly replied, I would indeed love to see, but do you dare? Their eyes locked, a charged atmosphere enveloping the room, thick with youthful exuberance and desire. Sister Meng, I have a penchant for bravery. There is naught that Chang Chuanxi fears. The two, already inebriated, found themselves swept along by the ginseng liquor's unique effects, making everything seem effortlessly inevitable. Chapter 15. As if nothing had happened the following morning, Chang Chuanxi slowly opened his eyes, only to be met with the disorienting sight of an unfamiliar room. In a state of panic, he glanced around, only to be taken aback by the sight of Dr. Meng lying beside him. At that moment, Dr. Meng stirred, her eyes fluttering open as she sleepily remarked, Awake at last, dear brother. Dr. Meng, last night, I drank too much in this. Chang Chuanxi stammered, struggling to articulate an explanation for the previous night's events, yet finding himself at a loss for words. Dr. Meng chuckled softly, sitting up to offer reassurance. There is no need for explanations. Let us simply pretend nothing occurred last night. Also, I dislike being called Dr. Meng. Very well, Sister Meng. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Chang Chuanxi hurriedly replied, scrambling out of bed and hastily donning his clothes before making his exit. Watching him depart, Dr. Meng murmured softly, Consider yourself fortunate, young man. It is better bestowed upon you than that wretch. Though Chang Chuanxi felt a twinge of guilt, the events had transpired, and he chose not to dwell on them. After casually finding a spot to grab breakfast, he made his way to the office. Chang Chuanxi was employed at Lin Group's jewelry design company, known as Lin Nua Jewelry Design, where both he and Jia Siwen worked in the logistics department, a title that merely denoted their role as errand runners. The manager of this company, Sun Jihao, is notorious for his sycophancy and the exploitation of his subordinates. Furthermore, he is a lecherous individual who, wielding his power and financial resources, has taken advantage of many naive young women. Arriving at the company's entrance, Chang Chuanxi took a deep breath, having resolved to resign that day. Jia Siwen had been waiting outside for quite some time. Upon seeing Chang Chuanxi, she hurried over and urged him, Chuanxi, we must hurry or we'll be late. I must warn you, Sun Jihao will surely cause you trouble later. Just bear with it. That scoundrel has always had it in for us, so be cautious about your salary. Instinctively, Chang Chuanxi glanced at Sun Jihao's office, noticing the door firmly shut with the blinds drawn tightly. What could that Sun Jihao be up to during the day? He wondered. Soon after, he activated his mystical vision, causing the office's door and windows to vanish in his sight, revealing Sun Jihao reclining with a look of indulgence. Below the desk, a young woman was crouching, engaged in some unknown activity. Goodness, is he doing this during daylight? Chang Chuanxi thought, astonished. The young woman's form was accentuated by a fitted dress, showcasing a slender waist and a curvaceous figure, with long, fair legs that rendered her a paragon of beauty. Chang Chuanxi shook his head, lamenting, What a world we live in, where exquisite women are wasted on the unworthy. Lost in thought, he was abruptly brought back to reality by Jia Siwen's urgent whisper. Chang Chuanxi, where were you yesterday? Sun Jihao demanded, hands on his hips, his expression dark as a storm cloud, interrogating him in a sharp tone. Oh, I went to the hospital yesterday, Chang Chuanxi replied. Do you think this is just any place? Not showing up for work without notice. Do you believe I want doctor pay? Go ahead, dock it as you please. Even if I had taken leave, you would have found some excuse to deduct my salary, Chang Chuanxi retorted, shrugging nonchalantly. Sun Jihao was always picking on him, concocting absurd reasons to withhold his wages. Chang Chuanxi had grown accustomed to it. He could be penalized for wearing mismatched socks, not donning white gloves while moving items, or even for lingering in the office for 5 minutes after hours. Had it not been for his association with Jia Siwen, he would have long departed this absurd establishment. A sly smile flickered across Sun Jihao's face as he flicked his fingers ostentatiously and declared, Chang Chuanxi, do not presume that your position in the logistics department grants you a comfortable salary. Since you assert that, I hereby formally notify you that your salary and bonuses for this month will be entirely withheld. Not a single cent will be dispersed. What? At this, Chang Chuanxi rose, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Sun Jihao, indeed you're the manager of this company, yet your daily routine consists merely of sipping tea in your office, perusing newspapers, and meddling in the affairs of your colleagues, while indulging in unsavory activities with dubious women. I wish to inquire, who truly is it that enjoys a comfortable salary? Sun Jihao was consumed by rage, his eyes widening in fury, his features contorted into a grotesque visage, his greasy face flushing a deep shade of crimson. Chang Chuanxi, is one thing to err, but how dare you speak back to me? Chang Chuanxi shrugged his shoulders, a playful expression gracing his face as he surveyed the room. Did I speak back? I merely stated the truth. I am your superior. If I declare you wrong, then you are indeed wrong. If I say you're speaking back, then you are. Now, I command you to publicly apologize. Manager's son, I am sorry. If I cannot hear you, continue until I do, or I shall have no choice but to dismiss you. In a fit of exasperation, Sun Jihao resorted to his authority, using the threat of termination to coerce Chang Chuanxi into submission. Perhaps in the past, Chang Chuanxi would have capitulated, but now that he had resolved to resign, he was impervious to such tactics. A sly smile crept upon his lips as he nodded. Very well, I shall comply, but you must listen closely. Upon hearing this, a smug smile spread across Sun Jihao's face, yet it froze the next moment. Chang Chuanxi, feigning nonchalance, declared loudly, "Eat dirt, you good-for-nothing." Did you hear that? If you did not, I shall continue. Eat dirt, you good-for-nothing, you good-for-nothing, eat dirt. Sun Jihao's fury surged within him like a pressure cooker on the verge of explosion. I will terminate you this very moment. Chang Chuanxi stepped closer, pointing a finger at Sun Jihao with a cold demeanor. Listen well, you good-for-nothing. It's I who am firing you. I quit. At that moment, Jia Siwen hurried over, pulling Chang Chuanxi aside and admonishing him. Chuanxi, what were my instructions upon your arrival? The pay is about to be distributed. Why provoke him now? Trust me, say less. Manager's son, Chuanxi did not sleep well last night. He is merely babbling nonsense. Please, let this slide. Allow me to apologize on his behalf. A flash of arrogance crossed Sun Jihao's face as he forcefully pushed Jia Siwen away, declaring disdainfully, "And you are what? Get lost." This provocation ignited Jia Siwen's temper. Oh, my bad temper. Chapter 16. The Manager's Malice. You have offended the wrong person. With a determined stride, Jia Siwen approached Sun Jihao, delivering a forceful shove to his chest. Who do you think you are? Just because I grant you a modicum of leniency, you presume to act superior? Jia Siwen's strength was considerable, causing Sun Jihao to stumble and fall to the ground with a thud. He stumbled to his feet. Seething with rage, you will both regret this. You have offended individuals you ought not to have. Exchanging glances, Chang Chuanxi and Jia Siwen shared a conspiratorial grin, rolling up their sleeves as they advanced towards Sun Jihao. So, Sun Jihao, it seems you have summoned reinforcements, but before they arrive, allow us to loosen your joints a bit. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Sun Jihao's face was etched with terror as he retreated repeatedly. What do you intend to do? If you dare to lay a finger on me today, you shall deeply regret ever entering this world. The two individuals paid no heed to Sun Jihao's protests, steadily advancing towards him. With each step, as Chang Chuanxi and Jia Siwen drew nearer, an inexplicable dread enveloped Sun Jihao, cold sweat trickling down his spine, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. In a moment of desperation, he turned his gaze towards his colleagues, observing from a distance, and shouted, "Why are you all just standing there? They are no longer employees of our company. Hurry up and stop them." Due to Sun Jihao's acerbic nature and penchant for unjustly docking wages, nearly every individual in the company harbored a desire to deliver him a sound thrashing. At that moment, their urgency surpassed even that of Chang Chuanxi and Jia Siwen, yearning to witness a hefty fist descend upon Sun Jihao. However, given that he held the position of manager, they hesitated to intervene, fearing repercussions. Consequently, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves, directing their comments towards Chang Chuanxi and Jia Siwen. Chuanxi, Siwen, cool your tempers. Sun is not one to be trifled with, so exercise caution. Indeed, Chuanxi, temper your actions. We wouldn't want to escalate this to a fatal incident. Chuanxi, heed my advice. Just give him a light beating. You're adults now. Exercise some discretion. Manager's son, don't fret. I will fetch assistance for you right away. Just wait a moment. Although their words ostensibly appeared to plead on behalf of Sun Jihao, there was an odd undertone to their comments. Well, grandson, who would have thought you would find yourself in this predicament? Chang Chuanxi raised his iron fist, poised to deliver a blow to Sun Jihao, when, at that moment, four burly men clad in black entered the company premises, their imposing presence suggesting they were not to be trifled with. Simultaneously, Sun Jihao's phone rang. Seemingly spotting a glimmer of hope, Sun Jihao answered promptly. Manager's son, the men have arrived. Remember to record a video while dealing with that brat. Sun Jihao nodded eagerly. a cunning grin spreading across his face. Rest assured, I will ensure this scoundrel is thoroughly subdued today, avenging your grievances. After ending the call, the fear that once marred Sun Jihao's expression evaporated, replaced by an air of arrogant satisfaction. Chuanxi, weren't you quite bold just now? My reinforcements have arrived. Let us see you maintain that bravado. With a forceful shove, Sun Jihao pushed aside Chang Chuanxi and Jia Siwen, striding towards the four men. This is the one. You know what to do, right? And take care of that scoundrel beside him as well. At his words, the four men simultaneously revealed sinister smiles. Their gazes intent on Chang Chuanxi and Jia Siwen. Wait, Chang Chuanxi raised a hand, halting the four men. Sun Jihao, we were once colleagues. Even if we have exchanged harsh words, is it truly necessary to summon outsiders to deal with me? Chang Chuanxi was not intimidated by the four men. Rather, he was cognizant that they were in the workplace, and should a brawl ensue, the cost of any damages would far exceed what was in his bank account. Moreover, Sun Jihao, the manager of the company, regarded himself merely as an expendable employee. Regardless of the perspective one adopts, the one who stands to lose is undoubtedly himself. What? Are you fearful? Sun Jihao cast him a sidelong glance, the corners of his mouth curling into a contemptuous smile. Allow me to be frank. You have offended someone you ought not to have, and it is not my intention to target you. Rather, there are those who wish to do so. You might as well accept your fate. Oh, upon hearing this, Chang Chuanxi immediately thought of Wang Ba. Sun Jihao, the person you deem unworthy of offense is Wang Ba. Ha ha. Sun Jihao let out a boisterous laugh, exuding an air of arrogance as he declared. You've proven to be somewhat clever. To offend young Master Wang is akin to courting death. Today, I shall ensure young Master Wang teaches you a lesson you won't soon forget. Chang Chuanxi sighed, feigning trepidation as he said, Manager Sun, we are in the company. It would be unwise to engage in violence before so many colleagues. Perhaps we could find a more secluded location where I, Chang Chuanxi, would submit to your whims. Leave? Sun Jihao revealed a sinister grin, gritting his teeth as he retorted, Chang Chuanxi, have you forgotten how you spoke to me moments ago? You wish to leave? Let me assure you, today I shall make you crawl out like a dog. With that, the four burly men advanced towards Chang Chuanxi once again. Upon witnessing this, Chang Chuanxi disregarded any thoughts of compensation and immediately assumed a defensive stance, preparing to confront the four men. Just as it seemed an altercation was imminent, a commanding voice echoed from the entrance. Halt! Lin Linchi entered with an elegant stride, exuding an unparalleled aura akin to that of a queen. Her gaze locked onto the four men as she inquired, President Lin? Upon seeing Lin Linchi, Sun Jihao appeared startled. Although Lin Nua Jewelry Design Company was a subsidiary of the Lin family group, members of the Lin family rarely made appearances. Sun Jihao forced a flattering smile and immediately approached, bowing slightly as he said, President Lin, what a pleasant surprise to see you here today. Is it not my family's company? Am I not entitled to visit? Lin Linchi's countenance was as frigid as ice, radiating an aura that commanded respect and distance. No, President Lin, that was not my intention. Before Sun Jihao could complete his sentence, Lin Linchi raised her voice once more, demanding, I ask you, who are they? Why are they here in the company? President Lin, you have arrived just in time. This fellow here has been absent from work without leave, and when I, as the company manager, reprimanded him, he threatened to assault me. In desperation, I summoned them. Utter nonsense. Jia Siwen interjected angrily, countering, President Lin, he is lying. I clearly requested leave for Chuanxi yesterday, and I still possess the message I sent to Sun Jihao on my phone. Enough. What does requesting leave matter? I have come to resign today. That is of no importance. However, Manager Sun, your audacity is rather remarkable to deceive President Lin in front of so many people. As he spoke, Chang Chuanxi turned to face Lin Linchi, adopting a serious demeanor as he stated, President Lin, these men are affiliated with Wang Ba. Sun Jihao is colluding with Wang Ba to deliberately retaliate against me. I implore you to discern the truth. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sun Jihao immediately retorted, Nonsense. What does this have to do with Wang Ba? Let me tell you, Chang Chuanxi, do not attempt to confuse the truth and deceive General Lin. With a swift motion, Lin Linchi raised her delicate hand and delivered a sharp slap to Sun Jihao's face. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief. General Lin, why did you hit me? After all these years of diligent service to the Lin family, do you truly prefer to believe this country dog over me? Chapter 17. An annual salary of $1 million? I truly look down upon it. Oomph. Lin Linchi huffed in anger, admonishing Sun Jihao, who is truly confusing the truth here. I heard your words clearly outside. Are you still trying to argue? Prior to this, I had been perplexed as to why some of Lin Nua's jewelry designs were known to the Wang family in advance. It turns out, we have been harboring a dog of the Wang family all along. General Lin, this is unjust. The affairs of the company have nothing to do with me. Please believe me, Sun Jihao pleaded, but Lin Linchi ignored him, turning her gaze towards the four burly men. What are you still doing here? You trespassed into our company with malicious intent. Are you waiting for the authorities to escort you out? The four men exchanged glances before slinking away in defeat. Once they had left, Lin Linchi fixed her cold gaze upon Sun Jihao and declared, Sun Jihao, you may pack your things and leave. You are dismissed. At her words, Sun Jihao fell to his knees. General Lin, you cannot fire me. I beg you for another chance. I assure you, I will remain loyal to the Lin family from now on. Just grant me one more opportunity. Leave, Lin Linchi said, kicking him away without a hint of mercy. Sun Jihao, you have already betrayed the Lin family once. Do you think I would trust you again? Seeing Lin Linchi's unwavering stance, Sun Jihao suddenly burst into laughter. Rising to his feet, Lin Linchi, do you still wish to send me to the sewing machine? Let me tell you, the design plans for the company were all given to the Wang family by me. And what of it? Do you have any evidence? Mark my words, Lin Linchi. Do not revel in your triumph. The Lin family is soon to face great calamity. Prepare for bankruptcy. What do you mean? Sun Jihao, clarify your words. Sun Jihao sneered. General Lin, I mean nothing by it. You will understand soon enough. As he spoke, he attempted to bypass Lin Linchi and exit the company. Did I permit you to leave? Sun Jihao, you think it is that simple to walk away? With a haughty expression, Sun Jihao glared at Chang Chuanxi. What do you want? I assure you, young Master Wang will not spare you either. Just wait and see. Do not concern yourself with Wang Ba. I will handle that matter. However, before that, you might want to think about your own situation. Upon seeing the playful smile on Chang Chuanxi's lips, Sun Jihao suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Chang Chuanxi, what are you planning? Let go of me. I want to leave. Sun Jihao, I recall you previously stating that you would break my legs and film that dog Wang Ba, correct? As they spoke, Chang Chuanxi snatched Sun Jihao's phone and jested. How about this? I shall give you a good thrashing first, so Wang Ba can witness how his dog howls. Siwen, get ready to record, he commanded. Got it, Jia Siwen replied, promptly raising the phone to point at Sun Jihao. All right, Chuanxi, you may begin. Without a moment's hesitation, Chang Chuanxi raised his fist and unleashed a flurry of blows upon Sun Jihao. Upon discovering that Sun Jihao was affiliated with Wang Ba, he finally grasped the reason behind Sun Jihao's incessant torment. It was all orchestrated by Wang Ba. At this moment, he channeled his pent-up fury towards both Wang Ba and Xiao Feiwu, unleashing it mercilessly upon Sun Jihao, who cried out in pain. Ah, it hurts, stop, please. Ow. Unaware of how long the beating lasted, it was only when Sun Jihao's face was bruised and bloodied that Chang Chuanxi ceased his assault. How about it, Siwen? Is it done? He inquired. All set. I've sent it to Wang Ba, Jia Siwen confirmed, holding the phone up for MC. Chang Chuanxi nodded in satisfaction before tossing the phone back to Sun Jihao. Scram, do not let me see you again. If I do, I shall strike you anew. And remember to bark like a dog as you crawl out. Sun Jihao, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, hastily picked up his phone, following Chang Chuanxi's instructions to bark twice before crawling out of the company. What sheer delight! This rascal has finally been expelled. He deserves it for his daily torment and for daring to leak company secrets. He ought to crawl out like a dog. He got off lightly, in my opinion. He should have been sent to the law enforcement agency to toil for a decade or so. The employees of the company watched as Sun Jihao crawled out like a dog, unable to contain their applause for Lin Linchi's actions, which clearly demonstrated how little support Sun Jihao had within the company. All right, everyone, Lin Linchi said, raising a hand to restore silence. Now that Sun Jihao is gone, our Lin Nua Jewelry Design Company cannot function without a manager. I hereby announce that from this moment, Mr. Chang Chuanxi shall be our new manager. Congratulations, Mr. Chang, she added. Upon hearing this declaration, the company erupted into chaos. What? Chang Chuanxi as manager? This must be a joke. Is it true? Chuanxi has transformed from a mere logistics worker to a phoenix, transitioning from a meager monthly salary to a six-figure annual income. Is Lin Zhou mistaken? Chang Chuanxi is just a lowly staff member in logistics. Why should he be appointed manager? Indeed, in terms of capability and talent, this managerial position should never fall to him. Lin Zhou, perhaps you should reconsider? I have always been the deputy manager. Logically, with Sun Jihao gone, I should be the one to assume the managerial role, one employee protested. Even Chang Chuanxi himself was taken aback. Frankly speaking, he believed the position should not rightfully belong to him. Once upon a time, such a fortuitous opportunity would have prompted Chang Chuanxi to accept without hesitation. However, in the present moment, an annual salary of 1 million seems rather trivial. Casting a grateful glance at Lin Linchi, Chang Chuanxi shook his head in refusal, saying, "General Manager Lin, I appreciate your recognition, but I must decline the position of manager. To be honest, I came to the company today to resign, so I suggest you seek someone more suitable." This declaration sent ripples through the company once again. "Chuanxi, what nonsense are you speaking? This is a managerial position that many aspire to but cannot attain." Chang Chuanxi, the fact that General Manager Lin has offered you the role is a testament to her esteem. You should not be ungrateful. Accept her offer. If I knew it. Chang Chuanxi clearly lacks the capability to assume this managerial role, and his rejection shows he has some sense. Surveying the crowd, Chang Chuanxi smiled and remarked, "Thank you all for your concern, but my mind is made up. Furthermore, this managerial position is indeed not suitable for me. As for the lot of you, my affairs need not concern you. Even if I do not take up the role, I trust that General Manager Lin possesses the discernment to ensure that none of you acerbic individuals will be appointed. General Manager Lin, here is my resignation letter. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Chang Chuanxi placed his resignation letter on the table and began to walk away. "Wait a moment, Mr. Chang." Lin Linchi called out softly, quickly approaching him. "Mr. Chang, I will refrain from reviewing your resignation letter for now. I sincerely hope you will reconsider. However, before we proceed, I would like to request your assistance. Would you be willing to help me?" Having previously aided him in winning a wager by purchasing his exquisite jade piece, Chang Chuanxi felt an obligation and nodded without hesitation. "General Manager Lin, assisting you is no trouble at all. Should you require my assistance, please feel free to ask." "Very well then." Just as she began to speak, Lin Linchi's phone rang. She glanced at it, apologizing. "My apologies, Mr. Chang. I must take this call. Please bear with me for a moment. I'm truly sorry, but I have some urgent matters to attend to. How about we meet at 2 o'clock this afternoon at Lin's group? Would that be agreeable?" Chapter 18. I may be a dog, but even a dog must heed its master. Oh dear, my head is spinning. Chuanxi, what on earth were you thinking? That was a managerial position with a salary of 1 million. You simply turned it down without a second thought? How incredibly rash. Jia Siwen chattered incessantly as he accompanied Chang Chuanxi to the company entrance. Chang Chuanxi could hardly muster the energy to engage in debate. "I can hardly be bothered with you." Glancing at the time, he noted it was still just past 9 in the morning. Thus, he ventured back to Shilapu, hoping for a stroke of luck, for the thrill of discovering hidden treasures can be quite addictive. However, after circling the area twice, he found no promising leads. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chang Chuanxi arrived punctually at Lin's group. However, just as he stepped inside, a security guard intercepted him. "Sir, whom are you looking for?" "I am Chang Chuanxi, here to see General Manager Lin Linchi." The guard scrutinized Chang Chuanxi from head to toe, his face betraying an unmistakable disdain. "Looking for the general manager? Do you have an appointment?" "Huh." Chang Chuanxi revealed a look of astonishment, shaking his head and saying, "There was no appointment. I was merely summoned by General Manager Lin for assistance." "Is an appointment necessary under such circumstances?" Upon hearing that there was no reservation, the security guard discarded his pretense and scoffed, questioning, "Kid, who do you think Lin is? She would seek help from someone like you? This is utterly laughable. Get lost. I have no time for your nonsense." Chang Chuanxi was taken aback by the guard's attitude. He had always known of the Lin Group's esteemed position in Rongqing, yet he did not expect the security personnel to be so overbearing. "I say, my friend, this is where you are mistaken. Must you speak so harshly?" The guard sneered, revealing a menacing expression. "Listen carefully. This is the Lin Group. Not just anyone can waltz in here. If you don't leave now, I shall make you regret it. Do you believe me?" "On my temper." Chang Chuanxi rolled up his sleeves and retorted furiously, "You are merely a security guard, yet you act so arrogantly. To put it plainly, you are nothing more than a watchdog for the Lin family. I shall reiterate, it is your master who summoned me. Do you comprehend? Looking for trouble, are we?" The guard shouted angrily, shoving Chang Chuanxi, cursing, "I may be a dog, but I'm a dog of the Lin family. Were you? If you wish to come to the Lin Group as a dog, there must be someone willing to take you in. Do you dare to raise a hand against me?" Chang Chuanxi raised his palm and, without further ado, delivered 2 resounding slaps to the guard's face. "You think you're invincible just because you have some backing?" The guard was utterly astonished that Chang Chuanxi would dare to strike him within the Lin Group. Enraged, he covered his swollen face and venomously declared, "You dare hit me? Kid, let me tell you, you have trespassed into the Lin Group and assaulted a security guard. I will ensure you are dealt with today, and even the Public Security Bureau will not be able to intervene. Help!" Someone is causing a disturbance. As soon as he finished speaking, 7 or 8 security guards burst forth from the duty room, brandishing batons, their expressions fierce as they scanned the surroundings. Who? Who dares to cause trouble at the Lin Group? Do you wish to die? How audacious! Do you not realize where you are? Which fool is this? The original guard barked, pushing the newly arrived guards forward and pointing at Chang Chuanxi, gritting his teeth. This is the scoundrel who trespassed into our Lin Group and had the audacity to strike me. Brothers, we must teach him a lesson today, so he remembers his place. As soon as he finished speaking, a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, raised his baton and pointed it at Chang Chuanxi, barking, "Kid, even when beating a dog, one must consider its owner. This is the Lin Group, and you dare to lay a hand on our security captain? Are you seeking death?" In the past, Chang Chuanxi would have simply left without a word, but now he held these guards in utter disdain. Chang Chuanxi let out a derisive laugh, his tone laced with amusement. "Oh dear, look at me, so preoccupied with beating the dog that I completely forgot its master is the Lin Group. My apologies, my apologies." As soon as these words left his lips, the security captain quickly caught on. He raised his hand and struck the burly man on the back of the head with a resounding slap, angrily shouting, "What nonsense is that? Get rid of this mutt." Upon hearing this, the onlookers ceased their chatter, raising their batons, ready to strike Chang Chuanxi. Sensing the impending danger, he instinctively took 2 steps back and raised his hand, urging them to pause. "Now, think carefully. I'm a guest invited by your President Lin. Should you dare to lay a hand on me today, President Lin will not let you off lightly." This declaration immediately prompted a cacophony of laughter from the security personnel. "Ha ha ha, kid, are you dreaming? Look at your shabby appearance. Do you really think President Lin would seek your assistance? Many have coveted our President Lin's favor, all of whom are scions of wealthy families or corporate executives. I've never seen someone as impoverished as you. Are you out of your mind? Do you really think President Lin would know someone like you? Enough with this nonsense. Let us beat him up and spare President Lin the sight of such filth." As they spoke, the security personnel raised their batons once more, ready to strike Chang Chuanxi. He had steeled himself for a confrontation, prepared to teach these contemptuous individuals a lesson. Just then, a commanding voice rang out from a distance. "Stop! What's going on here?" Lin Linchi approached gracefully, flanked by 2 assistants. The security captain's greasy face instantly morphed into a sycophantic grin upon seeing her. "President Lin, this boy has intruded upon the Lin Group, and my men were just about to expel him." With a huff of indignation, Lin Linchi was about to unleash her fury, but the security captain interrupted, bowing and scraping. "Rest assured, President Lin, give me 1 minute, and I will ensure this trash is disposed of." As he spoke, he turned to the other guards, barking orders to them to hasten their actions. "What are you all standing around for? Get this garbage out of here." With a swift motion, Lin Linchi raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to the already swollen face of the security captain. "I never imagined your power was so great that you would seek to expel my esteemed guest. Shall I be next on your list? Esteemed guest?" The security captain's face exhibited shock, as if struck by lightning. His eyes fixated on Chang Chuanxi, hands trembling, in disbelief. "President Lin, you must be mistaken. Look at this ragged dog. How could he possibly be your guest?" Another resounding slap landed on the captain's face from Lin Linchi, her brows furrowed, her gaze icy and displeased. "You have blinded your own eyes. Gather your belongings and leave immediately. You are fired." "Ah!" Lin Linchi cast a sidelong glance, ignoring him entirely. As the reality of her dismissal sank in, the security captain crawled on his knees to Chang Chuanxi's feet, brutally slapping his own face in desperation, pleading for mercy. "Mr. Chang, I must confess that I underestimated you. It was entirely my fault. I implore you, have mercy on me and advocate for CEO Lin, so that she may reconsider my dismissal." Chang Chuanxi took a couple of steps back, distancing himself from the head of the security team, a playful smile gracing his face as he remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. "CEO Lin, it seems that the funds of the Lin Group are well spent, having nurtured a pack of dogs more ferocious than any Tibetan Mastiff. I have informed them that you were the one who invited me, yet they remain unconvinced." Chapter 19. The nation's treasures are all fakes. Lin Linchi displayed a bittersweet smile, her expression full of regret as she replied, "I apologize, Mr. Chang. It was my oversight. I have already terminated his employment. I hope this resolution meets with your approval." Chang Chuanxi chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively. "What concern is this to me? He is an employee of the Lin Group. How you choose to handle him is entirely at your discretion, CEO Lin. By the way, may I inquire why you summoned me today?" "Mr. Chang, this is not an appropriate place for discussion. Let us proceed to my office." Lin Linchi gestured invitingly. leading Chang Chuanxi towards the elevator. The group ascended to the 18th floor, the location of Lin Linqi's office, and they entered after pushing the door open. CEO Lin, may we now converse? Chang Chuanxi made himself comfortable, plopping down onto the sofa and casually tossing a grape into his mouth. Lin Linqi turned to her assistant behind her, nodding, go and fetch the items. Before long, two assistants entered, accompanied by several statuesque women clad in black stockings, each carrying trays adorned with porcelain, calligraphy, and ancient jade artifacts. CEO Lin, what is the meaning of this? Have you summoned me here to appraise treasures? Lin Linqi nodded slightly, a smile gracing her lips. Indeed, Mr. Chang, I am aware that the authenticity of these items will be evident to your discerning eye, which is why I have invited you today to ascertain their true nature. Oh, on what grounds do you presume this? Is it due to that exquisite jade piece I happened upon? I assure you, that was merely a stroke of luck, Chang Chuanxi replied with a light laugh. Reclining lazily on the sofa, a newfound curiosity flickering towards Lin Linqi. Seated beside him, Lin Linqi's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed intently at Chang Chuanxi, explaining, Mr. Chang, as far as I know, you had never set foot in Shilapu until yesterday, nor have you ever engaged with antiquities. Yet, you managed to identify the exquisite jade piece amidst a plethora of items. Moreover, even old Hao failed to discern the issue with the brocade box. Yet you were so resolute, even entering a wager with Wangba. Do you expect me to believe that this is mere coincidence? You investigated me? Chang Chuanxi maintained a calm demeanor, though inwardly he was taken aback. The Lin family was indeed formidable, having uncovered his past with such alacrity within a mere half-day. Truly alarming. Please do not misconstrue my intentions, Mr. Chang. I harbor no malice. I merely seek your assistance. Rest assured, I shall ensure that your efforts are not in vain. As she spoke, Lin Linqi retrieved a check from her bag and placed it before Chang Chuanxi. Mr. Chang, here is 3 million. Regardless of your appraisal results today, whether accurate or not, this amount is yours. Although Chang Chuanxi has 4 million lying in his account, this sum is undoubtedly a substantial fortune for him. After feigning hesitation, Chang Chuanxi nodded and smiled. Mr. Lin, you have assisted me. The money is of little consequence. After all, it is merely an appraisal. Just leave it to me. Unbeknownst to him, Chang Chuanxi had already pocketed the check from the table. To alleviate the awkwardness, he swiftly picked up a porcelain vase from the table and pretended to examine it. What is this? Upon seeing Chang Chuanxi lift the vase, Lin Linqi immediately introduced Mr. Chang. This is a Qianlong period enamel-colored double-eared vase depicting the rooster, recognized as a national treasure alongside the Qianlong enamel-color peony and rooster vase, both hailed as the pinnacle of royal enamel artistry over the last 3 centuries. What? At this revelation, Lin Linqi became visibly flustered. Mr. Chang, this is a national treasure. You must be joking. Chang Chuanxi's expression darkened, his deep, brooding eyes revealing no emotion. Mr. Lin, this is merely my personal opinion. If you do not believe it, you are free to disregard it. As he spoke, he picked up a small bronze ding from the table to examine it further. This Qianlong enamel-colored double-eared vase is indeed a national treasure. Lin Linqi thought it prudent to take no chances. Quickly, inform the appraisers from a Lin group to come see me immediately and also send someone to summon old Master Hao. Once the 2 assistants left, Lin Linqi continued, Mr. Chang, this is a small ding from the Shang and Zhou dynasty. This one must be genuine, right? Shang and Zhou. Chang Chuanxi scoffed, casually placing it back on the table. Mr. Lin, this is hardly from the Shang and Zhou. It might as well be from last week. What? Are you suggesting that this is also a forgery? As the general manager of the Lin Group, Lin Linqi had seen her fair share of valuable artifacts. Yet in that moment, her delicate fingers trembled. Mr. Chang, please take a look at this. A Ming Dynasty Dotsai chicken cup. Completely fake. And this? Zheng Banqiao's Deep Valley orchid painting. Clearly a counterfeit. This gilded beast head agate cup must be genuine, right? Lin Linqi held the agate cup, her brows knitted with anxiety as she appeared visibly shaken, her voice quivering. Mr. Lin, I have examined all these items, and not a single one is authentic. Upon hearing this, Lin Linqi collapsed in her seat, as if all her strength had been suddenly drained, her body feeling like an empty shell devoid of vitality. She shook her head frantically, unwilling to accept the truth. No, this cannot be. Mr. Chang, you must be deceiving me, right? Though he was uncertain about the unfolding events, it was evident that the situation was dire. However, with matters already set in motion, Chang Chuanxi could only offer gentle reassurances. Mr. Lin, your family has a legacy in antiques. You should understand that making mistakes in the antique world is quite commonplace. There is no need for such distress. At that moment, one of Lin Linqi's assistants knocked and entered. Mr. Lin, the people have arrived. As she turned, 3 men entered behind her. The foremost among them was tall yet slender, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles, and sporting a tuft of goat-like beard. His name was Yao Kunki. Following him was a short man in a suit, his appearance rather rotund and greasy, known as Ma might be. The last man, the eldest of the trio, appeared to be at least 60 or 70 years old, clad in a traditional Tang suit, with a youthful visage and a ruddy complexion, indicating he was well-preserved. He was called Gao Yagua. These 3 were notable figures in the antique appraisal community of Rome City and served as the esteemed appraisers for the Lin family. Mr. Lin, may I inquire why you summoned us in such haste? Lin Linqi rose promptly, gesturing for them to be seated. Please, do take a seat. I have invited you here today to reassess the authenticity of these items. Yao Kunki and Gao Yagua remained calm, sharing a light chuckle, yet displaying a hint of confusion. Mr. Lin, have we not already authenticated these items? Why the need for another appraisal today? Questioned Yao Kunki. Indeed, Mr. Lin, has something amiss come to your attention? Ma might be, the most agitated among them, frowned and retorted, what do you mean by this? We are all in agreement that these items are undoubtedly genuine. Are you implying a lack of trust in us? Lin Linqi waved his hand, revealing an awkward yet polite smile. You have misunderstood. My intention is not to question your expertise. I have invited a distinguished expert to assess the items, and he holds a differing opinion. I sought your presence to ascertain the authenticity once more. Chapter 20. The Expert Appraiser. Is expert a compliment? An expert? May I ask who this esteemed individual is that you have invited? Mr. Lin? Yes, Mr. Lin, if you have an expert, why not introduce him to us? We would like to consult him directly, they urged. Mom might be scoffed disdainfully. What nonsense! Who in Rome City, besides old Hao, could possibly rival our authority as appraisers? He continued, if you doubt our credibility, feel free to appoint your so-called expert as the chief appraiser for the Lin Group. I bid you farewell. With that, he rose in a huff, preparing to leave. Ma might be, who prided himself on being an expert, perhaps did not realize that the term expert in the Dragon Kingdom does not carry a positive connotation. At that moment, Chang Chuanxi chuckled derisively. An expert? You are merely a name without substance, a pretender seeking fame, and dare to call yourself an expert? Ma might be halted, his eyes glinting with menace as he questioned. Who are you, boy? Are you the so-called expert Mr. Lin mentioned? That would be correct, Chang Chuanxi replied, glancing inquisitively at Lin Linqi. Lin Linqi nodded slightly, introducing, gentlemen, this is Mr. Chang Chuanxi, the distinguished expert I have invited. Just him? An expert? Ha! Ma might be laughed scornfully, his arrogance evident. Mr. Lin, you cannot be serious. You refer to a mere child as an expert? It is not that I look down upon him. At his age, what does he truly understand about antiques? Indeed, the field of antiques relies on discernment, which is not necessarily tied to one's age. Since Mr. Chang has claimed these items are forgeries, let us settle down and hear his insights. However, he does not intend to let Mr. Chang escape easily. An expert possesses a certain pride, and he will not permit anyone to question his authority, especially someone as obscure as Mr. Chang. Listen, young man, out of respect for Elder Yao and Elder Gao, I shall not hold this against you. But I must preface my words. If you cannot provide sufficient evidence today to prove that these items are indeed forgeries, I shall not let this matter rest. Mr. Chang has already examined these items with his otherworldly magic eye, and thus he is composed, wearing a playful expression. Expert Ma, you assert that these items are entirely authentic, while I contend that they're all fakes. Since you are so confident, why don't we place a wager? Very well, let us wager. Expert Ma did not hesitate to accept Mr. Chang's proposition. What shall we wager? Upon seeing the response, a smile blossomed on Mr. Chang's face. Let us wager 5 million. If I can prove these items are forgeries, you will pay me 5 million. If I cannot, I shall pay you 5 million. What do you say? Ha ha. Expert Ma scoffed derisively, casting a glance at the onlookers, and remarked, strange occurrences abound each year. But this is the first time I've seen someone so eager to hand over money. All right, I accept your challenge. Mr. Chang felt a surge of joy. In his 20-plus years of life, he had never realized how easy it was to earn money. After surveying the collection, Mr. Chang reached for the cloisonné vase adorned with the image of a golden rooster. Let us commence with this cloisonné vase. Elder Gao, may I ask for your opinions on this piece? Elder Yao stroked his goatee and responded, Young Chang, our expertise in porcelain does not match that of young Ma. But based on our years of experience, We believe there is a 90% certainty that this piece is genuine. I am curious as to why you claim it is a forgery. Mr. Chang chuckled lightly and spoke confidently. Gentlemen, Mr. Lin, there are 4 primary methods for authenticating cloisonne: form and dimensions, body quality and glaze color, decoration and hue, and finally, craftsmanship and wear. Regarding this cloisonne vase, it meets the criteria for authenticity in terms of form and dimensions. The decoration and colors are also impeccable, and there are no discernible signs of wear. I must commend the craftsmanship of the forger. It is indeed challenging for the untrained eye to spot the discrepancies. However, true cloisonne possesses a refined texture, is hard, and has a substantial feel. In contrast, the body of a forgery is relatively lightweight and feels insubstantial. In terms of glaze, authentic Qianlong cloisonne exhibits vibrant and bright colors with a smooth and lustrous surface, while forgeries tend to be dull and have a rougher texture. Although this piece seems flawless in various aspects, I wonder if you have noticed that its weight raises suspicions. Weight? Yao Kunqi furrowed his brows, extending his hand to receive the porcelain, weighing it thoughtfully. Xiaoyu, there seems to be no issue. This weight is quite consistent with the weight of such enamel porcelain. Gao Yagua also picked up the enameled piece, nodding in agreement. Indeed, there are no concerns regarding the weight. Mom might be scoffed, challenging, young man. We 3 have spent half our lives appraising antiques. Do you think we lack such knowledge? I'll tell you plainly, this item is undoubtedly genuine, and you have lost. As he spoke, Mom Might-Be extended his hand, impatiently stating, shouldn't you fulfill your wager? Why the haste? I will ensure you are thoroughly convinced, Chang Chuanxi declared, rising with the enameled piece in hand. Ladies and gentlemen, while the overall weight of this enameled porcelain raises no doubts, I have discerned through tapping that its density is rather low. Given this density, it is impossible for it to attain such weight. Thus, I firmly assert that this porcelain must contain some heavy metals to achieve its current weight. His assertion immediately provoked skepticism from Mom Might-Be. You young man, stop spouting nonsense. Have you ever encountered porcelain containing heavy metals? Not even a counterfeit would exhibit such a phenomenon. Not only did Ma Might-Be disbelieve, but others were equally incredulous. Xiaoyu, is your claim not a bit far-fetched? Unheard of notions flickered in their minds. Are you suggesting this merely to evade your wager? Lin Linqi raised her beautiful eyes, glimmering with curiosity. Mr. Chang, if your statement arises from the wager, you need not be concerned. I can simply withdraw you from the bet with Ma. Lin Linqi secretly hoped Chang Chuanxi was mistaken. For her, it would be worth 10 million if you were right. Don't believe me? Allow me to demonstrate. Chapter 21. The National Treasure, None Genuine. Lin, please fetch a magnet for me. Lin turned to her assistant, instructing quickly, as Mr. Chang requested, find a magnet. Soon, the assistant returned with a magnet, bowing slightly as he presented it to Chang Chuanxi. Mr. Chang, here is the magnet you requested. Without hesitation, Chang Chuanxi took the magnet and placed it at the bottom of the enameled porcelain. A shocking scene unfolded. As the magnet firmly adhered to the base of the enameled piece, Chang Chuanxi shook the porcelain before the onlookers, his tone laced with intrigue. Ladies and gentlemen, have you ever seen enameled porcelain that can attract a magnet? The outcome left expressions of varied emotions on the faces of the crowd. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lin Linqi's eyes. Chang Chuanxi was indeed correct. The item was counterfeit, yet this revelation was not favorable for her. Meanwhile, Yao Kunqi and Gao Yagua exchanged excited glances, marveling at Chang Chuanxi's insight. Xiaoyu, you are truly remarkable. You discern the presence of heavy metals in this porcelain merely by sight. Indeed, you are a master, they exclaimed in astonishment. Astounding, truly astounding. Xiaoyu, how did you achieve this? In my 50 years of appraising treasures, I have never heard of anyone who could identify the internal composition with just a glance. Ma Might-Be, with a sullen expression, revealed a trace of disillusionment and said in a sarcastic tone, what is there to be proud of? This is merely the first piece. There's still over 10 more to assess. Chang Chuanxi placed the cloisonne painting on the table, beaming with pride, and asked, Expert Ma, which one shall we authenticate next? Ma Might-Be remained silent, but Yao Kunqi picked up the Valley of Deep Orchids painting from the table and handed it to Chang Chuanxi. Mr. Chang, I have a profound understanding of calligraphy and painting, and I have examined this Valley of Deep Orchids without discerning it as a forgery. Could you enlighten me as to where this piece is counterfeit? Chang Chuanxi accepted the Valley of Deep Orchids, laying it flat on the table to unfold. Old Yao, since you are well-versed in art, may I inquire if you have heard of a certain Tan Yunlong? Tan Yunlong? Old Yao furrowed his brow and shook his head. Who is he? Chang Chuanxi chuckled lightly and explained, after the renowned Zheng Banxiao rose to fame, numerous imitations emerged from Wei Yong. Among the most notable was a carpenter named Tan Yunlong, who studied under Zheng Banxiao for many years. It is said that one day, Zheng Banxiao selected craftsmen to create artifacts for his residence, and Tan Yunlong was among them. Whenever Zheng Banxiao created calligraphy or paintings, Tan would stand by, attentively observing and absorbing. Recognizing his keen intellect and eagerness to learn, Zheng Banxiao took him under his wing. After several years, Tan Yunlong's paintings bore a striking resemblance to Zheng Banxiao's style. Due to Zheng Banxiao's busy political affairs, he often tasked Tan Yunlong with completing his works, leading Tan to imitate him daily until he achieved an indistinguishable level of authenticity. Upon hearing Chang Chuanxi's explanation, Yao Kunchi nodded, somewhat comprehending. Mr. Chang, are you suggesting that this valley of deep orchids was created by Tan Yunlong? Chang Chuanxi slightly nodded, affirming, indeed, this valley of deep orchids is certainly a work of Tan Yunlong. Therefore, old Yao, your inability to discern its authenticity is not a reflection of your eyesight. However, despite being a forgery, this piece still holds significant collectible value. Skeptical, Yao Kunchi responded, Mr. Chang, you have articulated much, but what evidence do you possess to substantiate your claim? Before Chang Chuanxi could respond, Mom might be scoffed, interjecting sarcastically. Old Yao, do not heed this young lad's fabrications. What evidence could he possibly have? He simply cannot accept defeat and is weaving tales. All eyes turned to Chang Chuanxi, who, with a light laugh, remarked playfully, Expert Ma, you are akin to a donkey's head simmering in a pot, soft in wit yet hard in speech. Would I dare make such claims without evidence? As he spoke, Chang Chuanxi picked up a magnifying glass. Ladies and gentlemen, pray, observe what is inscribed here. Yao Kunchi immediately took the magnifying glass and examined the area Chang Chuanxi indicated. To his astonishment, he discerned 4 scarcely visible characters inscribed on the delicate orchid leaves, Yunlong's proxy. Upon seeing these 4 characters, Yao Kunchi rose, bowing respectfully to Chang Chuanxi. Mr. Chang, I did not anticipate that at such a young age, you possess such meticulous insight and discerning vision. I'm truly in awe. The crowd was momentarily taken aback by old Yao's gesture, each hastily grasping the magnifying glass for a closer look. Indeed, the Valley of Deep Orchids was, without a doubt, a forgery. Mr. Chang, how did you discover this? It's simply astonishing, Ma Maipi exclaimed, his face a picture of disbelief as he held up a magnifying glass. Impossible. How could this be? How can this happen? Chang Chuanxi's lips curled into a subtle smile, his eyes gleaming with a triumphant light as he replied with a hint of amusement. Expert Ma, I wonder if I am merely speaking nonsense, or if you're the one seeking fame without merit. Ma Maipi's aged face flushed crimson, his eyes ablaze with fury as his chest heaved rapidly, clearly incensed by Chang Chuanxi's words. Young man, let me tell you, do not be so smug. There are still more than 10 items here. Very well, let us see which one it is next. In the ensuing moments, Chang Chuanxi meticulously examined various treasures, including the Shang and Zhou dynasty dragon-shaped square zunes, a Ming dynasty Doucai chicken cup, and a golden-laid beast-head agate cup, each time revealing irrefutable evidence of their counterfeit nature. By the conclusion of the final appraisal, the expressions of everyone present, aside from Chang Chuanxi, had turned grim. The sudden revelation of such numerous forgeries within the group naturally implicated Lin Linqi, the general manager of the Lin Group. Similarly, the temporary chief appraisers, Yao Kunqi, Ma Maipi, and Gao Yagua, would also bear responsibility for this debacle. Particularly for Ma Maipi, not only would he be held accountable, but he would also have to fulfill the 500,000 wager made with Chang Chuanxi, leaving his face as pallid as a pig's liver, his eyes betraying profound anxiety, as if he were worried about something. Chang Chuanxi sported a mischievous grin, his tone teasing. Expert Ma, do you remember our wager? Is it not time to settle it? Without hesitation, Ma Maipi produced a check for 500,000 and handed it over. Who are you, really? How can you possess such an intimate knowledge of these items? While others remained engrossed in their thoughts, oblivious to any irregularities, Chang Chuanxi discerned something peculiar in Ma Maipi's words. What does he mean by my profound understanding of these items? Could this old fellow have known all along? This fleeting thought crossed his mind. Yet he hesitated no longer and promptly accepted the check, inadvertently brushing against Ma Maipi's hand. Indeed, at that very moment of contact, Ma Maipi's voice echoed in his mind. What now? This young man has exposed me. How shall I explain this? Chapter 22. The National Treasure, a Deadlock. Lin Linchi furrowed her brows. Her gaze cold as she surveyed the three men, her voice grave. Gentlemen, these items are ones you personally inspected, and I have repeatedly cautioned you to conduct thorough evaluations and not to make hasty decisions. Should you not provide me with an explanation? Yao Kunqi's face turned ashen as he helplessly replied, President Lin, most of these items are porcelain, for which Xiao Ma was primarily responsible. However, I personally examined the Deep Valley Orchid painting, and, as Mr. Chang just mentioned, it's extremely difficult to discern its authenticity based on the style. Nevertheless, the mistake ultimately lies with me, and I am willing to compensate. Lin Linchi held no grievances against Yao Kunqi. Old Master Yao, Mr. Chang has remarked that the technique employed in this piece is indistinguishable from that of an authentic item. Moreover, in the realm of artifact appraisal, it is rare to find a glaring oversight. Thus, this situation cannot be solely attributed to you. Gao Yagua's face displayed a flush of shame as he sighed. President Lin, the craftsmanship of this four-dragon square zune is indeed exquisite, and I must admit I was mistaken. I take full responsibility for the losses incurred by the Lin Group. Lin Linchi nodded slightly, exhaling a sigh. Old Gao, you have been with our Lin Group the longest and have seldom erred. However, you are well aware of the value of this four-dragon square zune. How about this? You shall bear 20% of the loss, while the remainder will be covered by the Lin Group. Among the three, only Ma Maipi remained silent. Lin Linchi turned her cold gaze towards him and inquired, Expert Ma, what do you have to say? It is noteworthy that among the numerous treasures on the table, only the Deep Valley Orchid and the four-dragon square zune were appraised by Yao and Gao. The rest, all porcelain, were authenticated by Ma Maipi. To misjudge over a dozen artifacts, especially those of national treasure status, has left Lin Linchi harboring the deepest grievances against Ma Maipi. It's over, completely over. These items are worth billions, and they only offered me 50 million. It's all finished. Despair gripped Ma Maipi's heart. His complexion turned ashen, and sweat poured down his brow as if his heart were about to leap from his chest. With a thud, Ma Maipi fell to his knees before Lin Linchi. His voice choked with emotion. President Lin, this cannot all be blamed on me. These items are so convincingly crafted that I was momentarily deceived, leading to this grave error. It is all Chang Chuanxi's fault. Had he not appeared, this situation would not have escalated. Perhaps in a few days, these artifacts could have been auctioned through our Lin Group, resulting in no losses and a considerable commission for us. Indeed, this is a viable plan, President Lin. This matter is known only to us. If you keep it confidential and prevent any information from leaking, the Lin Group will incur no losses. Ma Maipi's words stirred Lin Linchi's interest. After all, these dozen or so artifacts are valued in the billions, and even for the Lin family, a loss of such magnitude could shake their very foundation. Enough, rise, she commanded. Yao Kunqi and Gao Yagua slightly bowed and bid farewell to Lin Linchi. Ma Maipi, feeling as if he had received a reprieve, sprang to his feet and hastily exited the office. Once the three had departed, Lin Linchi directed her gaze towards her assistant clad in black silk. Go, assign someone to keep an eye on Ma Maipi. Do not let him leave Rong City. Ma Maipi bore significant responsibility, and should compensation be necessary, it would undoubtedly amount to astronomical figures. Lin Linchi feared that if he were allowed to leave, he might flee under the cover of night. At that moment, only Lin Linchi and Chang Chuanxi remained in the office. Mr. Chang, you are aware that if all these items were genuine, they would be valued at least in the billions, a sum that even our Lin Group cannot afford. As she spoke, Lin Linchi retrieved a check from her bag and slid it across the table towards Chang Chuanxi. He glanced at it, revealing a sum of 30 million. President Lin, such a generous offer. Might this be a hush payment? Lin Linchi's expression remained unchanged as she nodded, saying, You may understand it this way. As long as you promise not to disclose today's events, this 30 million will be yours. Chang Chuanxi chuckled derisively, but did not accept the check. Mr. Lin, you mentioned that the items on the table are national treasures. Have you not considered why your Lin Group has suddenly acquired such a plethora of national-level collectibles? Mr. Chang, what do you mean? Lin Linchi furrowed her brows in contemplation. Are you suggesting that these items were deliberately sent to my Lin family? Given the situation, Lin Linchi had little to conceal. Mr. Chang, these collectibles are private possessions. As you know, our Lin Group operates an auction house, which also assists others in appraising treasures. After authentication, we issue a certification and publicly auction them through our venue. These items have already received our Lin Group certification, meaning we have acknowledged their authenticity. If we were to claim now that they are forgeries, do you think anyone would believe us? We would inevitably be accused of deception, leading to a compensation of billions for our Lin family. Chang Chuanxi nodded with a semblance of understanding. So, you intend to auction these fakes as genuine items, thereby incurring no losses for the Lin Group, and even earning a handsome commission. Am I correct? Otherwise, what choice do I have? Lin Linchi sighed, revealing a hint of resignation. Though I am aware that this is wrong, at this point, I am left with no other option. A compensation of billions would severely wound our Lin family. I hope you can understand, Mr. Chang. By the way, what did you mean earlier? Are you implying that these items were intentionally delivered to my Lin family? Chang Chuanxi neither confirmed nor denied, but pressed further. Ms. Lin, if your Lin Group auctions these items, and they are discovered to be fakes, what do you think the outcome would be? Lin Linchi's brows knitted together as her beautiful eyes grew deep and contemplative, her mind racing with thoughts. For her, choosing to pay compensation would surely cripple the Lin Group, setting it back decades. Opting to auction the forgeries might offer a slender chance of survival. Sighing, Chang Chuanxi remarked meaningfully, as the saying goes, those involved are often blinded. While outsiders see clearly, it rings true. Mr. Chang, please feel free to speak your mind. As the party directly involved, Lin Linchi focused solely on the consequences, neglecting the origins of the situation. Well, since you have assisted me, I shall be candid. Chang Chuanxi sat upright, his expression serious as he addressed Lin Linchi. Ms. Lin, I reiterate, the sudden appearance of so many national treasures in your family should raise suspicion. It is evident that someone has orchestrated this situation against you. If you choose to pay compensation, it would inflict great harm on the Lin family, while opting to auction could potentially lead to its downfall. Thus, you find yourself in a predicament. After being reminded by Chang Chuanxi, Lin Linchi seemed to grasp the situation. The Lin family's century-old enterprise had never before encountered such a vast collection of national treasures all at once. It dawned on her that this was a trap set against her family. Who, she wondered, could be so malicious as to conspire against the Lin family? Chapter 23, Cooperation and Investigation. Accompany us for a visit. Leaning lazily against the sofa, Chang Chuanxi remarked with a hint of profundity, Ms. Lin, as the saying goes, rivals are often from the same trade. I suspect that the one who has ensnared the Lin family is likely one of your competitors. Competitors? Lin Linchi furrowed her brow in contemplation, her thoughts immediately drifting to the Wang family of Rongqing. However, regardless of who was targeting them, the pressing matter was to find a way out of this predicament. The current situation seemed like a deadlock. Retreat would result in severe losses for the Lin family, while selling could lead to its downfall. In her moment of desperation, Lin Linchi turned her gaze towards Chang Chuanxi. Mr. Chang, you have seen the current situation. Do you have any strategies to break the deadlock? Feigning deep thought, Chang Chuanxi suddenly straightened up, suggesting, there's indeed a method. If someone can prove that this entire affair is a ruse, the issue would naturally resolve itself. Ah, how enlightening your words are, Lin Linchi retorted, rolling her eyes and frowning. Mr. Chang, could you possibly provide something more practical? Chang Chuanxi shook his head slightly and advised, perhaps you might find a breakthrough from within the Lin family. I believe you should consider speaking with Ma Might-Be. He may hold the answers you seek. Upon hearing this, Lin Linchi's brows knitted together in surprise. Mr. Chang, are you suggesting that expert Ma is colluding with outsiders to set a trap for our family? Upon reflection, Lin Linchi realized the possibility was indeed high. Ma Might-Be was primarily responsible for the appraisal of ceramics, and most items on the table were porcelain. Chang Chuanxi chuckled lightly, his words remaining ambiguous. Ms. Lin, this is merely my conjecture. The course of action is ultimately up to you. As he spoke, Chang Chuanxi rose from his seat. Ms. Lin, is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. Lin Linchi nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. She gazed at Chang Chuanxi's departing figure, her delicate fingers resting on her chin, lightly tapping her cheek in contemplation, a hint of perplexity on her face. Since their acquaintance, it seemed that every word he uttered had come to fruition. However, Ma Might-Be did indeed seem suspicious. Surely, even a blind eye could not miss everything. With this thought, Lin Linchi promptly summoned her assistant and whispered instructions. Meanwhile, at the Wang family in Rongqing, Sun Jihao, having been dismissed by Lin Linchi, rushed to the Wang residence. At that moment, he stood trembling beside Wang Ba, his posture half-bowed. Wang Ba, meanwhile, was watching a video on his phone, fuming with rage. Damn it, you can't even handle such a trivial matter, and now you've exposed yourself. What use are you to me? Sun Jihao fell to his knees with a thud, his voice quaking as he pleaded, Young Master Wang, this isn't my fault. I was following your instructions to deal with Chang Chuanxi, but then Lin Linchi showed up unexpectedly. Wang Xiao, unbeknownst to him, was unaware that Lin Linchi would only visit the company once a year. Who would have thought that fate would conspire for her to cross paths with him at this moment? Umph. Wang Ba snorted with displeasure and reprimanded. I knew you were unreliable, you useless fool. Fortunately, I was prepared in advance. However, Chang Chuanxi is truly despicable. I cannot quell my anger without making him suffer a bit. Sun Jihao nodded repeatedly, gritting his teeth. Wang Xiao, we must not let this Chang Chuanxi off the hook. Just look at how that scoundrel has beaten me. It's excruciating. Wang Ba glanced at Sun Jihao's bruised face before turning his gaze back to his phone screen. A peculiar smile curling at the corners of his lips. Sun Jihao, that dog Chang Chuanxi has struck you. What do you intend to do about it? Sun Jihao stammered. At a loss for words, Wang Ba beckoned him closer and whispered a scheme into his ear. As he absorbed Wang Ba's words, a cunning grin spread across Sun Jihao's face, his eyes glinting with an indefinable shrewdness. Excellent idea. Rest assured, Wang Xiao. This time, we will ensure that Chang Chuanxi pays dearly and learns the consequences of offending you. Wang Ba's slender eyes sparkled with a similar mischief, the smile on his lips taking on a more sinister edge. Go ahead. I will make the necessary arrangements on my end. Outside the Lin Corporation, Chang Chuanxi was on his way to the bank to deposit the 3 million yuan check given to him by Lin Linqi when two strangers, a man and a woman, suddenly appeared before him. The man was dark-skinned and robust, while the woman was fair-skinned, beautiful, and statuesque. Hello, are you Chang Chuanxi? The woman inquired, her red lips parting like a frozen beauty. Chang Chuanxi, surprised, regarded the pair, nodding slightly. Yes, who are you? What do you want from me? The duo exchanged serious glances, and the woman retrieved her credentials, placing them before him. We are from the Public Security Bureau. Please come with us. The Public Security Bureau? Chang Chuanxi's heart raced, feeling as though it might leap from his chest. What have I done? Why must I go to the Public Security Bureau? Chang Chuanxi, someone has accused you of intentional harm. Please accompany us for an investigation. Intentional harm? Who is it? Could it be Sun Jihao? Chang Chuanxi furrowed his brow, contemplating the only possible culprit. However, the gravity of the situation left him no room to argue. Reluctantly, he nodded and followed them to the car. Upon arriving at the Public Security Bureau, as soon as he stepped inside, Chang Chuanxi spotted Sun Jihao chatting jovially with another man, confirming his suspicions. Chang Chuanxi, after hitting me, you thought you could escape? Let me tell you, now that you're here, you will suffer. The man who had been conversing with Sun Jihao approached with an air of disdain. Manager's son, it's undoubtedly him, isn't it? Indeed, Deputy Director Zhu. This is the scoundrel, Sun Jihao replied. Chapter 24. Abuse of Power, This is My Territory. Zhu Yichun entered the interrogation room and looked at the female officer from earlier. Instructing, Han Xian, you may leave. I will handle this interrogation. Han Xian rose, her expression serious as she regarded Zhu Yichun. Zhu Yichun displayed a hint of helplessness. Speaking earnestly, Xiao Han, rules are immutable, while people are dynamic. Moreover, I am the Deputy Chief of the Public Security Bureau. I hope you can grant me some respect. This cannot stand. Xiao Han, under these exceptional circumstances, please heed my advice and take a rest. Zhu Yichun appeared to harbor some trepidation towards Han Xian, and despite his rejection, he did not exhibit any signs of anger. He merely spoke gently, attempting to persuade her to leave. Nevertheless, Han Xian remained resolute in her intention to stay. Deputy Chief Zhu, please enlighten me on what makes this case so exceptional. Is it permissible for me to conduct the interrogation? Realizing he could not sway Han Xian, Zhu Yichun relinquished his attempt to expel her. Han Xian then seated herself with utmost seriousness and commenced her questioning of Chang Chuanxi. Name? Are you not already aware? Why ask? Chang Chuanxi. Age? The interrogation proceeded rather straightforwardly, as Chang Chuanxi had little to contest. The video evidence was irrefutable, leaving no room for denial. Once Han Xian concluded her questioning, Zhu Yichun finally spoke. Han Xian opened her mouth, seemingly on the verge of voicing her thoughts, but ultimately swallowed her words and stepped out of the interrogation room. With Han Xian's departure, Zhu Yichun exhaled a sigh of relief. A peculiar smile crept upon his lips, and he signaled subtly to another officer. The officer, comprehending the cue, nodded slightly before hastening out of the interrogation room. Shortly thereafter, the officer re-entered with Sun Jihao, both wearing sinister smiles. All settled? Well done, Zhu Yichun praised, rising with a malevolent grin as he approached Chang Chuanxi. Han Xian is out, the surveillance is off. What are these men planning to do to me? Chang Chuanxi's apprehension grew as he watched Zhu Yichun and Sun Jihao advance toward him. What are you planning? This is the Public Security Bureau. You cannot act recklessly. Ha ha ha. Zhu Yichun laughed heartily, his disdain palpable. Chang Chuanxi, and what of it being the Public Security Bureau? I am the deputy chief here. This is my domain. Chang Chuanxi swallowed hard, his gaze wavering. Deputy Chief Zhu, you are aware of your position. You cannot break the law. Cuckoo, Sun Jihao chuckled darkly, his tone laced with malice. Chang Chuanxi, do you know who Deputy Chief Zhu is? Allow me to enlighten you. He is the cousin of Wang Xiao. If you offend Wang Xiao, do you honestly believe Deputy Chief Zhu will let you off the hook? Let me go. Chang Chuanxi struggled, yet his efforts were in vain. The handcuffs tightening further. Let you go? Ha ha ha. Do not be impatient. I shall release you shortly. Now, hand it over. As his words fell, the officer retrieved a hefty book and a hammer from the corner and handed them to Zhu Yichun. Accepting the items, Zhu Yichun grinned maliciously. Though I may not end your life today, I can certainly ensure you suffer. You shall experience the consequences of crossing my cousin and thwarting his plans. As the conversation unfolded, Zhu Yichun pressed the heavy tome against Chang Chuanxi's chest, brandishing a hammer, ready to strike. What are you doing? Let me go, this is illegal. Chang Chuanxi bellowed, attempting to alert those outside. However, being in an interrogation room, no matter how loudly he shouted, his cries went unheard. Furthermore, Zhu Yichun had already issued orders, and no one dared to enter. At that moment, Sun Jihao let out a sinister chuckle, smugly declaring, Director Zhu, wait a moment. I'll shoot a video for young Master Wang. Let him enjoy this as well. With that, Sun Jihao pulled out his phone and began recording. Bang! Bang! The hammer struck the heavy book repeatedly, sending jolts through Chang Chuanxi's innards. His body felt as if electrified, rendered immobile and fragile like delicate porcelain. On the brink of shattering, as he passed the interrogation room, he noticed the door firmly shut. According to the regulations of the Public Security Bureau, the door to the interrogation room remained open unless a suspect was being questioned. Could there be a case underway? He promptly made his way to the monitoring room, eager to check on the situation within. Upon arriving at the interrogation room, he was startled to find that the monitoring system was not activated. The two officers in charge of surveillance immediately stood up, looking perplexed. Director, there was a suspect being interrogated just now, but the questioning has concluded, so we turn it off, one explained. Yes, Director, is there a problem? The interrogation is over? That doesn't seem right. I distinctly saw the door closed. Did they forget to open it upon leaving? I shall do it now. Enough. It's fine. You may return to your duties. The director waved them off and exited the monitoring room, striding back towards the interrogation room. Creak! As the door to the interrogation room swung open, the scene within instantly came into view. Zhu Yichun was hammering down on Chang Chuanxi. The director's expression darkened, and he shouted, Zhu Yichun, what are you doing? At the sound from behind, Zhu Yichun turned, irritation etched on his face, and barked, Did I not tell you? No entry, damn it. Upon seeing the director, he froze momentarily. Chapter 25. You may be the director, but I am in charge here. What are you doing here? Who is this person? Zhu Yichun stood protectively in front of Chang Chuanxi, his face reddening like liver. Director, I am interrogating the suspect. He is being uncooperative, so Is this interrogation? What you are doing is torture. Our Public Security Bureau expressly forbids such methods. Do you not know this? And you have brought an outsider into the interrogation room. Truly audacious. Step aside. The director forcefully pushed Zhu Yichun aside, intent on assessing the suspect's injuries, should anything be amiss. He would bear the responsibility as the director of the Public Security Bureau. Upon seeing the suspect, the director's eyes widened in shock. In Gong, upon hearing those words, Chang Chuanxi slowly lifted his head. The figure before him was none other than the middle-aged man, Yao Qianshu, whom he had rescued the previous day while indulging in skewers. At that moment, Chang Chuanxi gazed at him as if he were a savior and feigned terror, saying, Brother Yao, are you also with the Public Security Bureau? Please save me. These individuals are abusing their power and seeking personal revenge. They wish to kill me. Given that this man was his benefactor, Yao Qianshu's fury ignited upon witnessing Chang Chuanxi's distress. Fear not, my benefactor. As long as I am here, none shall dare to harm you. Yao Qianshu turned, his expression darkening as he fixed a fierce gaze upon Zhu Yichun. Gritting his teeth, he demanded, Zhu Yichun, I implore you to provide an explanation. Zhu Yichun's face contorted with embarrassment as he murmured, Director Yao, may we speak privately for a moment? However, Yao Qianshu was unyielding. I'm afraid, Deputy Director Zhu, that this step cannot be taken. There is nothing illicit in our discussion, so let us speak here. Observing this, Zhu Yichun's countenance darkened. Director Yao, let me be frank. This young man has offended me, and I merely intend to administer a slight reprimand. Is that an issue? Yao Qianshu scoffed, questioning so. Deputy Director Zhu, are you admitting to personal vendetta? Do not forget, you are an enforcement officer. You are well aware of the consequences of breaking the law. This matter will be reported, and you shall await an investigation. Reported? Zhu Yichun sneered, revealing a disdainful expression. Director Yao, my addressing you as director is a sign of respect. With a mere flick of my wrist, can you guarantee your position as the head of the Public Security Bureau remains secure? Moreover, if you claim I am seeking personal revenge, does that make it true? Where is your evidence? Do you possess any? Yao Qianshu understood that Zhu Yichun had certain connections. Yet today, he was resolute in protecting Chang Chuanxi, ensuring he would not suffer further harm from Zhu Yichun and his ilk. Zhu Yichun, as long as I am present, you shall not lay a finger on him. As he spoke, Yao Qianshu seized the keys from the officer's hand and unshackled Chang Chuanxi. The moment the restraints fell away, Chang Chuanxi sprang to his feet and whispered urgently into Yao Qianshu's ear. Upon hearing Chang Chuanxi's words, Yao Qianshu's eyes sparkled with determination. In the next instant, Yao Qianshu swiftly advanced towards Sun Jihao, executing a deft maneuver to subdue him. Quick to act, Chang Chuanxi lunged forward and snatched Sun Jihao's phone. Realizing his phone had been taken, Sun Jihao's heart sank, and he urgently called out, Director Zhu, the phone contains a video. Alarmed, Zhu Yichun silently cursed his luck. Earlier, while assaulting Chang Chuanxi, Sun Jihao had recorded the entire incident. If the phone fell into Yao Qianshu's hands, the consequences would be dire. However, the phone was now securely grasped by Yao Qianshu, making it exceedingly difficult to reclaim. Consequently, Zhu Yichun stepped forward to block the door of the interrogation room, ensuring that no one could exit. Director Yao, I advise you to surrender the phone. Otherwise, you shall not leave this room today. Yao Qianshu tucked his phone into his pocket, gazing intently at the other party, his voice cold. What? Do you still wish to lay hands on me? I am the director of the Public Security Bureau, and here I have the final say. With a hearty laugh, Zhu Yichun scoffed. Yao Qianshu, you are exceedingly naive. So what if you are the director? If you manage to step outside, then indeed, you hold the authority. But within this interrogation room, it is I who dictates the terms. As long as you lack evidence, I will swiftly ensure you are ousted from your position. If you willingly hand it over to me, I shall promise you no repercussions, and we can pretend today never occurred. What say you? Upon hearing this, Yao Qianshu was even less inclined to surrender his phone. Zhu Yichun was known for his vengeful nature, and if he did not seize this opportunity to strike a decisive blow, it would likely lead to future troubles. You wish to detain me? I will not be stopped. Yao Qianshu shouted angrily, preparing to storm out. Zhu Yichun forcefully pushed him back, gritting his teeth as he said, Yao Qianshu, do not force my hand. With a swift motion, Zhu Yichun raised his arm and delivered a sharp slap to Sun Jihao's greasy face, cursing, incompetent fool. If you hadn't insisted on filming, would I be reduced to this? Yao Qianshu, you heard him. If you do not hand over your phone, do not blame me for being unkind. Think carefully before you refuse my offer. With a huff of indignation, Yao Qianshu turned to his benefactor, instructing, kind sir, please step back. Even if it costs me my life today, I will not allow them to harm you. Chang Chuanxi nodded slightly, dismissing Zhu Yichun and his associates entirely. Rest assured, Director Yao, they are no threat to me. Such arrogance. Zhu Yichun bellowed, his dark eyes glinting with a chilling malice. Since you remain obstinate, do not blame me for the consequences. Upon hearing this, Sun Jihao and the officer rolled up their sleeves, a menacing expression crossing their faces. Ignoring Director Zhu's orders is a mistake you have made willingly. Director, forgive us, they said in unison, before lunging at Yao Qianshu like hungry wolves. Come on, do you think I fear you? Yao Qianshu declared, rolling up his sleeves and preparing for a fight. However, before he could engage, Chang Chuanxi dashed in front of him, landing a punch squarely on the officer's eye, followed by a powerful kick aimed at Sun Jihao's groin. In that brief moment when Sun Jihao and the officer were about to strike, Chang Chuanxi activated his extraordinary powers, causing their movements to slow dramatically. Seizing this opportunity, he swiftly brought them both to the ground. To the onlookers, however, the scene appeared surreal. They merely witnessed a fleeting shadow before the two men collapsed. The officer sat on the ground, clutching his bruised eye in bewilderment, while Sun Jihao, cradling his groin, gaped in shock, letting out a pained cry. Damn it, just because I don't show my strength, you think I am a sickly cat? As the conversation unfolded, Chang Chuanxi stepped forward and swiftly seized the handcuffs from the officer's waist, promptly securing both individuals to the interrogation chairs. Witnessing this spectacle, Yao Qianshu was filled with exhilaration. Oh, my benefactor, I had no idea that not only are your medical skills profound, but your prowess is also remarkable. Chang Chuanxi chuckled lightly, a hint of pride flashing across his face. This is merely a trivial matter. Not only can I subdue these two, but even if 3 or 5 more were joined, I would manage just as well. In the corner, Zhu Yichun's complexion turned ashen. The situation had swiftly shifted from a 3-on-2 confrontation to a 2-on-1 predicament, extinguishing any thoughts he had of seizing the phone. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he resolved to leave momentarily and devise a plan to address the video issue, for both the Zhu and Wang families possess considerable resources. With this in mind, Zhu Yichun hesitated no longer, swiftly making his way to the door, intent on exiting the interrogation room. Yao Qianshu, not one to be easily outmaneuvered, dashed forward and apprehended Zhu Yichun with a quick motion, subsequently producing his own handcuffs to secure his hands. Zhu Yichun, as the deputy director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, how dare you resort to torture, seek personal vengeance, and even attempt to assault me, the director, with the intent to seize evidence. Such transgressions are utterly inexcusable. Today, you shall not leave. Prepare to face the consequences. As he spoke, Yao Qianshu forcefully dragged Zhu Yichun beside the interrogation chair, reattaching him to it. Director Yao, I was wrong. We have been colleagues. Could you not let me go this once? I promise I will not attempt to seize the phone again. If you hand it over to the higher-ups, I will accept any punishment. Would that suffice? Faced with this predicament, Zhu Yichun could only plead desperately with Yao Qianshu, understanding that should he remain confined, he would be unable to seek connections to mitigate the situation, which would undoubtedly provoke severe repercussions from above. Yao Qianshu scoffed, reprimanding. Zhu Yichun, do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. Dream on if you think you can escape from here. He then approached Chang Chuanxi, bowing slightly. Benefactor, I sincerely apologize for the trouble you have endured today. Please accompany me to my office, so we may discuss the entire sequence of events. Director Yao, there are certain matters I wish to inquire of these individuals. If you would, please proceed, and I shall find you shortly. Yao Qianshu, astute as he was, perceived Chang Chuanxi's intentions with just a glance. Chang Chuanxi smiled gently, nodding in agreement. No problem, benefactor. Feel free to ask whatever questions you may have. I will be waiting in the office. However, benefactor, these individuals are indeed despicable. Inflicting blows with a book will leave no visible injuries, and without this video as evidence, it would be impossible to prove their acts of torture and personal vendetta. What does Director Yao imply? Is he perhaps hinting at something? Similarly, Chang Chuanxi discerned an underlying meaning in the words exchanged, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he nodded. Director Yao is quite right. Fortunately, I have trained for such situations. Otherwise, today would indeed have been troublesome. All is well then, all is well. At that moment, the surveillance room was occupied solely by Chang Chuanxi, Zhu Yichun, Sun Jihao, and the officer. As Chang Chuanxi turned around, a playful glint sparkled in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the 3 individuals. A peculiar smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Sun Jihao, even as a dog, you are not a good one, perpetually engaging in schemes to undermine your master. Ultimately, have you not fallen into my hands? With that, Chang Chuanxi picked up a heavy book and a hammer, his expression twisted in a sinister grin as he approached Sun Jihao. At this sight, Sun Jihao's heart raced violently, as if it would leap from his chest. His eyes widened, and his lips quivered slightly. Chang Chuanxi, what do you intend to do? This is the Public Security Bureau. Do not act recklessly. Chang Chuanxi placed the thick book against Sun Jihao's chest, his tone laced with amusement. And what of it? Have you forgotten what Director Yao just stated? As long as this book cushions the blow, you shall bear no external injuries, even if I strike you. None shall be the wiser. As soon as the words left his lips, Chang Chuanxi raised the hammer high and brought it down forcefully. Bang, bang, bang. Faced with such a foe, Chang Chuanxi showed no mercy, delivering over a dozen strikes until Sun Jihao's internal organs churned violently, only pausing when he was thoroughly subdued. Next, Chang Chuanxi turned his attention to Deputy Director Zhu Yichun. Deputy Director Zhu, you were the one who struck me earlier. Did you ever consider that today might be your turn? Zhu Yichun glared at Chang Chuanxi, his eyes gleaming with malice, teeth grinding in agitation. You insolent brat. I am the Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau. Do you dare to lay a finger on me? Are you seeking death? Oh, even at this juncture, you remain so defiant. No wonder you hold the position you do in the Bureau. Yet, you may not fully grasp my nature. I am one who avenges grievances swiftly. Besides, the surveillance here is turned off. Even if I were to strike you, who would know? With a sinister smile, Chang Chuanxi placed the thick book against Zhu Yichun's chest. Observing this, a flicker of fear finally crossed Zhu Yichun's eyes, his demeanor turning frantic. What do you intend to do? You scoundrel! You cannot treat me this way. I am the Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau. Should you harm me, there will be dire consequences. Am I a scoundrel? Chang Chuanxi laughed coldly, shaking his head. You are correct. I am indeed a scoundrel. They say a gentleman avenges after 10 years, but a scoundrel does so at once. Now, this scoundrel has come to settle the score with you. What can you do about it? Furthermore, who can attest to the cleanliness of your Zhu family's wealth? I dare not spend it. You may as well keep it for yourself. As his words fell, Chang Chuanxi raised the hammer once more, bringing it down heavily upon Zhu Yichun's chest. Chapter 27. Deputy General Manager. Apart from me, you are the most powerful. Director Yao. Chang Chuanxi stood outside the director's office, gently knocking on the door. Upon seeing Chang Chuanxi, Yao Qianshu immediately rose to greet him. Benefactor, have you concluded your matters? Chang Chuanxi nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude. Director Yao, please refrain from calling me benefactor. Just refer to me as Chuanxi. Today's events owe much to your leniency. Very well, I shall call you Chuanxi from now on. And you need not address me as Director Yao. I am older than you. Simply call me Brother Yao. Come, Chuanxi, take a seat. Once seated, Yao Qianshu poured a cup of hot tea and placed it before Chang Chuanxi, expressing his curiosity. Chuanxi, might I inquire why you have been brought to our Public Security Bureau today? Brother Yao, the situation is as follows. Chang Chuanxi replied with a wry smile, recounting the entire series of events to Yao Qianshu. Upon hearing the details, Yao Qianshu furrowed his brow, feeling a tinge of self-reproach as he remarked, Chuanxi, I fear this matter may become somewhat troublesome. Your actions are evidently documented, and the individual in charge is Han Xin. To be frank, Han Xin holds a unique position and possesses a rather obstinate character. Even I would find it challenging to persuade her to show leniency towards you. Chang Chuanxi chuckled lightly and waved his hand dismissively, stating, one must accept the consequences of their actions. After all, it is merely a few days of detention. Brother Yao, there is no need for you to feel guilty. We shall proceed according to the rules. Chuanxi, such words feel too distant. Were it not for you, I might have met a dire fate by now. Yao Qianshu pondered for a moment before continuing. According to the regulations of the Public Security Bureau, we are unable to bail others out. However, how about this? I will enlist someone to secure your release, thus sparing you from detention. Is that appropriate? A flicker of joy crossed Chang Chuanxi's face. For being free outside was certainly preferable to confinement. What could be inappropriate? Please wait a moment. Chuanxi, I shall make a call. At that moment, two graceful figures appeared at the door, none other than Lin Qiqi, the general manager of the Lin Group, accompanied by her assistant clad in black silk. Yao Qianshu, phone in hand, gazed at the two women in surprise. Question, might I ask who you are? Lin Qiqi, unfazed by Yao Qianshu's presence, walked briskly to Chang Chuanxi and inquired with urgency. Mr. Chang, are you unharmed? Chang Chuanxi, equally astonished, responded, Manager Lin? What brings you to the Public Security Bureau? Lin Qiqi's expression turned serious, with a hint of concern reflected in her eyes as she explained, Mr. Chang, I heard you were taken by the Public Security Bureau, and I came here at once. As her words concluded, Lin Qiqi approached Yao Qianshu. Director Yao, I am Lin Qiqi, General Manager of the Lin Group. Is Mr. Chang here due to the incident involving Sun Jihao? If so, I am here to secure his bail. Upon hearing this, Yao Qianshu discreetly ended his call. With the General Manager of the Lin Group present to facilitate the bail, there was no need to make further arrangements. Ah, it is indeed a pleasure to meet you, Manager Lin. I have long admired your reputation. Mr. Chang has indeed been brought here due to the Sun Jihao matter. Since you are willing to secure his release, it saves me the trouble of finding someone else. Please hold for a moment, Manager Lin. I will summon the officer in charge of this case. Yao Qianshu once again picked up the phone and dialed Han Xin. Before long, Han Xin arrived at the director's office with the necessary paperwork for bail, and with Lin Qiqi's cooperation, the process was swiftly completed. Once the formalities were settled, Chang Chuanxi exchanged farewells with Yao Qianshu before departing the Public Security Bureau alongside Lin Qiqi. Manager Lin, I must express my gratitude today. Otherwise, I might have found myself confined for a few days. However, I presume your visit here is not solely for the purpose of bailing me out? In truth, Lin Linchi came here to file a report concerning Mom Maipi's collusion with outsiders, intending to harm the Lin Group. However, while reporting, she fortuitously stumbled upon the files related to the Chang Chuanxi incident, which led her to seek him out. With a charming smile, Lin Linchi nodded and remarked, indeed, Nothing escapes Mr. Chang's keen perception. As you mentioned, the matter regarding those collectibles is precisely as you said. Might be accepted bribes from others, turning a blind eye to the fact that those artifacts ended up in the hands of the Lin Group. If it weren't for you, the losses for our Lin Group would have been substantial. I have come today, partly to express my gratitude, and partly to extend an invitation to Mr. Chang to become our chief appraiser. Might you be willing? As she spoke, Lin Linchi took a check from her assistant and presented it to him. Upon examining the check, Chang Chuanxi's eyes widened at the staggering sum of 100 million. Ms. Lin, what is this? Despite the alluring pull of such a substantial amount, Chang Chuanxi remained unperturbed, aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch. He understood that beneath every seemingly advantageous offer lies the potential for hidden traps or conspiracies. Thus, before deciding whether to accept this fortune, he felt compelled to ascertain the true nature of the funds. Mr. Chang, this is our token of appreciation from the Lin Group. Please do accept it. As for the salary of the chief appraiser, it is 10 million annually, with bonuses additionally calculated. Lin Linchi presented another check for 10 million, offering both checks together. Without hesitation, Chang Chuanxi accepted the 100 million check and replied with a smile, I shall graciously accept the Lin Group's gratitude. However, as for the position of chief appraiser, I believe I shall decline. You see, I am not fond of constraints. Chang Chuanxi felt justified in accepting the 100 million. Had it not been for him, the Lin Group's losses would not merely have amounted to 100 million, but potentially dozens of hundreds of millions, or even the entire group itself. Mr. Chang, serving as our chief appraiser does not require clocking in and out. I can assure you that your only responsibility would be to appraise items valued at 10 million and above. This task would be quite effortless for you. Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? Chang Chuanxi pondered the enticing proposition, beginning to waver. Just as he was about to acquiesce to Lin Linchi's offer, she spoke again. If you remain unsatisfied, I can also appoint you as the vice president of the Lin Group. In other words, you would hold the second highest position in the entire group, next to me. However, I must clarify that this would be a nominal title without actual decision-making power. Chang Chuanxi let out a sigh, feigning helplessness as he addressed Lin's own. Since you are so earnest and have even bailed me out from the Public Security Bureau, what reason do I have to refuse you? Very well, I accept. As he spoke, Chang Chuanxi unhesitatingly accepted the remaining check for 10 million, swiftly tucking it into his pocket. Chapter 28. The police flower seeks help to treat my grandfather. Meanwhile, in the office of the director of the Public Security Bureau, Director Yao, I shall take my leave now. Having completed the processing of Chang Chuanxi's bail paperwork, Han Xin prepared to depart. Wait a moment. Director Yao Qianshu called after Han Xin, inquiring, how is old Han's condition? As she mentioned her grandfather, Han Xin's spirits plummeted, as if the entire world had been shrouded in darkness. My grandfather remains in a deep coma. Even the most renowned doctors in Rongqing have been unable to assist. However, my second uncle has gone to Modu to invite the renowned Dr. Tian Jiaji, so I believe my grandfather will soon recover. I see. Little Han, I happen to know a miraculous doctor. Would you like me to arrange for him to examine old Han? In truth, Yao Qianshu had stopped Han Xin to introduce her to Chang Chuanxi. Han Xin's grandfather held significant influence in Rongqing, and if Chang Chuanxi could restore him to health, it would not only greatly benefit Yao Qianshu's career, but also forge a connection between Chang Chuanxi and the Han family. After all, Zhu Yichun was no easy adversary. Even though he had been dismissed from the Public Security Bureau due to this incident, confronting him would not be a simple matter for Chang Chuanxi. With the protection of the Han family, the situation would be vastly different. Upon hearing the term miraculous doctor, a flicker of excitement crossed Han Xin's face as she eagerly asked, Director Yao, where is this miraculous doctor? Yao Qianshu glanced towards the door and smiled. Far in the distance, yet close at hand, it's none other than Chang Chuanxi, who just bailed out. Him? Disappointment flashed across Han Xin's face as she responded, Director Yao, please do not jest with me. He is merely a youth. How could he possibly be a miraculous doctor? Noticing her skepticism, Yao Qianshu promptly clarified, Little Han, one should not judge by appearances. The sea cannot be measured by a mere cup. Do not be deceived by his youth. His medical skills are truly extraordinary. After hearing Yao Qianshu's explanation, Han Xin's expression brightened once more, her breath quickening in anticipation, her figure beneath the uniform subtly rising and falling. Director, are you speaking the truth? Yao Qianshu, with a serious demeanor, affirmed, Little Han, how could I dare to jest with the life of old Han? Please consider this carefully, should you wish. I will accompany you to seek him out. Han Xin was well aware of the severity of myocardial infarction. If one could treat it with bare hands, what else could they be but a miraculous doctor? Without further hesitation, she declared, "Director, there's no need for deliberation. Please take me to him. I wish for him to treat my grandfather. They have just left. They should not be far. Come, I will lead you to him." Yao Qianshu grabbed his coat from the chair and hurriedly followed after them. After accepting the check, Chang Chuanxi briefly inquired with Lin Linchi regarding work matters before preparing to leave. At that moment, Yao Qianshu hurriedly approached with Han Xin in tow. Chuanxi, fortunately, you haven't left." After Lin Linchi departed, Chang Chuanxi swiftly approached Yao Qianshu, perplexed, and inquired, "Is there something else, Brother Yao?" Yao Qianshu chuckled awkwardly. Turning to Han Xin, he introduced, "Chuanxi, this is Officer Han Xin from our Public Security Bureau. You should be acquainted." This gesture only deepened Chang Chuanxi's confusion. "Brother Yao, is this Officer Han responsible for my case? I simply did not know her name. What is the matter?" Before Yao Qianshu could respond, Han Xin, with a serious demeanor, interjected, "Mr. Chang, I have heard from Director Yao that you are a skilled physician. I would like to request your assistance in treating my grandfather." "Skilled physician?" Chang Chuanxi chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Officer Han, please do not heed Brother Yao's exaggerations. I am merely somewhat knowledgeable." Han Xion's expression remained impassive, as unyielding as a frigid stone, devoid of any vitality or emotion. Yet her words were unambiguously direct, revealing that the Han family certainly possessed substantial wealth. "Xiao Han, let me speak to him." Yao Qianshu signaled to Chang Chuanxi, pulling him aside and whispering, "Chuanxi, do you know who Han Xion's grandfather is?" "He is none other than Old Man Han." "Old Man Han? Which Old Man Han?" Chang Chuanxi queried, bemused. "There are several Old Man Hans in Rongqing. I must remind you, today at the Public Security Bureau, you have thoroughly offended Zhu Yichun. He is known for his vindictiveness and ruthlessness, and his cousin is from the Wang family. If they decide to target you, it will be a trivial matter for them. However, if you manage to cure Old Man Han's ailment, not only would the Zhu and Wang families refrain from meddling, but no one in the entire Rongqing would dare to cast an eye upon you." Old Man Han of Rongqing? Chang Chuanxi, being a person of humble standing, was wholly unaware of who Old Man Han might be. Yet, from Yao Qianshu's words, it seemed that this Old Man Han wielded considerable influence. Now, he had acquired a modicum of financial capability, but to confront the likes of Wang Ba, he still needed to cultivate connections with the powerful. Since this Old Man Han seemed to be quite formidable, it would be prudent to give it a try. Having treated Yao Qianshu's myocardial infarction previously, he felt confident in his ancient medical knowledge. Chang Chuanxi respectfully clasped his hands and nodded. "Thank you for the reminder, Brother Yao. I shall give it a try." "Excellent. Xiao Han, I have discussed this with Chuanxi, and he is willing to treat your grandfather. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed at once." Han Xian nodded slightly, her gaze filled with gratitude towards Chang Chuanxi. "Mr. Chang, as long as you can heal my grandfather, feel free to stipulate any condition. Let's go. We need to gather some items." "Gather items? What items?" "Mr. Chang, do you not require any instruments for your examination? A stethoscope or perhaps acupuncture needles?" Han Xian had encountered numerous physicians, understanding that Western doctors typically relied on stethoscopes, while traditional Chinese doctors were seldom without their needles. However, it appeared that Chang Chuanxi possessed no medical equipment whatsoever. In response, Chang Chuanxi chuckled lightly, waving his hand. "It is merely a matter of examining a patient. I require nothing but myself. Let's proceed directly to your grandfather." Han Xian regarded Chang Chuanxi with a complex expression, her mind swirling with doubts. It was indeed hard to fathom that a physician would utter such words. Yet, upon closer observation, she discerned a resolute confidence reflected in his gaze. This confidence seems to stem from a profound recognition of his own abilities. Chang Chuanxi's expression was exceedingly serious, as if he had contemplated every possible outcome. His gaze was resolute and focused, devoid of any hesitation or wavering. Witnessing this scene, Han Xion's previously anxious heart gradually found solace. She began to believe that this man might indeed possess a solution to their current predicament. Although she remained unaware of Chang Chuanxi's intended course of action, the confidence radiating from him instilled a sense of reassurance within her. Thus, Han Xian resolved to place her trust in Chang Chuanxi and await his next move. "Mr. Chang, my car is over there. Let's proceed." Chapter 29. Surrounded by Malevolence. Let's make a wager. "My goodness, Officer Han, is this your residence?" Chang Chuanxi gazed at the opulent mansion before him, his expression one of astonishment. despite his current wealth exceeding 100 million. He never imagined he could afford such a grand abode. Han Exin, in her urgency, had no time to concern herself with anything else. Mr. Chang, let's first visit my grandfather. If you can heal him, a house like this is merely trivial. Leading the way, Han Exin guided the two men through a labyrinth of corridors until they arrived at the room of the esteemed Elder Han. Mr. Chang, this is my grandfather. Upon seeing the elderly gentleman, Chang Chuanxi immediately activated his otherworldly magical vision to assess the man's condition. The moment he focused, he was taken aback. The Elder Han was enveloped in a dense aura of malevolence, and through his magical vision, Chang Chuanxi discerned that this malevolence was on the verge of invading the Elder's heart meridians. The situation was dire, if not addressed within a day. The malevolence would seep into the heart, and even a celestial being would be powerless to intervene. The source of this malevolence was the ancient artifacts the Elder Han possessed. Mr. Chang, what is my grandfather's condition? Can you save him? Indeed, Chuanxi, what ailment afflicts the Elder Han? Inquiring with furrowed brows, Yao Qianshu shared the concern, knowing that if Chang Chuanxi were to heal the Elder, the benefits to him would be equally significant. After a moment of contemplation, Chang Chuanxi displayed a conflicted expression and replied, Officer Han, your grandfather is not afflicted by conventional illness. He is beset by malevolence, which is the very cause of his unconsciousness. If this malevolence is not eradicated promptly, I fear the Elder Han's lifespan may dwindle to a mere day. Nonsense. Before Han Xin could respond, a loud voice boomed from outside the door. A middle-aged man entered, accompanied by an elderly gentleman. Casting a disdainful look at Chang Chuanxi and admonishing, who dares to spout such nonsense in the Han household? Do you wish to invite disaster upon yourself? Second uncle? Han Xin exclaimed, swiftly clarifying, Second uncle, this is Mr. Chang, whom I have specifically invited to treat grandfather. Humph. The Elder Han snorted derisively, retorting, Xin, I must express my disapproval. How can you jest with your grandfather's life? To summon such a charlatan for his treatment, do you intend to bring about his demise? At these words, Han Xin's eyes brimmed with confusion and grievance, her voice trembling as she implored, Second uncle, how can you say such a thing? You are aware that my grandfather cherishes me above all else. How could I possibly harm him? You too acknowledge your grandfather's affection for you. Yet why have you brought such a charlatan here? Han Xin's cheeks flushed crimson as she reiterated, Second uncle, I have already mentioned that Mr. Chang is here to treat grandfather. He is a physician, not the quack you suggest. No need for that, he retorted. I have summoned Dr. Tian to attend to your grandfather, and as for the rest of you, you may leave. Just as Han Xin was about to argue, she was halted by Chang Chuanxi's outstretched hand. This elder, he remarked sharply, should refrain from such acrimonious words. I was invited here by Officer Han. What gives you the right to dismiss me? Moreover, given that old Master Han's condition is dire and can only be sustained for a day at most, are you truly certain you wish to have me depart? What audacity! Dr. Tian stepped forward, glaring at Chang Chuanxi and admonished, Young man, this is the Han family, not a place for your insolence. How dare you speak so arrogantly before me, a mere child without a single hair on your chin? Chang Chuanxi raised an eyebrow and frowned. Old man, and who might you be? Silence, roared Elder Han, his anger palpable. You truly are ignorant of your circumstances. Do you have any idea who this is? This is Dr. Tian Jiajiji, the foremost physician of the Dragon Kingdom. How dare you address him so disrespectfully? Physician? Chang Chuanxi scoffed, his disdain evident. Perhaps in your eyes he is a physician, but to me, he is nothing more than a quack. I can assure you, he will not be able to cure old Master Han. Seeking death, you are courting disaster. Elder Han seethed with fury upon witnessing Chang Chuanxi's humiliation of Tian Jiajiji. Someone, expel this blind fool from here. Elder Han, simply expelling him would be too lenient, Tian Jiajiji interjected, his gaze fixed on Chang Chuanxi. Young man, why don't we make a wager? At the mention of a wager, Chang Chuanxi's interest piqued. After all, much of his wealth had been amassed through gambling. He chuckled lightly and remarked, Dr. Tian, I am curious to know what terms you propose. A glint of malice crossed Tian Jiajiji's eyes as he declared, If I awaken old Master Han today, you shall kneel and apologize, and then sever your own tongue. And if you fail? Chang Chuanxi inquired. If I am unable to cure old Master Han, I will kneel and apologize to you. How does that sound? Chang Chuanxi pondered for a moment before shaking his head. That won't do. Ha ha ha. Tian Jiajiji laughed triumphantly, his tone dripping with mockery. What is this? Are you afraid? Afraid? Ha ha. Chang Chuanxi laughed in return, his tone playful. Old man, have you lost your senses? If I lose, I must not only kneel but also sever my tongue, while your only consequence is to kneel. Is that truly fair? Do you think me a fool? You at this, Tian Jiajiji was genuinely furious in his decades of life. No one had ever dared to address him so disrespectfully, and certainly no one had ever referred to themselves as young master in his presence. With a fierce glint in his eye, he thundered, "Very well, let's change the stakes. If I cure old Master Han, not only will you kneel and apologize publicly, but I shall also take your life. If you can cure old Master Han, I shall publicly bow an apology and pledge to serve you henceforth, treating you like royalty. What say you?" Tian Jiajiji, a cunning individual, was effectively digging a pit for Chang Chuanxi. Their wager hinged on the ability to cure old Master Han's ailment. If even he cannot succeed, how could anyone else? Thus, he positioned himself in an invulnerable stance. The declaration elicited astonishment among the gathered crowd. After all, this was a matter of life and death. Yao Qianshu discreetly tugged at Chang Chuanxi's sleeve, cautioning, "Chuanxi, this gentleman is the esteemed Dr. Tian, a luminary in the medical field of the Dragon Kingdom. Perhaps we should withdraw." Han Xin, with a despondent visage, expressed her remorse. "Mr. Chang, I sincerely apologize for the unforeseen turn of events. Perhaps you should leave for now." Chang Chuanxi waved his hand dismissively and took a seat, exuding calmness. "You need not worry. I declare he shall not succeed. That old man is destined to kneel today." He gestured subtly towards Tian Jiajiji, his expression laced with intrigue. "Doctor Tian, what are you waiting for?" Gomos. Chapter 30. In the crucial moment, 3 minutes remain. Little one, today you are doomed. Once Dr. Tian has completed his treatment, I shall have my way with you. Han Eryi spat angrily, turning to Tian Jiajiji with an ingratiating demeanor. "Dr. Tian, do not stoop to the level of such scum. Please attend to my father first, and afterward, I shall ensure that young man pays dearly." Tian Jiajiji shared this sentiment, and without further hesitation, donned his reading glasses and began to check old Master Han's pulse. "How is my father, Dr. Tian?" Tian Jiajiji furrowed his brow, feigning authority. "Han Eryi, your esteemed father is merely suffering from pent-up emotions, compounded by his advanced age, which has led to a thrombosis that compresses the nerves, resulting in his unconsciousness. Fear not, for with acupuncture, I shall surely rouse him." A flicker of excitement crossed Han Erye's face as he urged, "Then please, Dr. Tian, proceed with the acupuncture immediately." "Very well." As he spoke, Tian Jiajiji produced a set of silver needles, moving towards the crown of old Master Han's head. Administering acupuncture to the Bai point could potentially awaken someone in a coma temporarily. However, given old Master Han's current condition, his heart rate was not particularly rapid while unconscious. But if he were to awaken, it would accelerate dramatically, allowing malevolent energy to surge into his heart channels. Should he proceed with the needle? It was unlikely old Master Han would survive even an hour, let alone a day. As he contemplated this, Tian Jiajiji raised the silver needle, poised to pierce the Bai point. "Wait!" Chang Chuanxi shouted, warning, "Have you thought this through? If you proceed with that needle, old Master Han will not survive the day." Silence. "How dare you question old Master Han's actions?" Tian Jiajiji chuckled lightly, his tone laden with ulterior motives. "Han Eryi, he is merely afraid of losing to me. Do not heed him. Once I revive old Master Han, I shall deal with him accordingly." With that, Tian Jiajiji thrust the needle into old Master Han's Bai point without hesitation. At the moment the silver needle penetrated, old Master Han's fingers twitched slightly, followed by a couple of soft coughs, and he slowly opened his eyes. As Han Lao awoke, Han Eryi and Han Xin rushed forward in an instant. "Father, you have finally awakened." "Grandfather, it's wonderful to see you awake. You truly frightened me." At that moment, a sigh emanated from Chang Chuanxi behind them. "Officer Han, there is no need for such excitement. Although Han Lao has regained consciousness, I predict he will surely vomit blood within 3 minutes and lapse into unconsciousness again within 5 minutes. After 15 minutes, even a celestial being would be unable to save him." Han Eryi glared fiercely at Chang Chuanxi, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "How dare you speak such nonsense at this critical moment?" Tian Jiajia let out a huff, his eyes glinting with a predatory intensity, exuding an aura of cruelty and danger. "Young man, now that Han Lao is awake, you have lost. Speak, how do you wish to meet your end?" Chang Chuanxi shook his head and sighed indeed. "You're a quack. Have you forgotten what I said earlier? Han Lao will definitely vomit blood within 3 minutes. He glanced at the clock and confidently declared, "The time is nearly upon us. 3, 2, 1. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Lao's chest heaved violently, and he suddenly expelled a copious amount of blood. Witnessing this, the onlookers were left in stunned silence. Han Erye's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a mix of astonishment and incredulity, as if he had witnessed something beyond imagination. In a state of panic, Han Xian rushed to Chang Chuanxi's side. Worry etched on her face. Mr. Chang, what is happening to my grandfather? Can you truly save him? No, Tian Jiaji interjected, waving his hand to feign calmness. Han Erye, Miss Han, do not heed his absurd claims. Han Lao has been unconscious for too long. Toxins have inevitably accumulated in his body. He is simply detoxifying. There is no need for alarm. Chang Chuanxi scoffed and checked the time again. As I stated before, Han Lao will surely fall unconscious again within 5 minutes. The time is nearly upon us. 3, 2, 1. Immediately after he spoke, Han Lao's neck slumped, and he truly fell back into unconsciousness. Han Erye's eyes bulged in shock as he pointed at Han Lao, exclaiming, Dr. Tian, my father, he truly is unconscious. Is it possible that everything this brat has said is true? Grandfather, Han Xian cried out, rushing once more to Han Lao's side. Grandfather, what is wrong? Woo. The usually composed Han Xian, akin to an ice-cold beauty, broke down into sobs. Tian Buguang once again waved his hand, attempting to maintain composure. No. This is all a coincidence, is not as it seems. I understand now. It must be that Han Lao has been unconscious for too long. My previous acupuncture was insufficient. I shall perform it again, and everything will be fine. As he spoke, Tian Jiajia retrieved his silver needles, preparing to administer acupuncture once more. At that moment, Chang Chuanxi, his expression grave, cautioned, Quack, have you forgotten what I said earlier? Han Lao has only 10 minutes left. If you continue to be obstinate and delay his treatment, can you bear the consequences? Upon hearing this, Tian Jiajia's hand, holding the silver needle, hesitated in midair, unable to descend. Silence. Han Erye roared, his eyes blazing red. Dr. Tian is treating him. How dare you, you scoundrel, interject? Chang Chuanxi uttered a sharp call, fixing his gaze upon the other party, and cautioned, what I just stated has been verified. If you still place your faith in this quack, then I have nothing further to say. However, I must remind you that old Master Han has but 8 minutes remaining. Second Master Han, have you considered this carefully? The fate of old Master Han rests solely upon your words. Upon hearing this, Second Master Han hesitated, although he placed greater trust in Tian Jiajia. The recent events had indeed unfolded as Chang Chuanxi had foretold. At this moment, his brow furrowed tightly, his eyes drifting uncertainly across the floor, his heart entangled in a chaotic turmoil. Only 6 minutes remain, Chang Chuanxi reiterated. Han Xian's beautiful eyes brimmed with tears as she cried out in desperation. Second uncle, what are you still hesitating for? Did you not hear? Just 6 minutes left. Are you truly willing to watch our grandfather depart? In the midst of this indecision, Chang Chuanxi's voice resonated once more. Only 3 minutes left. With the final 3 minutes ticking away, Second Master Han dare not gamble. He immediately approached Chang Chuanxi and knelt before him with a thud. Mr. Chang, I implore you to act and save my father. Han Xian quickly stepped forward, her eyes shimmering with pleading intent. Mr. Chang, please save my grandfather. I promise you anything you desire if you can restore him. Witnessing this, Tian Jiajia's expression darkened, and he scornfully remarked, Second Master Han, do you truly believe his words? He is merely a young lad, lacking any understanding of medicine. Second Master Han's gaze turned icy as he confronted Tian Jiajia, demanding, if you possess a solution, please attend to my father without delay. If you cannot, then kindly refrain from speaking. In the end, Tian Jiajia obediently fell silent. Mr. Chang, please, I beseech you to save my father. As time slipped away, beads of sweat emerged on Second Master Han's forehead, his eyes reflecting a blend of urgency and unease, eager to forge a connection with the Han family. Chang Chuanxi could not bear to witness old Master Han's demise. He promptly approached the old man's bedside, fingers poised in a sacred gesture, commencing the manipulation of qi. Observing Chang Chuanxi's actions, Tian Jiajia scoffed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. I presumed you had some skill. It appears you are merely a charlatan. Second Master Han, you see this lad knows nothing of medicine. He is simply... Before Tian Jiajia could finish her disparagement, she suddenly appeared to be ensnared by an invisible force. Her body stiffening, expression frozen, and her gaze turning vacant. Her thoughts seemed trapped in an inescapable dilemma, her once vibrant eyes dimming, as if she had transformed into a statue, standing immobile. A glimmer of gold flashed from Chang Chuanxi's fingertips, and in the next moment, he converged his fingers, placing one at Old Master Han's heart. While others may not perceive it, Chang Chuanxi had activated his otherworldly magic eyes, revealing the truth with clarity. He witnessed the golden gleam morph into a silver needle, plunging directly into Old Master Han's heart. Upon sighting this golden light, the malevolent energy within Old Master Han recoiled as if a mouse had encountered a cat, hastily retreating in a frenzied escape. In an instant, the pallor of Old Master Han's face transformed into a vibrant hue, and his breathing became noticeably more effortless. Tian Jijiji stared with wide eyes, incredulity etched across his features. Is this the art of manipulating qi through acupuncture, penetrating deeply into the essence? As his words fell, Old Master Han cleared his throat and slowly opened his eyes. Previously, when Tian Jijiji had pricked the Baihui acupoint, it had briefly roused Old Master Han. But at that moment, he had been unable to speak or move. Now, however, Old Master Han managed to part his lips, his voice slightly subdued. What has happened to me? As he spoke, he propped himself up with one hand and sat upright. Water, Xin, what has happened to me? Han Eri and Han Xian immediately surrounded him, examining him with concern. Father, how do you feel now? Grandfather, you have finally awakened. What is this? Old Master Han expressed a look of confusion, clearly unaware that he had been gravely ill. Father, have you forgotten? You were quite ill not long ago. Han Eri animatedly recounted the details of his father's illness and treatment. Father, this is Mr. Chang, whom Xin invited to help treat you. If it weren't for Mr. Chang, you would have been in peril today. Old Master Han nodded slightly towards Chang Chuanxi, offering a gentle smile as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Chang, for saving my life. From this day forth, you shall be a distinguished guest of the Han family. Should you require any assistance from us, do not hesitate to ask. Chang Chuanxi maintained a stoic demeanor, devoid of any mirth. Old Master, do not be hasty in your gratitude. Your condition has not yet been fully resolved. Han Eri rose and respectfully bowed to Chang Chuanxi, saying, Mr. Chang, I will trouble you with my father's health in the future. As the saying goes, illness descends like a mountain, yet departs like a thread. Han Yushui understood this principle well. Even though Old Master Han had regained consciousness, he did not believe that his father's ailment had been cured. Chang Chuanxi chuckled softly, dismissively waving his hand. Han Eri, the old gentleman is in excellent health. What illness could there be? No illness? Han Yushui was taken aback, as was Han Xian, and even Old Master Han appeared bewildered. Yao Qianshu and Tian Jijiji, standing nearby, were equally astonished. Mr. Chang, please do not jest. My father was clearly unwell. How can you claim he is in good health? Indeed, Mr. Chang. On what grounds do you say such a thing? My grandfather was undeniably in a coma. If you have conditions, please state them. I will agree to anything. Officer Han, you misunderstand. Chang Chuanxi once again waved his hand, his expression serious. Have you forgotten what I previously mentioned? Old Master Han did not faint due to illness, but rather because of malevolent energy. Malevolent energy? Indeed. Chang Chuanxi nodded affirmatively, stepping closer to Old Master Han. Old Master, I shall be direct. The items you wear, from head to toe, are all derived from the earth, and each one carries a heavy burden of malevolent energy. What? Are you suggesting that these items on me were excavated from a grave? Old Master Han's eyes widened in shock as he surveyed the objects adorning him. Mr. Chang, are you implying that if my grandfather removes these items, he will no longer face any issues in the future? Chang Chuanxi cast a reassuring glance at Han Xian and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, as long as Elder Han refrains from wearing these items, such occurrences will cease. Without hesitation, Han Xian promptly reached out and removed the ring and the beads adorning Elder Han. Hand me the ring, Chang Chuanxi requested, extending his hand towards Han Xian. He then approached a potted plant and, employing the same technique as before, began to channel the malevolent energy within the ring into the flowers. In an instant, the previously vibrant blossoms began to exhibit signs of wilting. They are wilting, truly wilting. Elder Han gasped in shock, his gaze fixated on the flower. Observing this phenomenon, Master Han rose abruptly, incredulous. Is it true that such malevolent energy exists? Mr. Chang, I was presumptuous earlier. I underestimated your capabilities. I hope you will forgive my ignorance. Master Han, there is no need for formality. I understand your concern for Elder Han, Chang Chuanxi replied, placing the ring in Master Han's hands. Once cherished, the ring now felt akin to a burning coal. Upon grasping it, Master Han swiftly set it down on a distant table, distancing himself from it. There is no need to fear, Master Han. Though this item possesses malevolent energy, it poses no threat if not worn for extended periods. Hearing this, Master Han finally exhaled in relief. At that moment, Tian Jiajing, who had earlier exuded arrogance, hurriedly approached Chang Chuanxi and knelt before him with a thud. Mr. Chang, I was blind to your brilliance. Please forgive me. Your medical skills are unparalleled, and I am in great admiration. I humbly request to be accepted as your disciple. Chapter 32. The Divine Dr. Kneels. Please accept me as your disciple. Please, no. Chang Chuanxi feigned a look of astonishment and retorted with a hint of sarcasm. You are the esteemed Dr. Tian. How could I, a mere novice, dare to accept you as a disciple? However, Dr. Tian, should we not fulfill our previous wager? Without further ado, Tian Jiajing produced a check and presented it. Mr. Chang, please accept this. If you agree to take me as your disciple, it is all yours. Chang Chuanxi glanced at the check, which amounted to 300 million, and promptly tossed it back in front of Tian Jiajing. Dr. Tian, have you made a mistake? Our wager was merely 100 million. What do you mean by offering me 300 million? It is often said that one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Should he accept this sum, he would be compelled to take on this disciple. Furthermore, with Chang Chuanxi's extraordinary abilities, earning money had become exceedingly effortless. Kneeling on the ground, Tian Jiajing's face radiated respect. Mr. Chang, consider the remainder as my initiation gift. If this is insufficient, please state your desired amount, and I shall comply. Chang Chuanxi snorted in displeasure and admonished, Dr. Tian, do you take me for mercenary? Do you believe that wealth alone holds significance? I shall only accept what is rightfully mine. Do you understand? Tian Jiajing's mind whirled, realizing that with Mr. Chang's profound medical prowess, he would not be swayed by worldly possessions. It seemed that to gain his favor, one must appeal to his true interests. Upon considering this, Tian Jiajing presented a check for 100 million, expressing his remorse. Mr. Chang, I have offended you. Please accept this check. Chang Chuanxi accepted the check and tucked it into his pocket, coldly stating, Dr. Tian, I do not wish to see you right now. Do you understand? Yes, understand. Tian Jiajing replied, immediately rising and hastily departing the Han residence. He was acutely aware that he had angered Chang Chuanxi, and given Chang's current temperament, lingering would yield no favorable outcome. After Tian Jiajing left, old Master Han descended from his bed. With the malevolent energy dissipated, his recovery was remarkably swift, and in no time, he appeared as if nothing had transpired. Old Master Han invited Chang Chuanxi and director Yao Qianshu to the living room, while Han Xian personally brewed exquisite tea and placed it on the table. Mr. Chang, Director Yao, please enjoy the tea, Old Master Han said, gesturing toward the cups. Gentlemen, this is the finest Longjing tea following the rain. Do have a taste. Mr. Chang, I cannot thank you enough today. Without your intervention, I fear I would not have survived, Old Master Han continued, producing a check. Here is 500 million, intended as your consultation fee. Should it prove insufficient, do not hesitate to say so. Old Master, you are too kind. Director Yao and Officer Han are friends. How could I possibly accept your fee? Chang Chuanxi replied. Unlike Tian Jiajing's check, which he was unwilling to accept, he found it imperative not to accept Old Master Han's. Accepting the check would convert the treatment into a mere transaction, while declining it would leave the Han family in his debt. With a gentle smile, Old Master Han pushed the check back towards him. Mr. Chang, friends are friends, but one must charge for medical services. Please accept it. Chang Chuanxi waved his hand, jesting. Old Master, when I say I want to accept it, I mean it. If you persist, I may have to take my leave. Ha ha ha. Old Master Han laughed heartily. His eyes filled with admiration. Very well then, no fee. Xian, how did you come to know Mr. Chang? He is not only exceptionally skilled for one so young, but quite amusing as well. Since Old Master Han's awakening, Han Xian's once icy demeanor seemed to have melted, replaced by a constant, sweet smile. Grandfather, the story is as follows. She recounted how she had reported a case, how Chang Chuanxi had been taken to the Public Security Bureau, and how Yao Qianshu introduced her to him, detailing the events thoroughly. Upon hearing Han Xian's account, Old Master Han's expression darkened. Xian, have you thoroughly investigated this matter? I do not believe Mr. Chang to be that sort of person. Han Xian's lips parted slightly, as if she wished to articulate a response, yet found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, Yao Qianshu, who had remained silent, spoke up. Old Master, you truly possess discerning insight. There is indeed more to this situation than meets the eye. As he spoke, Yao Qianshu retrieved Sun Jihao's phone and opened a video stored within. Old Han, It seems that Chuanxi has unwittingly offended our deputy director, Zhu Yichun, of the Public Security Bureau. This entire affair appears to have been orchestrated by them, intending to settle a personal vendetta against Chuanxi. Fortunately, I discovered in time, thus preventing any wrongful accusation against him. Speaking of that Zhu Yichun, he is truly despicable, attempting to snatch my phone and destroy evidence. Yao Qianshu deliberately bypassed the incident involving Mr. Chang and focused instead on Zhu Yichun. If someone else were to handle Zhu Yichun's case, he might have managed to downplay the situation, but with old Han's intervention, Zhu Yichun has no means to maneuver. How outrageous it is for a deputy director of the Public Security Bureau to engage in such unlawful conduct. After watching the video, old Han was seething with anger. Mr. Chang, rest assured, I will seek justice for you. Zhu Yichun shall certainly face the consequences of the law. As he spoke, old Han turned his gaze toward Yao Qianshu. You must be Director Yao. I am grateful to you for introducing such an excellent physician to Xin and for your attentive care. Keep up the good work. Your future is bright. A flicker of excitement passed through Yao Qianshu's eyes as he respectfully replied, Old Han, you are too kind. Your well-being is paramount. It is my honor to assist you in any way. Upon hearing this, both men rose to their feet. Old Han, let us forego the meal. You have just awakened and need ample rest. I shall prepare a prescription for Officer Han, and you can follow it for 3 days to recuperate, after which you shall be well. Indeed, Old Han, please take care of yourself. We shall not disturb you further. Chang Chuanxi procured pen and paper to leave a prescription for Old Han's recovery before departing with Yao Qianshu from the Han residence. Dream Doctor? Why is she calling me? Is she here to settle the score? Chapter 33. The car purchase incident and a reunion with Bai Yue Guang. Dream Doctor, or rather, Sister Meng, what brings you to me? The gentle and melodious voice of the Dream Doctor wafted through the phone. Its warmth and delicacy were akin to a spring breeze, soothing the heart. Oh, dear brother, you had your fill and vanished without a word, not even a call to me. What is the matter? Afraid I might take advantage of you? Chang Chuanxi offered an awkward smile and hastily replied, Sister Meng, please spare me your teasing. What is it that you need? A look of distress crossed Chang Chuanxi's face as he hesitated, saying, Sister Meng, ISNT that a bit improper? I don't even know your name. How could I impersonate your boyfriend? Upon hearing this, the Dream Doctor's voice turned icy. Chang Chuanxi, did you know my name when you climbed into my bed? Enough of the nonsense. Let us keep it simple. With that, she abruptly hung up, leaving him no chance to refuse. After putting away his phone, Chang Chuanxi shook his head in resignation and hailed a taxi, heading northward. The northern part of the city is a bustling commercial street, home to nearly all of Rongqing's 4S dealerships. Since he needed to masquerade as the boyfriend of the Dream Doctor, it would be quite unbecoming to drive her antiquated vehicle. Moreover, over the past few days, he had relied on either the 11 bus or taxis, often waiting for over 10 minutes, which proved to be rather inconvenient. Consequently, Chang Chuanxi had long contemplated purchasing a car, with a check for 100 million and over 100 million more in his account. Acquiring a vehicle was merely a trifling matter. Upon arriving in the Northern District and entering the car showroom, Chang Chuanxi found himself engulfed in indecision. What kind of car should he choose? A Bentley? A Rolls-Royce? Wouldn't that be excessively ostentatious? Nonetheless, given his current status, opting for a Porsche or Maserati did not seem unreasonable. With this thought in mind, he made his way directly to the Maserati section. The moment he stepped inside, he was captivated by a stylish, exquisite vehicle. It was a Maserati Quattroporte, and its striking aesthetics were undeniably compelling. Without hesitation, Chang Chuanxi approached it and decided to proceed with the purchase. He confidently strode to the front desk. Excuse me, I would like to buy a car. Yet, the sales associate appeared oblivious, her gaze fixated on her phone screen, completely dismissing his presence. Chang Chuanxi rapped on the desk, raising his voice, Excuse me, I am here to buy a car. Did you not hear me? The sales associate, who had initially worn a professional smile, now displayed unmistakable impatience upon noticing Chang Chuanxi. Her brow furrowed, and her eyes radiated disdain, as if he emanated an unpleasant aura. She cast a cursory glance before diverting her attention elsewhere, as if even a moment's gaze in his direction would cause her discomfort. Shoo, go away. I have no time for idle chatter with you, she retorted brusquely. This response irked Chang Chuanxi, who pointed an accusatory finger at her. Sen, you better listen carefully. I am here to buy a car, so kindly adjust your attitude. The sales associate scoffed, her tone dripping with condescension. You? Buy a car? Do you even know what we sell? You probably couldn't afford even a single wheel. If you wish to buy a car, turn left when you leave. There's a shop specializing in toy cars, understand? A cold smile graced Chang Chuanxi's lips, his eyes igniting with indignation. Let me make myself clear. I am here to purchase a car, so please mind your manners. The sales associate scrutinized him with a look of utter disdain. What? Are you pretending to be someone important? You, who isn't worth $200 from head to toe, think you could buy a Maserati? Have you lost your mind? Get lost. We do not welcome you here. Understood? Fine, don't regret this, he retorted, disheartened by her attitude. He relinquished the idea of acquiring the Maserati and turned to the adjacent Porsche exhibit. Is anyone here? I would like to buy a car. As soon as he spoke, a cheerful sales associate from Porsche approached him with a radiant smile. Good afternoon, sir. May I ask your name? Chang Chuanxi, he replied, finally taking a closer look at the charming young woman before him. And you are? He inquired, recognizing her. Li Bianqing. She responded, nodding affirmatively. Before Li Bianqing, her face, meticulously sculpted as if by a master craftsman, radiated a subtle yet extraordinarily captivating curve. Her smile resembled a white lotus quietly blooming in a summer pond, fresh, ethereal, and elegantly pure. Akin to a gentle breeze caressing one's cheek under the warm sun of spring, soft and soothing, inviting warmth. Chang Chuanxi, after all these years, you remain unchanged, she remarked. Chang Chuanxi, scratching his head in a blend of embarrassment and nervousness, replied, Li Bianqing, you have changed quite a bit. You have become even more beautiful. Li Bianqing was his high school classmate, once his cherished muse. He had pursued her back then, but she had gracefully declined, prioritizing her studies. Their reunion bore a hint of awkwardness. Not at all. Li Bianqing chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. By the way, what brings you here, Chuanxi? Are you looking for a job? Shaking his head, Chang Chuanxi smiled. No, I came to buy a car. Buy a car? Li Bianqing's eyes widened in surprise as she scrutinized him from head to toe, an unmistakable look of astonishment dawning upon her face. It seemed that the person before her surpassed her expectations entirely. Dressed in what appeared to be bargain bin attire, he hardly resembled someone of affluence. And given that the showroom featured luxury vehicles, Li Bianqing's initial reaction was to think he had wandered into the wrong place. Stepping closer, she whispered, Chuanxi, are you sure you're in the right place? These are all luxury cars, with the cheapest starting at hundreds of thousands. Chang Chuanxi understood that her words were not laced with disdain, but rather a gentle reminder. In truth, he bore the remnants of his previous wardrobe, which from a distance seemed to hail from a prestigious brand, yet a closer inspection revealed the letters were all wrong. Indeed, it was mere market fare. With a light-hearted chuckle, he cast a reassuring glance at Li Bianqing. Rest assured, I am in the right place. You are the sales associate for Porsche, correct? I would like to purchase a vehicle from you. Really? Li Bianqing was taken aback, a hint of excitement bubbling within her. One must understand. Selling even a single vehicle here would yield substantial commissions. Is there any doubt? Come, let us take a look. The Maserati sales associate, having witnessed the exchange, sneered disdainfully, muttering, what a show. Just a pauper wanting to buy a luxury car. After perusing the selection, Chang Chuanxi finally set his sights on the Panamera Executive Long Wheelbase. He tapped the table and proclaimed, I believe this one will do nicely. I shall take it. A glimmer of joy flashed across Li Bianqing's face as she cautioned him once more. Chuanxi, are you certain? This car is quite pricey, at $2,600,000. That's the one. Let us proceed with the payment. As he spoke, Chang Chuanxi produced a card and handed it over. With a mixture of skepticism and anticipation, Li Bianqing accepted the card, swiped it, entered the amount, and only when the transaction was successful and the receipt printed did her expression shift to one of sheer astonishment. Chuanxi, you're doing remarkably well. Purchasing a car worth millions without a second thought. Li Bianqing returned the card to Chang Chuanxi and, taking his hand, led him to the front desk to finalize the purchase agreement. At this moment, the Maserati saleswoman, witnessing the unfolding events, felt a deep sense of regret as a substantial commission slipped away. Approaching Chang Chuanxi with a bold demeanor, she implored, Sir, I must confess my earlier oversight. I failed to recognize your discerning taste. I understand you have a preference for our Maserati Quattroporte, so why not refund your previous payment and consider purchasing from me instead? Chang Chuanxi, dismissively shaking off her hand, retorted with a sardonic tone, Do not presume upon me. I am but a man worth scarcely 200 yuan, incapable of affording even a single wheel of your luxurious vehicle. Sir, the saleswoman purred, bending slightly to reveal a glimpse of allure, her voice a sultry whisper. Let us not harbor resentment, shall we? My previous conduct was inexcusable, and I sincerely apologize. With a stoic expression, Chang Chuanxi turned his gaze away, stating flatly, "I'm afraid I've already completed my transaction. Kindly refrain from interrupting our contract signing." Undeterred, the saleswoman stepped closer, her full lips brushing against Chang Chuanxi's ear as she softly murmured, "Sir, we have a policy here. Until a contract is signed, all transactions remain void. Should you choose to purchase from me, I assure you, all your desires can be fulfilled, no matter how outrageous they may be. I can be much more than just a salesperson for you. Get away from me." Chang Chuanxi forcefully pushed her aside, declaring with ire, "It would be wise for you to distance yourself. I harbor no interest in a harlot like you. Your mere presence disgusts me." Seeing that her tactics had failed, the saleswoman's demeanor shifted dramatically from seductive to aggressive. "What do you think you are? It's merely a car. I was gracious enough to entertain you, and yet you dare to reject me. Do you have any idea who I work for? If you strike me, I will ensure you regret it." Rising to his full height, Chang Chuanxi pointed an accusatory finger at her, seething, "I care not for whom you work. Vanish from my sight immediately, or I shall ruin that provocative face of yours." With her hands firmly placed on her hips, the saleswoman dismissed him entirely, her arrogance unabated. "You be terrified to know who I serve. I work for the esteemed Dr. Tian. Offend him, and there will be no refuge for you, not just in Rongqing, but throughout the entire Dragon Country." With a swift motion, Chang Chuanxi raised his arm and delivered 2 sharp slaps across her face. "Leave," clutching her swollen cheek. The saleswoman whined, "You dare strike me? What of it? Even if Dr. Tian himself were to appear, I would not hesitate to retaliate." "Fine, if you possess such courage. Do not flee. Let us see how brazen you remain when Dr. Tian arrives," she declared, pulling out her phone to make a call. Meanwhile, Li Bianqing, holding the vehicle purchase agreement, wore an expression of deep concern. In the western part of Sichuan, she did not lie just now. Indeed, the Maserati booth belonged to Dr. Tian. "You should sign the agreement and leave this place quickly, otherwise it will be troublesome when Dr. Tian arrives." Chang Chuanxi chuckled softly, casting a reassuring glance at Li Bianqing. "Rest assured, Shaoqing, that so-called Dr. Tian is nothing in my eyes." Li Bianqing stared blankly at Chang Chuanxi before her, suddenly sensing a change in him. He exuded an inexplicable aura that drew her in, instilling a sense of calm. She even pondered that had Chang Chuanxi been like this before, perhaps she would not have rejected him initially. After signing the car purchase agreement, the two engaged in cheerful conversation, reminiscing about amusing past events. "Who dares to cause trouble in my territory?" Dr. Tian, flanked by 2 imposing bodyguards dressed in black, stormed in with great authority. Upon seeing him, the Maserati saleswoman immediately approached, entwining her arms around Dr. Tian's and sweetly imploring, "Dr. Tian, a rustic dog came to look at cars earlier. It would have been fine if he didn't buy anything, but he even laid hands on me. You must take charge of this matter. By the way, I told that rustic dog I was working for you. Yet he not only refused to apologize, but also insulted you, even threatening to continue his aggression upon your arrival. What? Such audacity! Rest assured, anyone who dares to lay a hand on me shall deeply regret their existence." Following the saleswoman's guidance, Dr. Tian strode purposefully towards Chang Chuanxi. "Poor wretch. Didn't you say you would still confront Dr. Tian? Now that he is here, why do you not exhibit that bravado?" The saleswoman held her head high, each word dripping with arrogance, instantly plunging the atmosphere into tension. Dr. Tian regarded Chang Chuanxi's back as if it were a dead dog, coldly stating, "You, young man, are exceedingly bold to provoke someone under my protection, Tian Jiajiji. I command you to kneel and apologize at once. Perhaps I may spare you. Otherwise, you shall meet a most unfortunate demise today. Get lost." "What? Who is this young man? How dare he tell Dr. Tian to leave? Am I hearing things? Insanity. This is Dr. Tian. How can he act so recklessly? This kid is finished." Speaking to Dr. Tian like that seals his fate. Dr. Tian's face darkened, as if shrouded by a heavy gloom, akin to the thick clouds before a storm. His brows furrowed tightly, his eyes narrowed slightly, glinting with a chilling intensity. The tension was palpable as his lips tightened, betraying an uncontrollable fury and a merciless intent, instilling a sense of dread. At that moment, he resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, with repressed emotions threatening to unleash catastrophic consequences. "Young man, it appears you do not know the meaning of the word death. Today, I shall enlighten you on the repercussions of offending me, Tian Jiajiji. You too, break his legs and throw him out. From this day forth, I want to see him begging on the streets, scorned by all." Before them stood 2 imposing bodyguards, their fierce gazes fixed upon the adversary as they simultaneously rolled up their sleeves, revealing robust and muscular arms. At that moment, Chang Chuanxi rose abruptly, turning to face Tian Jiajia with a sardonic expression. Dr. Tian, you truly possess remarkable authority. Just as Tian Jiajia was about to unleash his wrath, he recognized the individual before him and was momentarily taken aback. Chang, Dr. Tian, he exclaimed, cursing under his breath. Enraged, Tian Jiajia raised his arm and delivered 2 resounding slaps across the face of the sales assistant, exclaiming, You blind fool. Do you think I need your guidance in my affairs? The sales assistant clutched her swollen, reddened cheek, her eyes wide with astonishment and confusion, as if she were ensnared in a state of utter bewilderment. Dr. Tian, why are you hitting me? The one causing trouble is that impoverished fool, and it is he who insulted you. Why must you strike me? Upon finishing her plea, Tian Jiajia raised his arm once more, delivering another 2 stinging slaps to her face. What is it to you if I strike you? Do you even comprehend who this is? This is Mr. Chang. How dare you offend Mr. Chang? Are you courting death? After reprimanding the sales assistant, Tian Jiajia forced a sheepish smile, ingratiatingly saying, Mr. Chang, what brings you here? It is my failure in supervision that allowed my subordinates to offend you. In truth, Tian Jiajia was not intimidated by Chang Chuanxi himself, but rather by his extraordinary medical prowess. As a medical enthusiast who built his reputation through skillful healing, he held an unwavering respect for those whose expertise surpassed his own, which in turn enhanced his own abilities and elevated him to his current esteemed position. Chang Chuanxi, wearing a stern expression, replied with mild displeasure. What? Are you suggesting that I should not have come here? No, no, no. Tian Jiajia quickly gestured. Mr. Chang, that is not my intention. I presume your visit here is to purchase a vehicle. Therefore, the Maserati display is under my purview. If you don't mind, please choose freely. As my apology to you. No, I'm just a poor soul who cannot afford a Maserati. If you doubt this, simply inquire with your sales assistant. Tian Jiajia, being astute, immediately grasped the underlying reason for this remark. He turned to glare at the sales assistant, his eyes seething with rage akin to molten lava, boiling over in fury. You incompetent fool, you've done nothing but cause trouble. You may leave and never show your face to me again. At these words, the sales assistant's complexion drained of color, rendering her as pale as a ghost. The haughty demeanor she had exhibited moments ago swiftly receded, replaced by sheer terror and disarray. In that instant, she was stripped of her previous arrogance, leaving only an overwhelming sense of fear and panic. She suddenly collapsed to her knees before Tian Jiajia, her voice trembling with desperation as she pleaded, Dr. Tian, I implore you not to dismiss me. I have been so obedient. You cannot cast me aside. Tian Jiajia's expression darkened, his eyes ignited with indignation. He let out a cold snort, a sound imbued with an air of profound chill and discontent. Raising his right foot, he delivered a forceful kick to the sales assistant. The assistant emitted a pained groan. Yet Tian Jiajia remained indifferent, not even casting a glance in her direction. Seeing this, the assistant crawled on her knees to Chang Chuanxi's feet, beseeching, Mr. Chang, I was blind to my own shortcomings. I beg you, intercede with Dr. Tian on my behalf. Plead with him not to dismiss me. Mr. Chang, I will do anything you ask if you would only help me. In the past, when Chang Chuanxi was nothing and achieved nothing, he had often been ridiculed by others. Hence, he harbored a particular disdain for those who looked down upon others. At this moment, how could he possibly feel any sympathy? Get lost. I will say it again. I have no interest in you, you shameless vixen. Please disappear from my sight immediately. Upon hearing Chang Chuanxi's words, Tian Jiajia immediately gestured dismissively, commanding, You too, throw this insufferable wretch out. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 burly, stern-faced bodyguards surged forward like lightning. Their movements were swift and decisive, as though they had been awaiting this moment for an eternity. One bodyguard adeptly approached from the left, seizing the sales assistant's arm, while the other nimbly maneuvered to the right, firmly grasping her other arm. Together, they efficiently subdued the sales assistant. Without mercy, they dragged her towards the door. Throughout the ordeal, the assistant struggled futilely, her strength inconsequential compared to that of the 2 professional bodyguards. Soon, they unceremoniously tossed her out like a lifeless dog. Tian Jiajia, slightly bending forward, addressed Chang Chuanxi respectfully. Mr. Chang, do you find my handling of the situation satisfactory? Quite acceptable, Chang Chuanxi replied curtly, then turned his attention away from Tian Jiajia to pick up a pen and sign his name on the car purchase agreement brought by Li Bianqing. Understanding that he had just earned a modicum of favor from Chang Chuanxi, Tian Jiajia recognized that this was not the opportune moment to broach the subject of apprenticeship. Instead, he produced a business card and presented it. Mr. Chang, here's my card. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. Whatever I, Tianjie, can accomplish, I will do with unwavering dedication. Although Chang Chuanxi was not particularly intrigued by Tianjie, he nonetheless accepted the card. Since there is nothing more, I shall not impose further upon you two. Farewell. With a courteous nod, Tianjie prudently exited the exhibition hall. Once the car purchase agreement was duly signed in duplicate, Chang Chuanxi handed one copy to Li Bianqing. Everything is signed. Take a look. By the way, Xiao Qing, when do you finish work? I would like to treat you to dinner. Li Bianqing took the car purchase agreement, examined it, and after confirming there were no issues, tucked it away. Glancing at the time, he chuckled, Chuanxi, if anyone should treat, it ought to be me. With your new car, I stand to earn quite a commission. However, I still have 20 minutes left in my shift. Would you mind waiting a bit? Sure, I'll wait for you, Chuanxi replied. The two then settled at the front desk, reminiscing about amusing past events. The following day, Chang Chuanxi rose early, opened the window, and inhaled the fresh air outside. A beam of sunlight streamed in, and he found himself staring intently at the glaring light. Under normal circumstances, this sunlight would have been blinding, but for some inexplicable reason, his eyes felt no discomfort. Instead, he experienced an unusual sense of refreshing clarity. It even gave him the illusion that his eyes were absorbing the sunlight, rendering him unable to look away. This subtle change filled Chang Chuanxi with delight. Could it be that gazing at the sun can enhance my otherworldly vision? He pondered, excitement bubbling within him. Just as he was lost in thought, he received a voice message from Dr. Meng. I've sent the address. I'm coming to pick you up. Chang Chuanxi offered a wry smile, ultimately complying by sending his location. Before long, Dr. Meng arrived downstairs, prompting Chang Chuanxi to hurriedly lock the door and descend. Upon seeing her, his eyes flickered, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Meng Jia, perhaps we should discuss this a bit more. It really feels inappropriate for me to go. Dr. Meng's expression darkened as she retorted, what is inappropriate about it? Enough nonsense. I've already informed my family. Get in the car. And by the way, don't call me Meng Jia anymore. My name is Meng Jiao, and you should call me Jiao Jiao. Do you understand? Seeing that there was no room for negotiation, Chang Chuanxi reluctantly nodded. Since that's the case, let's not use your car. We can take mine instead. Meng Jiao had assumed Chang Chuanxi's vehicle would be a modest one, perhaps slightly more attractive than hers. However, upon arriving at Chang Chuanxi's car, she was taken aback. Before her stood a brand new Panamera, still without a license plate. With her mouth agape and eyes wide in disbelief, she exclaimed, is this your car? Chang Chuanxi offered an awkward smile and vaguely replied, all right, let us get in. The car roared to life, speeding away under Meng Jiao's guidance. On their journey, Meng Jiao succinctly briefed Chang Chuanxi on her family situation and made a stop to purchase some gifts. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at Meng Jiao's residence. Chuanxi, you're aware of my family dynamics. My stepmother can be quite difficult, and her words are harsh, so tread carefully, she cautioned. Chang Chuanxi's brow furrowed tightly, as if locked in place by an immense pressure weighing down on his heart. Sweat dampened his forehead, beads of perspiration trickling down his cheeks, while his body trembled slightly, exuding an aura of intense anxiety. Rest assured, Jiao Jiao, having decided to assist you, I am fully prepared to endure whatever your aunt may say. Do not be anxious. I am here for you. I shall not allow her to bully you. Let's depart. The two of them leapt from the vehicle, carrying gifts as they made their way towards Meng Jiao's home. Chapter 36. The marriage candidate is surprisingly an unrefined uncle. Meng Jiao's stepmother, Wang Lighting, regarded the unfamiliar man before her with a gaze filled with curiosity and scrutiny. She meticulously assessed Chang Chuanxi, from his upright stature to his handsome, yet somewhat youthful visage, and then to the plain clothing he wore, all of which did not escape her observant eyes. However, when her gaze fell upon Chang Chuanxi's tattered shirt, her expression darkened instantly, as if a storm cloud had settled upon her face. Chang Chuanxi, holding the gifts, politely greeted, hello, Annie. As he spoke, Wang Lighting shifted her gaze towards him and bluntly retorted, no matter who you are, please leave my house at once. You are not welcome here, do you understand? What are you doing? This is my boyfriend. If you wish to drive him away, then I shall leave as well. Meng Jiao firmly clung to Chang Chuanxi's arm, standing resolutely beside him. Being the principal party, Wang Lighting could not allow her to depart. With evident disdain, she looked at Chang Chuanxi and remarked sarcastically, a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Do you not see your own worth? What do you have to compare with him? Since you wish to remain and humiliate yourself, then by all means, stay and witness the disparity between individuals. Meng Jiao shot Wang, lighting a glare, and softly said, Chuanxi, pay no heed to her. Please take a seat. I will fetch you some water. Before long, Meng Jiao returned with a cup of hot tea and sat beside Chang Chuanxi. Ever since arriving at Meng Jiao's home, Chang Chuanxi had yet to see her father. If Wang Lighting was indeed her stepmother, it could be understood if she treated her poorly, but what of her biological father? Out of curiosity, Chang Chuanxi inquired, Jiao Jiao, where is your father? Has he gone out? Upon hearing the mention of her father, a profound sadness flickered in Meng Jiao's eyes, tears glistening in her beautiful gaze as she spoke in a subdued tone. My father suffered a stroke. He is now unable to speak or move and requires constant care. Were it not for this, would I endure such humiliation? Understanding Meng Jiao's plight, Chang Chuanxi grasped the situation. Meng Jiao's father was bedridden due to a stroke, and her stepmother was attempting to force her into marrying a wealthy man. Yet, it was evident that Meng Jiao held no interest in this so-called wealthy individual. But she dared not offend her stepmother, which was why she had sought him out to feign the role of her boyfriend. Thus, it seemed that if her father could be cured, everything would fall into place. With the ancient medical texts in his possession, treating a stroke should pose no insurmountable challenge. Meng Jiao, I possess some medical knowledge. Allow me to examine your uncle. It may prove beneficial. You? Meng Jiao shook her head, a bitter smile gracing her lips as she replied. Do not jest. In my quest to treat my father, I have sought out every renowned physician in Rongqing, selling both our home and car, yet to no avail. I believe only the illustrious physician Tian Jiajia from Longhua possesses the means to help, but his consultation fees are exorbitant, far beyond my means. Is it not merely a stroke? In my household lies a cherished ancestral remedy, specifically designed to treat strokes. Come, let's go and take a look. It might indeed prove beneficial. Is that true? Initially, Meng Jiao harbored doubts about Chang Chuanxi, yet upon reflection, she realized that her father was rendered speechless and immobile. What harm could come from merely observing? Furthermore, what if Chang Chuanxi spoke the truth? After a moment's hesitation, Meng Jiao rose and, accompanied by Chang Chuanxi, made her way toward her father's room. What are you doing? Wang Lighting interposed herself before them, her gaze brimming with suspicion. Meng Jiao's expression hardened as she retorted, We are merely going to check on my father. Is that not permissible? Wang Lighting cast a disdainful glance at Chang Chuanxi, openly revealing her contempt. I never said it was forbidden. You may see your father whenever you wish, but he cannot. Why can't he? He is a doctor and intends to treat my father. Treat him? Wang Lighting scoffed, her face etched with disdain and annoyance. Meng Jiao, how many doctors have you consulted? Has your father shown any signs of improvement? Look at him. He is scarcely worth $200. Can he truly be a doctor? Let me be frank with you. Anyone may attend to him, but not him. Meng Jiao furrowed her brows, striving to suppress her rising emotions. Fine. Even if you prevent Chang Chuanxi from treating my father, he is my boyfriend. Surely, it is acceptable for him to meet my father? Boyfriend? Has that been acknowledged by me? Wang Lighting shot back. Let me remind you, with your father in such a state, this household is under my command. If you disregard my wishes, you know the consequences. You. Meng Jiao clenched her fists, her face flushed with indignation, a fiery tempest raging within her chest. Yet, she refrained from unleashing her fury, well aware that such an outburst could yield dire repercussions. Thus, despite the tumult of anger and dissatisfaction boiling within her, Meng Jiao endeavored to maintain her composure. Chuanxi, let us not proceed. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Wang Lighting hastily traversed the room, her face adorned with a forced smile, and gently opened the door. Zhuqi, you have arrived. A portly man in his 50s entered, bearing gifts. His bald head gleamed like freshly plowed earth, devoid of any errant growths, while his prodigious beer belly was astonishingly large. Upon entering, he leered at Meng Jiao, inching closer. Meng Jiao instinctively recoiled, her face betraying her revulsion. What are you doing? Keep your distance. Chen Zhuqi remained unfazed, his eyes brazenly roaming over Meng Jiao. Jia, soon we shall be family. Rest assured, after marriage, I will treat you well. You may eat whatever you desire, buy whatever you wish. And if you choose not to work, you may simply stay at home. Meng Jiao's countenance darkened immediately. What nonsense are you spouting? Who wishes to marry you? Who considers you family? Seeing her reaction, Chen Zhuqi's expression soured in turn. Meng Jiao, do not be ungrateful. We have already reached an agreement. A bride price of 500,000, in addition to your uncle's medical expenses, which I shall cover. Moreover, your stepmother has already accepted the bride price. It is too late to back out now. As the conversation unfolded, Chen Zhuqi attempted to make an inappropriate advance towards Meng Jiao. With a sharp motion, Chang Chuanxi intervened, forcefully pushing Chen's hand away and coldly stating, "Remove your hands." Taken aback, Chen turned to Chang and scornfully asked, "Who do you think you are? What does our affair have to do with you?" Chang then wrapped his arm around Meng Jiao, a triumphant expression on his face, declaring, "Meng Jiao is my girlfriend. Does that not establish a connection? Your girlfriend?" Chapter 37. A salary of 1 million is nothing in my eyes. Wang Lighting's eyes flickered as she raised her hands in surrender, saying, "I am equally unaware of when Meng Jiao acquired a boyfriend. However, rest assured, I will handle this matter. Allow me to speak with her." Striding confidently to Meng Jiao. Wang admonished, "Meng Jiao, what are you thinking? Chen Juchi is quite the catch, handsome and wealthy. Marrying him would ensure a life of comfort. And look at this fellow here, dressed in rags, hardly worth 200. How does he compare to Chen Juchi? Indeed, Jiao Jiao, I possess considerable wealth. What does this pauper have?" Before Meng Jiao could respond, Chang Chuanxi scoffed, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Did I hear correctly? You dare to label him as handsome? If you admire him so much and are willing to accept his bride price, why not marry him right away?" Turning his icy gaze to Chen Juchi, he continued, "And you, does wealth make you special? I failed to see your affluence. Perhaps you could provide proof?" Silence. Wang Lighting interjected sharply, reprimanding, "What right do you, a mere pauper, have to question Chen Juchi? To be frank, you are not even worthy of a single one of his fingers." Chen Juchi, shaking off the insult, wore a smug expression, declaring, "Young man, I'm a client manager at Longxing Bank, earning a salary of 500,000, not including bonuses. With bonuses, my annual income exceeds 1 million. 1 million? Chang Chuanxi laughed derisively, shaking his head in disdain. "I expected a significant figure. Instead, I find a mere bank clerk." Fixing his gaze on Chang, who appeared to be dressed in cheap attire, Chen retorted, "You are quite arrogant, dismissing a $1 million salary. Pray tell, what do you do that earns you more?" Chang chuckled lightly, producing the keys to a palmera and placing them on the table, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Me? I do nothing, yet I truly regard 1 million as beneath me." Palmera? Chen Juchi felt a surge of alarm, believing he had encountered a formidable opponent. However, upon reflection, he thought it implausible for a palmera owner to be clad in such meager garb. With that notion, a cold smirk crept across his face. Do not presume that possessing a palmera key signifies wealth. Frankly, it is individuals like you that I disdain the most, pretending to be affluent while lacking true resources. Meng Jiao, do not blame me for not warning you. It is best to distance yourself from this person. Marry Chen Juchi, and not only will you enjoy a life of luxury, but your father will also receive ample care. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the fate that awaits him." Wang Lighting's expression turned sly, intentionally leveraging her father to coerce Meng Jiao into submission. From the words of the other party, Chang Chuanxi discerned that Meng Jiao's stepmother was fixated on money. If merely throwing money at the problem could resolve it, that would indeed simplify matters significantly. "You are Jiao Jiao's stepmother. I shall address you as aunt for the time being. If I understand you correctly, it all boils down to having money, does it not?" With a glint in her eye, Wang Lighting had already begun to formulate a plan. Competing over wealth between the two could not only dissuade Chang Chuanxi, but also allow her to leverage both Chang Chuanxi and Chen Juchi to inflate the stakes. Truly a double win. With this thought, Wang Lighting revealed a triumphant smile and declared, "You are indeed correct. I shall make my position clear today. Whoever offers the highest bet for the bride price will have Meng Jiao's hand in marriage. Chen Juchi has already pledged 500,000. How much do you intend to offer?" Chang Chuanxi scoffed dismissively and raised his hand. "Isn't it just 500,000? I shall offer 1 million. Chen Juchi, unwilling to be outdone, stood up abruptly, slamming his hand on the table and asserting, "I shall offer 1,500,000. But I demand that Meng Jiao accompany me to bed tonight." "You little brat, Meng Jiao is already mine. If you have the audacity, then raise your offer," he added, raising the stakes to 2 million. Chang Chuanxi, unfazed, simply extended 2 fingers. Chen Juchi glared at him, teeth clenched, and questioned, 2 million? Do you actually have that kind of money?" Chang Chuanxi, unhurried, produced a bank card and placed it before him, tauntingly saying, "Manager Chen, if you're indeed a client manager at Longxing Bank, you should recognize this card, shouldn't you?" Chen Juchi looked down and gasped. The card before him was the prestigious Longxing Black Gold card, reserved solely for clients with personal assets exceeding 100 million. However, Chang Chuanxi, dressed in shabby attire, with a cheap phone in hand, hardly resembled a billionaire. With gritted teeth, Chen Juchi seized the Longxing Black Gold card from the table and exclaimed, "Do you know what this card represents?" It is the highest level of our Longxing Bank. Only clients with assets over 100 million can possess it. How dare you forge a Longxing black gold card? You must be seeking your own demise. As he spoke, Chang Chuanxi snapped the card in half and threw it at Chang Chuanxi's feet, enraged by the sight of the severed card. Chang Chuanxi slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Chang Chuanxi, I believe your tenure as a client manager has come to an end." In that moment, Chang Chuanxi picked up his phone and dialed the VIP hotline for the Longxing Bank Black Gold card. "Hello, I demand that your bank president meet with me immediately. If not, I will withdraw all my assets and sever ties with Longxing Bank permanently." With that terse statement, he hung up and placed the phone back on the table. "Ha ha," Chang Chuanxi laughed derisively. "Keep pretending. Let's see how long you can maintain the charade." Chang Chuanxi's expression darkened as he regarded Chang Chuanxi with disdain, coldly replying, "Be patient. You will soon discover whether this is a pretense. I declare here and now that your days as a client manager are numbered." At that moment, Chang Chuanxi's phone rang. "Hello, this is Chang Chuanxi." On the other end of the line, a male voice resonated. "Mr. Chang, I am Yuan Shuren, the president of Longxing Bank in Rongqing. May I inquire how our bank has offended you to elicit such anger?" Chang Chuanxi scoffed, responding curtly, "Listen carefully. My black gold card was just broken by one of your bank's client managers. I demand you come to the scene immediately to address this matter. Otherwise, we shall cease our collaboration and my funds will no longer remain in Longxing Bank." Chapter 38. Seeking an audience with the president. "Shall I call for you?" After hanging up, Yuan Shuren was drenched in sweat. It is worth noting that even within the entirety of Longxing Bank, clients with personal assets exceeding 100 million are exceedingly rare. If this individual truly decided to transfer all their assets and discontinue their partnership with Longxing Bank, the repercussions for Yuan Shuren as president would be severe and punishment inevitable. "Mr. Lin, if there are no pressing matters on your end, I shall step out for a moment." Observing the flustered and perspiring Yuan Shuren, Lin Linchi furrowed her brow, inquiring, "President Yuan, what troubles you? Are you in a hurry?" "Indeed, how could I not be?" Yuan Shuren's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes filled with anxiety and urgency as he explained, "As you are aware, our bank has very few clients with personal assets surpassing 100 million. It seems one unfortunate soul has offended a client named Chang Chuanxi and even broke his black gold card. The client just called, demanding I resolve this immediately. Otherwise, he will transfer all his deposits and sever ties with us. How could I not be anxious?" "Mr. Chang?" Lin Linchi was slightly taken aback. She had conducted an investigation into Chang Chuanxi's circumstances and discovered that he had previously possessed almost nothing. Although he had recently earned a considerable sum, amounting to mere tens of millions, she was astonished to learn that he had quietly amassed over 100 million. Noticing Lin Linchi's reaction, Yuan Shuren inquired, "Ms. Lin, do you know Mr. Chang?" Lin Linchi nodded slightly, a smile gracing her lips. "Of course. He is our newly appointed chief appraiser at Lin Group and also serves as our vice president." "How unexpected. It seems we have stirred the dragon in its lair." "Fear not, Ms. Lin. I shall attend to this matter forthwith, ensuring both you and Mr. Chang are satisfied." Yuan Shuren bowed respectfully to Lin Linchi before making to depart. "Wait, I shall accompany you. I have business with Mr. Chang as well." Yuan Shuren was momentarily stunned, pondering, what does Ms. Lin mean by this? Does she doubt my commitment to resolving this issue? It appears I must handle this with utmost diligence to ensure her satisfaction. A knowing smile spread across Yuan Shuren's face as he nodded. "Very well, Ms. Lin. Please hold on. I will prepare, and we shall depart together." "How long has it been? Where is the president you mentioned? Surely hasn't he failed to arrive? Or is your black gold card merely a fabrication?" Chang Chuanxi jested, a sly grin tugging at the corners of his mouth, his expression brimming with mockery and disdain. "Chuanxi, do you truly believe his words? Just look at his pitiful appearance. How could he possibly be a billionaire? If he were, I might as well be the richest person in the world." Chang Chuanxi let out a cold snort, his smile vanishing in an instant, replaced by a menacing and fearsome visage. "Listen here, boy, this matter is far from over. How dare you put on airs in front of me? Chang Chuanxi, I will ensure you pay dearly for your insolence. Aren't you Driamgio's boyfriend? Soon, I shall take her to bed, and you will witness firsthand how I toy with her." "You shall not," Driamgio retorted defiantly. "Even if I were to die, I would never allow you to lay a finger on me." "Shall not?" Chang Chuanxi scoffed, reminding her, "Driamgio, you must understand that your stepmother, Wang Lighting, has accepted a bride price of 500,000 from me. If you wish for me to keep my hands to myself, then come up with 1,000,000. If you can produce it, I will leave at once." As his words hung in the air, Wang Lighting pointed accusingly at Driamgio, threatening, You better think carefully before making a decision. Consider your half-dead father. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, despite her simmering resentment, Driamgio obediently closed her mouth, refraining from uttering another word. Chang Chuanxi, observing the scene, cast a reassuring glance towards Driamgio. What you two in such a hurry for? Eager to be reborn? Chunjuchi, you would do well to stow away that smug expression of yours. Soon enough, you will have cause to weep. And you, he continued, do not think that just because you are Driamgio's stepmother, I will hesitate to scold you. You desire money, do you not? I shall give it to you. But if you dare to trouble her again or use her father to intimidate her, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Chang Chuanxi's icy gaze radiated a palpable aura of threat and warning, causing Wang Lighting to instinctively take several steps back. Who do you think you're frightening? A pauper dares to threaten me? I suggest you leave while you still can, or else Juchi will not let you off easily. Chun Juchi's expression darkened, his demeanor arrogant as he declared, Boy, you seem quite fatigued from your charade. How about this? I will call the bank and summon the president of Longxing Bank to confront you. When he arrives, let's see if you can maintain your facade. Go ahead, make the call. If you don't, you are no grandson of mine. Originally, Shinjuchi merely intended to intimidate Chang Chuanxi into retreating, but contrary to his expectations, Chang Chuanxi remained unfazed, even sporting a relaxed demeanor and a playful smile. Damn it, you are truly unyielding. Just wait. Shinjuchi, feeling cornered, could only grit his teeth and pull out his phone, dialing the bank. Hello, this is Chunjuchi. I have discovered someone flaunting a counterfeit Longxing black gold card. Please send someone over to handle this. Yes, all right. I will send you the address shortly. After an uncertain exchange, Chunjuchi sent the address to the other party, then proclaimed with bravado, the bank representatives are on their way. If you have any guts, stay right here. Today, I will ensure you rot in jail. Driamgio looked at Chang Chuanxi, her eyes flickering with concern as she murmured, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have dragged you into this. Perhaps you should leave now. After all, Chunjuchi was a legitimate bank client manager, while Chang Chuanxi, by all appearances, seemed far from a billionaire. Before Chang Chuanxi could speak, Chunjuchi beside him sneered with a sinister smile, exuding an air of arrogance. Want to leave? Is that even possible? Let me tell you, Meng Jiao, not only do I intend to deal with you in front of him today, but I also want him to experience the consequences of showing off in my presence. Poor fool, did you hear that? The bank representatives are on their way. If you kneel and apologize to Juchi now, perhaps he will soften his heart and allow you to crawl out like a dog. Shinjuchi's lips curled into a smug grin, the flesh of his face quivering with his delight. His gaze revealed a hint of cunning and lewdness, provoking a sense of revulsion. Meng Jiao, to be honest, I don't wish to escalate matters too much. After all, we will still have to coexist in the future. How about this? Let's retreat to a private room. And if you attend to my needs, I promise I won't make things difficult for this young man. What do you say? Chapter 39, Judging by Appearances. Are there billionaires like you? Meng Jiao quietly regarded Chang Chuanxi before her, her slender eyebrows furrowed tightly, as if she were wrestling with a dilemma. Her enchanting eyes flickered with a glimmer of light, revealing a trace of confusion and uncertainty. In this moment, she appeared to be besieged by two conflicting voices within her, plunging her into a fleeting reverie. As seconds ticked by, the air around her seemed to congeal, interrupted only by her soft breaths breaking the stillness. Yet, she remained unable to make a resolute decision, her indecisiveness starkly evident. Initially, she had only intended for Chang Chuanxi to come over and lend a hand, never anticipating that matters would escalate to such an extent. If this incident were to implicate him, she would feel a profound sense of guilt. In that instant, a resolve began to form within her. Should matters spiral beyond control, she would sacrifice herself to protect Chang Chuanxi. At that moment, three impeccably dressed men entered the room. Manager Chun, we have arrived. Where's the fraud you mentioned? Chun Juchi's lips twisted into a peculiar smile as he cast a malevolent glance at Chang Chuanxi. Young man, do you see this? This is the efficiency of our bank. It's him flaunting a counterfeit black gold card here, and thankfully I caught him in time. Otherwise, who knows what detrimental impact he might have inflicted on Longxing Bank. Indeed, comrades, you must thoroughly deal with this scoundrel. It's one thing for him to carry a fake card, but to deceive my daughter as well. Such a person is utterly detestable and must not be spared. The leader of the group nodded slightly, glancing at the broken black gold card on the floor, his expression darkening as he approached Chang Chuanxi. Sir, please accompany us. We suspect you have forged a black gold card from Longxing Bank, resulting in substantial losses for our institution. We kindly ask for your cooperation. Chang Chuanxi displayed a look of astonishment, questioning, is there a mistake? Shouldn't you verify the information first? To claim my black gold card is forged right off the bat seems rather unreasonable. The formally dressed man scoffed, a look of disdain and contempt crossing his face. He scrutinized Chang Chuanxi with a gaze laden with irony, as if attempting to penetrate his very essence. A slight smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of disdain, as he provocatively remarked, "Do I really need to verify the information of someone like you, whose entire being is worth less than $200? You, in your foolishness, opted to forge a black card without even considering a lesser version. Do you have any inkling of who is worthy of possessing a black card?" Chang Chuanxi's lips curled downward, displaying his dissatisfaction as he retorted. It is often said that a dog's eyes see lowly. This adage rings true. I truly wonder how individuals like you, so arrogant and short-sighted, manage to gain entry to Longxing Bank. Do you truly believe that based solely on my attire, you can ascertain that the black card does not belong to me? The man in formal attire scoffed, his expression contorted with malice. Have you ever seen a billionaire draped in cheap goods? Beside him, Wang Lighting cast a scornful glance at Chang Chuanxi, echoing, indeed, what billionaire would don such attire? Even their dog likely wears better. I can hardly be bothered to engage in idle chatter with you. Since you refuse to cooperate, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the man commanded two others to seize Chang Chuanxi, securing him from either side. What are you doing? Let me go. Despite possessing the extraordinary magical eyes of another realm, Chang Chuanxi found himself at a loss, unable to break free from their grasp, regardless of how he wriggled. What is the meaning of this? Chen Zhuqi grinned sinisterly, his eyes glinting with malice as he approached Chang Chuanxi step by step. Have I not warned you that posturing before me, Chen Zhuqi, would lead to your ruin? Chang Chuanxi met his gaze, gritting his teeth. Chen Zhuqi, I advise you to release me at once. Otherwise, it shall be you who faces a grim fate. You dare to be defiant? It seems you won't weep until you see the coffin. As he spoke, Chen Zhuqi raised his arm, delivering a harsh slap to Chang Chuanxi's face. What are you doing? Who permitted you to strike him? Meng Jiao sprang to her feet, positioning herself protectively in front of Chang Chuanxi, her voice laden with fury. Chen Zhuqi's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. You wretched woman, I have yet to deal with you. After receiving my bride price, you still cavort with other men. Just wait and see how I will handle you later. Wang Lighting stepped forward, forcefully pulling Meng Jiao aside, warning, Meng Jiao, heed my words. Obey Zhuqi, and ensure he is satisfied. It will benefit both you and your father. Should you choose to protect this pauper, neither of you shall find peace. Gazing at Meng Jiao's stunning beauty and alluring figure, Chen Zhuqi licked his dry lips, leering, this girl is simply too enticing. I cannot resist. He then seized Meng Jiao, intending to drag her toward the room. Let me go, you scoundrel. What are you doing? Dream Jiao was terrified, her face as pale as parchment, her lips devoid of color. Her eyes widened in horror, filled with fear and despair. She struggled desperately, her hands beating against her captor's arm, attempting to extricate herself from his grasp. However, her strength was no match for his. No matter how she fought, her body remained firmly held, immobile, like a trapped creature, her heart brimming with helplessness and dread. Release her at once, or I shall make you wish for death, a voice thundered. This is a matter between husband and wife. What concern is it of yours? Just come along quietly. The well-dressed man waved his hand, preparing to escort Chang Chuanxi away, while Dream Jiao was on the verge of being pulled into the room by Chen Zhuqi. At that critical moment, a commanding voice rang out from the doorway. Stop. It was Yuan Shuren, striding in with Lin Linqi. What are you doing? Seeing his plans interrupted, Chen Zhuqi's expression darkened. He handed Dream Jiao over to Wang Lighting and, seething with anger, approached Yuan Shuren without hesitation, delivering a slap to his face. Who do you think you are, interrupting my business? Though Chen Zhuqi was the manager of Longxing Bank, he had never encountered the low-key Yuan Shuren, and at that moment, his mind was clouded with rage, oblivious to the consequences. Yet, Yuan Shuren, though unknown to Chen Zhuqi, was well aware of him. His expression hardened as he gritted his teeth. Chen Zhuqi, you have a lot of nerve. Upon hearing his name called, Chen Zhuqi furrowed his brow, puzzled. You know me? Humph. Yuan Shuren scoffed, his teeth clenched. Listen closely. I am Yuan Shuren, the president of Longxing Bank. Yuan Shuren? The mere mention of those three words left Chen Zhuqi stunned. He turned to the three well-dressed men, seeking their confirmation, but they had released Chang Chuanxi, standing silently in the corner. Are you really President Yuan Shuren? Before Yuan Shuren could respond, Chen Zhuqi waved his hand dismissively, shaking his head. No, That is absolutely impossible. How could President Yuan come to this place? I see now. You must be a hired actor brought in by this brat. Chapter 40. A hired actor? He is indeed the president. A hired actor, is it? Yuan Shuren rubbed his hands together, raised his arm, and delivered 2 resounding slaps to Chunjuchi. The sharp cracks echoed, leaving Chunjuchi dumbfounded. You dare strike me? An actor dares to lay hands on me? Do you even know who I am? Yuan Shuren snorted, ignoring him, and took out his phone to make a call. Hello, we have a client manager named Chunjuchi at our bank. Effective immediately, he is dismissed. They're always pretentious fools, but today seems particularly abundant. You think you can fire me? Chunjuchi laughed mockingly, turning to the 3 well-dressed men with a sardonic tone. Did you hear that? He wants to dismiss me. How amusing. The 3 individuals wore somber expressions, forcing a bitter smile as they addressed Manager Chun. Indeed, this is President Yuan of Longxing Bank. Were you all saying? Who is he? Chunjuchi, merely a client manager at a branch, had never encountered Yuan Shuren before, unlike the other 3, who belonged to the legal department of Longxing Bank and were well acquainted with him. They managed to muster a rather unpleasant smile and reiterated, Manager Chun. He truly is President Yuan. Upon hearing this, Chunjuchi's heart raced, beads of sweat forming on his palms, his face etched with panic and helplessness. President Yuan, I truly did not recognize you. Had I known it was you. Before Chunjuchi could finish his sentence, Yuan Shuren coldly interrupted him. Chunjuchi, there is no need for further words. Effective immediately, you are no longer a client manager at Longxing Bank. You may leave. President Yuan, you cannot dismiss me. The circumstances leading to this are justified, Chunjuchi retorted, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he pointed at Chang Chuanxi, exclaiming, It is this pauper who flaunts a counterfeit Longxing Bank black card here, deceiving everyone. I was merely concerned about the potential damage he could inflict on Longxing Bank, which is why I reacted so strongly. What? Yuan Shuren barked, gritting his teeth. Are you implying that it was you who broke Mr. Chang's black card? Chunjuchi, I truly underestimated you. How audacious you are to dare break Mr. Chang's black card. Do you realize that such cards are specially approved by the head office and are in limited supply? President Yuan, you must be mistaken. How could that black card possibly belong to him? Just look at him. His entire outfit combined wouldn't be worth 200 yuan. How could he possess a black card? As soon as this was said, the 3 men in suits nodded in agreement, chiming in, Indeed, President Yuan, this fellow clearly appears to be a pauper. How could he be worth over 100 million? Right, his black card must be stolen. We should take him to the Security Bureau and let them deal with him. Wang Lighting, unwilling to remain silent, chimed in sarcastically, President Yuan. My daughter claims this fellow is her boyfriend. He is nothing but a genuine pauper, not a billionaire. If you don't believe me, just ask my daughter. Yuan Shuren's eyes widened, his face flushed crimson, resembling a boiled liver, his twisted expression sending chills down one's spine. His chest heaved violently, as if it might explode at any moment, the fury within him reaching a boiling point. It felt as though the very air around them had become unbearably hot. He glared at the crowd before him, fury igniting in his gaze, wishing he could reduce them all to ashes. So it appears Longxing Bank harbors individuals with such disdainful views. The black card of Mr. Chang was personally bestowed by me, whether he is a billionaire or not. I am well aware. Enough of this. You, and the 3 of you, are all dismissed. At these words, everyone present, except for Chang Chuanxi, Lin Linqi, and Yuan Shuren, stood in stunned silence. Meng Jiao's delicate hands, as tender as mutton fat jade, tightly covered her luscious crimson lips. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had just witnessed something utterly astonishing. The originally snow-white complexion of her face flushed with a faint crimson hue, rendering her even more enchanting. Wang Lighting, amidst her astonishment, gradually revealed a peculiar smile, her lips curving slightly upward, with an elusive glimmer in her eyes. This smile evoked a sense of chill, as if concealing some unspeakable secret or conspiracy. Her expression became enigmatic, as if she were scheming or anticipating some unfolding event. The 3 well-dressed men wore grim expressions, having been summoned by Chunjuchi, only to find themselves entangled in such a predicament. Chunjuchi shook his head frantically, incredulously exclaiming, Impossible! How can this be? How could a rustic man clad entirely in cheap garments be a billionaire? This is utterly inconceivable. Yuan Shuren snorted disdainfully, rebuking, You bunch of narrow-minded fools, mister. Chang is merely modest, unlike the lot of you miscreants. At that moment, The men finally grasped the reality and refrained from questioning the billionaire status of Chang Chuanxi. Suddenly, Chang Chuanxi fell to his knees before Yuan Shuring, his voice tinged with desperation. Director Yuan, I beg you not to dismiss me. This is all my fault. You may withhold my salary, even for half a year. Just please do not fire me. The three well-dressed gentlemen, witnessing this, immediately prostrated themselves at Yuan Shuring's feet, pleading earnestly, Director Yuan, it was my negligence at work. I implore you to grant me another chance. Director Yuan, we cannot be blamed for this. It was all Chang Chuanxi's doing. He summoned us here. Indeed, Director Yuan, we were merely misled by that scoundrel Chang Chuanxi, which led us to offend Mr. Chang. Yuan Shuring glared at them, kicking them aside and coldly stating, the one you should be pleading with is not me. In an instant, the four understood Yuan Shuring's implication and crawled on their knees to plead before Chang Chuanxi. Mr. Chang, it was my folly to underestimate you. Meng Jiao is yours. I shall not contest. I only ask that you intercede with Director Yuan on my behalf and spare my position. Mr. Chang, I have elderly parents and young children depending on me. I cannot afford to lose this job. I beseech you for forgiveness. Mr. Chang, all the blame lies with me. If you can forgive me, I am willing to do anything you ask. Chang Chuanxi gazed at them, his eyes brimming with disdain. Why should I spare you? If Director Yuan had not come today, how would you have treated me? Would you have shown me mercy? Though I'm not a villain, I am no saint either. Expecting me to plead for you is simply a fantasy. Mr. Chang, I beg you, I truly cannot lose this job. The men were relentless in their pleas, unwilling to relinquish their positions at the bank, continuing to beseech Chang Chuanxi. At the side, Yuan Shuring, noticing the contempt in Chang Chuanxi's eyes, stepped forward and reprimanded. What is there to discuss? Did you not hear Mr. Chang's words? Hurry and vanish from Mr. Chang's presence. Witnessing this, several individuals could only sigh, rising slowly from the ground, preparing to depart. Wait, Chang Chuanxi commanded sharply, his displeasure evident. Having struck me, are you simply going to leave? Is that not somewhat inappropriate? President Yuan, if your Longxing Bank handles matters in this manner, then I believe there is truly no need for us to continue our collaboration. Chapter 41. How to address this. You shall deal with the consequences. Chang Chuanxi's words struck Yuan Shuring like a thunderclap, instantly imposing pressure upon him. What? Have you truly lost your senses, daring to lay hands on Mr. Chang? Yuan Shuring exclaimed. I tell you, if you cannot appease Mr. Chang today, I shall ensure you taste the bitterness of imprisonment. At a loss, Yuan Shuring passed the responsibility back to Chang Chuanxi. The moment his words left his lips, it felt as though a bolt from the blue had rendered the four present ashen-faced, as if all color had drained from them. Their eyes widened, reflecting disbelief and panic, while their facial muscles began to twitch uncontrollably. The previously resolute expressions crumbled into chaos and unease. They fell to their knees before Chang Chuanxi, knocking their heads in supplication. Mr. Chang, it was entirely my fault earlier. Please strike me until you feel satisfied. Mr. Chang, I implore you to punish me. I cannot bear the thought of imprisonment. Mr. Chang, I have elders to support and young ones to care for. I truly cannot go to jail. Please, strike me as you wish. In the midst of this, a legal advisor raised Chang Chuanxi's hand, preparing to strike his face. Chang Chuanxi swiftly brushed aside the hand, coldly stating, to strike you would tarnish my hands. President Yuan, they are your Longxing Bank's personnel. How you handle this is entirely up to you. Chang Chuanxi was unreserved, once again tossing the matter back to Yuan Shuring, eager to see how he would respond. Yuan Shuring furrowed his brows, contemplating, you won't strike? Yet you wish to vent your frustrations. Surely it cannot fall upon me, the president, to do so? After a moment of reflection, Yuan Shuring's gaze shifted and a plan began to form. Chang Chuanxi, come here, and you too. He summoned Chang Chuanxi and another legal advisor, instructing them to stand facing each other. You two shall strike one another until Mr. Chang is satisfied. The legal advisor glared at Chang Chuanxi. Were it not for you, I would not be facing dismissal today. At that moment, a surge of unbridled anger welled up within him, and without hesitation, he raised his arm and delivered a resounding slap to Chang Chuanxi. Goodness! Observing the two had entered the fray, Yuan Shuring then turned his attention to the other two legal advisors, admonishing, what are you two still doing? Do you wish to be idle? The two, not daring to delay, promptly faced each other and began exchanging slaps in succession. Seeing this unfold, Yuan Shuring approached Chang Chuanxi with a beaming smile, ingratiatingly asking, Mr. Chang, are you satisfied with how I have handled this? Chang Chuanxi nodded slightly, smiling. It seems President Yuan truly knows how to manage matters. As he spoke, Chang Chuanxi stepped towards Lin Linqi, clasped his hands together, and bowed with genuine contrition. I apologize, General Manager Lin. I was preoccupied with matters earlier and did not have the chance to greet you. Lin Linshi smiled radiantly and waved her hand dismissively. Oh, it's quite all right. What about those individuals? Would you like me to assist you in warning them? That won't be necessary. They are merely a few lackeys, and I can manage them myself. By the way, General Manager Lin, what brings you here? I was just with President Yuan, and upon hearing that there was an issue on your side, I took the opportunity to come find you for a matter of my own. Lin Linshi then produced a letter of introduction from her bag and handed it to Chang Chuanxi, explaining, Mr. Chang, there's an antique jade exchange meeting this afternoon. I would be grateful if you could accompany me. Chang Chuanxi accepted the letter and casually perused its contents. This exchange meeting would not only feature antique calligraphy and paintings, but also raw jade, which piqued his interest immensely. No problem, General Manager Lin. I will be sure to arrive on time this afternoon. As the two engaged in lively conversation, the four individuals nearby bore the appearance of swollen faces, resembling nothing less than pig heads. If they remained silent, one might well suspect their own mothers would fail to recognize them. Observing this, Yuan Shirun leaned closer to Chang Chuanxi, concern etched across his features. Mr. Chang, do you think they've had enough? Continuing this could lead to serious trouble. All right, President Yuan. Let them go, Chang Chuanxi replied. Yuan Shirun nodded slightly, approaching the group of four with a solemn expression. Enough, you may leave now. Yet the four appeared oblivious to his words, still hurling insults at one another. With no other recourse, Yuan Shirun gave them a gentle push, which finally jolted them back to reality. What is the matter, President Yuan? One of them inquired, bewildered, casting a cold gaze upon them. Yuan Shirun replied tersely, I said, you may leave. At this, the group, as if granted a reprieve, turned and hastily departed from Meng Jiao's residence. Once they had left, Wang Lighting, who had remained silent for a considerable time, approached Chang Chuanxi with a beaming smile. Chuanxi, my dear son-in-law, you must be tired from standing for so long. Cool me. Sit here. I shall make you some tea. After firmly guiding Chang Chuanxi to the sofa, she hurried into the kitchen without waiting for his response. Watching her retreating figure, Chang Chuanxi felt a moment of bewilderment. Just a short while ago, she had called him a pauper, and now she was referring to him as dear son-in-law. This woman truly was capricious. However, reflecting upon it, it seemed her concern lay with wealth. Upon realizing he was a billionaire, her demeanor was understandable. It was merely unfortunate for Meng Jiao to endure such a stepmother. Yuan Shirun wore a somewhat stiff smile, tinged with awkwardness, yet still maintaining a degree of politeness. He inclined his body slightly, demonstrating respect and reverence towards Chang Chuanxi. His movements appeared somewhat constrained, as if he sought to ease the atmosphere or convey his sentiments. This scene unfolded perhaps at a social gathering or during an interaction with others, where Yuan Shirun endeavored to adopt a gentle and humble stance in the face of the present circumstances. Mr. Chang, I sincerely apologize for today's incident. I assure you that such occurrences will never happen again, and I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Although Chang Chuanxi was indeed somewhat irate, he understood that this had nothing to do with Yuan Shirun. Moreover, Yuan Shirun had handled today's matters quite adeptly, so he refrained from blaming him further. No need to worry, President Yuan. Today's events are behind us. I merely hope you can assist me with my broken bank card at your earliest convenience. Mr. Chang, you truly possess a magnanimous spirit. To convey our sincere apologies from Longxing Bank, I have prepared some gifts for you, Yuan Shirun declared. He clapped his hands, and forthwith, four tall, elegantly attired women entered, each carrying a tray laden with the gifts Yuan Shirun had arranged for Chang Chuanxi. Yuan Shirun strode over and introduced Mr. Chang. This is a token from Longxing Bank, a 100-gram gold bar, a cash sum of 100,000 yuan, and a Hongqi sedan. Finally, he presented a black card, extending it toward Chang Chuanxi with both hands. Mr. Chang, this is a replacement for your black gold card. Accepting the black card, Chang Chuanxi smiled and replied, President Yuan, your generosity is overwhelming. I shall graciously accept it. Observing that Chang Chuanxi had accepted the gifts, Yuan Shirun finally exhaled in relief. Mr. Chang, since the matter has been resolved, I shall not impose further. Here is my business card. Should you encounter any issues at the bank in the future, do not hesitate to call me directly. I shall accompany President Yuan as well, and do not forget our meeting this afternoon. Chapter 42, Not a Stroke but Poisoning. Oh dear son-in-law, you're already a billionaire. I presume these trinkets hold little value for you. Why not give them to me? Wang Lighting said, rubbing her hands eagerly, her eyes sparkling with greed as she gazed at the items on the table. Don't touch that. Chang Chuanxi barked, halting Wang Lighting's advance. These gifts are from President Yuan. What do you intend to do with them? Wang Lighting forced a chuckle, her tone softening. Good son-in-law. Surely these are mere trifles in your eyes. If you give them to me, I promise to no longer meddle in your affairs with Meng Jiao. Wait a moment. That doesn't seem right. Were you not just calling me a poor fool? How now do you address me as good son-in-law? Chang Chuanxi retorted, bewildered. Wang Lighting displayed an awkward smile, saying, Good son-in-law, I was merely deceived by that Chenjuchi. Besides, you and Meng Jiao are already entangled. Don't hold it against me, all right? Huh? Chang Chuanxi's eyes widened in astonishment. Which one are you referring to? Wang Lighting smiled knowingly, adding, What is there to be shy about? Isn't that the way of today, as youth? I understand. I shall be taking these items. Wait. Chang Chuanxi interjected once more, blocking Wang Lighting. You know nothing. I warn you, do not speak foolishly. These items are mine. If they are to be given, they shall go to Meng Jiao. Not you. Do you understand? Chang Chuanxi beckoned to Meng Jiao, instructing, Jiao, these gifts are for you. Please take them quickly. Meng Jiao, believing Chang Chuanxi was concerned about the items falling into Wang Lighting's hands, approached without hesitation and gathered everything. Upon witnessing this, Wang Lighting displayed a hint of displeasure, her tone laced with sarcasm. What good is having more money? You're still miserly. Let me tell you, don't think being wealthy makes you impressive. If you wish to marry Meng Jiao, you must first pass my scrutiny. Without a bride price of 10 million, don't even entertain the thought. You may revel in your riches, but we shall leave now, Chuanxi. Meng Jiao shot a glance at her, grasping Chuanxi's hand, intent on departing. Yet, Chuanxi showed no inclination to leave. Jiao, I've come all this way. I must at least meet uncle. At that moment, Meng Jiao comprehended Chuanxi's intention. He was still concerned about her father's stroke. You're right. I'll take you to meet my dad. The two exchanged smiles and strode towards the bedroom. However, Wang Lighting once again positioned herself before them, her expression frosty. What are you doing? Your father is asleep. We can discuss this another day. Wang Lighting's behavior left Chuanxi perplexed. While the initial obstruction could be attributed to her disdain for him, the second seemed inexplicable. Frowning, Chuanxi jested, Jiao. It appears your stepmother is not satisfied with me. It seems my 10 million bride price has no place to be spent. Upon hearing the sum, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Wang Lighting's eyes. Good son-in-law, are you serious? If you present the bride price now, Meng Jiao will be yours, and you can take her away tonight. That one do. I haven't even met uncle yet. It would be rash to proceed without that. With those words, Chuanxi feigned leaving. Observing this, Wang Lighting quickly approached, a greedy smile spreading across her face. Wait, you simply want to meet Meng Jiao's father, right? Go on in. You can see him now. Then we shall enter. The two exchanged knowing smiles and stepped into the bedroom. Chuanxi glanced at Meng Jiao's father lying on the bed. Furrowing his brow, aside from his pallid complexion, his features appeared normal. He bore no signs of having suffered stroke. Noticing Chuanxi's unease, Meng Jiao inquired, What is the matter, Chuanxi? Is my dad? Chuanxi waved his hand dismissively, frowning. It's nothing. Let me take a closer look at uncle. Approaching, Chuanxi activated his otherworldly vision. Scrutinizing Meng Jiao's father, he observed the man's skin appeared unusually dark, and his pupils were dilated and shrunken, symptoms more indicative of drug-induced sphincter contraction rather than stroke. Could it be that he was not suffering from a stroke at all, but rather poisoning? The thought of potential poisoning filled Chuanxi with dread. Chuanxi, what has happened to my father? Chuanxi cautiously surveyed the surroundings and whispered, Meng Jiao, you've consulted numerous doctors, and you're a doctor yourself. Didn't you notice anything unusual? Meng Jiao furrowed her brow and shook her head. I've sought many doctors, but each time they treated my father. My stepmother wouldn't allow me to be present. Besides, I'm not a neurologist. I don't understand strokes. I just heard them say my father had one. What is wrong, Chuanxi? Is it possible my father is not having a stroke? Chang Chuanxi nodded slightly, furrowing his brow as he remarked, Given your father's current condition, it is highly probable that he has been poisoned. Allow me to treat him first, and we shall discuss matters thereafter. As he spoke, Chang Chuanxi brought his fingers together, channeling his energy before sequentially tapping on the patient as Tian Shu, Ganyu, Wei Yu, and Chong Yang acupoints. There we go. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, your uncle should awaken shortly. Meng Jiao's eyes widened in disbelief as she stammered, Is it really that simple? Chuanxi, you cannot be jesting with me. If you are unable to cure him, I would not hold it against you. But surely you cannot deceive me so? As a fellow physician, Meng Jiao had witnessed numerous renowned doctors at work, yet she had never encountered a scene quite like this one. No sooner had she spoken than her father, who had appeared as if in a vegetative state, coughed softly twice and gradually opened his eyes. Upon witnessing this, Meng Jiao trembled with emotion, tears glistening in her eyes as she rushed forward, her voice quivering. "Dad, you are finally awake. How are you feeling now?" Her father's lips quirked slightly, revealing a feeble smile. "I'm fine. Help me sit up." As he propped himself up, he gazed gratefully at Chang Chuanxi, expressing, "Thank you, young man. Without your intervention, I dread to think of what might have transpired." Though Meng Jiao's father had been in a coma, he was keenly aware of the events unfolding outside. Meng Jiao's face radiated with excitement, blooming like a vibrant flower, her eyes shimmering with tears of joy, akin to bright stars twinkling in the night sky. "Chuanxi, I truly did not anticipate your medical skills to be so remarkable. You are indeed my lucky star." In her exuberance, Meng Jiao instinctively leaped into Chang Chuanxi's embrace, holding him tightly. Chang Chuanxi, caught off guard, displayed a hint of embarrassment as he gently patted her back, whispering, "Sister Meng, please, your uncle is watching." At his words, Meng Jiao shyly released her hold and stepped back. Just then, Wang Lighting entered the room. "Why have you taken so long?" Her words faltered abruptly as her smile froze upon seeing Meng Jiao's father seated on the bed. The color drained from her face, and her eyes flickered nervously. You are awake?" Chapter 43. The Malicious Stepmother. Delang takes his medicine. As Meng Jiao's father regarded Wang Lighting, his expression gradually darkened, the smile fading from his visage. "What is it? Are you disappointed that I have regained consciousness?" Wang Lighting's gaze darted uncertainly, her lips trembling as if she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Her voice dropped to a low, hoarse whisper, seemingly suppressed by an invisible weight. She frequently averted her eyes, unable to meet his gaze, her fingers gripping the water cup so tightly that they turned pale with tension. With heavy, hesitant steps, she approached him. When she finally stood before him, she managed to force a strained smile, which appeared stiff and unnatural. She awkwardly extended the water cup towards him, her movements clumsy and rigid. "What am I saying? I am overjoyed that you are awake. How could I possibly be disappointed? Here, please take some water." Dream's father raised his hand and forcefully knocked the cup from Wang Lighting's grasp, his voice brimming with anger. "Wang Lighting, do you truly believe I am completely oblivious?" Wang Lighting trembled, her heart filled with guilt as she stammered. "What do you know?" "Humph." Dream's father let out a disdainful snort, his teeth clenched as he declared. "Wang Lighting, must I spell out what you've done with Chinjuchi? Let me tell you, out of respect for our past as a couple, I have no desire to humiliate you further. Be wise and pack your things. Leave immediately. Tomorrow morning, we will head to the Civil Affairs Bureau for a divorce. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind." Upon hearing this, Wang Lighting's face paled, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. I'll leave right now." As she departed, Dream Jiao was filled with confusion. Dream's father glanced at Chang Chuanxi and explained, "They claim I had a stroke, but in truth, I did not." He then recounted the entire sequence of events to Dream Jiao. It turned out that Chun Juchi had taken a liking to Dream Jiao, yet her father firmly opposed the union. Consequently, Wang Lighting conspired with Chun Juchi to poison Dream's father, deceitfully asserting that he had suffered stroke. The doctors Dream Jiao had summoned also succumbed to Chinjuchi's intimidation. After hearing the entire account, Dream Jiao's lips curled downward, her beautiful eyes shimmering with indignation. How could they do such a thing? "Father, you should not have let her go. People like her ought to be handed over to the authorities to face incarceration." Dream's father shook his head, sighing, "Jiao Jiao, as the saying goes, one night as husband and wife brings 100 nights of affection. Since we are both unharmed, let it be." While they discussed family matters, Chang Chuanxi sat awkwardly to the side and finally stood up to speak. "Uncle, Dream Jiao, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Dream Jiao glanced at the time and gently suggested, "It's rather late. Why not stay for dinner?" "Very well," replied her father. "I will see Chuanxi off." Dream Jiao picked up her bag and followed Chang Chuanxi outside. "Chuanxi, here, take these." As she spoke, Dream Jiao retrieved the gold bars, cash, and car keys that Director Yuan had given her and handed them over. "Sister Dream, I heard everything. To pay for your father's treatment, you sold your car and house, even incurring debts. You must keep these." No, this is what Director Yuan gave you. I cannot accept it. I will pay off my debts with my salary soon," she replied, feeling embarrassed from the events of the day and reluctant to accept Chang Chuanxi's generosity. "Sister Dream, please do not be so polite. These items are insignificant to me as a billionaire. Just accept them. If it is truly necessary, consider a loan, and you can repay me later." With the conversation reaching this point and recognizing her genuine need for the items, Dream Jiao hesitated before finally nodding in acquiescence. All right, I will accept these, but I will regard it as a loan, and I will repay you in the future. Very well, then I shall take my leave. As he finished speaking, Chang Chuanxi hopped into his car and drove away. The afternoon antique jade stone exchange featured not only ancient artifacts and paintings, but also the jadeite rough stones that fascinated Chang Chuanxi, despite his complete lack of knowledge about them. Although endowed with the extraordinary ability to perceive the essence of raw stones through his otherworldly eyes, he remained utterly ignorant of the characteristics and value of jade. Consequently, he was compelled to conduct thorough research before the afternoon's end, acquiring at least a modicum of specialized knowledge to avoid revealing his ignorance. In the blink of an eye, afternoon arrived. Chang Chuanxi, driving a brand new Pame, reached the venue of the exchange meeting. No sooner had he alighted than he encountered the insufferable duo, Wang Ba and Xiao Feiwu. Wang Ba, casting a sidelong glance at Chang Chuanxi, mockingly remarked, "Well, if it isn't Chang Chuanxi. Impressive. Now you're cruising in a Pame? How's it going? Have you spent almost all that windfall from last time?" Xiao Feiwu sneered derisively. "A poor wretch remains a poor wretch. Just a little money and you start to flaunt it. Buying such a fine car, are you not worried about becoming someone's lapdog again?" Chang Chuanxi retorted playfully. "Xiao Feiwu, it seems I was blind to have ever found you appealing. But now let us just forget it. Even if you offered me the car, I wouldn't bother with you. To put plainly, I'm afraid of catching something. Only someone as desperate as Wang Xiao would fancy a public vehicle like you." Xiao Feiwu looked at Wang Ba with a look of feigned grievance. "Wang Xiao, look at this peasant mutt. It's one thing to insult me, but now he's even scolding you. You must teach him a lesson." Wang Ba's expression darkened as he pointed at Chang Chuanxi, gritting his teeth. "Chang Chuanxi, mind your words. Don't think that a few trifles in your pocket can embolden you against me. Be careful, or you may find yourself regretting it." Chang Chuanxi spread his hands, taunting. "Wang Xiao, am I wrong? You do seem to have a penchant for the worn-out shoes I've discarded. You're asking for it." Wang Ba shouted angrily, raising his fist to strike at Chang Chuanxi. However, before he could land a blow, Chang Chuanxi had already seized his wrist with a firm grip. "Wang Xiao, do you still wish to lay a hand on me?" As he spoke, Chang Chuanxi exerted pressure, causing Wang Ba to wince in pain. Having been raised in privilege, Wang Ba lacked any real strength. No matter how he struggled, he could not free himself from Chang Chuanxi's grasp. "Chang Chuanxi, release me at once." Chang Chuanxi sneered dismissively. Throwing him aside with a warning, "Wang Ba, don't get too cocky. Before you decide to throw a punch, think carefully about whether you, like a feeble chicken, can actually take me on. If there say next time, I won't be so lenient." Chapter 44. No invitation, no entry. Wang Ba rubbed his wrist, his eyes glinting with malice. "Chang Chuanxi, just wait. We're far from done. You came here to attend the antique jade stone exchange, didn't you? We shall meet at the exchange." Chang Chuanxi chuckled lightly, disdainfully replying, "Very well, let us meet at the exchange." The venue for the exchange was the largest tavern in Rome City, the Smoke and Rain Tower, which buzzed with activity today as nearly everyone from the city's collecting community had gathered there. Though it is labeled as a communication event, it is in essence a grand trading fair where collectors and merchants showcase their prized possessions for sale. However, such a large-scale gathering is not open to just anyone. At the entrance, a few security personnel and two tall, fair-skinned hostesses stand to scrutinize the invitations held by the guests. Chang Chuanxi, visiting such an event for the first time, was engrossed in the sights around him and failed to notice the situation at the entrance as he strode forward. Just as he was about to step inside, one of the tall hostesses, adorned with a radiant smile, extended her hand to halt him. "Good day, sir. May I kindly request your invitation?" Chang Chuanxi looked at her in surprise, perplexed. "Invitation? What invitation?" With a sweet smile, the hostess patiently explained, "I apologize, sir, but entry requires an invitation. Without it, you cannot enter." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Chang Chuanxi scratched his head and reached for his phone to call Lin Chichi. At that moment, Wang Ba and Xiao Feiwu, accompanied by a few idle young men, approached with mocking expressions. "Why are you loitering at the entrance?" Xiao Feiwu scoffed, adding sarcastically, "Wang, do we really need to guess? Clearly, he has no invitation." Wang Ba nodded slightly, his tone dripping with amusement. "Indeed, just a country bumpkin. How could he possibly possess an invitation to such an event?" "Chang Chuanxi, I must admit I overestimated you. I intended to give you a proper lesson at this fair, yet you can't even enter. Isn't that laughable?" A man behind Wang Ba looked at Chang Chuanxi with a sideways glance and asked, "Wang, are you joking? Do you think this event is open to just anyone?" "Kid, You should leave. This is a place for successful individuals, not for someone like you. Do not embarrass yourself here. Successful individuals? Chang Chuanxi scoffed, shaking his head. You truly believe you are impressive? You are merely a group of aimless rich kids, boasting about being successful. It is utterly ridiculous. Tell me, without your parents' support, could you privileged ones survive a month in this world? Wang Ba's face gleamed with arrogant delight as he smugly replied, You are correct. Some are born into privilege, while others will never reach such heights. Look at us, we can freely enter this fair, while you lack even the qualification to step inside. Forced to leave like a scorned dog. However, I'm not entirely unkind. If you're willing to kneel before me and call me grandfather a few times publicly, perhaps I might take pity and allow you entry. Who says I lack qualification? Chang Chuanxi straightened his attire, looking earnestly at the hostess at the door. Madam, I am a chief appraiser of the Ling Group and also the deputy general manager of the Ling Group. May I inquire if this status grants me entry? The hostess glanced around, her eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion, her face displaying a hint of hesitation. Sir, if you were the chief appraiser of the Ling Group, you could certainly enter. However, relying solely on your eloquent words does not instill confidence in me. This is my profession, and I kindly ask you not to complicate matters. Wang Ba let out a hearty laugh, revealing a hint of derision as he glanced around and remarked, Everyone, did you hear that? He claims to be the chief appraiser of the Ling Group. Chang Chuanxi, do you truly wish to elicit laughter from me? You think that because you stumbled upon an opportunity, you have become a master of antiques. Do you even comprehend what an antique is? Do you understand jade? Young man, boasting comes without tax, does it? Just look at yourself. You dare to claim to be the chief appraiser of the Ling Group. Xiao Feiwu, with a playful smile and seductive demeanor, interjected, Well, one cannot entirely blame him. He is merely my loyal follower. Now that I am with young Master Wang, he is momentarily overwhelmed and has lost his senses, spouting nonsense here. Although Chang Chuanxi was furious, he found himself unable to prove his identity at that moment. You need not engage in verbal sparring here. Whether I am the chief appraiser of the Ling Group will be evident when Mr. Lin arrives. I am determined to participate in today's exchange meeting. Young man, are you addicted to pretending? If you lack an invitation, be on your way. This is not a place for someone of your standing. If you are wise, leave immediately and do not obstruct my view. Otherwise, neither young Master Wang nor I will spare you. Everyone, why waste words with such a person? Let's simply expel him to avoid disrupting our mood. Wang Ba's gaze hardened as he turned to the security personnel, speaking sternly, Security, why are you still standing idle? This intruder lacks an invitation and refuses to leave. If he disturbs any distinguished guests, can you bear the consequences? Upon hearing this, several security guards advanced, their expressions grim. You pauper, did you hear young Master Wang? You lack an invitation. Please vacate the premises immediately. Chang Chuanxi's gaze darkened as he replied earnestly, I have stated that I am the chief appraiser of the Lin Group. I simply did not bring my invitation. Wait for Mr. Lin. Before he could finish, a security guard raised his voice. I will say it once more. You lack an invitation. So please leave immediately or do not blame us for taking action. Why waste breath on this pauper? Just look at his shabby attire. If he were truly the chief appraiser of the Lin Group, then I would be the mayor of this city. Indeed, who does not know that the chief appraisers of the Lin Group are the esteemed Yao Lao Gao and Expert Ma? How dare a pauper impersonate someone from the Lin Group? This is utterly intolerable. Brothers, toss him out. As soon as the words left his lips, four security guards moved forward, ready to drag Chang Chuanxi away. He glared at them and warned loudly, I tell you, do not act recklessly. I am indeed the chief appraiser of the Lin Group, you. Chapter 45. If you do not apologize, then be on your way. Watching Chang Chuanxi being escorted further away by the security guards, Wang Ba wore a triumphant smile. Regrettably, a mere mud is still a mud. A few security guards easily dealt with you, and yet you dare to challenge me? I could easily dispose of you. The crowd erupted in laughter, and one of the young rascals inquired with a hint of confusion, Young Master Wang, what has this fellow done to offend you? Wang Ba gritted his teeth and replied, that wretched pauper. Last time at Shirley Poo, he swindled me out of 2 million. Tell me, how can I possibly swallow that insult? The young rascal shook his head with disdain, saying, what a foolhardy creature. He dares to offend young Master Wang. It seems he no longer wishes to make a life for himself in Rome City. He continued, young master, can you truly endure this? If it were me, I would have already found someone to deal with him. At the very least, I would ensure he loses a hand. Wang Ba revealed a sinister smile and replied through gritted teeth, how dull that would be. Keeping him around for some leisurely sport would be far more entertaining. He then suggested, enough of this mud. Let us proceed inside. The exchange meeting is about to commence. As the group prepared to turn and enter, Xiao Feiwu, with wide eyes, gazed ahead in disbelief. Young Master Wang look? Wang Ba furrowed his brows and followed Xiao Feiwu's gaze, only to see Chang Chuanxi, Lin Linqi, and Hao Yuqian striding confidently forward, while behind them, the previously mentioned 4 security guards knelt on the ground, trailing behind in submission. Hao Yuqian was a towering figure in the antique scene of Rome City, and he was also the mastermind behind this jade and antique exchange meeting. Upon witnessing this, Wang Ba and the others hurried to greet him. Wang Ba glanced at the kneeling guards and greeted, "Old Hao, you have arrived. What is this?" Hao Yuqian's expression was dark, his eyes like blazing orbs of fury, glaring fiercely at Wang Ba. Before Hao Yuqian could speak, Lin Linqi interjected with displeasure, "Young Master Wang, your Wang family certainly wields great influence, to the point where even our Lin group members were expelled from the exchange meeting. What is this? Do you intend to expel me as well?" Wang Ba, bewildered, responded, "President Lin, one may dine haphazardly, but one must not speak carelessly. When did I ever expel anyone from your Lin group? Is that so?" Lin Linqi shot a glare at Chang Chuanxi and retorted, "Young Master Wang, this gentleman, Mr. Chang, is now our Lin group's chief appraiser and deputy general manager. Was it not you who instructed those guards to throw Mr. Chang out? That one?" Wang Ba's lips curled into a disdainful smirk, his gaze filled with arrogance and contempt, as if mocking the absurdity of the situation before him. "President Lin, do not jest with me. How could such an ignorant mutt possibly serve as your Lin group's chief appraiser? Even if our Wang family and your Lin family are rivals, you cannot unjustly tarnish my reputation. Do you even have a right?" Lin Linqi's eyes turned icy as she retorted without reservation, "Wang Ba, do not flatter yourself. I have never considered you my rival, for you are simply unworthy." The moment those words escaped her lips, Wang Ba's expression darkened significantly, his eyes sparking with fury. His fists clenched tightly, as if on the verge of an explosive outburst. His robust frame trembled slightly, as though he could tear apart the very air around him. He widened his eyes, fixating intensely on the other party as if attempting to devour them with his gaze. His breathing became rapid, his chest heaving violently, evidently infuriated. "Lin Linqi, do not push your luck. I'm aware of your acquaintance with this fellow. Is he not merely the one who sold you a pair of jade pieces? Are you truly willing to oppose the Wang family for such a trivial matter?" Xiao Feiwu chuckled mischievously, her voice laced with a teasing tone. "Wang Xiao, can you not see? That good-for-nothing Chang Chuanxi has latched onto General Lin's coattails. Perhaps General Lin has a fondness for such types." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Linqi raised her arm and delivered a sharp slap to Xiao Feiwu's face. "Shut your foul mouth. Who are you to speak here about a mere police vehicle? Do you dare strike me?" Xiao Feiwu clutched Wang Ba's arm, her expression one of feigned grievance. "Wang Xiao, she hit me." Although Wang Ba had little regard for Xiao Feiwu, witnessing her being struck in his presence was akin to a slap to his own face, an affront he could not tolerate. "Lin Linqi, have you gone too far? One must consider the master when striking a dog. How dare you strike my people before me, as if I, Wang Ba, hold no significance?" "Silence." Hao Yuqian bellowed, visibly displeased. "Wang family scion, do you truly believe I am invisible? I must inform you that General Lin is my esteemed guest. Your boisterous behavior here suggests a lack of respect for my presence." In response, Wang Ba immediately donned a sycophantic smile, hastily explaining, "Old Hao, how could I dare disregard you? As you can see, it is Lin Linqi who is being aggressive. This has nothing to do with me." "Nothing to do with you?" Hao Yuqian retorted, his anger palpable. "You and your associates ordered the security to expel Mr. Chang, the chief appraiser of the Lin Group. Yet you claim it has no relation to you? Had I arrived a moment later, who knows what you might have done? Old Hao, do you truly believe Lin Linqi's words?" Wang Ba chuckled bitterly, continuing, well, they have only just met. How could this individual possibly be the chief appraiser of the Lin Group? Moreover, this person knows nothing. Do you think Lin Linqi is a fool? Wang Ba, are you implying that General Lin and I conspired to deceive you?" Hao Yuqian retorted angrily, his voice rising. "You listen carefully. I was present when General Lin appointed Mr. Chang. Will you continue to argue?" This, Wang Ba shook his head in disbelief. How could it be possible? A mere individual cannot be the chief appraiser of the Lin Group. Wang Ba, and the rest of you, apologize to Mr. Chang immediately, or I shall have you expelled from this exchange meeting. Upon hearing this, Wang Ba exhibited clear resistance. "Old Hao, you want me to apologize to this individual? I cannot comply." Hao Yuqian, unfazed, darkened his expression and sternly declared, "Very well. Since you refuse to apologize, I request that the Wang family vacate this exchange meeting. Furthermore, Any future events hosted by our Antique and Jade Association shall exclude your family. As he spoke, Hao Yuqian turned his gaze to the individuals behind Wang Ba, demanding, "What about you? Will you apologize?" The group exchanged glances, obediently lowering their proud heads and murmuring, "Old Hao, we apologize." As soon as the words fell, several individuals approached Mr. Chang Chuanxi with expressions of chagrin, bowing deeply. "Mr. Chang, we have been short-sighted, and I sincerely apologize to you. I implore your magnanimity to forgive us." Upon witnessing their contrition, Hao Yuqian stepped forward, smiling. "Mr. Chang, today's incident was my oversight. Since they have all apologized, let us consider the matter resolved." Lin Linqi smiled gently and said, "Old Hao, you mustn't take the blame. It was my negligence yesterday that led to this misunderstanding by forgetting to present Mr. Chang with the invitation. The fault lies with me." Laughter erupted as Hao Yuqian grinned broadly and gestured for them to proceed. "The exchange meeting is about to commence. Shall we enter?" Chapter 46. The exchange conference officially begins. Watching the retreating figures of Chang Chuanxi and the others, Wang Ba felt his teeth nearly shatter with frustration. His position within the Wang family was already precarious, and if he had offended Hao Yuqian and brought misfortune upon his family, it would be even more difficult to account for. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Ba gritted his teeth and hurried after them. "Old Hao, I was in the wrong earlier, and I apologize to you." "Humph." Hao Yuqian grunted in displeasure, coldly responding, "You should be apologizing to Mr. Chang, not me." Upon hearing this, Xiao Feiwu looked at Wang Ba in astonishment, questioning, "Wang Xiao, are you truly going to apologize to this peasant?" Without hesitation, Wang Ba raised his arm and slapped Xiao Feiwu across the face, angrily retorting, "Who are you to dictate my actions?" With a belly full of rage, Wang Ba vented it all onto her as she approached. Subsequently, lowering his head, Wang Ba's eyes reflected a complex emotion as he reluctantly said, "President Lin, Chang Chuanxi, I apologize. My earlier actions were inexcusable." Lin Linqi remained expressionless, coldly replying, "Wang Xiao, out of respect for old Hao, I shall overlook this incident. However, I expect you to be more mindful in the future. I do not wish to witness such occurrences again." Chang Chuanxi sneered dismissively and turned to walk towards the exchange meeting, ignoring the confrontation. Hao Yuqian regarded Wang Ba with evident displeasure, stating coldly, "You little brat from the Wang family, consider this matter settled for today. If it happens again, neither you nor even your father will be able to remedy it." "Humph." Wang Ba spat towards the direction of the trio, cursing, "You filthy harlot. One day I shall have you in my bed and make you rue the day." "Chang Chuanxi, you old fool, wait for me." Upon entering the exchange meeting, Hao Yuqian, as the host, busied himself with other matters. Lin Linqi offered Chang Chuanxi a glass of juice, inquiring, "Mr. Chang, this must be your first time attending such an exchange meeting, correct?" Accepting the juice, Chang Chuanxi replied somewhat awkwardly, "Indeed, it is my first." Lin Linqi chuckled lightly and said, "Then you must acclimate quickly, for you will attend many such meetings in the future. Allow me to introduce you to the nature of the exchange meeting. It is essentially a trading event hosted by the Antique Jade Association, where collectors and families dealing in antiques and jade bring their collections for trade. This level primarily showcases antiques, while the second floor is dedicated to jadeite and gemstones, featuring materials from the Ming Dynasty, window materials, and even high-stakes gambling materials. It is here that the Lin Group truly engages in its main endeavors. By the way, Mr. Chang, do you have any expertise in jadeite? Chang Chuanxi revealed a hint of intrigue, jesting, "I possess a modest understanding. If Chairman Lin trusts me, I would gladly give it a try." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Linqi nodded, "Of course, that would be no problem at all, as long as Mr. Chang is willing. However, Mr. Chang, with gambling stones, fortune can change in an instant. I can only offer you a budget of 100 million. Within that limit, feel free to explore." Although Lin Linqi held unwavering confidence in Chang Chuanxi's knowledge of antiques and paintings, she had never encountered gambling stones before. 100 million was a loss that the Lin Group could endure. Moreover, gambling stones differ from antiques. With antiques, a discerning eye can often avoid replicas. But with gambling stones, one relies on both perception and luck. Even the most discerning individuals may face losses, while those unfamiliar with jadeite raw stones can unexpectedly unveil exquisite pieces. Chang Chuanxi nodded slightly, exuding confidence. 100 million is ample, barring any unforeseen circumstances. "I shall certainly surprise Chairman Lin." A radiant smile adorned Chang Chuanxi's face, his eyes sparkling with self-assurance. Lin Linqi gazed at him, pondering the source of his confidence. Since their first encounter, Chang Chuanxi had consistently worn an expression of assurance, as if everything were within his control. For reasons unknown, Lin Linshi felt an inexplicable trust in him. "Mr. Chang, I shall await your surprise." Just as her words faded, Hao Yuqian took the microphone and stood upon the stage. "Everyone, may I have your attention, please?" Hao Yuqian raised his hand to quell the chatter and continued. "Welcome to this antique and jadeite exchange event. This is not our first gathering, nor is it yours. I shall refrain from reiterating the rules. Nevertheless, I must convey some important customs. As seasoned collectors in the antique and jadeite realm, you are likely familiar with the nuances. Antiquities are treasures to the discerning and mere grass to the ignorant. It is a matter of perception and enjoyment. So let us ensure that camaraderie prevails. Additionally, I must clarify that the Antique and Jadeite Association offers no guarantees for the items displayed during this exchange. Whether one finds a hidden gem or misjudges an item relies solely on your discernment. The second floor is designated for jadeite exhibitions. Those interested in exploring jadeite are invited upstairs. With that said, I hereby declare the commencement of this antique and jadeite exchange event." As his words echoed through the hall, several attendants and security personnel promptly arranged long tables. Following suit, collectors with their treasures approached the tables to display their prized possessions. In reality, the Antique and Jadeite Association facilitated not only transactions, but also provided a platform for collectors who lack confidence in their items to seek evaluations from industry experts. Lin Linshi exchanged a knowing glance with Chang Chuanxi and remarked, "Mr. Chang, shall we go take a look?" Chang Chuanxi cast a glance and shook his head, saying, "Mr. Lin, I find these items rather ordinary. Shall we first ascend to the second floor?" Upon hearing this, Lin Linshi expressed a hint of surprise. "Mr. Chang, your discerning eye has always been remarkable. Aren't you curious to see if there are any hidden treasures among these?" As the exchange meeting had just commenced, certain collectibles had yet to be displayed, and the items currently exhibited had already been thoroughly examined by Chang Chuanxi with his otherworldly magical gaze. Though a few items held potential for a fortunate discovery, their value was not particularly significant. In contrast to these, Chang Chuanxi was more inclined towards the jadeite rough stones upstairs. On one hand, he wished to test the efficacy of his magical gaze on jadeite. On the other, the value of jadeite was considerably higher. "Mr. Lin, there is a saying, what is meant to be yours will inevitably come to you. While what is not meant for you cannot be forced. That which is mine cannot escape, and that which is not mine cannot be grasped no matter how hard I try. Let us proceed upstairs to examine the rough stones." Chapter 47. The Re-establishment of a Bet. On the second floor, an array of jadeite rough stones dazzled the eye. Unlike antiques, most jadeite rough stones were concentrated among 2 or 3 families, resulting in a more orderly arrangement than on the first floor. Jadeite rough stones were categorized into 4 grades. Special grade jadeite rough stones, first grade jadeite, second grade jadeite rough stones, and waste material. The higher the grade, the greater the likelihood of yielding high-quality jadeite. As the two had just ascended, a young man approached them with a smile. "Chi, you've arrived." As he spoke, the young man turned his gaze towards Chang Chuanxi, his eyes harboring a hint of hostility. "And who might this be?" Lin Linqi's eyes flickered with disdain as she awkwardly chuckled and introduced, "Young Master Lu, this is Mr. Chang Chuanxi, our chief appraiser from the Lin Group. Mr. Chuanxi, this is young Master Lu Meng of the Lu family from Rongqing." Goodness, what an extraordinary name. Just as Chang Chuanxi extended his hand for a greeting, the other man merely cast a disdainful glance his way before resuming conversation with Lin Linqi. "Chi, you must keep your wits about you. There are plenty of scammers in today as society. You are so innocent. Be wary of being deceived. Where did this kid come from? So young. He probably doesn't even know what an antique is, let alone jadeite rough stones." Lin Linqi, feeling somewhat awkward, glanced at Chang Chuanxi and responded, "Young Master Lu, perhaps you misunderstand. Mr. Chang is solely responsible for the appraisal of antiques for the Lin Group. Jadeite rough stones are merely a hobby for him. This is his first encounter with jadeite." "I see." Lu Meng nodded, though his expression remained unfriendly as he coldly addressed Chang Chuanxi. "Listen here. I advise you, betting on stones is unlike any other endeavor. One cut can lead to either ruin or fortune. It is a true gamble. Since you lack understanding, it would be best for you to step aside and focus on your antiques, rather than being an eyesore here." Initially, Chang Chuanxi had no intention of engaging with him, but the young man's words ignited his displeasure. "I say, my friend, it seems we are not acquainted, yet I sense considerable animosity from you. Furthermore, my purchase of jadeite does not involve your finances, so there is no need for you to fret over my choices. Such an ungrateful individual. Lu Meng's eyebrows twitched, and a flicker of fury flashed in his eyes as he sternly declared, "Let me remind you, I'm only considering Chi-Chi's reputation. Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner?" Chang Chuanxi let out a cold laugh, responding bluntly, "What? Did I say something wrong? Even if the gamble on these stones is a matter of fortune, it is my own affair, and I do not require your incessant prattling. Moreover, how can you be so certain that I cannot unveil exquisite jade?" Lu Meng scoffed, his tone laced with mockery. "Young man, it's not that I look down upon you. The raw jadeite is not merely about keen eyesight. Experience holds equal significance. You, who have never laid eyes on jadeite, aspire to reveal high-quality jade? It is truly laughable." Chang Chuanxi's expression turned icy as he challenged, "What if I can unveil high-quality jade?" Lu Meng sneered disdainfully, his voice dripping with amusement. "Very well. Since you possess such confidence, shall we have a wager?" Chang Chuanxi nodded slightly, inquiring, "All right, how do you propose we gamble?" Lu Meng hesitated for a moment before articulating, "Let's do it this way. We shall each select 3 raw stones, and whoever reveals jade of greater value shall be deemed the victor. What say you?" Without a moment's hesitation, Chang Chuanxi agreed. "No problem. We shall proceed as you suggest. However, Lu Xiao, since it is a wager, shouldn't there be some stakes involved? Given your desire for self-destruction, I shall oblige." Lu Meng tapped the table and coldly stated, "Very well. The loser shall compensate the victor at 10 times the value. How does that sound?" "Absolutely. I am in it until the end." As soon as Chang Chuanxi finished speaking, Wang Ba strode over. "Lu Xiao, you must not be swayed by this pauper. He is utterly broke." Lu Meng looked at Wang Ba in astonishment, questioning, "Wang Ba, what do you mean by that?" Wang Ba chuckled derisively, explaining, "Lu Xiao, you are unaware. This pauper has no funds whatsoever. Just days ago, he was someone who couldn't even muster a few tens of thousands for a betrothal gift. He only recently stumbled upon a windfall of several million. What does he have to gamble against you?" Upon hearing this, Lu Meng's expression darkened instantly, akin to the sky before a tempest. His brow furrowed, revealing a hint of displeasure and fury. "Young man, is what Wang Ba said true?" Chang Chuanxi chuckled lightly, teasingly responding, "Lu Xiao, it is unnecessary for me to disclose my financial standing to him, is it? Besides, you have yet to win against me. Should you emerge victorious, I will repay you in full. That should suffice, no?" A ruthless glint flashed in Lu Meng's eyes as he pointed at Chang Chuanxi and gritted his teeth. "Young man, remember your words. If you fail to uphold this wager, I will not let you off easily." Wang Ba grinned enigmatically and coldly remarked, "Chang Chuanxi, since you are so confident, why not let me join this wager?" Chang Chuanxi was slightly taken aback. He had not expected Wang Ba to insist on joining the bet with Lu Meng. Since that was the case, there was no need for courtesy. "All right, since you wish to gift me money, I could not ask for more. You may also select 3 raw stones, as long as their value surpasses mine. I shall compensate you at 10 times the value of your stones. However, if they are of lesser value, you will owe me 10 times the value of my stones. Is that agreeable?" Wang Ba let out a cold laugh, exuding confidence as he declared, "Chang Chuanxi, it remains to be seen who will be the one to pay whom." As he spoke, he clapped his hands and called out, "Everyone, this lad wishes to wager against me and Lu Xiao. I ask you all to bear witness to this, lest he refuses to acknowledge the outcome." Upon hearing the commotion, the crowd swiftly gathered around Chang Chuanxi and his companions. "What audacity! Who does this fellow think he is? Daring to gamble with Lu Xiao?" Lu Xiao's prowess in the art of stone gambling is renowned throughout Rome City. It seemed that there were indeed many who overestimated their abilities. Even when compared to Old Hao, Lu Xiao's skills were formidable. How could he be so foolish? I have encountered many impetuous youths like him. Should he lose, he shall simply consider a tuition fee, albeit a rather exorbitant one. "Wang Xiao, fear not. We shall all be watching. He wouldn't dare to renege. Indeed, with so many witnesses, if he attempts to back out, he shan't leave here unscathed." A smug expression crossed Wang Ba's face as he replied, "Excellent. I appreciate your support. Chang Chuanxi, do not dawdle any longer. Let's commence." With those words, Wang Ba and Lu Meng strode towards the area designated for primary jadeite stones. Lin Linqi, wearing a worried expression, gazed at Chang Chuanxi and whispered, "Mr. Chang, why are you being so impulsive? Lu Meng is a master of stone gambling. You're no match for him." It was too late to reconsider now that the wager had been established, but she reassured him, "Do not worry. If your funds fall short, I shall assist you." Chapter 48. Is the conclusion inevitable? All primary jadeite stones have been claimed. "It is too late to speak of it now," Lin Linqi reiterated, "but rest assured, If you lack the necessary funds, I will cover the difference. It appeared Lin Linchi held little faith in Chang Chuanxi. Nevertheless, as she had brought him along, she could not simply stand by and watch him be taken advantage of. Covering my expenses? Chang Chuanxi replied with a confident smile, waving his hand dismissively. Ms. Lin, I fear you shall not have that opportunity. Perhaps you might be interested in joining me for a lucrative venture? Lin Linchi shot him a disapproving glance, her expression grave. Mr. Chang, is this truly the time for jest? You ought to be concerned about whether the funds in your account are sufficient to purchase the jadeite. Let me tell you, Lu Meng is among the elite in the realm of stone gambling in Rong City. Defeating him will be a daunting task. Despite Lin Linchi's skepticism, Chang Chuanxi felt no trepidation. He chuckled lightly, saying, Since Ms. Lin has no interest, I shall gladly claim this fortune for myself. I am in awe. I truly do not comprehend where your confidence stems from. Lin Linchi cast a glance towards the primary jadeite area and urged, Enough of this banter. Let us proceed before all the fine stones are snatched up. With that, she took hold of Chang Chuanxi's arm and led him towards the designated area. At that moment, Chang Chuanxi activated his otherworldly vision, beginning his search among the stones present. As they passed through the waste area, one enormous stone suddenly captured his attention. Wait a moment, Ms. Lin, Chang Chuanxi called out, stepping towards the waste pile. Lin Linchi, noticing his movement, furrowed her brow in confusion and asked, Mr. Chang, that is the waste area. What do you intend to do there? Chang Chuanxi paid no heed to Lin Linchi, instead striding directly toward the substantial piece of scrap weighing over 30 kilograms. After a brief examination, he inquired, What is the price of this raw stone? A nearby salesperson cast a sidelong glance at Chang Chuanxi and replied impatiently, This is merely scrap. If you desire it, take it. Chang Chuanxi chuckled lightly and waved his hand, saying, It cannot be free. If it were to yield exceptional jade later, how would you justify it? The salesperson scoffed, responding with a sarcastic tone. Are you out of your mind thinking scrap could produce jade? How absurd. Chang Chuanxi remained unfazed, gently caressing the piece of scrap as he replied, Regardless of whether I can extract anything, just tell me, how much is this material? With an expression of disdain, the salesperson impatiently retorted, Fine, fine. If you insist on paying, let it be 1 yuan. Very well, I shall take it. As he spoke, Chang Chuanxi produced a crumpled 1 yuan note and handed it over. Here is your payment. I shall take the raw stone. Upon finishing his sentence, Chang Chuanxi rolled up his sleeves and lifted the raw stone, making his way towards Lin Linchi. Lin Linchi stared at him in bewilderment, her expression one of despondency as she frowned and said, Mr. Chang, what on earth are you doing? This is scrap. I must inform you that the value of jade raw stones is not determined by size, but by the worth contained within. How can you compare a piece of scrap with Lu Meng and the others? Chang Chuanxi cast her a reassuring glance and smiled. I understand, General Lin. Rest assured and know what I am doing. Truly hopeless, she thought. The odds were already slim, and now he had purchased a piece of scrap. She chose to ignore him. With a somber gaze, Lin Linchi turned and walked towards the first-level raw stone area. Upon their arrival, she immediately seized a powerful flashlight from the table and began examining the raw stones before her. Though she was not particularly knowledgeable about jade, it was clear from Chang Chuanxi's demeanor that he was not merely inexperienced, but entirely oblivious. For now, she could only rely on her rudimentary skills to assist him. Wang Ba and Lu Meng exchanged smirks as they observed Lin Linchi, with Wang Ba teasingly stating, Chi, you needn't bother looking. I've already purchased that raw stone. Lin Linchi nodded slightly and moved to inspect another raw stone. Just as she was about to begin, Wang Ba mockingly cautioned, General Lin, you might as well save your time. To be frank, all the first-level jade raw stones have been bought by me and Lu Xiao. If you wish to select raw stones, I suggest you seek another place. At this, Lin Linchi felt a surge of anger, responding indignantly, Lu Meng, Wang Ba, how could you do this? Was it not agreed that each of us would select 3 raw stones? You two have bought all the first-level stones. How can others participate? This is unfair. Seeing Lin Linchi so partial towards Chang Chuanxi, Lu Meng's expression darkened. Chi, what do you mean by that? This wager was established between us and that young man. Why the rush? Are you perhaps taken with him? Indeed, General Lin, you must be aware of Lu Xiao's intentions. Your blatant favoritism towards that young man raises questions. I must clarify that while our wager allows for 3 raw stones per person, it does not stipulate that we cannot purchase additional stones. These raw stones were intended for investment by Lu Xiao and myself. As for the wager with Chang Chuanxi and that mongrel, we have our own arrangements. Wang Ba pointed towards 6 raw stones in the distance, chuckling, Mr. Lin. Look over there. Those stones are the ones we use for our wager with Chang Chuanxi. Is there any issue? Lin Linchi gritted her teeth, feeling an intense anger within, yet unable to find a suitable rebuttal. At that moment, Chang Chuanxi approached, staggering under the weight of a piece of waste material. What is wrong, Mr. Lin? Why does your expression seem so troubled? Before Lin Linchi could respond, a burst of laughter erupted around her. Ha! Look at this, Lu Xiao. This fellow actually bought a piece of waste. A mongrel remains a mongrel. He seems to think this is a contest of who has the larger stone. Alas, Wang Xiao, this is where you err. Mr. Chang is magnanimous, wishing to gift us money. Not only do you fail to express gratitude, but you also mock him. That simply will not do. Yes, my mistake. Wang Ba feigned a thoughtful demeanor. Mr. Chang, I sincerely apologize. I misunderstood your intentions. Thank you for providing Lu Xiao and me with this gift. Even the onlookers began to whisper and point at Chang Chuanxi. This fellow truly overestimates himself. He knows nothing about gambling stones, yet insists on challenging Lu Xiao. He is courting disaster. Goodness, waste material. I thought this lad had some significant skills. Is this all he can muster? Now, this will be quite the spectacle. Based on my experience, the stones selected by Lu Xiao and Wang Xiao will undoubtedly yield valuable jade, while he will suffer great losses. They have purchased all the first-grade stones, leaving him no chance at all. The outcome of this contest is already predetermined. I have encountered many like him, self-important yet utterly inept. With such limited ability, he likely pales in comparison to even me. And he dares to compete with Lu Xiao? As the murmurs grew louder, Chang Chuanxi appeared oblivious, maintaining a calm demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the opinions surrounding him. Mr. Lin, just select 2 stones at random for me. Lin Linchi huffed, expressing her frustration. What is there to choose? It's all your fault for insisting on buying that waste material. Now all the first-grade stones have been snatched away. Chang Chuanxi continued to wear his harmless smile, unperturbed. So what if they have taken them? Their stones may not necessarily yield high-value jade. Since first-grade jade is no longer available, let us select a couple of second-grade stones. You are truly beyond redemption. How can second-grade stones compare to first-grade? Lin Linchi's chest heaved violently, each breath turbulent like crashing waves. I shan't concern myself with you any longer. Do as you please. Chapter 49. One more strike, I shall render him destitute. Lin Linchi, infuriated, stepped aside, choosing to ignore Chang Chuanxi. He could only manage a bitter smile, shaking his head in resignation. Although he understood that Lin Linchi was genuinely concerned for him, he found it difficult to provide her with a comprehensive explanation. Why are you still clutching that worthless piece of scrap? Hurry up and select the raw stones. Wang Ba's eyes gleamed with triumph as he smirked, adopting an air of a victor while looking down on Chang Chuanxi. Lu Meng wore a sardonic smile, echoing, indeed. Chang Chuanxi, Wang Xiao is right. We are quite busy. Do not waste our time. We have already chosen our raw stones. Now, it is your turn. Xiao Feiwu scoffed mockingly, taunting, can't you see it? This country bumpkin must be terrified and is too afraid to make a choice. Chang Chuanxi, if you're truly scared, you might as well kneel and apologize to Wang Xiao and Lu Xiao. Perhaps they will soften and let you off the hook. The onlookers regarded Chang Chuanxi with varying expressions, eager to witness how he would respond. This kid is probably intimidated. Otherwise, why is he hesitating to select a raw stone? Isn't it obvious? Didn't you hear? The losing party must purchase the opponent's raw stone at 10 times the price. He knows he cannot win, so he is certainly stalling for time. 10 times the price? I reckon the raw stones in Lu Xiao and Wang Xiao's possession are worth at least 100 million. So, this means he would have to spend at least 1 billion. 1 billion, huh? Does he even have that? Just look at his shabby clothes. He hardly appears to be a wealthy individual. This time, it seems that President Lin of the Lin Group is in for a heavy loss. Who can argue with that? I truly wonder how President Lin got entangled with such an ignorant individual, only to suffer a significant financial blow. Amidst the cacophony of harsh comments, Chang Chuanxi shouted, "What is the rush? Are you eager to dine?" As soon as he spoke, he leisurely set down the massive piece of scrap and strolled towards the area of secondary jade raw stones. His gaze swept over a pile of stones, employing his otherworldly magical eyes to scrutinize the internal conditions of the raw stones, seeking to select those of the highest value. At that moment, Chang Chuanxi felt uncertain. Although his magical eyes were remarkably effective, this was his first encounter with raw stones, and he was still unaware of the specifics. After surveying the secondary stones, he shook his head. He observed that while most of these stones could yield jade, the jade within was riddled with impurities and cracks, rendering them of lesser value. Nonetheless, he continued to examine the stones meticulously, striving to uncover the two of the highest worth. Just as he hesitated, Wang Ba's impatient voice broke the silence. Country bumpkin, have you made your selection yet? How much longer must I wait? I am eager to see you grovel in defeat. Chang Chuanxi glanced at him, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What is the matter, Wang Xiao? Has the rain passed and the sun emerged? Feeling confident again? Since you are so eager, allow me to oblige. As he spoke, Chang Chuanxi casually picked up 2 raw stones and strode forward. Lu Meng possessed a profound understanding of the raw stones present here, as he observed the jadeite raw stone in Chang Chuanxi's hand. A hint of disdainful laughter involuntarily surfaced on his lips. Since we have made our selections, let us proceed to the stone dissecting room. With that, Lu Meng strode purposefully towards the dissecting chamber, while several men promptly stepped forward to carry the 6 raw stones chosen by the 2 of them. Noticing this, Lin Linshi approached Chang Chuanxi with a hint of displeasure and remarked, "Hand them over to me. I truly should not have brought you along." Chang Chuanxi chuckled lightly and placed the 2 smaller raw stones into Lin Linshi's hands, then proceeded to lift a stone weighing over 30 kilograms himself. "Thank you, Lin." At this moment, the others on the second floor had completely lost their enthusiasm for selecting raw stones, all following the group to the dissecting room. "Let's begin." Lu Meng beckoned the stone dissecting master, eager to commence the process. However, Chang Chuanxi stepped forward, raising a hand to halt him. "Wait a moment. Were we dissecting? You 2 have yet to clarify the ownership of these stones. Which 3 belong to you, and which 3 belong to him?" Chang Chuanxi harbored his own concerns. If this matter remained unresolved, they might inadvertently assign 3 high-value jade pieces to one individual, leaving him at a disadvantage. Upon hearing this, Wang Ba approached with a fierce expression, scolding, "What else with all your fuss? Look at the raw stones in your hands, 1 worthless piece and 2 second-grade stones. What can you possibly compare with us? To defeat you, we need not even use 3 stones. We could open just 1 and surpass your value. Do you understand?" Chang Chuanxi chuckled lightly, a teasing tone in his voice. "Young Master Wang, without rules, there can be no order. A rule is a rule. Should you disregard it, I shall not acknowledge your victory. Moreover, the stones remain untouched. How can you be so certain of my defeat?" Wang Ba erupted into laughter, derisively proclaiming, "Chang Chuanxi, you are as stubborn as a dead duck. The outcome of today's wager is already determined. You shall surely lose, and I trust the crowd here shares no dissenting opinions." Xiao Feiwu, swaying her curvaceous figure, gracefully approached Wang Ba and cooed, "Young Master Wang, have you not realized? This country bumpkin is attempting to wriggle out of responsibility. Why not heed his suggestion and divide the raw stones with young Master Lu, ensuring this bumpkin-esque defeat is beyond dispute?" Wang Ba glanced at Lu Meng, receiving a nod of approval before responding, "Very well, Chang Chuanxi. As per your suggestion, I shall separate the raw stones with young Master Lu. Now you have no grounds for objection, do you?" With those words, Wang Ba turned his gaze to Lu Meng, ingratiatingly stating, "Young Master Lu, please make your selection first." Lu Meng, without pretense, stepped forward and promptly chose 3 stones from the 6 available. "Now, can we commence the dissection?" Chang Chuanxi nodded slightly, gesturing for Lu Meng to proceed. "Please go ahead, young Master Lu." Lu Meng waved again, and the stone dissecting master immediately approached, lifting 1 raw stone for a brief examination before placing it into the dissecting machine. "It has begun. Now what do you all think? Will young Master Lu unveil jade this time? Are you questioning young Master Lu? Do not forget, the Lu family has been engaged in the raw jade business for generations, and their expertise in assessing the quality of raw stones is unparalleled in the industry. It is certain that they will uncover jadeite. The only uncertainty lies in its value. In my opinion, this wager, as Wang Xiao has stated, is already predetermined. I am merely curious about the extent of this young man's financial loss. How much will he lose? Let me enlighten you. The starting price for these raw stones is in the millions. Given Lu Xiao's habits, he will not easily part with anything unless he sees a 5-fold profit. Taking the minimum standard, 1 raw stone is priced at 5 million, and 3 stones would amount to 15 million. Thus, this young man will need to spend 150 million to acquire them. Indeed, I have also heard of Lu Xiao's propensity for such investments, but do not forget that there are 3 raw stones belonging to Wang Xiao as well. Yes, all 6 raw stones were selected by Lu Xiao, and Wang Xiao's 3 stones must surely be of high quality too. If that is the case, will this young man not incur losses exceeding 200 million today? As the conversation unfolded, the stone-cutting machine came to a halt. "It is over. Let us hurry over to take a look." In an instant, everyone surged forward. The master cutter retrieved the raw stone, first spraying it with water, then taking a clean cloth to wipe it. In the next moment, a glimmer of excitement flashed in the cutter's eyes as he exclaimed, "Congratulations, Lu Xiao! The cut has yielded a significant increase." The crowd gazed intently at the raw stone in the cutter's hands, marveling. "My goodness, the color has completely blossomed, and the water quality is excellent. This is a remarkable increase. Indeed, it is impressive, although it is somewhat regrettable that it has not yet reached the icy variety level. Had it achieved that, this raw stone would be valued at no less than 10 million. Although it is of the glutinous type, it boasts considerable potential for bracelets, and its current value is at least 3 million. If another cut yields similar results, 10 million is not out of reach. However, another cut poses substantial risk. Should it falter, not only 3 million, but even 1 million may be difficult to recoup." Witnessing the promising first cut, Lu Meng's eyes glinted with pride. However, he would not be satisfied with merely 3 million, especially considering he still had 2 uncut primary raw stones in hand, leaving him untroubled. "Let us make another cut. I intend to bring this country bumpkin to ruin." Chapter 50. Is it worth the risk? One slap is 100. Let us make another cut. I intend to bring this country bumpkin to ruin. The master cutter, cradling the raw stone, inquired, "Lu Xiao, are you certain you wish to proceed with another cut?" Lu Meng, without a moment's hesitation, nodded affirmatively. "Cut." "Very well," the cutter responded, promptly taking a caliper and a marker to draw a line at 6 centimeters from the previous cut. This thickness perfectly reserves space for a bracelet, thus maximizing the jadeite's value. At that moment, Chang Chuanxi approached with a mocking expression, playfully stating, "Lu Xiao, 3 million is already substantial. Should you make another cut, I fear you may end up with nothing." Lu Meng smirked coldly. "What is the matter, country bumpkin? Are you afraid? Let me tell you, today, not only will I bring you to ruin, but if you fail to honor the wager, I shall gouge out your eyes." Wang Ba and Xiao Feiwu approached with an air of arrogance, reprimanding, "Chang Chuanxi, do you now feel fear? I must inform you that the wager has commenced, and it is likely too late for any change of heart." Xiao Feiwu chuckled softly, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Fortunately, I acted wisely and rid myself of this worthless mutt early on. Had I remained alongside him, I would have likely been oblivious to my own demise." Chang Chuanxi shook his head, a smirk playing on his lips. "Ah, indeed, it is difficult to counsel the damned. Since you insist on pursuing this course, let us proceed." Lu Meng let out a cold snort, directing his gaze towards the stone master, declaring loudly, "Cut it." The stone master nodded slightly, and in the next moment, the raw stone was once again placed into the cutting machine. As the machine roared to life, the atmosphere was once more filled with a cacophony of noise. Goodness, Lu Xiao is genuinely furious this time. It seems this fellow is in for a rough time. Could one blame him? Were they unaware that Lu Xiao had long been pursuing Lin Zong? Now, suddenly, this young man appeared at Lin Zong's side, looking more handsome than Lu Xiao himself. How could Lu Xiao not be incensed? It was not merely this. Had they not noticed how Lin Zong had been protective of this newcomer? That was surely the source of Lu Xiao's ire. One could hardly fathom what this young man was thinking, daring to compete with Lu Xiao for a woman. Was he courting death? Tell me, will it rise after this cut? If it does, this young man might have to sell himself just to afford Lu Xiao's jade, not to mention that he still possesses 2 first-grade raw stones. Not to mention the 3 raw stones in Wang Xiao's possession. Lu Xiao had always had an eye for quality. I believe it will indeed appreciate. Soon enough, the outcome would be revealed. The cut was complete. As the last words faded, the machine's noise abruptly ceased. Everyone gathered around once more, and even the usually composed Lu Meng displayed a flicker of anxiety. The moment the stone master withdrew the raw stone from the machine, Lu Meng hurriedly stepped forward, asking urgently, "What is the verdict? Did it rise?" The stone master sprayed some water, wiping away the dust from the raw stone, revealing that what had once been a smooth, mirror-like jade was now marred by numerous cracks. "Lu Xiao, it has collapsed." Although the color had opened up, the cracks were too many. It was impossible to fashion even a bracelet, let alone beads. Utterly worthless. A flash of fury ignited in Lu Meng's eyes as he swiftly picked up another 6-centimeter piece of raw stone. If this piece bore no cracks, it could at least yield several bracelets and be worth hundreds of thousands. However, upon inspecting the other side of the piece, disappointment surged within him. Damn it! How could this happen? How could this be? Truly a piece of rubbish. Lu Meng cursed vehemently, slamming the raw stone piece to the ground. "Fetch another." Continue cutting. The stone master, not daring to delay, promptly selected another raw stone and placed it into the cutting machine. Wang Ba approached Lu Meng with a beaming smile, ingratiatingly saying, Lu Xiao, do not fret. This was merely the first piece. We still have 2 more. The reason this one failed was that we did not chant the mantra. This time, allow me to assist you with the chant, and I assure you it will yield favorable results. As the conversation unfolded, the stone cutter had already covered the machine and was about to press the switch when Wang Ba intervened, saying, Wait, let me take charge. Rolling up his sleeves, he exclaimed, Once the machine roars, gold will flow. With that proclamation, Wang Ba pressed the switch. It must be noted that Lu Meng indeed had a keen eye for betting on stones. This time, the raw stone revealed a piece of bright green jadeite, valued at approximately 8 million. Chang Chuanxi leaned in again, his tone teasing, Lu Xiao, how about another cut? This time it's bound to appreciate, trust me. Had this been the first stone, Lu Meng would have eagerly opted for another cut, but having already suffered a loss, he hesitated, unwilling to place all his hopes on a third stone. Chang Chuanxi, do you think I would fall for your nonsense? This time, I'm not cutting again. Chang Chuanxi chuckled mockingly and shrugged. All right, believe what you will. With a huff of indignation, Lu Meng directed his gaze back to the stone cutter, commanding, proceed. On to the next. Subsequently, Lu Meng opened the third raw stone, which yielded a spring-colored jadeite, valued at around 3 million. Thus, Lu Meng's 3 stones were fully revealed, totaling an impressive 11 million. Satisfied with the outcome, he approached Chang Chuanxi triumphantly, asserting, Did you hear that? My jadeite is worth 11 million. Are you prepared with 110 million? Chang Chuanxi shrugged nonchalantly. Lu Xiao, you might be getting ahead of yourself. I haven't even cut my stones yet. Who knows who will win? Very well, Lu Meng retorted through gritted teeth, pointing at Chang Chuanxi. I hope you remain so arrogant later. Calm down, Lu Xiao. There is no need to let this country bumpkin provoke you. After we finish cutting the remaining stones, if he dares to renege on the bet, I'll make sure he walks in standing and leaves lying down. Chang Chuanxi, did you hear that? Prepare your cash quickly. Otherwise, Wang Xiao 1T let you off the hook, he added with a chuckle. Wang Ba waved at the stone cutter, instructing, Let us begin with mine. The subsequent moments were filled with the excitement of cutting stones for Wang Ba. Congratulations, Wang Xiao, it's a big increase. Wang Xiao, it's appreciating again. Remarkable. Wang Xiao, everything is searched. All 3 of Wang Ba's raw stones yielded increases, with their total value surpassing Lu Meng's, reaching over 18 million after assessment. Seeing this, Wang Ba was elated, for if he won this wager, the raw stones would be worth not just 18 million, but 180 million. Gome. Here is a red envelope for you. Wang Ba pulled out a red envelope and stuffed it into the stonecutter's hand, then strode towards Chang Chuanxi with an air of superiority. Country bumpkin, did you see that? My raw stones are worth 18 million, combined with Lu Xiao's. We total 29 million. Are you ready with 290 million? Xiao Feiwu chimed in with a playful smile. Wang Xiao, what a joke. Even if you were to kill this country bumpkin, he could never produce 290 million. Chang Chuanxi, if you truly cannot come up with the money, I have a proposition, $100 per slap. As for how many slaps, that depends on your resilience. Good, this plan is splendid, Wang Ba smirked, a triumphant gleam in his eyes. I've longed to teach this country bumpkin a lesson. Today, I shall indulge myself. Enough with the idle chatter, Lu Meng interjected sharply, interrupting the two. Kid, we have finished deciphering our raw stones. Now it is your turn. Wait, Lin Linshi exclaimed, immediately positioning herself in front of Chang Chuanxi. Lu Xiao, I believe this wager is unnecessary. Why not let Mr. Chang give you and Wang Ba 100 million, and let us put this matter to rest? Before Lu Meng could respond, Wang Ba's expression darkened, and he shouted, Lin Linshi, what do you mean? Who do you think you are? This is our wager with Chang Chuanxi. What right do you have to meddle? Xiao Feiwu scoffed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh, isn't this the wealthy lady keeping that country bumpkin? You know he is bound to lose, and yet you step in to defend him. What's the matter? Are you feeling sympathetic? As her words hung in the air, a fierce glint flashed in Lu Meng's eyes. He raised his arm and delivered a resounding slap across Xiao Feiwu's cheek. You wretched girl, what gives you the right to speak here? Wang Ba, keep your woman in check, or I will not hesitate to ensure she vanishes from Rome City. With a loud crack, Wang Ba retaliated with a slap to Xiao Feiwu, his face twisted in fury. You insolent wretch, shut your mouth and do not bring me trouble, understood? After Wang Ba's words, he turned to Lu Meng with a sycophantic smile. Lu Xiao, rest assured, I guarantee she won't dare utter another word. Xiao Feiwu, clutching her swollen face, was filled with confusion. She genuinely did not understand why she was being struck when she was merely advocating for them. Seeing the two finally silenced, Lu Meng fixed a serious gaze upon Lin Linqi and questioned, Chi, what is your relationship with him? Why do you defend him so fiercely? Lin Linqi offered a bitter smile, her voice cold as she replied, I need not disclose our relationship to you, but I brought him here, and I don't wish for him to come to harm. So, will you agree or not? Are you pleading with me? Lin Linqi nodded slightly, her expression icy. I suppose so. Upon hearing this, a faint, enigmatic smile curled at the corners of Lu Meng's lips, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Chi, if I'm not mistaken, this is your first time asking a favor of me. Very well, I shall oblige. I might even forego demanding a single cent from him. However, you must agree to one condition. What condition? Lin Linqi's brows furrowed, a wave of intense unease washing over her. A foreboding sense loomed like a heavy cloud over her heart, leaving her feeling utterly oppressed and helpless. Lu Meng's gaze greedily roamed over Lin Linqi's graceful figure, unabashedly revealing his desires. Chi, you know I've always held affection for you. If you're willing to marry me, we could discuss anything. By that time, the Lu and Lin families would unite their strengths, and the entire city of Rome would surely be under our command. Wouldn't it? Lin Linqi's expression darkened as she resolutely declined the offer before her. Impossible. Don't even think about it. I will not acquiesce to your demands. Her outright rejection, made in front of so many witnesses, left Lu Meng visibly displeased. A glint of menace flashed in his eyes as he snarled. Lin Linqi, you mustn't overestimate yourself. While I may indeed have an interest in you, you are not my only option. There are countless women in this world, and with a mere beckon, I could attract a multitude of them. Lu Meng straightened his attire, his face a canvas of indignation. Since you refuse to marry me, I shall propose a different condition. If you spend just one night with me, I will nullify this bet. You, Lin Linqi was about to admonish him, but Lu Meng interrupted with a mocking tone. Hold your rebuttal for a moment. Consider this, combined with Wang Xiao's offer, that totals 290 million. Even if you were encrusted in diamonds, that price should suffice, wouldn't it? Lu Meng, you have gone too far. Lin Linqi's face burned with anger, her icy countenance resembling the snowflakes of a frigid winter, instantly chilling the atmosphere around them. At that moment, Chang Chuanxi stepped forward, placing himself firmly in front of Lin Linqi. Lin, this is a scoundrel. You need not pay him any mind. What did you say? Liu Manhits? His expression that of an enraged serpent, his fierce gaze brimming with hostility and threats, as though he wished to devour Chang Chuanxi whole. Chang Chuanxi disogat Liu Mang and Di Li, recognizing him as nothing more than a spoiled brat whose only strength lay in his words, utterly lacking in substance otherwise. What, Lu Meng? Have I misspoken? A character like you, with such a twisted appearance and tumultuous existence, dares to covet Lin? To call you a toad wishing to eat swan meat would be an insult to the toad. You dare. Lu Meng ground his teeth in a furious roar. Resembling an irate beast, his fists clenched tightly, poised to strike Chang Chuanxi. Chang Chuanxi regarded him with disdain, his tone dripping with amusement. What's the matter, Lu Meng? Are you in a frenzy? Do remember, this is a conference, not a place for your wild antics. At that moment, Wang Ba swiftly approached Lu Meng, whispering a caution. Lu Xiao, do not act impulsively. This country bumpkin knows he will lose and is deliberately provoking you. If you strike first, you will fall into his trap. It will be wiser to swallow your pride for now. Once he fails to produce any jade, we can deal with him then. Lu Meng pondered for a moment, finding Wang Ba's reasoning quite sound. He gritted his teeth, pointing at Chang Chuanxi, and thundered, Kid, I stand by my words. I hope you can remain this arrogant later. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us proceed with the stone appraisal. Chang Chuanxi widened his eyes, feigning surprise. Wang Ba, you discern that? Truly remarkable. Wang Ba's face flickered with pride as he scoffed. Chang Chuanxi, do you think your little tricks could deceive me? Let me tell you, you're still too inexperienced to play games with me. Impressive. Impressive. You are indeed formidable. Chang Chuanxi scoffed softly and turned his gaze towards Master Jia, signaling him to proceed with the stone dissection. Shortly thereafter, the machine erupted with a cacophony, drawing the crowd apart as they focused intently on its workings. Lin Linqi approached Chang Chuanxi calmly and said gently, Mr. Chang, do not worry. It is merely 290 million. If you fall short, I shall assist you. At that moment, as Chang Chuanxi stood before her, Lin Linqi felt a stir of emotions. Others would have remained silent. Yet she had already declared her intention to prepare 100 million to cover Chang Chuanxi's potential losses, coupled with the 200 million already in his account. It sufficed to purchase the raw stone at 10 times the price. Chang Chuanxi cast a grateful glance at Lin Linqi and replied with a smile, Ms. Lin, Do you truly have so little faith in me? The outcome has yet to be revealed, yet you are so certain of my defeat? Lin Linchi shrugged lightly. Her voice soft. I wish for your victory, but the odds are quite formidable. At this moment, all eyes were fixated on the dissection machine, as if it were the most precious treasure in existence. They held their breath, anxiously awaiting the miracle that might unfold. The gambling stone lay quietly within the machine, seemingly anticipating the revelation of its fate. One could not help but admire the audacity of this young man. He had just insulted young Master Lu without a hint of fear for retribution. Perhaps he believed that Ms. Lin would shield him, emboldening his bravado. Yet, he was unaware that Ms. Lin's protection was far from guaranteed. Let us observe the unfolding events. This is, after all, a gamble, and anything could happen. Perhaps, by some stroke of luck, he might indeed triumph. What folly to assume that the two secondary raw stones could fetch 18 million. They must remember that he had chosen a piece of scrap. The term miracle implies a rare occurrence. How many miracles have they witnessed in their extensive experience with gambling stones? Are they not aware of young Master Lu's nature? He is one who harbors a grudge. Regardless of the outcome today, this young man may find it difficult to navigate the social waters of Rongqing thereafter. Youth often brings recklessness, leading one to offend those who ought not to be trifled with. A dangerous folly indeed. As they spoke, the machine's noises abruptly ceased, and the crowd halted their discussions, converging around the machine. What is the verdict? Did appreciate? Lin Linchi also stepped forward, her eyes, resembling autumn waters, fixed intently on the raw stone in Master Jie's hands. What do you think, Master? Did appreciate? Master Jie wiped the stone dust from the raw stone and frowned. It appears to have appreciated, albeit slightly. The color has not fully developed, and there are some moss formations. Upon hearing this, Lin Linchi's brow furrowed deeply, her expression filled with disappointment and despair, her gaze dimming as if all hope had evaporated. The anticipation that had once filled her heart was crushed in an instant, leaving her deflated and lifeless, like a punctured balloon. It may be a slight appreciation, he continued. Though there are moss formations, the water content is abundant. It should be valued at over 300,000. Indeed, although there are bracelet positions, their worth remains modest. Such material being capable of yielding 300,000 is indeed commendable. Do you genuinely believe he stands a chance of winning? I thought as much. This fellow clearly lacks understanding of the stone gambling realm. Choosing such a specimen after much deliberation? How absurd. With such expertise, he dares to challenge Lu Xiao? To be frank, he might even be inferior to me. This is nothing short of a farce. Lu Xiao and Wang Xiao are dealing with jadeite worth millions, while this trifling sum of 300,000 is hardly comparable. Wang Ba let out a hearty laugh, a smirk of triumph dancing across his features as he taunted Chang Chuanxi. Do you see? My 18 million dwarfs your paltry 300,000. How can you possibly contend with me? Lu Meng chuckled lightly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Wang Xiao, that's where you err. This rustic stone has at least been partially cut, and though it is only valued at 300,000, there is no need for such mockery. Despite this, Chang Chuanxi maintained his relaxed demeanor. Wang Ba, have you perhaps celebrated prematurely? I still have 2 stones left to unveil. The outcome remains uncertain. Are you blind to the obvious? Even now, you cling to bravado. Come, let us continue the reveal. The stone cutter then placed the second-grade raw stone into the cutting machine. This second piece was similar to the first, but from its raw state. It appeared to have a slight increase in value, approximately 50,000. However, in terms of their wager, the results were indeed less than favorable. This time, Wang Ba's smugness intensified, and even Lu Meng, who had remained silent until now, couldn't suppress a smile. Rugged pup, feeling less brazen now, are we? You are left with but one worthless piece. How can you possibly compete with us? Chang Chuanxi, I advise you to gather your funds now. Should the outcome reveal your inability to honor the wager, I shall ensure you regret ever entering this world. Chang Chuanxi chuckled lightly, his expression dripping with disdain. What is the rush? Let us first unveil this stone. If I lose, I shall honor the bet. As for you, make sure you don't backtrack when the time comes. Ha ha ha. Wang Ba laughed heartily, his demeanor playful. Lu Xiao, did you hear that? This lad still dares to dream of victory. It's truly laughable. Lu Meng's lips curled into a cold smirk, scoffing. Chang Chuanxi, you ought to cease your daydreaming. To be frank, most of these stones belong to the Lu family. Do you know why that stone was relegated to the waste pile? Let me enlighten you. These stones have all been appraised by our Lu family assessors. Your stone is merely an ordinary rock, not jadeite at all. Tell me, how can a mere stone yield jade? What is the matter? Are you stunned? You dare to challenge me. yet you lack the qualifications. Chang Chuanxi regarded him with a look of disdain, his words laced with mockery. Is that so? Then I must extend my gratitude to Lu Xiao for generously granting me this top-tier stone at the mere cost of 1 yuan. Truly magnanimous of you. Top-tier stone? Ha ha ha. Lu Mang scoffed, shaking his head. You really are a fool. Do you think our Lu family's assessors are for show? A top-tier stone would never be found among the refuse. Moreover, I have personally inspected these raw stones, and it is utterly inconceivable that such an incident could occur. Spare me your delusions. Is that so? Chang Chuanxi, perplexed, furrowed his brow and remarked, to declare such exquisite raw stones as mere waste is absurd. It appears this stone has been evaluated by a pack of incompetent assessors. My apologies, Lu Xiao, I am not targeting you specifically. Rather, it is the entirety of your family appraisers that are lacking. Damn it! Lu Mang cursed vehemently, pointing an accusatory finger at Chang Chuanxi, gritting his teeth. We shall soon ascertain whether our appraisers are indeed inept. Now, bring forth the stone for evaluation. As the appraiser approached to move the colossal raw stone into the cutting machine, Chang Chuanxi stepped forward and halted him. Hold on. Let us not rush. Bring me a hammer. A hammer? The appraiser's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a mixture of incredulity and confusion. What on earth do you need a hammer for? Are you intending to smash the raw stone? Chang Chuanxi nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. You are correct. I intend to break it open with a hammer. What? The onlookers erupted in a chorus of disbelief and mockery. Goodness, has this fellow lost his mind? I have never heard of smashing a raw stone with a hammer. Indeed, it is a peculiar world we inhabit, filled with oddities, and here stands a true fool. Humph. I suspect he is not merely breaking the stone. He aims to create a spectacle. Exactly. He knows he is bound to fail and seeks to make a scene. If he truly dares to strike. Do you think Lu Xiao and Wang Xiao will let him off lightly? The appraiser, though bewildered, complied with Chang Chuanxi's request and fetched a hammer, albeit reluctantly. Chang Chuanxi raised the hammer, a strange smile playing on his lips, and remarked, Lu Mang, Wang Ba, keep your eyes wide open. With that, the hammer came crashing down upon the raw stone. A series of cracking sounds echoed, reminiscent of eggshells shattering, as the outer shell of the colossal stone fractured instantly. Once the shell fell away, the crowd gasped in astonishment, revealing yet another raw stone nestled within. What is happening here? There is another raw stone inside this one. Look quickly. It's the skin of a Muna Yangmei. This outer layer is richly oily and indicates a valuable find. Extraordinary, stone within stone, and such a splendid exterior. Unbelievable. How did this lad discern the presence of another raw stone amidst what was deemed waste? Could it be he possesses some form of X-ray vision? Otherwise, how could he have known? The suspense is palpable. Judging solely by the exterior of this raw stone, any variety of jade could potentially emerge. Yes, I have never encountered such a fine Muna Yangmei skin before. It seems this wager has truly taken a turn for the intriguing. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, Chang Chuanxi relinquished the hammer and extracted the substantial raw stone, weighing over 10 kilograms, gazing provocatively at Lu Mang. Well, Lu Mang, do you concede that your family's appraisers are indeed incompetent? Look, everyone, this is a glimpse of heaven. The narrow crevice truly astonishes, as the saying goes. It is preferable to wager on a slender line than on a vast expanse. Behold the hint of green. While not reaching the status of imperial green, it undeniably qualifies as Zhengyang green, a remarkable raw stone indeed. At that moment, a middle-aged man, wielding a powerful flashlight, strode confidently towards Chang Chuanxi, disregarding his attempts to halt him, and began scrutinizing the raw stone's condition. The color band has fully emerged. This is a premium raw stone. A premium raw stone indeed. Young man, do you wish to sell this stone? I offer 8 million. Let be mine. 8 million? Chang Chuanxi furrowed his brow, shaking his head. Sir, have you perhaps erred? We have a wager among us. Should I sell it to you for 8 million? I would incur a loss of nearly 290 million. Esteemed guests, this raw stone is priced at 20 million. Is there anyone willing to buy? Chapter 53. The first cut falters. Esteemed guests, this raw stone is priced at 20 million. Is there anyone willing to buy? Chang Chuanxi boldly announced the price of 20 million, a figure that could have secured victory over Lu Mang and Wang Ba just moments prior. 20 million? Is that not an excessive gamble? Indeed, the risk of 20 million is exceedingly high. I cannot agree to such a price. Young man, lower the price a bit. I shall take it. Young lad, 20 million is indeed a bit too much. I offer 18 million and one. Upon hearing this, Wang Ba and Lu Mang were utterly unsettled. Are you out of your mind? This raw stone is impressive, but it is certainly not worth that much. Open your eyes and see clearly. Lu Meng pointed at the man who had just spoken, admonishing, consider your decision carefully if you dare to purchase. You will be opposing the Lu family. Before proceeding, think about the consequences of such an action. Under Lu Meng's oppressive influence, the crowd fell silent. Observing this, Chang Chuanxi chuckled softly, shaking his head. I have offered you an opportunity, yet you failed to seize it. Thus, I shall proceed to cut it myself. As he spoke, Chang Chuanxi strode purposefully to the stone cutter, extending the raw stone towards him. Master, I kindly request your assistance in cutting this stone, should it yield well. I promise you a generous reward. Previously, someone had called out an 8 million price for this raw stone, and the stone cutter, recognizing its potential, did not dare to delay. He carefully accepted the stone, scrutinized it, and then earnestly marked a line before placing it into the cutting machine. Let the machine roar. En gueule de chêne pour forte. With this proclamation, the stone cutter pressed the start button. As the machine whirred to life, the hearts of all present raced with anticipation. The tension was not solely due to the wager among a few individuals, but also stemmed from the raw stone's true value. It is known that such a specimen, adorned with a slender line of Xinjiang green, is a rarity. In the world of jade, there exists a saying, it is better to wager on a slender line than on a vast expanse. This adage embodies not merely a strategy, but also the distilled wisdom of generations within the jade community. The term slender line refers to the distribution of color within the jade raw stone, a remarkably unique phenomenon. In the realm of stone gambling, the assessment of color is of paramount importance. The color distribution of jadeite rough stones can be broadly categorized into two types, linear and sheet-like. The linear color distribution, known as line green or band green, is characterized by green hues that appear in linear formations with relatively uniform thickness. The gamble lies in the depth and extent to which the green can be found within the stone. Conversely, the sheet-like distribution, referred to as sheet green or skin green, typically covers a large area parallel to the surface of the rough stone. While it may seem enticing, the embedded green is often shallow, merely a thin veneer. Years ago, a rough stone commanded an astonishing price of 88 million solely due to a vibrant green line. This very stone was later transformed into a staggering value of 127 million, marking an incredible turnaround. As time wore on, a palpable tension filled the jade cutting chamber, with every face taut with anticipation. The only sound accompanying this charged atmosphere was the hum of the cutting machine, as if even a sigh could shatter the fragile calm. After what felt like an eternity, the machine finally ceased its operation. When the cutter retrieved the rough stone from the machine, all present held their breath, their faces flushed as they gazed at the stone in his hands. It appeared to have failed to cut. The stone, once promising, revealed itself to be nothing but a single line of green, devoid of any further substance. As these words were uttered, a collective sigh erupted from the crowd, resonating like the shattering of countless hopes, a lament over the capriciousness of fate. Some shook their heads in despair, while others stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Can you believe it? Such a rare stone, and it has failed to yield, lamented one voice. What a pity this beautiful rough stone couldn't produce jade. Gratitude poured forth for Lu Xiao. Without him, one might have rashly entertained the notion of a 20 million purchase, which would have resulted in a significant loss. Alas, the miracle did not materialize. One had hoped that this young man would turn the tide, yet it ultimately proved to be in vain. With a booming laugh, Wang Ba approached Chang Chuanxi, brimming with smugness. Even if you were fortunate enough to discover a rough stone among scraps, what does it matter? The outcome remains unchanged. Your rough stone has faltered. It is time to fulfill our wager. Wang Xiao was correct. The result was in, and according to their agreement, a payment of 290 million was due. I give you 10 minutes to produce the amount, or do not blame me for my lack of civility. Lu Meng advanced step by step, his already fierce visage contorting into an even more menacing expression, his eyes gleaming with a predatory intensity as if he intended to devour those before him. An overwhelming aura of pressure emanated from him, and with each step, the surrounding air seemed to thicken, creating a stifling atmosphere. With a sly smile, Xiao Feiwu gleefully chimed in. Did you hear that, Chang Chuanxi? Hurry and produce the money. If you cannot, Lu Xiao and Wang Xiao will deal with you. Chang Chuanxi shook his head, gazing at the trio as if they were fools. Look at how desperate you all are. Have you not heard this saying? Stone does not deceive people. Rather, it is people who deceive one another. The intrinsic value of the raw stone is, to some degree, reflected in its outer skin. I refuse to believe that such a magnificent raw stone cannot yield jade. The stone cutter merely sliced a thin layer of the skin. This is merely the beginning, and I intend to make further cuts. Upon uttering these words, the venue erupted into a clamor once again. Indeed, there is still more to be cut from this raw stone, and perhaps a glimmer of hope remains. Yet, I sense the difficulty. Although only a thin layer has been removed, there are no signs of color emerging. After all, this is worth 290 million. Who would easily concede under such circumstances? At this point, if one does not cut, does that mean surrender? Were I in his position, I would also choose to continue cutting. Let us proceed. I too wish to see whether this skin encases any fine jade. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Chang Chuanxi strode confidently to the stone cutter, took the raw stone, and swiftly drew a line upon it. Master, please follow the line I have drawn and make another cut. The stone cutter accepted the raw stone and, adhering to Chang Chuanxi's instruction, began to place it into the machine. At that moment, a derisive laughter erupted from behind Chang Chuanxi. Indeed, you gamble on a slender chance rather than a vast opportunity. But do you understand why purchasing raw stones is referred to as gambling? If every slender chance could yield exquisite jade, it would no longer be called gambling. Young Liu, this stubborn fool is merely putting on a brave front. Even with another cut, it would be a futile struggle. Chang Chuanxi, today I shall allow you to cut. Make no mistake, even if you were to shatter it, I shall see this through to the end. Chapter 54. The overbearing presence of Lu Meng. As time dragged on, each individual felt as though the days were stretching into years, every moment a long and torturous wait. Finally, the stone-cutting machine ceased its operation, and in that instant, the world seemed to freeze. The crowd's breaths quickened, their fists clenched tightly, palms drenched in sweat, their gazes akin to famished beasts, fixated upon the stone-cutting machine, eagerly anticipating the revelation of the mystery. The stone cutter exhaled deeply, cautiously lifting the cover and extracting the raw stone. What do you think? Has it increased in value? The stone cutter sprayed water and wiped away the stone dust, and at the moment the flesh of the raw stone was revealed, an electric surge of excitement coursed through him, making his heart race and blood boil. It has increased. It has significantly increased. These simple words struck like a thunderbolt across the sky, suddenly resonating in the hearts of everyone present. In an instant, the previously tranquil atmosphere was shattered as if a bomb had been detonated, erupting into chaos. Faces displayed astonishment, mouths agape, eyes wide with disbelief, as if they could scarcely comprehend what they had just heard. The entire space was suffused with a tense and tumultuous ambience, as if a storm was brewing, poised to erupt. What? It truly has increased in value? Let me see. Let me see. The exhilarated crowd instantly pushed Chang Chuanxi aside, all wielding powerful flashlights, eager to behold the splendor of the raw stone. In the next moment, a chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. Goodness, this is exquisite Shenyang green, with an old water source and truly exceptional quality. Just look at its color, vivid, pure, and shimmering, akin to a flawless emerald. It is a lush green, resembling jade, crystal clear and transparent, undoubtedly a masterpiece among jadeites. Remarkable. I have never encountered such a magnificent jade before. After the crowd had admired the piece, they immediately turned to surround Chang Chuanxi. Young man, sell me this raw stone. I'll offer 30 million. 30 million? Surely you jest. A Shenyang green jade of this caliber, a bracelet alone, is worth millions. I'll offer 50 million. No one else dare compete with me. I am determined to acquire this jade. Young man, I will pay 55 million. Damn it, I will not back down. I'll offer 60 million, and let us see who dares to challenge me. You are forcing my hand. I will bid 62 million. Young man, sell me this raw stone. Enough. Everyone be silent. I will bid 65 million. This raw stone is mine. As the bidding escalated feverishly, Wang Ba and Lu Meng could no longer remain passive. Their eyes widened, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads as they anxiously surveyed the rising bids. Wang Ba clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, these people have truly lost their minds. How dare they offer such exorbitant prices? He glanced at Lu Meng, noticing a similar expression of anxiety on his face. A silent exchange revealed their mutual unease. In the next moment, Lu Meng shouted fiercely, everyone, be quiet. Let us see who dares to purchase that raw stone today. Anyone attempting to buy from him is opposing me, Lu Meng, and opposing our Lu family. You should understand the consequences. Wang Ba, standing beside Lu Meng with a fierce expression, echoed, did you hear that? No one is permitted to buy his raw stone. Otherwise, you are defying the Lu family and our Wang family. Under their intimidation, The crowd gradually lowered their heads, hesitant to utter a word. Seeing this, both men exchanged glances of triumph. With fury igniting in his eyes, Lu Meng slowly approached Chang Chuanxi, gritting his teeth. Chang Chuanxi, do you see this? No matter how precious your jade may be, no one dares to buy it. You have lost. Hand over 290 million as per our wager, or I will ruin you. At that moment, Lin Linshi stepped forward, declaring loudly, who says no one will bid? I will take his raw stone. I bid 80 million. Lu Meng smirked maliciously, questioning Lin Linshi. He is from your Lin family group, so you cannot purchase this raw stone. You. Lin Linshi frowned, challenging. Isn't this simply underhanded? We are discussing the value of jade, and even if it is not for sale, Mr. Chang S is indisputably superior to yours. Underhanded? Lu Meng scoffed, perplexed. Lin Linshi, that is not correct. Did you not hear old Hao S words just now? Knowledgeable individuals are treasures, while the ignorant are akin to weeds. The value of an object is not determined by one's mere declaration. If my raw stone cannot find a buyer, it simply signifies its lack of worth. Conversely, my raw stone can be sold in an instant. As Lu Meng gestured towards the raw stones he had previously offered, he inquired loudly, ladies and gentlemen, is there anyone willing to pay 8 million for the stones I just cut? The stones had already been appraised and were conservatively valued at 11 million, now being offered at 8 million. A mere wave of his hand could yield a profit of 3 million. Naturally, others would not let such an opportunity slip by. Young Master Lu, I shall take the 8 million, Wang Ba cackled, clapping his hands to draw the crowd's attention, exclaiming, everyone, my raw stones are valued at 15 million. Who is interested? I want them, I want them. Another voice chimed in. Young Master Wang, please sell them to me. Both men swiftly secured buyers, each pocketing a neat 3 million. With smug expressions, Wang Ba and Lu Meng directed their scornful gazes at Chang Chuanxi. How about it, country bumpkin? Have you seen? Our raw stones have buyers, while yours remain unwanted. You see, this is the strength we possess. With a mere word from me, no matter how exquisite your jade may be, it is nothing but worthless debris, unworthy of purchase. This is the consequence of crossing me. You are destined to lose this wager. Is that so? I refuse to believe that anyone would turn away from money. Though Chang Chuanxi appeared calm on the surface, anxiety gnawed at him within. He had not anticipated that the opposition would stoop so low as to wield their familial influence to deter potential buyers of his raw stones. Stepping forward, he feigned composure. Addressing the crowd, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to sell my raw stones. Is there anyone interested? The crowd exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with greed. Yet, under the oppressive aura of Lu Meng and Wang Ba, none dared voice their true thoughts. As silence enveloped the gathering, Lu Meng's smugness intensified. Chang Chuanxi, do you see? This is the inevitable outcome. I shall grant you an additional 10 minutes, should no one express interest in your stones within that time. I'm afraid we shall declare victory in this wager. Young Master Lu, I believe it unnecessary to waste time on him. Even if given an hour, he would still be unable to sell his stones. Isn't that too much? The raw stones in Mr. Chang's possession are worth at least several tens of millions. How could he possibly sell them in merely 10 minutes? At this, Lu Meng scoffed, retorting, Lin Linshi, your argument is flawed. Mine Wang Ba stones are also valued in the tens of millions. Why can we find buyers while he cannot? Indeed, our stones sold within a minute. Granting him 10 minutes is already a generous allowance, they added, reinforcing their stance. You shameless lot. Lin Linshi attempted to argue, but Chang Chuanxi halted her with a gesture. Lin, there is no need to engage in dialogue with them. Their audacity rivals that of city walls, and further discussion is futile. Ladies and gentlemen, I offer my raw stones for a mere 30 million. Who among you is willing to purchase? The saying goes, under the lure of substantial rewards, brave men shall emerge. Chang Chuanxi firmly believed that in the face of undeniable profit, someone would inevitably step forward. Unafraid to offend Lu Meng and Wang Ba, seizing the opportunity to purchase the raw stone in hand, provided the benefits were sufficiently enticing. After waiting for a few minutes without any response, Chang Chuanxi gritted his teeth and spoke again. Ladies and gentlemen, 20 million, merely 20 million, and I shall make the deal. Chapter 55, A Sudden Appearance by Yang Dianfeng. Esteemed guests, I possess this raw stone, and I'm offering it for just 20 million. Is there anyone interested? Originally valued at 60 to 70 million, Chang Chuanxi had astonishingly reduced the price to 20 million. With such an investment, one could immediately triple their returns. He had anticipated that such a significant profit margin would attract buyers. However, to his dismay, instead of expressing interest, the crowd began to dissuade him. You needn't shout. Young man, your price exceeds that of young Master Lu, and we dare not make a purchase, for offending the Lu family would only invite misfortune upon ourselves. Indeed, young one, I advise you to concede gracefully. You cannot contend with young Master Lu. Listen to me, young man, do not be obstinate. Young Master Lu's family is vast and powerful, beyond our capacity to challenge. Allow me to be frank. Even if you were to sell for 10 million, we might consider it. However, if the price surpasses that of young Master Lu, I fear no one here would dare to buy. Certainly, money is desirable, and we all appreciate it, but one must also have a life to spend it. Purchasing your raw stone at the cost of one's life is a transaction that seems utterly unwise. Young man, do you not see? This wager has been predetermined from the outset. Even if you were to unveil jade worth 60 to 70 million today, or even 6 billion, it would be of no consequence. Surrender, for there is no one here who can assist you. Listening to the crowd's remarks, Chang Chuanxi relinquished his hopes of selling the raw stone. Since they could be so shameless, he resolved to play along with their game. After all, neither party had explicitly stated when the other should purchase their raw stone. At that moment, Hao Yuqian strode up from the first floor, observing the gathered crowd with confusion. What is happening here? Why is everyone congregated? Upon seeing Hao Yuqian, Lin Linqi appeared as if she had found a savior, rushing forward with a look of grievance. Old Hao, you have finally arrived. Please help us settle this matter. Hao Yuqian furrowed his brow in perplexity. General Manager Lin, what exactly has transpired? Subsequently, Lin Linqi recounted the entire saga to Hao Yuqian, particularly emphasizing the threats posed by Lu Meng and Wang Ba, repeating her points for clarity. Originally, she had expected Hao Yuqian to rebuke Lu Meng and Wang Ba immediately upon grasping the situation. However, to her astonishment, after listening to Lin Linqi's explanation, Hao Yuqian frowned. His expression troubled. General Manager Lin, this matter does not concern us. Perhaps it would be best if we refrain from intervening. Moreover, I believe the words of young Master Lu hold some truth. A discerning individual recognizes treasure, while the ignorant perceive only weeds. If no one wishes to purchase Mr. Chang's raw stone, there is little I can do. Huh? Lin Linqi's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with shock and incredulity, as if she had witnessed something utterly extraordinary. Her lips parted slightly, yet no sound escaped them. Her expression was frozen in astonishment. She stared blankly ahead, seemingly unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Utterly taken aback by this unforeseen turn of fate. Old Hao, how could you be this way as well? Hao Yuqian forced an awkward smile and waved his hand, saying, President Lin, I truly cannot intervene in such matters. I have some other affairs to attend to, so I shall not disturb you. As he observed Hao Yuqian's retreating figure, Chang Chuanxi felt an inexplicable unease. Although his interactions with the man had been minimal, the events surrounding Zibogs remained vividly etched in his memory. Had it not been for Hao, Wang Ba would not have yielded so readily. Could it be that Lu Meng's presence here was the reason? It appeared that Hao Yuqian shared a significant connection with the Lu family. Hao Yuqian's departure only served to embolden Lu Meng and Wang Ba further, as their eyes glinted with malice. You, Mutt, I give you 1 minute to buy the rough stone we possess at 10 times the price, or else you shall bear the consequences. Chang Chuanxi, the time is nearly upon us. Since no one wishes to purchase your rough stone, you might as well fulfill your wager. Chang Chuanxi found a vacant spot to sit, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he prepared to speak, when suddenly a loud voice erupted from the crowd. Who says no one is buying? The onlookers turned toward the sound, spotting a man in his 30s striding confidently toward Chang Chuanxi. Young brother, I am Yang Dianfeng. I have taken a liking to that rough stone in your possession. I offer 100 million, and I hope you'll part with it. What? Chang Chuanxi gazed at the man in astonishment. He had been ready to bicker with Lu Meng and his companion, but unexpectedly, Yang Dianfeng had entered the fray. Brother, you have a keen eye, but I shall not part with this rough stone for 100 million. The crowd erupted in disbelief. What is happening? Just a moment ago, he was willing to sell for 30 or 35 million, and now that someone offers 100 million, he refuses? Is this kid out his mind? Not selling for 100 million? Does he intend to lose to young Lu on purpose? Insanity. 100 million is already a generous offer. What could possibly be going through his mind? Yang Dianfeng? Could this lad be a member of the Yang family? That explains the audacity to bid 100 million. Seeing this, Lin Linqi rushed forward, grasping Chang Chuanxi's arm in confusion. Mr. Chang, what are you saying? Since young Master Yang is offering 100 million, why not sell it immediately? If you wait and he decides not to buy, you will surely regret it. Yang Dianfeng also furrowed his brow, his face a mask of puzzlement. Young brother, I advise you to reconsider. 100 million is no small sum. Chang Chuanxi chuckled softly, explaining, Since you are a few years my senior, I shall address you as Brother Yang. The truth is, Brother Yang, I cannot sell this rough stone for 100 million, but I can part with it for 50 million. In reality, Chang Chuanxi was fully aware that the rough stone could be acquired for a mere 20 million. But the fact that the other party had made a generous 100 million offer was telling. Regardless of whether he genuinely coveted the stone or not, Chang Chuanxi was certain of one thing. The intent was to vex Lu Meng. This declaration once again incited a wave of astonishment among the crowd. Incredible. This fellow truly astounds me. 50 million, and he simply dismisses it? What? 50 million? One must understand that by selling for an additional 50 million, both Lu Xiao and Wang Xiao would each owe him 5 billion, which totals an astounding 10 billion. How could I not have considered this? So, this lad effectively discarded 10 billion with a mere utterance? A fool, an absolute fool. At such a juncture, should he not be raising the price? An extra 10 million translates to 2 billion. This is madness. This young man is undeniably insane. 10 billion is a sum that an ordinary person could never amass in several lifetimes, and he nonchalantly lets it slip away. Where on earth did President Lin find such an imbecile? I am utterly astonished. The comments of the group reached Chang Chuanxi's ears, who had been solely focused on attending to Yang Jianfeng, inadvertently forgetting the wager. Regret began to creep in, yet words once spoken cannot be taken back. Retracting now would appear rather petty. Ha ha ha. Yang Jianfeng laughed heartily, his previously furrowed brow gradually relaxing. With a playful expression, he remarked, "How intriguing. Mr. Chang, perhaps you do not fully grasp my value. I deem him worth 1 billion. Therefore, he is worth 1 billion. I shall not take advantage of you. I will take him for 1 billion. As he spoke, Yang Jianfeng casually produced a check for 1 billion and handed it over. Chang Chuanxi observed the subtle implications in the exchange, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he accepted the check. Brother Yang, since you have stated it so, I shall not be impolite. The raw stone is yours. Upon receiving the raw stone, Yang Jianfeng handed over a business card. Mr. Chang, should you come across any exquisite jade in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. I shall take as much as you have. After Yang Jianfeng departed, Chang Chuanxi, check in hand, approached Lu Meng and Wang Ba with a smug expression, tauntingly declaring, "Gentlemen, what do you have to say now? My raw stone sold for 1 billion, while yours fetched only several million. Clearly, I have triumphed in this wager. Are you not obliged to honor it? According to our agreement, each of you must pay me 10 billion. Time to settle up." At that moment, both men wore expressions darker than death, their faces contorted in disbelief. They had initially believed victory to be assured, only to have Yang Jianfeng unexpectedly overturn the situation. Wang Ba wore a defiant expression, shrugging as he challenged, "What wager? What agreement do we have? I am unaware of any." Lu Xiao, do you know? Chapter 56, A Master. What wager? What agreement do we have? I am unaware of any. Lu Xiao, do you know? Wang Ba, feeling bold, began to feign ignorance publicly. Lu Meng also wore a perplexed expression, frowning as he replied, "Wang Xiao, I too am unaware of any wager. Do you know?" Upon hearing their words, Chang Chuanxi's demeanor darkened, as if shrouded by a storm cloud. His previously placid expression twisted with rage and dissatisfaction, his brows knitting tightly, eyes glimmering with indignation. The corners of his mouth turned downward, revealing his displeasure, while his entire visage tightened, exuding an air of oppression. "Wang Ba, Lu Meng, are you attempting to deceive me?" Wang Ba's eyes widened in fury as he retorted, "How dare you, you country bumpkin, speak to me in such a manner? Lousy is simply being unreasonable. What can you do about it?" Chang Chuanxi, who harbored an intense hatred for Wang Ba, was now even more enraged upon witnessing his grotesque visage. "Very well, when you warned me earlier, you threatened to break my legs. Now that you resort to deceit, do not blame me for being impolite." As he spoke, Chang Chuanxi raised his arm and delivered 2 resounding slaps across Wang Ba's hideous face. "How dare you play tricks with me and fail to honor our wager? Today, I shall end you." Wang Ba let out a pained scream, utterly taken aback by Chang Chuanxi's sudden aggression. His eyebrows twisted, and fury blazed in his eyes as he bared his teeth like a feral beast, hissing through clenched jaws, "How dare you, you country dog, strike me? You must be tired of living." With a furious glare, he barked at his henchmen, "What are you waiting for? Finish him." Upon hearing this, several bodyguards accompanying Wang Ba swiftly encircled Chang Chuanxi. "Chang Chuanxi, how dare you lay hands on someone at the exchange meeting? Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of the Antique Jade Association," Lu Meng commanded with a sweeping gesture. "All of you, seize this scoundrel and throw him out of the exchange meeting." Though the two had initially felt a hint of awkwardness, they seized the opportunity presented by Chang Chuanxi's outburst. Once he was expelled, the wager would naturally be rendered void. As the words fell, 6 burly men surrounded Chang Chuanxi, their faces twisted with malicious glee. These towering figures were clearly seasoned fighters. "Kid, why offend anyone when you could avoid it? How dare you provoke young Master Lu? You are courting death." One of them sneered. "Do you even know who young Master Wang is? You think a dog like you can challenge him? Bow down and apologize to young Master Wang and young Master Lu, and we might spare you the trouble. Otherwise, I will make you regret it. I've seen fools, but none as foolish as you. You dare to provoke young Master Lu. What difference does that make to seeking death? Quit wasting time with him. This sort of scum will learn his place after a few beatings." With that, they rolled up their sleeves, ready to unleash a brutal assault on Chang Chuanxi. "Stop right there," Lin Linchi interjected sharply, furrowing her brow. "What do you intend to do? Is it not enough to deny the wager? Do you truly wish to resort to violence?" "Violence?" Lu Mang's eyes darkened as he coldly replied, "Lin Linchi, open your eyes and see clearly. It was his country dog who struck first. Indeed, had he not initiated the attack, we would have ignored him altogether." Lin Linchi snorted in anger, retorting, "Humph, was it not you who first resorted to deceit, unwilling to honor the wager?" It was only then that Mr. Chang acted. As she stepped forward to stand beside Chang Chuanxi, she addressed Lu Meng icily. "You simply do not wish to honor the wager, do you? Allow Mr. Chang to leave, and we shall consider the wager null and void. What do you say?" "Dream on," Lu Meng replied without hesitation, his gaze fierce. "This brat dared to strike someone at the exchange meeting. He must pay the price. Lin Linchi, stay out of this." As Lin Linchi was about to speak, Chang Chuanxi reached out to stop her, casting a reassuring glance in her direction. "President Lin, I have told you before, their skins are thicker than city walls. There is no need to waste words with them. They are merely insignificant lackeys, unworthy of my attention. If they dare to breach the wager today, not even the mightiest can save them." Lin Linchi's beautiful eyes flickered with concern as she replied, "Mr. Chang, please do not be overly brave. Look at these individuals. Each bears a brutish countenance, exuding an air of menace. They appear formidable, and since you have already earned a fortune today, let us take our leave." Chang Chuanxi chuckled lightly, seemingly unperturbed. "President Lin, I appreciate your concern, but rest assured, I am well aware of the situation. Damn it, even when faced with imminent danger, he dares to be obstinate. Get him," Lu Meng commanded, and several burly men lunged at Chang Chuanxi like ravenous wolves. Upon witnessing this, Chang Chuanxi activated his otherworldly magical gaze, simultaneously shoving Lin Linchi aside and advancing toward them. Despite their considerable prowess, the movements of the men appeared sluggish, akin to turtles in Chang Chuanxi's eyes. Approaching the group, he raised his foot, a decisive strike aimed at their most vulnerable regions. As the adage goes, a well-placed kick saves half the trouble, and this was indeed the swiftest means to render such brawny adversaries incapacitated. A chorus of pained yelps erupted, as the hulking figures clutched their groins, their faces reddening, veins bulging, mouths agape in expressions of agony, leaping in place in sheer discomfort. Observing the scene, those present instinctively crossed their legs, gasping in astonishment. Goodness, is he truly that formidable? In the blink of an eye, it's all over? This is astonishingly swift. I have encountered many skilled fighters, but never one with such speed. Wow, this fellow is exceptionally ruthless. I can scarcely fathom the ramifications of that kick. A master indeed, possessing remarkable skill and a ruthless disposition. He is undeniably a seasoned practitioner. Alas, young Master Wang and young Master Lu have encountered a tough opponent. I never anticipated this fellow to be so fierce. I wonder how this lad dared to challenge Lu and Wang. It turns out he possesses considerable ability. After dispatching the burly men, Chang Chuanxi turned his gaze toward Wang Ba, his eyes glinting like a wolf's, radiating an aura of cruelty and danger. "Wang Ba, I shall inquire once more. Will you fulfill this wager?" Wang Ba's complexion turned ashen, fear evident in his eyes as he stammered, "Aye. Damn it," Chang Chuanxi exclaimed, raising his arm to deliver a formidable slap, his voice sharp. You. Yet another powerful slap followed, as Chang Chuanxi gritted his teeth, demanding, "I ask you one final time, will you honor this wager?" A spoilt scion, unaccustomed to such brutality, found himself thoroughly intimidated by Chang Chuanxi's imposing presence. A wave of intense fear washed over him, akin to a chilling tide that coursed through his entire being. "I can fulfill it. Please, do not strike me again." Chang Chuanxi's lips curled into a scornful smile as he coldly remarked, "Must it come to violence for you to comprehend? My raw stone was sold for 100 million. According to our wager, you owe me 1 billion. Hand it over." Upon hearing this, Wang Beiliu offered a wry smile and cautiously replied, "I don't have that much at the moment. Allow me to make a call and arrange for someone to bring it." As he spoke, Wang Beiliu swiftly took out his phone and moved to a corner. In truth, the moment Wang Beiliu shifted, Chang Chuanxi already anticipated his intentions. While he claimed to be summoning someone with money, he was actually seeking assistance to deal with him. However, Chang Chuanxi paid little heed to this. Regardless of whom he called upon, Wang Beiliu was obliged to honor the wager today. Lost in thought, Chang Chuanxi turned his gaze to Lu Meng and coldly inquired, "And what about you?" Chapter 57, Now I Hold the Reins. Meeting Chang Chuanxi's icy stare, Lu Meng felt the muscles beneath his skin twitching, a fleeting look of fear flashing in his eyes before he feigned composure. "Chang Chuanxi, do you understand the consequences of offending the Lu family?" Chang Chuanxi chuckled lightly, unfazed. "When have I ever offended your family? From the very beginning, it was you who targeted me. Moreover, you're the one who proposed this wager. If you comply with the agreement, nothing untoward will occur. But if you intend to leverage your family's influence to evade responsibility, I, Chang Chuanxi, will not acquiesce." "You." Lu Meng gritted his teeth, his face a mask of restraint. Though fury simmered beneath the surface, he dared not unleash it. In that moment, Lu Meng produced a check for 1 billion and handed it over. Upon seeing the check, Chang Chuanxi's expression brightened with satisfaction as he accepted it without hesitation, flicking his fingers against it with pride. "Ah, this 1 billion was truly easy to earn. Young Master Lu, should such opportunities arise again, do let me know." Lu Meng's face turned ashen, his eyes gleaming with cold intensity, as if an invisible fire raged within him. His hands clenched tightly, desperately suppressing his emotions. "Chang Chuanxi, let's see how this unfolds." With that, Lu Meng and his entourage departed the stone appraisal room. As soon as Lu Meng left, the onlookers collectively exhaled in relief. If it weren't for young Master Lu, we could have secured that raw stone for 20 million. Indeed, once young Master Lu made his move, even unimaginable wealth became unattainable for us. Who exactly is this fellow? How dare he oppose young Master Lu? How will he navigate his future in Rong City? My goodness, that is 1 billion. With that sum in hand, who cares if one doesn't remain in Rong City? While the crowd continued their discussions, Chang Chuanxi approached Wang Beiliu and Xiao Feiwu. "Wang Beiliu, Lu Meng is paid up. What about you?" Wang Beiliu wiped the sweat from his brow, his gaze flickering. "Just wait a moment. It should be here soon." "Wait? Until when?" "Let me remind you, my time is exceedingly valuable. I recall you both stating earlier, if the money isn't forthcoming, it's 100 per slab, correct? How about this? I'll give you 10,000 for each slab until you repay this 1 billion. Quite generous of me, wouldn't you say?" Wang Beiliu instinctively took 2 steps back, his expression tense. "Chang Chuanxi, what are you planning? I advise you not to act recklessly." Chang Chuanxi let out a derisive laugh, a playful expression adorning his face. "Acting recklessly? I'm not the one being reckless. Wasn't this idea conceived by you?" He continued, "I find it rather splendid. Here's the deal. I shall grant you 5 minutes. Should your funds not materialize within that time frame, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Having already struck him earlier, Wang Ba would undoubtedly have no doubts about Chang Chuanxi's resolve. Without hesitation, he retrieved his phone and made his way towards the corner once more. At that moment, Lin Linchi approached, her beautiful eyes glimmering with curiosity. "Mr. Chang, you are truly remarkable. I am quite intrigued. How did you ascertain that there was a raw stone within that scrap?" Chang Chuanxi wore a mysterious smile as he replied, "President Lin, to be honest, I cannot precisely explain how I knew. I simply had a peculiar feeling, an instinct that the scrap was not as simple as it seemed." "Really?" Lin Linchi was taken aback. "You're willing to gamble so much based solely on intuition?" Chang Chuanxi shrugged and replied with a smile, "Indeed. You may not realize this, but my instincts are usually quite accurate. By the way, do you know that Yang Dianfeng from earlier?" Lin Linchi's eyes brightened with recognition as she pondered. "I have a vague impression. He should be from the Yang family." Upon hearing this, she suddenly appeared enlightened. "Mr. Chang, I understand now. I was puzzled as to why Yang Dianfeng insisted on purchasing your original stone for 100 million instead of 50 million. It turns out he was targeting Lu Meng." Chang Chuanxi smiled knowingly and nodded. "It appears so. I must meet this Yang Dianfeng sometime to express my gratitude." Lin Linchi slightly inclined her head in agreement. "You should indeed thank him. To be frank, had he not intervened, I was prepared to part with my money. Chang Chuanxi displayed a sly expression and remarked, "Even if he hadn't taken my raw stone, I would have found a way to deal with those two rascals." "Very well, please take a seat for a moment. I shall approach Wang Ba." Lin Linshi furrowed her brow, cautioning, "Mr. Chang, the Wang family is treacherous and cunning. Do not overstep your bounds." Chang Chuanxi gestured an okay towards Lin Linshi and strode confidently towards Wang Ba. "Wang Ba, the 5 minutes have elapsed. Where's the money?" Wang Ba wore a bitter smile, hesitating as he stammered, "Just a moment, it's on the way." "No, I cannot wait any longer. As I said, it's 10,000 per slap. Let us proceed." "You cannot do this." A flicker of fear crossed Wang Ba's large, bovine-like eyes as he recoiled with an unexpected swiftness, akin to a startled rabbit. Xiao Feiwu bit her lip tightly, her voice trembling as she implored, "Chang Chuanxi, do not approach. If you strike young Master Wang today, he will certainly not let you off easily." Upon hearing this, Wang Ba's eyes widened in disbelief. Did Xiao Feiwu not realize she was stoking the flames? He raised his arm and delivered a significant slap to Xiao Feiwu, fuming, "Shut your mouth." Xiao Feiwu covered her swollen face, her expression filled with grievance as she said, "Young Master Wang, I was merely speaking on your behalf. Why did you hit me? Shut your mouth." Wang Bei raised his arm, delivering another heavy slap. Observing their antics, Chang Chuanxi shook his head with a smirk. "You two are quite entertaining. But it is futile. I am the one in control now." As he spoke, Chang Chuanxi strode over, seizing Wang Ba's collar with one hand while raising the other high, delivering a fierce slap. "Wang Ba, remember this well. If you misstep, it won't be my responsibility." With that, another resounding slap followed, unleashing all the pent-up fury within Chang Chuanxi. 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. He delivered 10 consecutive slaps, leaving Wang Ba dazed and tearful. "Please stop. I beg you." Wang Ba cried out, his voice choked with sobs. Yet, Chang Chuanxi showed no sign of halting, just as he lifted his arm for the 11th strike. A stern voice rang out from behind. "Stop right there." Chapter 58. "Beast, do you wish to drive me to my grave?" A man in his 60s approached Chang Chuanxi, his face a mask of fury. Every step he took was steady and powerful, echoing as if treading upon the hearts of those present, sending chills down their spines. Dressed in a dark suit with a crimson tie, he exuded an air of authority. Behind him trailed several men in black suits, their expressions stern and eyes sharp, ready to spring into action at any moment. To everyone's astonishment, Hao Yuqian was among them. Upon seeing the man, the crowd erupted in murmurs. "Wow, the head of the Wang family, Wang Dana, has arrived. I should have realized that young Master Wang was stalling for his father to come. This is trouble. It seems this young man will face dire consequences today. This could be quite the spectacle. Wang Dana is ruthless. If he gets involved, he won't spare this lad." Fuming, Wang Dana approached Chang Chuanxi, his gaze fierce, akin to a wolf or tiger as he demanded, "What do you think you're doing? You dare strike my son? Are you tired of living?" Chang Chuanxi's pupils constricted, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "Old man, speak to me more respectfully, or I shall deal with you as well. You just claimed he is your son, correct? Then you've come at the perfect time. Wang Ba lost a bet and owes money. You should help him settle it." "Oomph." Wang Dana snorted in anger, gritting his teeth. "What audacity you have to speak to me this way. You may not know, but the last person who dared to speak to me like that has grass over their grave 2 meters tall." And then, Chang Chuanxi challenged, his gaze unwavering, radiating an aura of impending violence, akin to the stillness before a storm, suffocating in its intensity. Wang Dana, though accustomed to grand occasions, found himself momentarily dazed by Chang Chuanxi's fierce glare, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. At this moment, Wang Ba's eyes glimmered with a fierce intensity as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Dad, this wretched mutt just struck me. You must avenge me. Cursed be this dog, thinking he can lay claim to my fortune. Today, I shall take his life first." With a resounding slap, Chang Chuanxi's hand landed squarely on Wang Ba's face. "What's the matter, Wang Ba? The skies have cleared. The rain has ceased. Do you feel emboldened again? Have you forgotten my previous words? Even if the King of Heaven were to descend, you must uphold the wager we made today." Wang Ba, clutching his already swollen face, wore an expression of despair as he lamented, "Dad, did you see that? This mutt is utterly audacious. You must help me eliminate him." "Humph." Wang Dana snorted in anger, his gaze sharp with fury as words of wrath poured from his lips. "You foolish wretch, today I shall make you taste the consequences of offending the Wang family. What are you all standing around for? Strike him down. I shall take responsibility for the outcome." Just as the others were about to act, Chang Chuanxi clapped his hands, drawing the attention of everyone present, and declared loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all aware of the wager I made with Wang Ba. You have witnessed his family's treachery. Not only do they refuse to honor the agreement, but they also seek to attack me. Such individuals are a disgrace to Rongqing." As these words fell, they landed like a boulder into a serene lake, creating ripples of uproar. The atmosphere instantly became tumultuous, with people whispering and exchanging astonished and perplexed glances. A cacophony of discussions and gasps erupted, shattering the previously tranquil ambience, plunging everyone into a state of anxious tension. Indeed, the Wang family is excessively tyrannical. How brazen they became when victory was within reach, and now that they have lost, they refuse to acknowledge their defeat. One must honor their wagers. It is evident that the Wang family has acted in an unscrupulous manner. Moreover, young Master Liu has already complied with the agreement. Why should they renege? After all, the Wang family is affluent. Such matters are unavoidable, particularly with a sum of 10 billion at stake. Even a family as substantial as the Wangs would surely feel the sting. This young man astonishing. Does the Wang family dare to renege? Did you not see how audacious this fellow was in front of Wang Dana, daring to confront the members of the Wang family? What is there that he would not attempt? Setting aside whether this lad can secure the 10 billion, simply his audacity is commendable. Yet, what is the use of mere courage? Wang Dana has brought numerous people with him. Do you think they are mere spectators? Indeed, one must have both life and fortune to spend. Who is Wang Dana that he would readily part with 10 billion? Mark my words, Wang Dana will most likely leverage his numbers to evade responsibility. The biting remarks of the crowd echoed in Wang Dana's ears, yet he remained oblivious to the wager's details. Having only received a frantic call for help from Wang Ba, prompting his hurried arrival, Wang Ba's eyes flitted nervously, avoiding direct contact with Wang Dana's gaze. And he spoke sheepishly, "Dad, I only made this bet with this mutt because I was following Lu Meng. However, you need not worry. This fellow lacks any background and is inconsequential." "Scoundrel, you have brought shame upon the Wang family," Wang Danao exclaimed furiously, casting a cold glare at Chang Chuanxi. "Young man, we, the Wang family, shall not deny our obligations. I will honor the wager, but the matter of you striking my son shall not be dismissed lightly." A triumphant smirk spread across Chang Chuanxi's face as he nodded. "Excellent. That is precisely what I was waiting to hear. 10 billion, please." "What? 10 billion? Wang Danao's eyes widened in disbelief, a flicker of rage igniting within him as he directed an accusatory gaze at Wang Ba. "Beast, is what he said true?" "Igriagajis." "It is true," Wang Ba stammered. As soon as the words left his lips, Wang Danao raised his hefty hand and, summoning all his strength, struck Wang Ba across the face. "You wretched creature, look at the chaos you have wrought. 10 billion. That is an astronomical sum. You're truly driving me to madness." Upon hearing that staggering figure, Wang Danao felt a surge of regret. Had he known it was such an amount, he would have never admitted to it, even under duress. However, having already confessed before so many witnesses, it was too late for him to retract his statement. At that moment, Hao Yuqian chuckled lightly and stepped forward, attempting to mediate. "Esteemed guests, perhaps I may offer a suggestion." The youth, in his exuberance, has set forth an exorbitant wager. 10 billion is not a trifling matter and cannot be easily procured. How about this? The head of the Wang family could provide Mr. Chang with 1 billion, and we could consider the matter resolved. "Mr. Chang, would you kindly grant me this favor?" "Huh?" Chang Chuanxi's expression turned incredulous, filled with skepticism. "Old Hao, it's not that I lack respect for you, but weren't your words quite different just moments ago? Now you ask me to show you respect. What does that signify? Is the Wang family, with its vast resources, conspiring to bully me?" At this, Hao Yuqian's countenance darkened, his eyes betraying displeasure and dissatisfaction. "Mr. Chang, please do not misinterpret my intentions. I am merely here to assist in resolving this matter, not to take sides." "Huh?" Chang Chuanxi scoffed, challenging him further. "Old Hao, is that truly the case? If memory serves me right, you just stated that such matters were best left untouched. Why the sudden change of heart?" Hao Yuqian's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he defended himself. "Mr. Chang, you have misunderstood me. I simply observed that you were at an impasse, and thus I spoke up, wishing for swift resolution. Whether you heed my words is entirely up to you." With a knowing smile, Chang Chuanxi replied, "I appreciate your good intentions, Old Hao, but I believe we shall resolve our affairs ourselves, sparing you the trouble." With that, Hao Yuqian could only nod in acquiescence. "Very well. You may handle it as you see fit. However, Mr. Chang, allow me to advise you. One should show mercy where possible. Moderation is key in all matters." Wang Danao, his face resembling that of a liver, replied solemnly, Young man, leave some room for kindness. It will serve you well in the future. 10 billion is truly excessive. Can we not negotiate a lesser amount? Without a moment's hesitation, Chang Chuanxi firmly rejected. No, not a single cent less. Master Wang, you wouldn't dare to act deceitfully in front of so many witnesses, would you? If you do, your Wang family will be infamous in Rongqing from now on. Wang Dana gritted his teeth and exclaimed in anger, fine, fine. 10 billion, right? I will give it to you. As he spoke, Wang Dana produced a check and handed it over. Here is 10 billion. Accept it. Chang Chuanxi took the check, a playful smirk gracing his lips. This matter is easily settled. Just a moment. With that, he turned to Lin Linqi and inquired, General Lin, do you have cash on hand? I need 100,000. Yes, I do. Lin Linqi promptly retrieved 100,000 yuan in cash from her bag, money she had withdrawn just before the exchange meeting. Initially intending to purchase some small items, but now it served a different purpose. Receiving the cash, Chang Chuanxi strode over to Wang Dana and tossed the 100,000 yuan at Wang Ba's feet. Master Wang, I have struck Wang Ba 10 times, which precisely amounts to 100,000. We are even now. Wang Dana glanced at the cash at his feet, his teeth grinding audibly. You little rascal. What do you mean by this? You think that after hitting my son, a mere 100,000 will suffice? Old man, do you find my offer excessive? Wang Ba had previously stated that a slap was worth 100. I deemed 10,000 for a slap quite generous. Do you think my money is that easy to obtain? We shall see how this unfolds. Wang Dana bellowed in rage, while Wang Ba lowered his head and obediently followed. As Wang Ba departed, Xiao Feiwu's eyes flickered with mischief, and she suddenly threw herself into Chang Chuanxi's embrace. Chuanxi, it was all my fault before. I know you still have feelings for me. Why not let us rekindle our relationship? I've learned many new techniques recently, and will serve you well. Startled, Chang Chuanxi immediately pushed her away, displeased. Get away from me. I find you repulsive. Xiao Feiwu feigned innocence, pouting, Chuanxi, please forgive me. I promise to listen to you from now on. If you forgive me, I will show you what true pleasure is. Fuming, Chang Chuanxi gritted his teeth, pointing an accusatory finger at her. Xiao Feiwu, I have no desire to strike a woman, but should you persist, do not blame me for being unkind. You are like a public bus, and I find you utterly distasteful. Seeing that Chang Chuanxi was resolutely unyielding, Xiao Feiwu revealed her true colors. So you are indeed heartless. Chang Chuanxi, just wait. I will ensure you do not have it easy. With that, she departed the exchange meeting under the scrutinizing gazes of onlookers. Once all matters were settled, and as Chang Chuanxi tucked the check into his pocket, the gathered crowd immediately closed in. Young man, may I inquire how you discerned that there were raw stones among the waste materials? Indeed, Mr. Chang, you are truly remarkable. We initially believed you were destined to lose. Yet you executed a stunning comeback. Mr. Chang, how do you select the raw stones? Might you impart your wisdom upon me? Whatever the tuition fee, simply state it. I wish to pay homage and become your apprentice. Please let me know the fee you deem appropriate. Esteemed Master Chang, I humbly bow before you, eager to learn how you discern exquisite raw stones amidst the refuse. I earnestly hope you, Chang Chuanxi, will share a glimpse of your knowledge. Truly, Mr. Chang, you are extraordinary. Like the others, I yearn to become your disciple. Rest assured, I shall agree to any conditions you set. Chang Chuanxi scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. Dear friends, he confessed, I must be honest with you. I merely rely on instinct. I do not possess any true expertise in identifying raw stones, nor do I have anything of value to teach. The crowd remained unconvinced, continuing to surround him. Instinct? Mr. Chang, please do not jest with us. Do you expect us to believe that you would stake such a significant gamble solely on a hunch? Indeed, Mr. Chang, please enlighten us. Our skills in selecting raw stones are woefully inadequate. Mr. Chang, we are not fools. Such remarks are unnecessary. Chang Chuanxi exchanged a glance with Lin Linqi, attempting to deflect once more. Apologies, everyone, but I genuinely rely on instinct and have nothing to impart. I have matters to attend to today. Let us continue this conversation another time. As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Chuanxi hurriedly made his exit. Mr. Chang, do not leave us. Please teach us. If not, at least leave us your number. Where can we find you, Mr. Chang? Please say something, Mr. Chang. Wait for me, Mr. Chang. I have a few words to share. Mr. Chang, slow down. The two made no effort to linger, swiftly exiting the gathering. Lin Linqi bent slightly, gasping for breath. Mr. Chang, these individuals are truly fervent. Fortunately, you discreetly signaled me. Otherwise, I would not have known how we could escape. Chang Chuanxi awkwardly scratched his head, puzzled. Did I not merely open a raw stone? Is it truly that significant? Indeed, it is significant. To extract a raw stone from refuse, and from that, to uncover a magnificent jadeite, That is remarkable in any context. Mr. Chang, how do you achieve such feats? Not only were those upstairs astonished, but Lin Linshi also found herself equally bewildered. At that moment, Chang Chuanxi sought to change the subject. Mr. Lin, let us depart from here swiftly. If those individuals see us again, we may find ourselves stuck. Yes, let us leave at once. As they prepared to exit, a familiar voice echoed from a distance. Chuanxi, I have finally found you. Looking up, they saw Yao Qianshu approaching briskly. Brother Yao? Chang Chuanxi inquired, perplexed, as he stepped forward. Did you seek me out? Yao Qianshu nodded slightly, smiling. I did not come specifically to find you. I merely heard you were here and decided to stop by. By the way, Chuanxi, are you free at the moment? If not, would you accompany me on a brief errand? Huh? Chang Chuanxi responded, furrowing his brow. What is it, Brother Yao? Is there something amiss? Yao Qianshu cast a reassuring glance toward Chang Chuanxi and said with a smile, is it something serious, or perhaps something good? Enough with the idle chatter. Let's be on our way. In Chapter 60, Solidifying the Charges, Let's Tread the Sewing Machine, Chang Chuanxi inquired, Brother Yao, do not keep me in suspense. What is the matter? Yao Qianshu revealed a sly smile and urged, do not ask questions. You will soon find out. Cool me. Let us hurry. All right, I will not inquire further. Lead the way, Chang Chuanxi replied, moving ahead. Due to the overwhelming number of vehicles at the exchange, he parked his Pammy eye at a distance. As they passed a narrow alley, a sudden appearance of over 10 figures loomed ahead, with a leader being Xiao Feizai, the brother of Xiao Feiwu. Xiao Feizai? Chang Chuanxi murmured in confusion, furrowing his brow. What do you mean by that? Xiao Feizai slightly tilted his body, his eyes gazing askew as if inspecting something intriguing. The corners of his mouth curled upward, forming a subtle yet mocking smile, exuding an air of playful irreverence. Chang Chuanxi, I heard from my sister that you made quite a fortune at the antique jade exchange. Indeed, what does that have to do with you? Chang Chuanxi retorted. Oh, it certainly has a connection. Are you not my sister's husband? How could it be unrelated? A look of disdain washed over Chang Chuanxi's face, his eyes reflecting deep aversion and displeasure, his lips curling downwards as if he were gazing upon something revolting. Xiao Feizai, do not speak nonsense. Who on earth is your sister's husband? Your denial is inconsequential. Soon you will acknowledge it. Humph. Chang Chuanxi scoffed, his gaze darkening. What if I refuse? Besides, you should know better than anyone what your sister truly is. Merely a public bus, a promiscuous woman, daring to demand $1 billion. If you wish to squander your youth, I shall be magnanimous and offer you 100. As he spoke, Chang Chuanxi produced a crumpled 100-yuan bill and slapped it against Xiao Feizai's chest. Xiao Feiwu's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched the money flutter to the ground, her lips quivering, her once rosy complexion drained of color, leaving her pale as a ghost. Clenching her fists tightly, her nails dug into her palms, oblivious to the pain, as an inferno of fury erupted within her, rendering her unable to contain her emotions. The scene before her felt like a profound insult and mockery. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Feiwu attempted to quell the turmoil within. But the anger surged like relentless waves in a tempest, battering against her rationality. Her eyes brimmed with despair and anguish, as if the world were crumbling around her in that moment. Chang Chuanxi, what do you mean by this? Are you treating me like a beggar? Chang Chuanxi smirked playfully, retorting, Xiao Feizai, do not insult beggars. Your sister is far beneath them. 100 is already a generous offering. By heavens, it seems a lesson is in order. Brothers, let's take action. Wait. Chang Chuanxi raised his hand to halt the crowd, cautioning, Xiao Feizai, are you truly considering robbery? I must inform you. Such actions are indeed illegal. Illegal? Today, I shall rob you. And what will you do about it? Xiao Feizai retorted with a disdainful smirk, his gaze sideways and brimming with arrogance. Chang Chuanxi, heed my warning. If you dare report to the authorities, I shall have my sister accuse you of assault. Just wait and see how you will handle that. Upon hearing this, Yao Qianshu's hand had already stealthily moved towards his waist. Noticing this, Chang Chuanxi swiftly exchanged glances with him, subtly shaking his head to signal restraint, and continued to provoke Xiao Feizai verbally. Xiao Feizai, look at your cowardice. Even if I lent you tenfold courage, would you dare to rob me? Chang Chuanxi understood that if Yao Qianshu acted now, it would merely result in a disturbance. But if Xiao Feizai committed robbery, the situation would escalate dramatically. Xiao Feizai, being hot-headed, was instantly enraged by Chang Chuanxi's taunts. Damn it, what do I have to fear? Brothers, seize him. I'm after 20 billion. There is plenty of profit for all of you. At the mention of 20 billion, the crowd surged forward with a frenzy, subduing Chang Chuanxi with fervor. Chang Chuanxi feigned compliance, offering no resistance as Xiao Feizai groped him. Xiao Feizai discovered $2 billion checks on Chang Chuanxi, and his eyes glimmered with avarice as he laughed heartily. Ha ha, I've become a billionaire. As he finished speaking, he grasped Chang Chuanxi by the collar, threatening. Chang Chuanxi, listen well. If you report to the authorities, you will regret it. Brothers, let us go. With a grand gesture, Xiao Feizai intended to lead his followers away. At that moment, Yao Qinshu drew a handgun from his waist and bellowed, "Halt! Do not move." Upon hearing this, Xiao Feizai and his cohort paused and turned slowly. When they saw the pistol in Yao Qinshu's hand, a flicker of panic crossed their faces, but it faded almost as quickly as it appeared. Xiao Feizai laughed derisively. Chang Chuanxi, who is this old man? Is he here to amuse us? Does he think a toy gun can intimidate me? Old man, I advise you to put away that pathetic toy before you embarrass yourself further. As he finished speaking, Xiao Feizai took a step forward, aiming to leave. Observing this, Yao Qinshu pointed the gun toward the sky and pulled the trigger. Bang! The sharp sound echoed, and Yao Qinshu redirected the gun towards Xiao Feizai and his entourage, issuing a stern warning. I told you to stay still. If you move again, I will not hesitate to fire. At the sound of the shot, Xiao Feizai froze in place, trembling uncontrollably. He was no fool. The sound was unmistakably that of a real gun, and the faint scent of gunpowder lingered in the air. This was no mere toy. Xiao Feizai raised his hands high, slowly turning around, his voice trembling. Wait. Is this really a gun? Who are you? Yao Qinshu fixed his gaze on him, his expression impassive, and replied, I am Yao Qinshu, the director of the Public Security Bureau. Upon hearing the words Public Security Bureau, Xiao Feizai's body weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. Director Yao, please listen to me. Chang Chuanxi is my brother-in-law. I was just joking with him. Yao Qinshu glanced at Chang Chuanxi and inquired, Mr. Chang, is that true? Chang Chuanxi shook his head, deliberately displaying a look of terror, and denied, Director Yao, do not listen to his nonsense. I am not his brother-in-law at all. You saw it too. They came to rob us. At these words, Xiao Feizai panicked. Chang Chuanxi, what are you talking about? Clarify things with Director Yao. I do not wish to face dire consequences. He continued, if you clarify things for me, I can arrange for my sister to keep you company tonight. If that is not enough, I can have her bring my girlfriend too. You can do as you please. What do you say? Goodness, Chang Chuanxi exclaimed. Utterly astonished by Xiao Feizai's audacity, he never expected such shamelessness. Director Yao, you must impose severe punishment on such a person. It is simply outrageous. Yao Qinshu cast a reassuring glance at Chang Chuanxi and nodded. Rest assured, our Public Security Bureau will act impartially. We will not overlook a villain, nor will we wrong an innocent person. Mr. Chang, could you please make a call to report this incident? As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Chuanxi promptly took out his phone and made the call. Soon, 7 or 8 officers from the Public Security Bureau arrived and escorted Xiao Feizai and his accomplices into the vehicle. Chang Chuanxi made an okay gesture and nodded. All right, you go ahead first. I will follow shortly. Upon arriving at the Public Security Bureau, Chang Chuanxi parked his car and immediately sought out Yao Qinshu. Brother Yao, how will those ruffians be dealt with? Yao Qinshu smiled knowingly and patted Chang Chuanxi's shoulder. Do not worry, Chuanxi. Their crimes have been substantiated. They will likely face several years of consequences. However, we must follow the due process, so you will need to accompany me to make a statement first. Of course. Let us go now. As they walked to the statement room, Chang Chuanxi asked again, Brother Yao, what is it that you need to see me about? Chuanxi, it's not me looking for you. It's Xiao Han. Let us complete the statement first, and you will find out afterward. The statement process was relatively straightforward, and within a few minutes, everything was concluded. When they exited the statement room, Han Xin was already waiting outside. Mr. Chang, have you finished here? Han Xin was already aware of the events that had transpired, so Chang Chuanxi's exit from the room did not surprise her. Officer Han, Brother Yao mentioned you were looking for me. Is there something on your mind? Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment flickered across Han Xion's face as she explained. I apologize, Mr. Chang. I should have come to you myself, but I am tied up at the moment, which is why I asked Director Yao to find you. Chang Chuanxi waved his hand dismissively. It's quite all right. There's no need for concern. Just leave me your number, and for any future matters, feel free to call me directly. Indeed, Han Xion nodded earnestly, retrieving a large bunch of keys from her pocket and handing them to him. Mr. Chang, this is the key to Villa No. 3 at Shengshi Huading. Is a gift for you. Excuse me? Chang Chuanxi looked at Han Xion in bewilderment. Officer Han, what does this mean? Han Xion pressed the keys into Chang Chuanxi's hand, explaining, Mr. Chang, This villa was given to you by my grandfather as a token of gratitude for saving his life last time. Consider it your consultation fee. Rest assured, the villa is fully furnished and ready for you to move in at any time. Although the villa at Shangshi may not be as grand as the Han family's estate, it is still among the finest in Rongqing. I hope you do not find it unsatisfactory. Chang Chuanxi grasped Han Xian's delicate hand, intending to return the keys. However, Han Xian hurriedly pushed his hand away, insisting, No, Mr. Chang, you must accept this villa. Otherwise, I will have difficulty explaining to my grandfather. Beside them, Yao Qinshu wore a smile and chimed in, Chuanxi, since it was given to you by old Han, you should accept it without further hesitation. Chang Chuanxi scratched his head awkwardly. I feel rather uncomfortable about this. Mr. Chang, there's nothing to feel uncomfortable about. You saved my grandfather's life. A single villa pales in comparison to that debt. Seeing that Chang Chuanxi was beginning to relent, Han Xian revealed a long-lost smile. Very well, I shall accept it then. Officer Han, please convey my gratitude to old Han. And should you feel unwell in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Certainly. Han Xian nodded, smiling as she said, Mr. Chang, I must return to work now. As he watched Han Xian's departing figure, Yao Qinshu quietly remarked, Chuanxi, you may not understand old Han well, but he detests being in debt to others. If you refuse, it will be rather inappropriate. Furthermore, don't you see? Old Han wishes to cultivate a good relationship with you, especially since there are few like you, a miraculous healer. Chang Chuanxi toyed with the keys in his hand, feeling awkward. Brother Yao, you flatter me. I hardly consider myself a healer. Brother Yao, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Nothing else, go ahead. Having amassed over 2 billion in assets, he had been contemplating acquiring a suitable residence. To his surprise, just as that thought crossed his mind, he received a villa from old Hao, truly a timely gift. However, Chang Chuanxi accepted this gift with a sense of righteousness, for he had indeed saved old Hao's life. With some free time on his hands, he decided to pay a visit to Shangshi. Just as he was about to drive over, a call from Meng Jiao came through. Without hesitation, he answered, Sister Meng, what prompted you to call me? On the other end, Meng Jiao's voice, as melodious as a nightingale, responded, Chuanxi, are you busy at the moment? Not particularly. What about you? If you're not too busy, do come to my place and lend me a small favor. Huh? Upon hearing about going to Meng Jiao's home, Chang Chuanxi involuntarily recalled his previous visit, furrowing his brow. What wedding are you rushing? It's not that house. It's my rented apartment. Come help me move some things. The landlord here wants to reclaim the property. Without a moment's hesitation, Chang Chuanxi nodded and replied, All right, send me the address, and I'll head over now. Although he had visited Meng Jiao's rental once, the location was rather obscure, and he had no recollection of it. Shortly, he received the address from Meng Jiao, and he started his car, swiftly making his way to her apartment. In the blink of an eye, Chang Chuanxi arrived near Meng Jiao's rental, where she was already waiting downstairs. Sister Meng, he greeted, locking his car before striding towards her. Meng Jiao's expression was as dark as a storm cloud as she shook her head, saying no. The landlord here sold a house, so I have to move. I see, he replied. No. She shook her head again, sighing, I can only move out for now. If it comes to worst, I might stay outside for a few days. By the way, Chuanxi, how about I stay at your place for a few days? Would that be convenient? What? Chang Chuanxi exclaimed, displaying a troubled expression. Initially, he intended to refuse, but then he recalled that he had just received a villa from old Han, which was ready for immediate occupancy, and he wasn't lacking a place to stay at the moment. After a brief contemplation, he nodded. All right then, you can stay at my place. Seeing Chang Chuanxi agree so readily, Meng Jiao displayed a look of surprise, questioning, You're so quick to agree. Do you have ulterior motives? Sister Meng, you are overthinking it. I merely suggested you stay at my place. As for me, I certainly have other options. That sounds more reasonable. Let us go. Though Meng Jiao said this, a flicker of disappointment crossed her face. The two quickly ascended the stairs, loading all of Meng Jiao's belongings into the car. Sister Meng, you drive behind me. Chang Chuanxi got in his car, leading the way, while Meng Jiao followed closely in her red flag vehicle, heading towards his home. After some tidying up, they had settled most of Meng Jiao's things. Sister Meng, I think we have packed enough. The rest you can manage on your own. I will take my leave now. Chuanxi, it's already this late. Why don't I cook, and we can have a meal before I leave? Before Chang Chuanxi could respond, a series of urgent knocks on the door interrupted them, as if someone were intent on breaking it down, accompanied by a barrage of vulgar insults. The harsh words, laced with anger and resentment, pierced through the air like sharp knives, chilling the hearts of those inside. Bang, bang, bang. Chang Chuanxi, open the door for me. Bang, bang, bang. I know you're at home. If you don't open the door, I will break it down. Upon hearing the commotion, a flicker of fear crossed Meng Jiao's face as she softly inquired, Chuanxi, what is happening? Are you outside harassing some young lady? And has she come to confront you? Chang Chuanxi shot her a disdainful glance, replying irritably, Sister Meng, what nonsense are you spouting? What young lady? Am I that kind of person? In truth, Chang Chuanxi had already discerned the identity of the person outside. He would never forget that voice, even if it were reduced to ashes. With a frustrated huff, he strode to the door and flung it open. Mei Billion, what brings you to my home? You are not welcome here, so be gone at once. You are the one who has harmed my daughter. You are the reason my son was taken by the Public Security Bureau, and you are the one forcing him to work on a sewing machine. Return my son to me. Upon seeing Chang Chuanxi, Mei Billion seized his clothing without hesitation, beginning to tear at it and berate him indiscriminately. What on earth are you doing? Chang Chuanxi exclaimed, forcefully shoving Mei Billion away, his displeasure evident as he frowned. Have you lost your mind? Xiao Fei was taken by the Public Security Bureau due to his own misdeeds. How is that my concern? Mei Billion's face twisted in anguish as she shouted, her voice laced with tears. How can you say it's not because of you? My son merely sought some compensation from you, and you, in your cruelty, had him thrown into the Public Security Bureau. I will not let this go. You must compensate me. Just a little? Chang Chuanxi scoffed, his tone sharp. Mei Billion, you truly have no shame. Xiao Fei audaciously demanded 10 billion. And you dare to call that a small sum? Moreover, what is Xiao Fei Wu? Merely a promiscuous woman. On what grounds does she demand compensation from me? I suggest you cease this nonsense before you provoke me further. I could easily have you sent in alongside him. Mei Billion leaped in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Chang Chuanxi as she shouted, Chang Chuanxi, I warn you, if you do not compensate me today, I will not let this matter rest. As her words fell, Mei Billion lunged at Chang Chuanxi once more with a fierce expression. Damn it! Chang Chuanxi cursed under his breath, finding himself momentarily at a loss against Mei Billion's unruly behavior. He could only dodge, as she was utterly shameless. Should he act rashly, she would undoubtedly attempt to extort him without any sense of propriety. The two of them engaged in a frantic chase, and after several minutes, Chang Chuanxi, his patience wearing thin, halted abruptly, his eyes darkening as he demanded, Old hag, what exactly do you intend to do? Mei Billion paused for a moment, then placed her hands on her hips, adopting an obstinate demeanor as she defiantly replied, What do you think I am trying to do? I tell you, Chang Chuanxi, it is your fault my son was taken by the Public Security Bureau. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, I assure you this is far from over. Explanation? I'll give you nothing but disdain. Now leave. Chang Chuanxi retorted, grabbing Mei Billion and dragging her toward the door. Seeing this, Mei Billion began to thrash wildly, clinging to the ground like a stubborn pig. Chang Chuanxi, I warn you, if you do not satisfy me today, I will remain here, and you will not be able to rid me from this spot. Chang Chuanxi could only manage a helpless smile and shake his head. Indeed, a tree that sheds its bark is destined to perish, and a person devoid of shame is invincible in this world. Mei Billion, can you possibly be any more shameless? It seems I have encountered an extraordinary family, having endured misfortune beyond measure in my past life. Seeing that Chang Chuanxi was at his wit's end, Meng Jiao slowly approached him and whispered a reminder. Chuanxi, why waste your breath on such a person? It would be more prudent to report her to the authorities and have them take her away. Indeed, how could I have forgotten the police? As he spoke, Chang Chuanxi took out his phone, preparing to make the call. Upon realizing this, Mei Billion sprang up from the ground, attempting to obstruct him. Her face contorted with rage as she glared at Meng Jiao, hissing through clenched teeth, Who is this little vixen? What business do you have here? Get away from me, or I shall mar your pretty face. Meng Jiao, a seasoned fighter against her stepmother for many years, was not one to be intimidated. With her expression darkening, her eyes resembled a lake agitated by a tempest, rippling with waves of fury, transforming the atmosphere into a chilling silence. What did you say, old hag? Whose face do you intend to mar? I advise you not to rely on your age, or I shall ensure you regret it. Upon hearing this, a haughty smirk graced Mei Billion's face, entirely unperturbed. What of it? I am indeed relying on my age. What can you do about it? Come on, if you have the guts, strike me. Grinding her teeth, Meng Jiao rolled up her sleeves, revealing arms as delicate as lotus roots, and delivered 2 resounding slaps to Mei Billion's face. Ouch! Mei Billion cried out in pain, her eyes wide with disbelief. You really dare to hit me? In that moment, she plopped down onto the ground, wailing melodramatically, Oh dear, I've been struck. My head aches terribly. You must take me to a doctor. Chapter 63. Sister Meng. I will take you to a grand villa. Meng Jiao lifted an enigmatic smile, looking down at Mei Billion. Old crone, did you not invite me to strike you? To be honest, this is the first time in my life I have encountered such a bizarre request. Little vixen, do you think I'm so easily struck? Let me make this clear. Each slap costs 1 million. You have struck me twice. If you do not pay me 2 million, I shall not let this go. With a cold laugh, Meng Jiao retorted, Listen here, old hag. If you have any sense, you will leave promptly, or I shall make you regret it. Mei Billion had no intention of leaving so easily. She remained seated on the ground, and upon hearing Meng Jiao's words, she dramatically lay back down. So, you refuse to leave? Meng Jiao turned to Chang Chuanxi, instructing him, Chuanxi, call the police and report that someone has unlawfully entered a residence and vandalized property. As soon as she finished speaking, Meng Jiao strode to the dining table, seized a cup, and without hesitation, hurled it to the ground, shattering it into fragments. Old hag, did you see that? This is all you're doing. If you do not leave now, I shall destroy everything here, and you will bear the consequences. Intruding into someone else's residence, you must have had ample opportunity to spend months operating a sewing machine. As for the items here, even if they do not amount to a fortune, they're certainly worth at least 30 to 50,000. What? Such fortunate circumstances exist? I was just contemplating a complete exchange of household belongings. Otherwise, I might as well smash these appliances, as someone would inevitably bear the cost. In the midst of this conversation, Chang Chuanxi picked up a small hammer from the corner and approached the television, raising the hammer as if to strike. Upon seeing this, Mei Billion immediately sprang to her feet, pointing fiercely at the two. Chang Chuanxi, you little vixen, just wait. If you do not allow me peace, you shall not find solace either. She was no fool. If the authorities truly arrived, the accusations against her for trespassing would be difficult to refute. Reluctantly, Mei Billion exited. With her departure, Chang Chuanxi and Meng Jiao sighed in relief. Meng Jiao raised an eyebrow, inquisitively stating, What is the situation, Chuanxi? From what I gathered, did you mistreat that girl? Not at all, Chang Chuanxi replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping across his face. Here is the story. That woman's daughter was my ex-girlfriend. We were on the verge of discussing marriage, but then, Chang Chuanxi candidly recounted the entire saga to Meng Jiao without fear of humiliation. Upon hearing this, Meng Jiao's brows furrowed, her expression darkening. What? Such shameless individuals exist in this world? I thought my stepmother was peculiar, yet this family surpasses her absurdity. Chang Chuanxi sighed, offering a wry smile. I suppose I was blind to their flaws in the past, but now, before he could finish, the room was suddenly plunged into darkness. What was happening? Had there been a power outage? Chang Chuanxi hastily approached the window, frowning as he noted that the neighboring houses still had power. Could it be a tripped circuit? He decided to investigate further, stepping outside only to discover that indeed, the circuit had tripped. Meng Jia, it's nothing serious, just a tripped circuit. Before Meng Jiao could respond, the lights flickered off once more. What is going on? Is there a leak somewhere? Filled with uncertainty, Chang Chuanxi ventured out again to reset the circuit breaker. This time, he did not rush away but stood before the breaker. Observing its condition, he anticipated another trip, yet after over 10 minutes, there was no sign of it malfunctioning. Chang Chuanxi surveyed his surroundings, lost in thought. If there were a leak, the circuit would have tripped again. Thus, it must be a deliberate act. At that moment, Chang Chuanxi's mind immediately turned to Mei Billion. She had just been expelled, and shortly thereafter, the circuit began its erratic behavior. Who else could be responsible? Half a minute later, Mei Billion, with a furtive glance, approached the circuit breaker, preparing to pull it down once more. Mei Billion, what on earth are you doing? So that's why the circuit keeps tripping. It's your doing. With a huff, Mei Billion shamelessly retorted, Chang Chuanxi, I told you earlier, if you do not grant me peace, I shall ensure you do not find it either. I inform you that from this day forth, I shall vigilantly remain here, and should you desire electricity or water, you shall find none. Chang Chuanxi is well aware that it is easy to deal with a gentleman, yet challenging to guard against a rogue. Faced with the shamelessness of Mei Billion, there is simply no recourse. Mei Billion, are you truly planning to linger here? Very well, then stay as you wish. Meng Jia, gather your belongings. We shall take our leave. Meng Jiao's expression turned grave as she inquired, What troubles you, Chuanxi? What has transpired? And where are we headed? Chang Chuanxi cast a glance toward the door, his irritation palpable as he declared, We can no longer remain here. There are malevolent spirits lurking outside, making it impossible to find peace. I shall take you to a grand villa instead. Upon hearing this, Meng Jiao instantly comprehended Chang Chuanxi's intent. Huh? Does that mean that woman has not yet departed? Chang Chuanxi nodded and urged, enough of her. If she wishes to remain here to vex me, let her do so. At worst, we shall simply not reside here. With that, Meng Jiao began to repack her belongings. Chuanxi, when you mentioned taking me to a grand villa, was that a jest? Of course not. Why would I deceive you? Meng Jiao chuckled lightly, skepticism evident in her tone. I find that hard to believe. If you truly possessed a grand villa, you would have moved in already, rather than staying in such a small place. Chang Chuanxi, disinterested in further explanation. And after they had gathered their things, they departed the house, laden with their belongings. Ah, so you can no longer stay here. The country dog plans to take the little vixen to reside elsewhere? Let me inform you, should you not acquiesce to my demands, I shall torment you daily, ensuring you find no peace. Chang Chuanxi smiled enigmatically, his tone laced with amusement. His words were deliberately intended to provoke Mei Billion, compelling her to endure a night of hardship. As for this residence, it would be sold through an agency come morning. The two were disinclined to engage in further banter with Mei Billion and swiftly exited the premises. Chapter 64. Meng Jia, this could lead to trouble. Chang Chuanxi drove to the entrance of Shengshi Huading and halted, awaiting Meng Jiao's arrival. Shengshi Huading is the most prestigious villa district in Rongqing, with security measures that are exceptionally stringent. Without an access card, entry is nearly impossible. Before long, Meng Jiao joined him, stepping out of the car with a look of astonishment in her eyes. Chuanxi, this is Shengshi Huading. Even the most ordinary villa here costs over 100 million. For the more exquisite villas, wealth alone does not guarantee acquisition. Chuanxi, do not tell me that the grand villa you speak of is located here? Chang Chuanxi waved the keys and access card in his hand, nodding affirmatively. You have guessed correctly. The grand villa I mentioned is indeed here. Come, Meng Jia. Let us enter. As he finished speaking, Chang Chuanxi drove up to the barrier at the entrance of the community. Although he possessed an access card, his vehicle information had not been registered, thus preventing entry. Halt! A security guard approached briskly, blocking Chang Chuanxi's path, and coldly inquired, what is your purpose? This is Shengshi Huading. If you have no business here, keep your distance. The guard, noticing that the barrier had not risen, was naturally not inclined to be courteous to Chang Chuanxi. Chang Chuanxi was not perturbed. He produced his key and access card, smiling as he said, hello. I am the owner of Villa Number 3 in the Shengshi Huading community. This is my first visit, and I have yet to register my vehicle information. I would appreciate your assistance in granting me entry. Villa Number 3? The security guard furrowed his brow, a flicker of skepticism crossing his eyes. It is important to note that the villas numbered 1 to 9 in Shengshi Huading cannot simply be purchased with wealth alone. One must possess a certain standing in Rongqing to even have the opportunity to acquire one. Good day, sir. I will open the gate for you now. After lifting the barrier, the guard escorted Chang Chuanxi to Villa Number 3 before turning to leave. As they beheld the villa before them, Meng Jiao's eyes sparkled, her hand instinctively covering her mouth in astonishment. Chuanxi, am I dreaming? I never imagined I would one day reside in a villa of this caliber within Shengshi Huading. Enough chatter. Let us enter. Chang Chuanxi chuckled lightly, promptly inserting the key and stepping inside. The moment the lights flickered on, both were rendered speechless by the opulence that lay before them. My heavens, this is exceedingly luxurious. No wonder it is the most expensive villa area in Rongqing. Meng Jiao exclaimed, her beautiful eyes glimmering as they wandered over every corner of the villa. Chang Chuanxi, equally captivated, felt a surge of excitement at witnessing such grandeur for the first time. The villa was expansive, and they spent over half an hour exploring the premises. It was evident that Old Han had meticulously considered every detail. All household necessities, from toiletries to bedding and cookware, were pristine and new. The refrigerator was brimming with an array of fresh, instant meals, and even contained unopened nightwear, making it clear that one could move in without any hassle. Meng Jiao's face radiated joy, her expression akin to a blooming flower, as the exhilaration compelled her lips to curl upward, her eyes shimmering with delight. She plopped onto the sofa, nearly ecstatic, exclaiming, Chuanxi, this house is simply magnificent. If I could live here for a lifetime, I would be utterly blissful. How about this? Let me stay here from now on. After all, you are alone. I could cook for you every day. What do you think? In that moment, Meng Jiao seemed to forget her empty stomach, consumed only by the desire to remain. Really? She exclaimed, springing from the sofa in a fit of excitement, her movements reminiscent of a joyful butterfly. Her enchanting figure undulated with her exuberance, captivating Chang Chuanxi's gaze. He swallowed hard, quickly averting his eyes to retrieve some vegetables from the refrigerator, laying them on the table. Meng Jiao, hold your horses, have something to eat first. As if on cue, Meng Jiao's stomach grumbled, reminding her that she had yet to dine that evening. I almost forgot. We haven't eaten yet, she said, patting her empty belly as she approached the table and began to nibble on the offerings. Meng Jiao had a modest appetite, and after a few bites, she clapped her hands, standing up as she said, Chuanxi, you go ahead and eat. I worked up quite a sweat moving today. I'll take a shower first. Without waiting for Chang Chuanxi to speak, Meng Jiao gracefully strode toward the bathroom. Moments later, the bathroom door creaked open, revealing Meng Jiao emerging with an enchanting gait. Fresh from her bath, her complexion glowed with a rosy hue, her skin radiant and translucent. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her shoulders, exuding an irresistible fragrance. Her ethereal eyes shimmered with an ineffable softness, and her slightly upturned lips, glistening and inviting, resembled delicate gemstones, embodying the enchanting elegance of a celestial being. Her petite nose and chin bore a hint of crystalline wisdom, while her exquisite waist and gentle curves resembled a beautifully sculpted bow. Droplets of water sparkled on her figure, enhancing her allure. She appeared like a lotus bud poised to bloom. Particularly striking was her sheer nightgown, which drew Chang Chuanxi's gaze, leaving him in a state of conflicted desire, tempted yet hesitant. The sight was like viewing flowers through a mist, both obscured and revealing, pure yet provocative, an unspoken sensation. Ahem. Chang Chuanxi cleared his throat, his eyes flickering as he suggested, Sister Meng, perhaps you should change into something else? Meng Jiao furrowed her brows, glancing down at her attire with confusion. What is wrong with my outfit? Isn't it quite lovely? Quite lovely. Chang Chuanxi shot a glance at her before hastily averting his gaze, exclaiming, Sister Meng, I am, after all, a man. This might lead to complications. Meng Jiao, fully aware of his implication, wore a smug smile as she leaned closer to his ear, whispering teasingly, What kind of complications are you talking about? Do you wish to devour me? Chapter 65. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Chang Chuanxi's expression turned helpless as he lowered his head, unable to meet her gaze. Sister Meng, as a spirited young man in my 20s, how can I possibly withstand such a scene? Perhaps you should change. With a triumphant smile, Meng Jiao persisted. Oh, dear brother, if this is too much for you, I have many more exquisite outfits. Why not let me change into another for your enjoyment? Chang Chuanxi frowned and stood up, preparing to leave. All right, enough of this. Meng Jiao beamed, draping a blanket over herself, playfully retorting, Now you wish to act virtuous? Yet, just the other day at my place, you were quite bold. That was... Chang Chuanxi stammered, his embarrassment evident as he hurried to explain, Sister Meng. We were both rather inebriated that day. Meng Jiao waved her hand dismissively, laughing. Oh, look at how nervous you are. I haven't asked you to take responsibility. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she slyly glanced at Chang Chuanxi, teasing, But, Chuanxi, since we are both single, should we perhaps give it a try? Though her demeanor suggested jest, it mirrored her true feelings. Ever since Chang Chuanxi had rescued her at the bar, an unspoken affection for him had quietly blossomed within her. Moreover, with his charm and affluence, and having unwittingly surrendered her innocence under the influence of alcohol, she mused that if this were to develop into something more, it would indeed be a splendid choice. Chang Chuanxi believed that Meng Jiao was jesting with him. Frowning, he remarked, Sister Meng, please refrain from joking with me. You are well aware of the circumstances I am facing. To be frank, I have lost faith in women. They merely impede my ability to earn. Upon hearing this, Meng Jiao visibly frowned, and to conceal her discontent, she quickly rose, forcing a smile as she said, All right, I won't tease you anymore. I have work tomorrow, so I shall retire for the night. Unaware of Meng Jiao's discomfort, Chang Chuanxi resumed his seat after she departed. Meanwhile, in the Lu residence of Rongqing, Lu Meng's brows knitted together, his eyes ablaze with unrestrained fury. Clenching his fists, he pounded the sofa vehemently, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, Damn it, Chang Chuanxi. You've cost me 10 billion and still dare to covet what is mine. I want you dead. Have you uncovered his identity? Who exactly is Chang Chuanxi? What background does he possess? Is he cheating? How is he cheating? Lu Meng inquired, his brow furrowed in concentration. The man relayed all the recent events surrounding Chang Chuanxi in meticulous detail. Upon hearing this, a cunning and sinister expression crossed Lu Meng's face. He cared little for the occurrences themselves. His sole concern was whether Chang Chuanxi had any influential backing. Since he lacks connections, that simplifies matters. Go find Lao Mo and inform him that this young master desires Chang Chuanxi's eyes, Lu Meng declared, producing a $10 million check and placing it on the table. Before the man could reach for it, Lu Meng's father, Lu Feichong, entered with a dark expression. Beast, you've developed quite the prowess. I sent you to a networking event, and you squandered 10 billion. How dare you? Lu Meng's complexion instantly turned ashen, panic filling his eyes. He quickly stood and kneeled before Lu Feichong, trembling as he stammered. Father, it was unintentional. Who could have predicted that a piece of scrap could contain raw stone? Before Lu Meng could finish his explanation, Lu Feichong raised his hand to interrupt. Enough. I am fully aware of the situation. Now, how do you intend to handle this? Lu Meng gritted his teeth, responding with venom. Father, rest assured, our Lu family's wealth is not so easily acquired. I want that mongrel's eyes to teach him the consequences of crossing the Lu family. Lu Feichong snorted in disdain, admonishing, is this your solution? Let me tell you, Chang Chuanxi's ability to discern raw stone from scrap is indicative of exceptional insight. If he could be of service to our Lu family, would that not be preferable? Lu Meng clenched his jaw, his expression contorted in frustration. Father, this mongrel has taken 10 billion from us. Should we simply let go? Lu Feichong revealed a sly grin, his tone cold. 10 billion is a sum he cannot swallow. If Chang Chuanxi can be of use to us, we may set this matter aside for now. However, prior to that, we must exert some pressure on him, so he understands who holds the authority in Rongqing. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Feichong turned to Lu Meng and mockingly suggested, isn't that fool from the Wang family also involved? Perhaps we should let him handle Chang Chuanxi first. As soon as the words fell, a man strode in. Master, Wang Ba has arrived from the Wang family, claiming he has matters to discuss with the young master. It seems that 1's arrival is as timely as 1's mention. Lu Fei's lips curled into a wicked smile as he leaned close to Lu Meng's ear and whispered something. Did you remember my words? A glint of cunning flashed in Lu Meng's eyes as he nodded, replying, I remember, father, rest assured. Once Lu Fei departed, Lu Meng finally permitted Wang Ba to be brought in. At that moment, Wang Ba's head was swollen like a pig's, and Lu Meng regarded him with amusement, teasing, oh, Wang Xiao, what happened to your head? At this, Wang Ba's anger flared. Lu Xiao, it's all that country bumpkin from Chang Chuanxi's doing. Lu Meng, intrigued by Wang Ba's words, smirked and jested. Wang Xiao, that is indeed a grave humiliation. Just a mere country dog from Chang Chuanxi. And you can endure it? Damn it, Wang Ba cursed vehemently, gritting his teeth. Lu Xiao, to be candid, I cannot endure it, which is why I rushed over to find you. Doesn't T. Lu Xiao want to deal with that country dog from Chang Chuanxi? Chapter 66. I crave fish. Me? Lu Meng scoffed, rising from his seat, of course. I wish to handle him. However, Wang Xiao, you must understand that I have long been coveting that little vixen of the Lin family. With that lad under Lin Chi's protection, I truly cannot take action. As he spoke, Lu Meng leaned closer to Wang Ba and whispered, Wang Xiao, how about you take care of this matter? Me? Wang Ba's face froze, and an indescribable expression flickered in his eyes as he inquired, Lu Xiao, how do you propose I proceed? Lu Meng slid a check for 10 million across the table to Wang Ba. Smiling, Wang Xiao, I will provide the funds. You just need to find the person. What do you think? With that 10 million, not only could he find someone, but it would also suffice to locate Chen Mo, the underground emperor of Rongqing. Wang Ba glanced at the check, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. Lu Xiao, with this, I guarantee I will deliver Chang Chuanxi's head to you by tomorrow. Excellent, Lu Meng exclaimed, his expression turning serious. Wang Xiao, while I can provide the money, let me make this clear. Regardless of whether this matter is discovered by others, it will solely be your doing, Wang Ba, and has nothing to do with me. Do you understand? Wang Ba tucked the check into his pocket and nodded. Rest assured, Lu Xiao, no matter what happens, this matter will not involve you. Lu Meng patted Wang Ba's shoulder, cautioning, Wang Xiao, remember your words. Should you dare to deceive me, do not blame me for being unkind. Wang Ba wiped the sweat from his forehead, nodding and bowing. I wouldn't dare, Lu Xiao. Even if you lent me 10 lives, I would not betray you. Lu Meng smiled in satisfaction, waving his hand. All right, Wang Xiao, go arrange it. I await your good news. Wang Ba nodded slightly before promptly departing the Lu residence, heading directly for the Black Panther Group. The Black Panther Group, the domain of Chen Mo, the underground emperor of Rongqing, appeared on the surface to be a legitimate company. Yet it was far from simple. Wang Ba arrived at the entrance of the Black Panther Group, peering around cautiously. Suddenly, 2 towering figures, each measuring nearly 2 meters, loomed behind him. their eyes resembling copper bells as they gazed down menacingly. "Who are you? Do you know where you are?" One of the giants growled. Wang Ba instinctively shrank his neck and immediately donned a fawning smile. "Gentlemen, I am here to seek out Brother Amo." The two exchanged glances, then responded in a low voice. "Who are you? What business do you have with our boss?" Wang Ba, with trepidation, glanced around before whispering, "Esteemed brothers, I am Wang Ba of the Wang family, here to discuss a business matter with Brother Amo. I kindly ask you to inform him of my presence." Upon hearing this, the two men quickly grasped Wang Ba's intentions. "Wait here, I will notify him." With that, one of the giants turned on his heel and departed. Wang Ba followed him through a maze of corridors until they arrived at a concealed room. The atmosphere was dimly lit and saturated with the acrid scent of smoke and alcohol. At the center sat a robust man, a toothpick clenched between his teeth, none other than the infamous Mo Chun. Flanking him were several muscular men adorned with elaborate tattoos. A barrage of hostile glares converged on Wang Ba, causing him to tense up, his heart racing, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Just then, Mo Chun spoke. "Young Master Wang, I hear you seek me?" Wang Ba forced a sycophantic smile and bowed slightly. "Brother Mo, I have come today to discuss a business proposition with you." "Business?" Mo Chun shot him a sidelong glance, discarding the toothpick with curiosity. "What kind of business do you wish to discuss?" Wang Ba nodded slightly, producing a photograph he had meticulously prepared, which he handed over. On the reverse, it contained brief notes. "Brother Mo, I would like to request your assistance in dealing with a certain individual." Mo Chun glanced at the photograph, his expression darkening instantly. With a furious grunt, he slammed his hand on the table and bellowed, "Wang Ba, do you take me for a fool? You dare come to me with such trifling matters?" At this, Mo Chun's entourage erupted in anger, encircling Wang Ba menacingly. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Wang Ba's demeanor shifted to one of panic. He frantically waved his hands, exclaiming, "No, no, Brother Mo, please do not be hasty." As he spoke, Wang Ba swiftly produced a check for 10 million, presenting it with urgency. "Brother Mo, this individual possesses formidable skills. Aside from you, I truly cannot think of anyone else in Rongqing who could handle him." Mo Chen's gaze flickered toward the check, and he waved his companions away. "Young Master Wang, how do you wish to deal with him?" A sinister expression crossed Wang Ba's face, his eyes gleaming with malice as he gritted his teeth. "Brother Mo, I want his life. 10 million for one life." Mo Chan pondered for a moment before nodding. "Very well, I shall take on this task. Thank you, Brother Mo. I look forward to your favorable news." Once Wang Ba departed, Mo Chun handed the photograph to one of his men, instructing, "Go, tell Chi Chong that I am in the mood for fish." The following day, Chang Chuanxi awoke naturally, refreshed from a good night's sleep. After a brief wash-up, he prepared to drive his Pamei out for a leisurely lunch. Arriving at a noodle shop he frequented, Chang Chuanxi had just parked his vehicle when several burly men suddenly surrounded him. "You are Chang Chuanxi?" One of the men inquired in a low voice. Chang Chuanxi, taken aback, gazed at the group and questioned, "Who are you? What do you want with me?" Without further ado, the men swiftly subdued him and forced him into a vehicle. "What are you doing? Let me go." In truth, Chang Chuanxi sensed that these individuals bore ill intentions. Yet he had not anticipated their efficiency, which left him with no opportunity to escape. The men ignored his shouts, quickly producing duct tape to seal his mouth. Simultaneously, they bound his legs with rope and placed a hood over his head. Faced with such a dire situation, Chang Chuanxi endeavored to remain calm, recalling that he had not wronged anyone, and if these individuals were seeking retribution, it could only be from Wang Ba or Lu Meng. With this thought, he activated his otherworldly magic eye, hoping to discern where they intended to take him. Chapter 67. Mo Ge, I have something to tell you. "Boss, the person has arrived." The group of strong men brought Chang Chuanxi into a dimly lit room, firmly securing him to a chair. Chun Mo removed the hood and scrutinized the seemingly ordinary Chang Chuanxi, frowning as he remarked, "There is nothing particularly special about him. Can he really be worth 10 million? Hey kid, do you know who I am?" In the face of such a predicament, it would be disingenuous not to feel anxious. At that moment, Chang Chuanxi resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, helplessly scanning his surroundings, his eyes filled with fear and unease. Yet in times like these, maintaining composure was crucial. Noticing Chang Chuanxi's silence, Chen Mo's expression darkened. "Damn it, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" On the way here, Chang Chuanxi had clearly seen the vehicle enter the backyard of the Black Panther Group. In all of Rome City, who didn't he know that the Black Panther Group was the domain of the underground emperor, Chun Mo? Could the man before him truly be Chun Mo? With this realization, Chang Chuanxi feigned calmness, concealing his inner trepidation, and smiled. If I am not mistaken, you must be the renowned Mo Gu, correct? Interesting, Chen Mo chuckled, intrigued. How did you know it was me? Well, who else in all of Rome City possesses such extraordinary presence and valor? It's written all over your face. If I couldn't guess, I would indeed be blind. Seizing the opportunity to converse, Chang Chuanxi activated his otherworldly magic eye once more, hoping to discover any hidden vulnerabilities in Chen Mo that might provide him a chance to escape. Ha ha ha! Chen Mo laughed heartily, clearly enjoying Chang Chuanxi's remarks. I appreciate your words, but alas, someone has paid 10 million for your life. As they say, to accept payment is to take on the responsibility, and since I, Chen Mo, have taken this job, I must see it through. However, I have always been a man of benevolence. If you have any last words, now is the time to speak. With this statement, Chang Chuanxi was even more certain that the ones who had sought out Chen Mo must be Wang Ba and Lu Meng. Chang Chuanxi fell into deep contemplation, his expression serious as he said, Brother Mo, given your stature, is a mere 10 million not an affront to you? How about this? I will offer you 20 million, if you'd spare me. Initially, he believed that doubling the price would prompt Chen Mo to reconsider. However, to his dismay, Chen Mo's anger flared immediately upon hearing those words. Chang Chuanxi, what do you take me for? Although 20 million is more than 10, there are rules in every trade. Your actions are nothing short of an insult to me. Since you fail to recognize my worth, I shall cease this futile exchange. Brothers, escort him on his way. As the words left his lips, Chen Mo's men approached Chang Chuanxi with malicious intent. At first, Chang Chuanxi thought Chen Mo was merely trying to intimidate him, but soon realized their intentions were genuine. Fear gripped him. His face turned pale. His hands clutched the armrest tightly, beads of sweat trickling down. Brother Mo, you cannot do this. Spare me. I will offer 30 million. No, 50 million. Regardless of Chang Chuanxi's desperate pleas, Chen Mo's men remained unmoved. Two burly men restrained Chang Chuanxi's head, while another held a bowl containing a potion, poised to force it down his throat. Am I doomed? Despair flickered in Chang Chuanxi's eyes. At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed woman entered, accompanied by a child of 3 or 4 years. Daddy, the child exclaimed, a pure smile lighting up his face as he dashed into Chen Mo's embrace. Chen Mo's subordinates immediately regarded the woman with deference, bowing and saying, sister-in-law. Consequently, they temporarily abandoned their intentions towards Chang Chuanxi. Chen Mo lifted the boy, his gaze softening with affection. My dear son, why aren't you at home? What brings you here? Daddy, I missed you, the boy replied, planting a kiss on Chen Mo's cheek. Though the scene appeared harmonious, Chang Chuanxi frowned. His observations through the otherworldly magic eye revealed that Chen Mo suffered from infertility, a condition he had endured for several years. If that were the case, from whence did this child come? After sharing a moment of joy with the boy, Chen Mo turned his attention to the woman, instructing Green Pearl. Please take the child to the office and wait for me. I have matters to attend to here. The woman nodded slightly, cradling the child in her arms as she exited the room. Once she had departed, Chen Mo irritably waved his hand, urging, enough of this dawdling, proceed with the task. Upon hearing this, his men once again encircled Chang Chuanxi. He understood that if they forced the potion upon him, it would be too late to escape. Although revealing Chen Mo's infertility could backfire, he knew he could not afford to ponder the consequences any longer. Brother Mo, stop. I have something important to discuss with you. Something that pertains to you. Chen Mo let out a cold laugh, dismissively stating, Kid, I have encountered many like you. There is no need for lengthy discussions. I have made myself clear. When you take someone else's money, you must also bear the consequences. No matter what you say today, you are doomed. Despite Chen Mo's resolute words, Chang Chuanxi was unwilling to concede. Brother Mo, this matter is truly significant. If, after hearing me out, you still wish to end my life, I will accept that fate. Observing the seriousness etched on Chang Chuanxi's face, Chen Mo raised his chin and coldly replied, Speak swiftly. Don't waste my time. Chang Chuanxi glanced around at the tattooed men surrounding them and whispered, Brother Mo, this is something I can only discuss with you privately. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's subordinates instantly grew agitated. What? Are you trying to test our patience? Kid, I suggest you refrain from any tricks and speak before our boss loses his temper. Gazing intently at Chen Mo, Chang Chuanxi insisted, Brother Mo, I am looking out for your best interests. This matter pertains to your reputation. Please trust me. Chen Mo regarded the frail Chang Chuanxi, contemplated for a moment, and waved his hand dismissively. You all leave first. Without hesitation, his subordinates complied, carefully checking the ropes, binding Chang Chuanxi before gradually exiting the room. Chapter 68. Sister-in-law, you cannot leave. In the dimly lit room, only Chun Mo and Chang Chuanxi remained. Chun Mo rose and approached Chang Chuanxi, his voice cold. Now tell me, what is it? Chang Chuanxi exhaled deeply and quietly asked, Brother Mo, was that child earlier yours? The mention of the child struck a nerve in Chun Mo, causing his eyes to darken and his countenance to become as grim as iron. What are you insinuating? I warn you, do not use my child as a bargaining chip, or you will face dire consequences. Chang Chuanxi's gaze flickered momentarily, and he hastily clarified, Brother Mo, you misunderstand me. What I mean is, that child may not actually be yours. Damn it, Chun Mo cursed, turning to grasp a sharp cleaver from the table, pressing it against Chang Chuanxi's throat. Kid, are you courting death? Chang Chuanxi stood frozen, staring back at Chun Mo, and murmured, Brother Mo, please calm down. I am a doctor. You suffer from infertility. How could you possibly have a child? Enough. Chun Mo glared at Chang Chuanxi, gritting his teeth. I initially intended to spare your life, but now I have changed my mind. I will personally reduce you to a pulp. With clenched teeth, Chun Mo coldly stated, Listen closely, I will ensure your demise is both thorough and satisfying. In truth, Chun Mo had long harbored doubts about his own condition. As the leader of the Black Panther group, he was surrounded by women, yet after several years, none had shown signs of pregnancy. Years prior, when Green Pearl unexpectedly became pregnant, it was the child that allowed her to vanquish her rivals and secure her position as the sister-in-law. The birth of this child had filled Chun Mo with ecstatic joy, and he cherished it dearly, making the child his ultimate weakness. With a forceful thud, Chun Mo slammed the cleaver onto the table and called everyone back in. Keep a close watch on this fellow. No one is to disturb him without my command. Chi Chang, accompany me to the hospital. Standing at the hospital entrance, Lzu was filled with confusion. Mo Gu, what are we doing at the hospital? Are you feeling unwell? Less chatter, follow me. Chun Mo cradled the child and strode into the hospital. Doctor, I wish to conduct a paternity test. Upon hearing this, Lzu's face turned pale, and a forced smile appeared on her lips as she asked in bewilderment, Mo Gu, what do you mean by this? Chun Mo gazed at her coldly and replied sternly, It means I want to ascertain whether Xiao Chang is my biological son. Is that a problem? A flicker of panic crossed Lzu's eyes. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead as she feigned a smile. Mo Gu, if Xiao Chang isn't your child, then whose could he possibly be? Is this really necessary? Gao Qiqiang also chimed in, his eyes darting nervously. Yes, Mo Gu, the Saw hardly leaves the house. We all know she wouldn't do such a thing. I hope you are both correct, but I am determined to proceed with this paternity test. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chun Mo unceremoniously took the child into the testing room. Witnessing this, Lzu collapsed onto the ground, helplessly looking toward Gao Qiqiang. She nodded heavily and attempted to rise to leave. At that moment, several brothers who had accompanied them blocked her path. With a fierce expression, Lzu glared at them and shouted, What are you doing? How dare you stop me? Apologies to Saw, but Big Brother has given orders that you cannot leave until the results are out. Please, don't make this difficult for us. It's Big Brother's command, and we dare not disobey. You. The group exchanged glances, shaking their heads in refusal. No, Changgu de Saw cannot leave. At this, Gao Qiqiang's anger flared. He pointed menacingly at the men before him. The group hesitated momentarily, unsure of how to respond. Just then, Chun Mo emerged from the testing room with the child in his arms, surveying the others with a serious expression. Big Brother, de Saw was about to leave, but since you instructed us not to let her go, we had to stop her, one of them began. Before they could finish, Gao Qiqiang, with a forced smile, approached Chun Mo and said, Big Brother, here's the situation. De Saw wanted to go to the restroom, but they stopped her. Chun Mo turned his gaze to Lzu and inquired, Is that true? With a fleeting glance, Lzu hesitated before stammering, Why yes, that's right. Instantly, she agreed it's nothing. Mo Gu, this is your directive, and they're not at fault. You all stay here. I'll just step out to the restroom. Chapter 69. I don't even know whose it is. Chun Mo slightly turned his head, his cold gaze fixed on Lzu. His normally stern countenance was now shrouded in an ominous cloud, as if enveloped by a thick gloom. His countenance was shrouded in the deepest gloom, resembling a lusterless piece of pork liver, devoid of any vitality. His eyes flickered with a tumultuous blend of anger and disappointment, akin to two volcanoes on the verge of eruption, instilling a sense of dread. An invisible aura of authority emanated from his entire being, rendering the surrounding atmosphere heavy with tension. From Green Pearl's earlier demeanor, Chun Mo had begun to harbor a silent suspicion. The words of Chang Chuanxi were most likely true. Now, he awaited the results of the appraisal, and until then, he would not allow Green Pearl to slip from his sight. After all, such matters constituted a profound humiliation for any man. At that moment, a thin sheen of sweat had unexpectedly appeared on her once fair forehead. Her expression revealed that Green Pearl was engulfed in an endless wave of anxiety and trepidation, a state of mind that seemingly deprived her of the ability to remain composed. Observing her reaction, Chun Mo's suspicions solidified further. He rose, fixing her with an unwavering gaze, and spoke in a grave tone. Green Pearl, what are you so anxious about? Are you concealing something from me? Upon hearing this, Green Pearl forced a strained smile and stammered. And no, I have nothing to hide from you. Chen Mo nodded slightly. With a meaningful undertone, it is best if that is the case. You know I detest being deceived. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. At his words, Green Pearl stumbled, her knees buckling as she collapsed at his feet. Mo Go, I was wrong. This act of submission confirmed Chang Chuanxi's earlier claims. Chen Mo let out an angry huff and seated himself in a chair, coldly inquiring, "What was your error?" At that moment, Green Pearl's heart raced like a drum, each beat heralding the arrival of dread. Sweat poured from her forehead like a torrential downpour, and in a state of panic, she glanced around, faltering as she spoke. Mo Go, the child. The child may not be yours. Her words struck Chun Mo like a thunderclap, and although he had harbored some suspicions previously, hearing this from Green Pearl's lips ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. He slammed his hand on the chair, rising in a fit of rage. You shameless wretch. Have I lacked for anything because of you? How could you betray me in such a disgraceful manner? Tell me, who is that scoundrel? Who dares to place a green hat upon me? Chen Mo, I will not hesitate to eliminate you both. Chen Mo's eyes gleamed like razor-sharp blades, unfathomably deep, glinting with a chilling light akin to a lethal weapon. In an instant, it seemed he could sever all ties with the world, the gaze emanating an extreme coldness, tinged with an aura of death. Green Pearl trembled violently, as though struck by a bolt of lightning, her entire being quaking involuntarily. Her already pale visage turned ghostly white, resembling a sheet of paper, instilling fear with its ghastliness. An indescribable terror surged within her, overwhelming her like a relentless tide. Her once warm and soft hands had turned icy and bone-chilling, clinging tightly to Chen Mo's trousers, unwilling to let go. Her slightly parted lips trembled incessantly, attempting to articulate something but struggling to form coherent sentences. After a considerable pause, she finally managed to squeeze out a few words from her throat. Mo Go. I didn't mean to. Lu Zhu's voice was as faint as the buzzing of a mosquito, laced with evident tremors and unease. Mo Go. I truly don't know. One night a few years ago, a man broke into our home, and that's when I became pregnant. I really don't know whose child it is. Mo Go. I genuinely did not intend to hide this from you. Given the years I have followed you, I implore you, please let me go. Years ago, Lu Zhu was not yet the wife. At most, she was merely one among Chun Mo's many women. If Lu Zhu's words held any truth, it would not constitute infidelity against Chun Mo. However, Chen Mo was not one to tolerate any intimacy between his partner and another man, regardless of Lu Zhu's status. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, a nurse hurriedly approached and handed Chun Mo the paternity test results. Unsurprisingly, the results clearly indicated that there was no blood relation between the child and Chun Mo. This revelation only served to fan the flames of his fury. Chun Mo raised his hand and unceremoniously slapped Lu Zhu hard across the face. You wretched woman. Watch how I deal with you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chun Mo raised his arm again, his thick palm poised to strike once more. At that moment, the boy hastily jumped off his chair, standing protectively in front of Lu Zhu, arms outstretched, and in a childish voice implored Daddy. Please don't hit Mommy. Lu Zhu understood that this child was her last bastion of defense. She opened her arms and unhesitatingly embraced him. Gazing into the innocent eyes of the boy, the typically ruthless Chun Mo hesitated. Even the toughest of men possess a tender side. Although it was now confirmed that the child was not his, he had watched him grow day by day. To claim there were no feelings would be a lie. Moreover, the adults may err, but the child is innocent. After a moment of inner conflict, Chen Mo ultimately lowered his raised hand. The brothers present responded in unison and took Lu Zhu and the child away from the hospital, while Chen Mo remained behind, awaiting another test result. In a state of helplessness, Chang Chuanxi forced a smile towards the guards and whispered, Brothers, I need to urinate. Could you please untie me for a moment? Chang Chuanxi's expression contorted in pain as he exclaimed, Big brother, I can't hold it any longer. My bladder feels like it's about to burst. Just loosen my binds a little. Even if I must die, at least let me die comfortably. Absolutely not. One of the burly men barked as he approached Chang Chuanxi. His face set in a fierce scowl. Kid, you better behave yourself. If you keep complaining, don't blame me for being ruthless. As soon as he finished speaking, another man swiftly approached and patted the first man's shoulder, advising, all right, the boss has instructed us not to lay a hand on him. As the conversation unfolded, the man shifted his gaze towards Chang Chuanxi, mocking, buddy, spare us your words. We will never untie you. If you can't hold it any longer, just wet your pants. In truth, Chang Chuanxi was not only desperate, but also sought to seize the opportunity of relieving himself to escape. With his otherworldly magical eyes, he was confident that if they were to loosen his bindings, he could assuredly make his escape. However, that seemed impossible at the moment. Just as Chang Chuanxi found himself at an impasse, Chun Mo entered with several others, his expression dark and foreboding. Chapter 70. Summoning the Business Daji. Engaging in the chamber of King Zhou. Brother. The others promptly stood and respectfully positioned themselves to either side. Chun Mo's face was as somber as the night. He glanced at Chang Chuanxi and coldly commanded, go, untie him. The crowd exchanged astonished glances, yet with Chun Mo's directive, they dared not question further and immediately approached to free Chang Chuanxi from his restraints. You all may leave. The group, trusting in his words, stepped out of the room. Observing this, Chang Chuanxi exhaled in relief. Shaking his sore hands while suppressing the urge to relieve himself, he inquired, so, how about it, Brother Mo? I wasn't deceiving you, was I? Chun Mo's gaze was hollow and despondent, as if devoid of any glimmer of hope. A heavy atmosphere hung in the air, impossible to ignore. I, Chun Mo, am grateful for favors. You may go. Chun Mo's decision was not solely influenced by the matter of Green Pearl. Earlier at the hospital, the doctor had unequivocally informed him that his infertility was beyond cure. For someone like Chun Mo, who had long dreamed of having a child, this news felt like a collapse of his world. A spark of brilliance flickered in Chang Chuanxi's eyes as he promptly bowed to Chun Mo, smiling. Thank you, Brother Mo, for granting me this reprieve. Brother Mo, do not be too disheartened. Although this child is not biologically yours, you are still young. Once your infertility is treated, having not just one but 10 or 8 children will be entirely feasible. At this, Chun Mo managed a bitter smile, his spirits low as he replied. It's impossible now. The doctor said my condition cannot be cured. What? Chang Chuanxi exclaimed, his brows furrowing. Brother Mo, do not heed such nonsense. Your ailment can be treated. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited in Chun Mo's eyes as he gazed intently at Chang Chuanxi, exclaiming in excitement. Is what you say true? Can my condition truly be cured? Chang Chuanxi nodded earnestly, his demeanor serious. Brother Mo, without a doubt, I have confidence in my medical skills. As long as you trust me, I will assist in your treatment, and I guarantee to completely cure your infertility. Hearing this, Chun Mo immediately stood, gripping Chang Chuanxi's shoulder with fervor. Really? If you can indeed help me recover, you shall be my brother from this day forth, and the second in command of the Black Panther group. From now on, no one in Rongqing will dare to touch you. Chang Chuanxi chuckled softly, waving his hand. Brother Mo, while I am willing to be your brother, I would prefer to forego the title of second in command of the Black Panther group. Chang Chuanxi was acutely aware that the Black Panther group was involved in many dubious activities. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before they attracted the attention of law enforcement. Becoming the second in command would undoubtedly entangle him in their affairs. However, it is indeed acceptable to regard Chun Mo as a brother. At the very least, having Chun Mo as a backing can save numerous troubles in Rongqing. And with this connection, dealing with the Wang family is merely a matter of time. Chun Mo naturally comprehended Chang Chuanxi's intentions and did not press the matter further. Brother, I'm at your service. When shall we commence the treatment? Mo, go, please wait a moment. Chang Chuanxi awkwardly gestured downwards. I need to use the restroom. My bladder is about to burst. A hearty laugh erupted from Chun Mo as he called out loudly for Gao Qiqiang to enter the room, instructing Qiqiang, swiftly escort my brother to the restroom. Brother? Gao Qiqiang was momentarily taken aback before nodding. Follow me. As Chang Chuanxi trailed behind Gao Qiqiang, an overwhelming aura of hostility surged forth like a specter from the night. The source of this menacing energy was none other than Gao Qiqiang himself. Chang Chuanxi furrowed his brow, pondering, what is the meaning of this? Why does this fellow harbor such animosity towards me? Could he be associated with the Wang or Lu families? Nevertheless, this was the Black Panther group, Chun Mo's territory, and Chang Chuanxi had no cause for concern. Upon reaching the restroom, Chang Chuanxi relieved himself and emerged after fastening his trousers. Listen here, I do not care what you know, but do keep your mouth in check. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Huh? Chang Chuanxi gazed at him in astonishment, utterly perplexed by the implication of his words. Was this warning related to the matter of Chun Mo's child? After a moment of contemplation, a bold idea struck him. Chang Chuanxi furrowed his brow in feigned confusion. I beg your pardon, but I do not understand what you are implying. Please step aside. Mo Ge is still awaiting me. With a cold sneer, Gao Qiqiang reiterated his warning. Kid, do not pretend to be naive. You know precisely what I am referring to. Remember my words. Keep your mouth shut. Do you understand? Disregarding him, Chang Chuanxi circumvented Gao Qiqiang and strode purposefully back toward the dimly lit room. Once Gao Qiqiang had exited, Chen Mo personally poured a glass of water and placed it before Chang Chuanxi. Brother, have a sip of water. When shall we commence the treatment? And how long until I recover? After taking a sip, Chang Chuanxi set down the glass and replied, Mo Ge, your condition is quite treatable. We can begin immediately. After the treatment, you will be able to conceive. Is that truly the case? Chen Mo's face lit up with excitement, and he sprang to his feet, feeling a surge of exhilaration coursing through him, making his heart race and blood boil. Brother, what are we waiting for? Let's begin. Very well. Chang Chuanxi nodded slightly, glancing at the bed behind him, and instructed Mo Ge, please lie down on the bed. I shall administer the treatment now. Trusting him, Chen Mo complied and reclined on the bed, while Chang Chuanxi positioned his fingers, preparing to channel his energy. After a few breaths, a beam of white light shot forth from Chang Chuanxi's fingertips, and he deftly pointed them directly at Chen Mo's lower abdomen. In that instant, a warm current flowed through Chang Chuanxi's fingers and entered Chen Mo's body, circulating in his lower abdomen as if it were unblocking something. Chen Mo was taken aback, expressing incredulity. Brother, is this really all there is to it? Chang Chuanxi cast a reassuring glance at him and nodded. Yes, your infertility has been completely cured. Ha, brother. I cannot thank you enough. Today, you are not allowed to go anywhere. I shall take you to a delightful place. A delightful place? Where might that be? Chen Mo replied with a mischievous smile, leaning closer to Chang Chuanxi and whispering, let us order a business daji and reserve a private room at the King Zhou. Chapter 71. I've taken care of this deal. Though Chang Chuanxi grasped Chen Mo's words only partially, they sounded promising. However, at that moment, his mind was preoccupied with a pressing question. Who was it that sought to harm him? Mo Ge, could you enlighten me as to who is behind this plot against me? Chen Mo slapped his forehead, a hint of regret on his face. Ah, brother, how could I have forgotten this? It is Wang Ba from the Wang family in Rongqing who seeks to deal with you. But fret not, you are my brother now. I will handle this matter. I will return the money to him. With just a word from me, I guarantee that Wang Ba will think twice before harboring any ill intentions. While the Wang family was not among the foremost families in Rongqing, they still possessed some influence. Even if Chen Mo intervened, the most he could do would be to teach Wang Ba a lesson without jeopardizing the family's foundation. If it were merely a matter of reprimanding Wang Ba, it would be too lenient. With this thought, Chang Chuanxi shook his head and said earnestly, Mo Ge, Wang Ba intends to see me dead. This matter cannot simply be dismissed. Chen Mo furrowed his brow, his expression turning serious. Brother, what do you propose to do? Having navigated the underworld for many years, Chen Mo thrived on principles of righteousness. Now that he had spared Chang Chuanxi, to turn around and punish Wang Ba would contradict his sense of honor. Should he go too far, it might tarnish his reputation. Chang Chuanxi understood these complexities well. He chuckled softly, waving his hand. Mo Ge, let me handle this matter myself. However, since Wang Ba has come after you, returning the money is out of the question. How about this? Chang Chuanxi leaned in and whispered his plan to Chen Mo. Upon hearing it, a strange smile spread across Chen Mo's face, and he nodded repeatedly. He then called the other brothers in and instructed, Go, bring Wang Xiao to me. In just half an hour, Wang Ba arrived at the Black Panther group. Upon entering the dimly lit room, his eyes fell upon the bound Chang Chuanxi, and a cold smirk crept across his face. Chang Chuanxi, look at you now. As he spoke, Wang Ba turned, his face plastered with a broad smile as he addressed Chen Mo. Mo Ge, your reputation precedes you. In just half a day, you've managed to find this mutt. I am truly impressed. Chen Mo's expression darkened, his face devoid of emotion as he replied, Wang Xiao, spare me the flattery. I brought the man here, but your actions are rather unscrupulous. At these words, Wang Ba's smile instantly froze on his face. Mo Ge, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? Chen Mo rose, slowly advancing toward Wang Ba, his brows furrowed, exuding an air of authority. This is... Wang Ba's eyes flickered as he stammered. Mo gu. I am aware that this fellow possesses some strength, but I never anticipated him to be this formidable. Even capable of... Chun Mo coldly interrupted, waving his sleeve. Wang Xiao, spare me the trivialities. As I mentioned before, with his capabilities, the 10 million is merely sufficient to bring him here. How you choose to handle the matter thereafter is entirely your concern. At this moment, Chang Chuanxi was bound tightly, akin to a fish on a chopping board, ready for slaughter. Even without Chun Mo's intervention, he could easily be subdued. Contemplating this, Wang Ba nodded emphatically, gritting his teeth. Very well, Mo gu. 10 million is ample to bring him here. The rest I shall take care of myself. Excellent, Chen Mo exclaimed, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Wang Xiao, consider this task complete. I entrust him to you, and whatever transpires next shall have no bearing on me. Chen Mo. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Ba affirmed, no problem, Mo gu, just leave him to me. As he spoke, Wang Ba strode purposefully towards the table, seizing the gleaming cleaver, and approached Chang Chuanxi with menacing intent. Observing this, Chen Mo promptly took out his phone, stealthily recording a video of the encounter between Wang Ba and Chang Chuanxi. Wang Ba, wielding the large knife, stood before Chang Chuanxi, his face brimming with pride and arrogance. Chang Chuanxi, do you see this? This is the consequence of offending Wang Ba. Chang Chuanxi, eyeing the knife in his opponent's hand, retorted with a cold smirk, Wang Ba. There's no need for you to flaunt your bravado. What do you intend to do with that knife? Do you truly wish to kill me? Wang Ba erupted into a boisterous laugh, the blade glinting ominously as he hissed, killing a worthless mud is hardly something to fear. If it weren't for you swindling me out of 10 billion in the gambling match at the conference, I wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Do you comprehend that because of that 10 billion, the Wang family has lost all trust in me? Now, I possess nothing, and it is all you're doing. Chang Chuanxi let out a derisive chuckle, taunting, Wang Ba, you cannot frame it that way. What do you mean I swindled you out of 10 billion? That wager was originally between Lu Meng and me. You insisted on participating. Besides, did you not join the wager with the intent to best me and bring me to shame? Wang Ba scoffed, looking down upon him. What are you? You think you can compare with me? You are now in my grasp. Come, call me grandfather obediently, and I shall grant you a swift departure. In response, Chang Chuanxi spat a thick wad of phlegm onto Wang Ba's face, angrily declaring, and who do you think you are? A contemptible scoundrel, like you would hardly earn the honor of being my grandfather's grandson. I could easily end your life right now. In that moment, Wang Ba, consumed by rage, raised the cleaver to strike at Chang Chuanxi. Just then, Chen Mo pressed the pause button on the video recording. Simultaneously, Chang Chuanxi activated his otherworldly powers, swiftly freeing himself from his bonds and rising from the chair. Simultaneously, he raised his left hand and firmly grasped Wang Ba's right hand, which was tightly clutching the machete. With no hesitation, he lifted his right foot and delivered a forceful kick to Wang Ba's groin. In an instant, a piercing pain surged through Wang Ba's lower region. At that moment, he lost all focus on the machete in his hand. His grip slackened, and the weapon clattered to the ground. Wang Ba clutched his groin with both hands, his mouth forming an O shape as he emitted a wailing cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Chapter 72. Be aware of those around you. Wang Ba, is this your day of reckoning? Damn it! Chang Chuanxi cursed angrily and raised his size 42 foot. Mesles kicking Wang Ba. Wang Ba writhed in agony on the ground, unleashing a series of heart-rending howls. Mo gu, please save me. Wang Ba looked helplessly at Chun Mo, desperately seeking his assistance. Chun Mo smirked, a playful smile gracing his lips as he shrugged and remarked, Wang Xiao, have you mistaken the person you are addressing? Our deal has concluded, and I can no longer involve myself in what transpires next. Mo gu, I beg you. I'll give you 10 million. Just hold this scoundrel down for me. Chun Mo did not even cast a glance at Wang Ba, shaking his head in refusal. I'm sorry, Wang Xiao, but I cannot take this job. Wang Ba hesitated, his eyes filled with despair. Chang Chuanxi sneered coldly, his voice dripping with malice. Wang Ba, feeling hopeless? This is merely the beginning. As he spoke, Chang Chuanxi kicked over a chair behind him and seized one of Wang Ba's legs, lifting it effortlessly. Wang Ba's eyes widened in horror, seemingly ready to pop from their sockets as waves of dread enveloped him. Chang Chuanxi, what are you doing? Let me go. Let me go. In that moment, Chang Chuanxi resembled a furious beast, his facial expression twisted in rage. Let you go? In your dreams. A series of bone-crunching sounds echoed as Wang Ba's right leg snapped under the pressure. Wang Ba screamed in agony. the tearing pain crashing over him like a tidal wave. His complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, and his body trembled involuntarily. Chen Mo glanced at Chang Chuanxi, taken aback by his ruthlessness. This is truly unfortunate. You lot, throw him out. Wang Ba hung his head low, his eyes bloodshot as he weakly implored, Chen Mo, go why? Chen Mo scoffed, a playful tone in his voice. Why, you ask? I have done what needed to be done, with your consent, no less. It is as simple as that. With that, he waved his hand impatiently, urging, hurry. Take him away. Do not sully my territory. Additionally, inform the Wang family immediately, so they can come and collect him. Once Wang Ba's matter was resolved, Chen Mo summoned all the brothers stationed at the Black Panther group. He then brought Chang Chuanxi before them and declared loudly, everyone, you have all seen it. From now on, Chuanxi is my brother, Chen Mo. Should anyone dare to show disrespect towards Chuanxi, it is tantamount to disrespecting me. Chen Mo, do you understand? Chen Mo, uninterested in further explanations, commanded loudly, why are you still standing there? Call for ergo. As his words fell, dozens of brothers shouted in unison, ergo. Only one person remained silent from beginning to end, and that person was Gao Qiqiang. His gaze was dark and menacing as he fixed his eyes on Chang Chuanxi, his teeth gritting audibly, resembling someone harboring a deep-seated vendetta against him. Chang Chuanxi observed this with keen awareness, and piecing together Gao Qiqiang's earlier words, he deduced that Gao Qiqiang's animosity was undoubtedly connected to Chen Mo's woman. Being targeted by such an individual was certainly not a fortuitous circumstance. It seemed imperative to discuss that woman with Chen Mo at the earliest opportunity. Chang Chuanxi raised his hand slightly, smiling as he said, you are all too kind. You are my seniors. Simply calling me Chuanxi will suffice. I possess some knowledge of medicine, so if any of you require assistance, feel free to approach me at any time. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Mo draped his arm over Chang Chuanxi's shoulder and chuckled. All right, brother. It's enough that everyone knows you. Let's go grab a meal first, and afterward, I'll take you to see the king. Chen Mo led Chang Chuanxi to his car, and at that moment, apart from the driver, it was just the two of them. Seizing this opportunity, Chang Chuanxi inquired, Mo, have you uncovered the truth regarding the child? Who would be audacious enough to dare touch your woman? Chang Chuanxi was acutely aware that broaching this topic might displease Chen Mo, yet the venomous glare of Gao Qiqiang compelled him to disregard his reservations. A flicker of displeasure passed through Chen Mo's eyes as he furrowed his brow and asked, What's the matter, brother? Do you possess some insider information? Chang Chuanxi shook his head, adopting a serious demeanor. Mo you yist. How could I possibly know such matters? However, you might want to pay closer attention to those around you. You may uncover something. Chen Mo pondered for a moment before dismissing the notion with a wave of his hand. Impossible, absolutely impossible. My brothers have fought alongside me through thick and thin for many years. They would never commit such an act. Besides, I treat them well. It cannot possibly be someone close to me. Chang Chuanxi offered an awkward smile, expressing a hint of remorse. I apologize, Mo. I should not have brought this up. Chen Mo cast a reassuring glance at Chang Chuanxi and smiled. It's all right, brother. It's merely a woman. I, Chen Mo, am not lacking in such matters. Moreover, you have cured my infertility. It won't be long before I have my own offspring to celebrate. As he spoke, Chen Mo produced a check for 1 million and placed it into Chang Chuanxi's hand. Brother, accept this million as your consultation fee. That is too much, Chang Chuanxi exclaimed, visibly taken aback. Hastily returning the check to Chen Mo compared to 1 million. He valued the relationship with Chen Mo far more, considering he was the underground emperor of Rongqing, a bond not easily forged with mere money. Chen Mo, not one to linger on such matters, nodded emphatically at Chang Chuanxi's response. Very well, brother. I shall not stand on ceremony. If you require anything in Rongqing in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Whatever I, Chen Mo, can do, I will certainly oblige. Chang Chuanxi clasped his hands in gratitude, smiling. Then I shall express my thanks in advance, elder brother. Chapter 73. Where is the decorum in immediately lying down on the clothes? After dining, Chen Mo escorted Chang Chuanxi to the Luda Club, a prestigious establishment under the Black Panther Group. The Luda Club is renowned as the most illustrious and opulent venue in the entire Rongqing, a favored haunt for the elite. To frequent such a place, one must possess a remarkable status. Previously, Chang Chuanxi would never have dared to enter the Luda Club. Even a distant glance would have drawn the ire of the disdainful security personnel. Chen Mo, draping an arm over Chang Chuanxi's shoulder, chuckled. So, brother, is this your first visit? Chang Chuanxi nodded slightly, neither confirming nor denying. Ha ha, Chen Mo laughed heartily, gesturing towards the Luda Club with pride. Brother, this is my domain. From now on, you can come whenever you wish and enjoy yourself as you please. Come, let us enter. The two of them, shoulder to shoulder, strode confidently inside. As it was still early, the Luda Club was devoid of patrons. Chen Mo had already informed all the staff of his arrival, and they stood in two neat rows, awaiting his entrance. Upon their arrival, dozens of staff members immediately bowed in greeting, saying hello, Brother Mo. However, their gazes were fixated on Chang Chuanxi. Recognizing that anyone who could walk alongside Chen Mo was undoubtedly significant, and they made a mental note to remember his visage. Chen Mo, satisfied, nodded and called out, All right, go back to your duties. As he dismissed the crowd, a woman clad in revealing attire approached with a beaming smile. Brother Mo, you seem in high spirits today, arriving so early. As she spoke, her eyes roamed over Chang Chuanxi, and she inquired, And who might this gentleman be? Ali, from now on, my brother here will sign directly when he visits, understood? With a charming smile, Li nodded, Understood, Brother Mo. Your command is our decree. From now on, Brother Chuan will be our esteemed guest at the Luda Club, free to enjoy as he pleases. She then presented a golden card to Chang Chuanxi. Brother Chuan, this is our top-tier VIP card. With it, you shall be our most honored patron. Please accept it. Chang Chuanxi glanced at Chen Mo before accepting the VIP card. All right, will you go arrange things? Brother, let us proceed, Chen Mo exclaimed with a hearty laugh, leading Chang Chuanxi further inside. After navigating through a labyrinth of corridors, they arrived at an office-like room, and Chen Mo guided Chang Chuanxi through a concealed door. Beyond this door lay an extraordinary realm. Outside, all appeared ordinary, but upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of several long-legged women in bikinis performing an exuberant pole dance. Surrounding them were a group of elegantly dressed women, each meticulously groomed and attired in enticing uniforms, clearly waiting for customers. Upon noticing the two men, the women approached with flirtatious grace, exclaiming, Brother Mo, you have arrived. However, before they could reach them, Chen Mo's expression darkened as he waved them away, admonishing, Go, 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 return to your tasks. Evidently, these women did not catch Chen Mo's discerning eye. After dismissing the crowd, Chen Mo led Chang Chuanxi to a private room, where he revealed a peculiar smile and pointed to the door, saying, Brother, this is the one. Chang Chuanxi glanced up and was taken aback to see the 4 grand characters inscribed on the room's plaque: Wine Pool and Meat Forest. Startled, he thought, Good heavens, he truly believes himself to be King Zhou. As the two entered, they were greeted by an expansive room featuring a swimming pool, where youthful maidens frolicked and laughed. In the open space before the pool, a group of young women clad in courtly attire danced gracefully. The entire hall was resplendent, adorned with gilded beams and intricate carvings, exuding opulence with its dragon throne and dragon bed, shimmering under the dazzling lights. The design of the room resembled an ancient royal palace, creating an exquisite atmosphere. Upon their arrival, the dancers ceased their movements and immediately approached the two men, performing a courteous gesture as they softly intoned, Your Highness, allow us to assist you in changing. Taken aback, Chang Chuanxi had never witnessed such an overt display. Who would strip upon entering? Chen Mo chuckled lightly and offered Chang Chuanxi a reassuring glance, teasing him, Don't be nervous, brother. How can we play the part of King Zhou without donning the dragon robes? Before they could respond, their garments were swiftly removed, leaving them clad only in their undergarments. Moments later, several enchanting women adorned them with dragon robes and ushered them towards the dragon throne. Just as they settled into their seats, Ali entered, followed closely by 8 women who were evidently more distinguished than the rest, both in physique and beauty, including a pair of strikingly attractive twin sisters. Chang Chuanxi had a clear understanding of their purpose, but pondered why, with such advantageous qualities, they chose this line of work. With a flirtatious smile, Ali addressed them, Mo Gu, Chuan Gu, these 8 sisters are the finest we have at Lutai Club. Especially for you, Chuan Gu. I hope you have a splendid time. By the way, some of them are newcomers. As she spoke, Ali leaned closer to Chang Chuanxi, revealing an expanse of flawless skin, and reminded him, Chuan Gu, there are a few virgins among them. With that, she turned to the 8 women and commanded, You must ensure that Mo Gu and Chuan Gu are well attended to today. Do you understand? Rest assured, sisterly, we will certainly satisfy Mo Gu and Chuan Gu. They replied in unison. Pleased with their affirmation, Ali nodded and, after exchanging pleasantries with Chen Mo and Chang Chuanxi, sashayed out of the room. How about it, brother? Are you satisfied? Chang Chuanxi managed an awkward smile and nodded slightly, very satisfied. It was his first experience in such a setting, and he felt a mix of tension and restraint at the unfolding scene. Observing Chang Chuanxi's discomfort, Chun Mo erupted in laughter and stood up, saying, "Brother, relax. Let me introduce you to the ladies before you." Chapter 74, a bit overwhelming. Chun Mo animatedly began to introduce the women before them, his enthusiasm palpable. "Brother, this one hails from an island nation, a place you should be familiar with. Gentle and obedient, she possesses a myriad of talents, making her an excellent choice if you lack experience. Now allow me to introduce these two incredibly passionate and wild Russian twins, if you prefer a straightforward and exuberant experience. Choosing them is undoubtedly the right decision. Just imagine, one on your left and one on your right, identical in every way. The thought alone is exhilarating. To be candid, I relish that sensation. Then there's this one, with a naturally alluring voice that sends shivers down your spine the moment she speaks, ensuring you are entranced and invigorated. As for this one, the only word that comes to mind is sublime, a sentiment every man comprehends. Having introduced these few, Chan Mo turned his attention to the other three individuals. As for these three, they must be the newcomers Ali mentioned. "So, brother, which ones have caught your eye? As long as you fancy them, you may take them all." Chang Chuanxi scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled. "Brother, you jest. I can hardly handle that." Chun Mo erupted into hearty laughter, wrapping his arm around Chang Chuanxi's shoulders. "No worries, brother. Take your time. Let's enjoy some drinks first." As he spoke, Chun Mo gestured to the dancers, instructing, "What are you waiting for? Resume the music and the dance." With that, the music began anew, and the dancers gracefully resumed their performance. Meanwhile, the 8 individuals settled beside Chang Chuanxi and Chen Mo, pouring wine into their cups. Initially, Chang Chuanxi felt somewhat restrained, but as he consumed several glasses, he gradually relaxed, his arms embracing the enchanting dancer beside him, savoring both the exquisite dance and the fine wine. The next day, Chang Chuanxi was jolted awake by the sound of a ringing phone. Groggily, he answered, and immediately, Chen Mo's voice resonated on the other end. "Brother, how was last night?" Chang Chuanxi furrowed his brow, glancing around the disheveled room, littered with crumpled tissues and women-esque garments. The scene spoke volumes of the tumultuous events that had transpired. However, due to his inebriation, he could only recall arriving in this room, surrounded by a group, with no memories of what followed. Chun Mo's laughter echoed through the phone. "You may not remember, but I've heard tales of your prowess last night. Youth truly has its advantages." After exchanging pleasantries, Chun Mo's tone shifted to one of seriousness. "Brother, are you free tonight? If so, accompany me to the Rongqing Grand Hotel." "The Rongqing Grand Hotel?" Chang Chuanxi inquired, his brows knitting in confusion, a sense of foreboding creeping in. "Brother, is there something amiss?" Chun Mo nodded slightly, his expression grave. "Indeed, you broke Wang Ba's leg last night, and today his family has approached me, insisting I join them for dinner at the Rongqing Grand Hotel. Is that so?" Chang Chuanxi murmured, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. "It seems tonight's gathering is a banquet of intrigue." Chun Mo smirked slightly, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. In his eyes, the Wang family appeared to be inconsequential beings, hardly worthy of comparison. "Merely a Wang family, I do not regard them at all. However, you're different. I fear they might take action against you. Thus I require your company. I intend to convey to them that you are my brother, and any assault on you would equate to defiance against me." Chang Chuanxi was taken aback. Having known Chun Mo for merely a day, he never anticipated such loyalty. A sense of gratitude welled up within him. Without hesitation, he acquiesced to Chen Mo's request. "No problem, brother. I shall be there tonight. Let us meet at the Rongqing Grand Hotel." "Good." After hanging up, Chang Chuanxi rose from his bed, donned his clothes, and promptly departed. As for Chen Mo's concerns, Chang Chuanxi paid them no mind. As long as he received a warning, he felt confident in his ability to retreat unscathed, regardless of how many adversaries approached. Upon returning to Shengshi Huiding, Chang Chuanxi entered his home. He found Meng Jiao sulking on the sofa, her cheeks puffed out like an inflating frog. Chang Chuanxi looked at her in astonishment and softly inquired, "Sister Meng, aren't you going to work?" For some inexplicable reason, upon seeing Meng Jiao, Chang Chuanxi felt a twinge of guilt, as if he had wronged her in some way. Meng Jiao huffed, responding curtly, "What does it matter to you? My work schedule is none of your concern. And no, it's my fault for prying. Stop right there." With a commanding tone, Meng Jiao stood and strode toward Chang Chuanxi, demanding, "Where were you last night? Have you taken to staying out late?" "Huh?" Chang Chuanxi was somewhat bewildered. After all, he was merely staying over. Wasn't that a bit too intrusive? Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts aloud. Back pain? Meng Jiao's lips curled downward, her eyes swirling like a tumultuous lake. Chang Chuanxi, which vixen have you been pursuing to injure your back? Are you feeling utterly drained now? Remember, only the overworked ox collapses, not the plowed field. Take care of yourself. With that, she resumed her sulking posture on the sofa, arms crossed, ignoring him entirely. What harsh words! In the blink of an eye, evening arrived. After a day of rest, Chang Chuanxi felt invigorated, though his back still ached slightly. As the time for his meeting with Chun Mo approached, he sprang from his bed, freshened up, and drove to the Rongqing Grand Hotel. As Chang Chuanxi stepped out of his car, Chun Mo arrived with a dozen brothers in tow. Ha ha ha! Chun Mo laughed heartily, striding toward Chang Chuanxi. You've made it, brother. Chang Chuanxi nodded slightly, glancing at the entourage behind Chun Mo, and remarked, brother, bringing so many people seems rather excessive. Chun Mo chuckled awkwardly and waved his hand. Brother, it's just a habit. Rest assured, with me here, no one will dare to touch you. Now, let us proceed inside. Indeed, Chun Mo's words ring true. He invariably appears accompanied by a cadre of over 10 individuals. Although those in their line of work seem to bask in glory on the surface, they harbor numerous adversaries in the shadows. As for Chun Mo's caution, Chang Chuanxi remains unperturbed. He believes that as long as he is adequately prepared, no one can easily pose a threat to him. After exchanging pleasantries, the two proceeded side by side into the Rongqing Grand Hotel. Under the guidance of the greeter, they arrive at the entrance of the private room designated by the Wang family. Outside the room stood several robust men clad in black, the same ones who had accompanied the Wang family at the recent exchange meeting. Chun Mo cast a glance at his more than 10 brothers behind him, and they swiftly divided into two groups, positioning themselves on either side of the private room. Just as Chun Mo was about to enter with Chang Chuanxi, one of the men in black raised his hand, blocking their path. I apologize, Mo Gu, but our master has instructed that only you may enter. What did you say? Chun Mo's expression darkened instantly, his eyes widening like two blazing orbs, fury surging within. Let me tell you, this is my brother. How dare you obstruct us? Not even Wang Dan could utter a word against it here. Step aside. With that, Chun Mo brushed aside the man's hand and attempted to push open the door. At that moment, several other men quickly stepped forward, barring Chun Mo's way. Mo Gu, please do not make it difficult for us. If you enter and greet our boss, we will not dare to impede you as long as he consents. Damn it, Chun Mo cursed, rolling up his sleeves, ready to take action. Chang Chuanxi swiftly stepped beside Chun Mo, placing a hand on him to halt his advance. Brother, let us not trouble them. Please, you go in first. Chun Mo glared, gritting his teeth. Brother, how can I let you endure this humiliation? No, I must teach them a lesson today. They wouldn't know how many eyes the King of Horses has on him. Chang Chuanxi chuckled lightly, patting Chun Mo's shoulder, offering reassurance. It's all right, brother. Just go in. Trust me. Humph. Chun Mo snorted, casting a fierce glare at the man. Fine, I shall heed your advice. Wait a moment. I want to see what this Wang father and son are truly up to. With that, Chun Mo stormed into the room. Inside, not only were the Wang father and son present, but also Hao Yuqian from the Antique Jade Association. Wang Dan and Hao Yuqian were engaged in jovial conversation when the door was abruptly pushed open. Upon seeing Chun Mo, both Wang Dan and Hao Yuqian's lips curled into insincere smiles, and they immediately approached him. Mo Gu, you have finally arrived. Please have a seat. Hao Yuqian held out a brocade box to Chun Mo, smiling as he said, Mo Gu, I heard from the head of the Wang family that you would be visiting today, so I specially prepared a gift for you. As he spoke, Hao Yuqian opened the brocade box, gesturing towards the contents inside. Mr. Chun, this is an enamel-painted ancient Yuexian cockerel vase, a gift for you. Chun Mo cast a glance at the bottle within the ornate box. Although he held little interest in antiques, he had certainly heard of cloisonné, which ought to be quite valuable. Despite their acquaintance, they had never truly interacted, leaving Chun Mo somewhat taken aback. President Hao, what is your intention? Hao Yuqian, with a beaming smile, hurriedly clarified, Mr. Chun, please do not misunderstand. I mean no malice. This is merely a small gift for you. A small gift? You certainly have a grand flair for generosity, Chun Mo remarked, dismissing Hao Yuqian and redirecting his attention to Wang Dana. Master Wang, I came here today accompanied by a brother of mine, but your people have refused him entry. What do you propose about that? Upon hearing this, Wang Dana feigned fury, exclaiming, how dare they? They have the audacity to block your brother, Brother Mo? Truly blind to the situation. Rest assured, I shall have them invite your brother in at once. He bellowed, summoning the guards. You fools! How could you dare obstruct Brother Mo's kin? Hurry and bring him in. The subordinates, fearful of his wrath, promptly exited to fetch Chang Chuanxi. Wang Dana, wearing a false smile, prepared to welcome Chen Mo's brother. But as soon as he laid eyes on Chang Chuanxi, his grin froze in place, and even how Yu Qian exhibited a flicker of unease. Wang Dana furrowed his brow, coolly addressing Chen Mo. Brother Mo, what is the meaning of this? Chen Mo scoffed, feigning confusion. What do you mean? You invited me here, and I merely brought my brother along. What's the issue? As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Chang Chuanxi, and a look of sudden realization crossed his face. Rising, he draped an arm around Chang Chuanxi's shoulders, chuckling. I nearly forgot. Master Wang, I understand the etiquette of hospitality. Today's meal is on me. Allow me to introduce my brother, Chang Chuanxi. You. Wang Dana gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. Chen Mo's discontent was palpable as he pressed on. Wang Dana, you should be well aware of who I am. I despise those who resort to subterfuge and underhanded tactics. You summoned me today for the trivial matter concerning Wang Ba. Did you not? I have brought my brother along. Let us delineate the terms of our engagement today, shall we? Your brother? Wang Dana's eyes narrowed, a blaze of anger igniting within as he stared at Chen Mo. Chen Mo, so you two are already acquainted? Does this imply that you have conspired against my son? Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively, countering, Wang Dana, one must speak with responsibility. What do you mean by conspiring against your son? I accepted Wang Ba's payment, and I fulfilled every task he requested of me. Surely, that poses no issue, does it? Wang Xiao, what is your perspective? Any problems there? Recalling the events of the previous day, Wang Ba felt a chill run down his spine as he regarded those present. And no problem, he stammered. With a knowing smile, Chen Mo cast a defiant glance at Wang Dana, spreading his hands in a gesture of indifference. Master Wang, you have heard it, have you not? I adhere to the rules, having fulfilled my obligations. As for other matters, they are beyond my control. Chapter 76, Justifiable Defense. Wang Dana's expression darkened, shrouded in an impenetrable gloom. Chen Mo, you stated this yourself. What I do next is none of your concern, so I hope you refrain from intervening. With that, Wang Dana abruptly pointed at Chang Chuanxi, his gaze fierce and teeth clenched. Chang Chuanxi, you have taken 10 billion from my Wang family and shattered my son's leg. Do you not intend to provide me with an explanation? An explanation? What if I choose not to? Chang Chuanxi chuckled mockingly, a playful smirk adorning his face as he shrugged. I've taken your money and harmed your kin. What do you intend to do about it? What do I intend to do? Wang Dana snorted angrily, his voice sharp and menacing. Chang Chuanxi, do not presume that your acquaintance with Chen Mo renders you untouchable. I tell you, considering your actions against my son, I could hand you over to the authorities, ensuring you languish in prison, or privately orchestrate your disappearance from this world. Is that so? Wang Dana's countenance grew sinister, his eyes gleaming with a venomous light, coldly fixated on Chang Chuanxi. Given your crimes and our family's influence, should I choose to deliver you to the authorities, you would indeed suffer the consequences. To be frank, out of respect for Chen Mo, I do not wish to be so ruthless. However, since you have broken my son's leg, as his father, I cannot remain idle. Today, I shall personally render you incapacitated before my son, and this matter will conclude here. Oh dear, Chang Chuanxi exclaimed dramatically, feigning terror. Wang family head, that is unacceptable. I have no desire to become a cripple like your useless son. In my view, let us be civil. You should call the authorities now, and I will await your call. Wang Dana believed that Chang Chuanxi's arrogance stemmed entirely from Chen Mo's influence. After learning of yesterday's events, he had assumed that Chang Chuanxi's financial power had secured his loyalty. To his surprise, Chen Mo had brought Chang Chuanxi here, suggesting a deeper connection between them. He understood that with Chen Mo present, he could not confront Chang Chuanxi directly, since a private resolution was unattainable. It seemed prudent to comply with Chang Chuanxi's wishes and involve the authorities. Resolving himself, Wang Dana clenched his jaw and declared, "Fine, if you desire to serve time. I shall oblige." With that, he retrieved his phone and dialed the authorities. Observing this, Chang Chuanxi merely scoffed, leisurely producing his own phone to reveal a video recorded the previous day, placing it on the revolving table before Wang Dana. Wang Dana glanced at the phone disinterestedly, only to be instantly petrified. The video depicted Chang Chuanxi securely tied to a chair, while before him stood Wang Ba, brandishing a sharp blade, seething with rage and threatening to take Chang Chuanxi's life. Lost in thought, the voice of the authorities echoed from the phone. "Greetings, this is the Rongqing Security Bureau. How may I assist you?" "No, nothing's the matter. I apologize. I dialed the wrong number." Wang Dana furrowed his brow, hesitatingly ending the call. Chang Chuanxi, what is the meaning of this? Where did you acquire this video? Chang Chuanxi chuckled scornfully, his tone laced with significance. Wang family patriarch, do you truly not comprehend? It was your inept son who sought to take my life. In self-defense, I merely incapacitated his leg. To be frank, it is only out of respect for my elder brother that I spared your son's life. Had it not been for him, you would likely be preparing for your son's funeral at this very moment. Chang Chuanxi's words turned Wang Dana's face a deep shade of crimson. Gritting his teeth, he directed his gaze towards Chun Mo. Chun Mo, you orchestrated this video, did you not? Chun Mo did not refute the accusation, shrugging nonchalantly. Wang family patriarch. You know my principle, money for services rendered. Nothing else concerns me. Very well. Wang Dana's eyes narrowed, his teeth grinding audibly. Chang Chuanxi, this matter is far from over. Whoever dares to harm my son shall meet a most untimely demise. Although it seemed Wang Dana was threatening Chang Chuanxi, astute observers could discern that he was also addressing Chun Mo. Chun Mo slammed his hand on the table, his voice icy. Wang family patriarch, your words carry hidden meanings. Wang Dana's expression remained impassive, his tone equally cold. Chun Mo, there is no need for you to take offense. I speak of those who would harm my son. Why do you react so strongly? Ha! Chun Mo laughed heartily, his demeanor unruffled. Wang family patriarch, you jest. What does this matter have to do with me? Moreover, even if it did, what could you possibly do about it? Humph. Wang Dana snorted in irritation, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Chun Mo, let us see how this unfolds. With a grand gesture, Wang Dana signaled for his entourage to depart. Chun Mo observed their retreating figures, scoffing. Wang family patriarch, I wish you success in your endeavors. Once the Wang family had departed, Gao Yuqian appeared visibly uncomfortable. He forced a smile and cautiously approached Chun Mo, lowering his voice. Mr. Chun, I sincerely apologize. This item was actually sent by the Wang family patriarch for you. Given the unpleasantness of your conversation with him, should I not take it back? What are you doing? Gao Yuqian revealed a troubled expression, explaining, Mr. Chun, this item was indeed entrusted to me by the Wang family patriarch. How about this? Please return it to me, and I shall personally visit you another day with something of greater value. Absolutely not. Chun Mo's voice rang out sharply, unequivocally rejecting the request. Gao Yuqian, what do you take me for? Today, even if I were to shatter this item, you shall not take it away. Gao Yuqian stammered, his expression faltering. What do you mean? Since this item was given to me by Wang Dana, let him come and retrieve it. As for you, I suggest you vanish from my sight before I lose my temper. Under the oppressive influence of Chun Mo, Hao Yuqian cast a meaningful glance at Chang Chuanxi, sighed, and turned to leave the private room. Chang Chuanxi paid little heed to the other's gaze, merely expressing curiosity towards the ornate box, questioning, Brother, what exactly is contained within? It is nothing particularly special, merely an enamel painting. I'm just vexed. You wouldn't think I genuinely covet this item, would you? Enamel painting? Chang Chuanxi murmured, his heart filled with perplexity. Rising, he approached Chun Mo with a furrowed brow and a smile. Brother, I have a keen interest in antiques and cultural artifacts. Might I take a look? Chun Mo, ever carefree and possessing considerable family wealth, was indifferent to such matters. Brother, feel free to look. If you fancy it, take it. What's the harm? Chuanxi, you take a look first. I'll go fetch the others. Those rascals have left, and we should enjoy a good drink. Chang Chuanxi's gaze remained fixated on the ornate box, a fervent desire to uncover its secrets driving him. He rolled up his sleeves and cautiously opened the box. What on earth is this? Inside the box lay not just anything, but the enamel painting of the Golden Rooster by Gu Yuexian, a double-handled vase. Just days prior, Chang Chuanxi had personally authenticated a nearly indistinguishable counterfeit at the Lin Group. Without hesitation, he activated his otherworldly vision, scanning the porcelain vase before him. The moment he laid eyes on it, a wave of astonishment washed over him. This enamel painting of the Golden Rooster was identical to the one he had seen at the Lin Group. How is this possible? How could this happen? Chang Chuanxi found it hard to believe. The forgery of antiques had existed throughout history, yet for two replicas to be indistinguishable was indeed a significant matter. Moreover, this piece was not merely crafted by anyone, but had been bestowed upon Chun Mo by Hao Yuqian, the president of the Antique and Jade Association. The more he pondered, the more he felt the situation was replete with anomalies. What is wrong, brother? It's nothing. Chang Chuanxi forced a smile, furrowing his brow. Brother, this item is clearly a counterfeit. Curiously, I recently encountered an identical forgery. What? A counterfeit? As he spoke, Chun Mo lifted the porcelain vase high, poised to smash it. Chang Chuanxi sprang up, reaching out to stop him. Brother, don't break it. It still holds value. Please, allow me to take it. At Chang Chuanxi's words, Chun Mo halted his actions and handed the vase to him without hesitation. If you find it useful, take it. However, I fail to understand why you would want a mere counterfeit. As the saying goes, a different field is like an impassable mountain. Chun Mo had no interest in antiques, so explaining it to him would be futile. Do not concern yourself with it, brother. I shall take this today and personally select a treasure for you another time. Chun Mo waved his hand, offering a menu with a smile. No need, brother. I have no interest in such things. Let us not dwell on this any longer. Come, let us order food and enjoy some drinks. Chang Chuanxi merely ordered a few dishes symbolically. Observing this, Chun Mo picked up the menu once more and decided to request all the signature dishes of the Rongqing Grand Hotel, along with an abundance of beverages. Chang Chuanxi, who had little interest in alcohol, frowned at the sight of the table laden with drinks. Brother, we shouldn't drink and drive. Perhaps we should forego the alcohol. With these words, Chang Chuanxi felt it inappropriate to say more. He immediately stood up and filled a glass for both Chun Mo and himself. The table was filled with lively exchanges of toasts and clinking glasses, creating a spirited atmosphere. After a hearty meal, everyone rose to leave the Rongqing Grand Hotel. Chun Mo cast a meaningful smile at Chang Chuanxi, raising an eyebrow as he suggested, Brother, how about we visit the Lutai Club tonight? Upon hearing the mention of Lutai Club, Chang Chuanxi felt a sudden tightness in his chest, sensing a wave of fatigue wash over him. Though the venue was indeed splendid, his body could not endure another outing. Hastily, Chang Chuanxi waved his hand in refusal, stating, Brother, while Lutai is delightful, it shouldn't be frequented too often. As they exited the Rongqing Grand Hotel, an abrupt change washed over Chang Chuanxi's countenance. An inexplicable feeling arose within him, akin to being watched from a shadowy corner. His gaze fixated on the darkened recess, his expression growing grave. What's wrong, brother? What do you see? Chun Mo, noticing Chang Chuanxi's unusual demeanor, followed his line of sight warily. In that instant, the strange sensation inexplicably vanished. Chapter 78. The one who most desires the fall of the Lin family. The next day, before dawn, Chang Chuanxi awoke from his slumber. Ever since he discovered that the morning light could assist in purifying his otherworldly magical eyes, he had adopted this practice, never missing a day except for that one at Lutai. Without pausing for personal grooming, he ascended the ladder to the rooftop, sitting cross-legged in anticipation of the sun's rise in the east. Before long, the sun began to ascend, painting the horizon with a delicate pink hue, gradually gilding the clouds in gold. The sky at that moment resembled a magnificent painting, evoking a sense of nature's mystery and transformation. Chang Chuanxi, however, could hardly appreciate the morning beauty. He inhaled deeply, his eyes wide open, fixated on the increasingly blinding morning light. Curiously enough, rather than feeling discomfort, his eyes seemed to ravenously absorb the radiant sunlight like a famished child. In the office of the general manager of the Lin Group, Lin Linqi placed a cup of hot tea before Chang Chuanxi, her smile as radiant as a blooming flower. Mr. Chang, what brings you here today? Although Chang Chuanxi held the title of deputy manager at Lin Group in name, he rarely needed to come unless there was a gem appraisal task. Accepting the teacup, Chang Chuanxi replied, Lin, please refrain from calling me Mr. Chang. Just call me Chuanxi. Lin Linqi covered her mouth to stifle a laugh, nodding in agreement. All right, then I shall call you Chuanxi, and you need not address me as Lin anymore. Just call me Chi. By the way, Chuanxi, you haven't told me yet. What brings you here today? Chang Chuanxi slightly nodded, tapping the brocade box with an air of mystery. Chi, I have come today to show you something remarkable. Remarkable? Lin Linqi's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity as she leaned closer, softly inquiring, What is it? Chang Chuanxi opened the brocade box and retrieved an exquisite enamel painting. Chi, take a look at this. Lin Linqi's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the object in Chang Chuanxi's hands, stammering, Is this the genuine enamel-color ancient moon pavilion golden pheasant vase? Chang Chuanxi shook his head, his expression becoming serious. It is not the genuine article. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment crossed Lin Linqi's face. What is this supposed to be? Counterfeiting antiques has become all too common. There are far more fakes than real ones. Chang Chuanxi's expression remained grave, his eyes revealing an unprecedented seriousness. You are correct. Counterfeiting is indeed commonplace. Chi, do you remember the enamel-color ancient moon pavilion golden pheasant vase we saw at the Lin Group? This one is identical to that, both in craftsmanship and technique, which raises some suspicions. What? Lin Linqi gasped, her brows furrowing as the carefree demeanor she had moments ago vanished, replaced by deep contemplation. Chuanxi, are you certain? Chang Chuanxi nodded firmly, his gaze resolute. I am certain. This object is exactly the same as the sample I saw before, down to the minutest detail. The techniques employed are quite sophisticated. Most individuals would not discern the difference. Goodness, this forger is incredibly audacious. To mass-produce such items is reckless. If these objects flood the market, it could spell disaster for the antique scene in Rongqing. I must inform Elder Hao immediately. As she spoke, Lin Linqi took out her phone, poised to call Hao Yuqian. Seeing this, Chang Chuanxi swiftly intervened. Chi, you cannot make that call. Lin Linqi's brows knitted together in confusion. Why can't I? If this is true, it poses a threat to the entire antique community in Rongqing. Elder Hao, as the president of the Antique and Jade Association, must be informed at once. A cryptic smile curled at the corners of Chang Chuanxi's lips. Chi, do you know where this item originated? Where did it come from? Chang Chuanxi leaned in closer, the sweet fragrance of youth enveloping him. To be frank, what you see before you is given by Hao Yuqian to someone else. What? Chang Chuanxi's revelation struck Lin Linqi like a thunderbolt. Chuanxi, I know Elder Hao. He is not that kind of person. It must be that this counterfeit is so convincing that even Elder Hao was deceived. In Lin Linqi's mind, Hao Yuqian was a kind and upright individual, incapable of such deceit. Chang Chuanxi shot her an exasperated glance. He had encountered those driven by love and ambition, but this was the first time he had met someone so naively trusting. In truth, during the last exchange meeting, Hao Yuqian's behavior had already raised a red flag for Chang Chuanxi, and Lin Linqi had been present then too. How could she have missed it? In the realm of artistry, it is often said that while painting dragons and tigers is a formidable task, depicting their bones is even more challenging. Similarly, one may know a person's face, but remain oblivious to their heart. What if Hao Yuqian was already aware of the falseness of the artifact? How would you respond? You may recall that after the last visit to the Lin group for the appraisal of those antiques, Lin Linqi promptly informed Hao Yuqian. Therefore, it is certain that Hao Yuqian was aware of the previous incident. However, Lin Linqi trusted him implicitly, and Chang Chuanxi did not wish to clarify matters further. Upon hearing Chang Chuanxi's words, Lin Linqi furrowed her brow once more. Chuanxi, what do you propose we do? We cannot simply stand idly by, can we? Certainly not. Chang Chuanxi replied, pausing to contemplate. Chi, do you remember the previous incident? The sudden appearance of so many national treasure-level forgeries at the Lin group was no mere coincidence. With Chang Chuanxi's reminder, Lin Linqi began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Chuanxi, are you suggesting that those who forge these artifacts intend to target our Lin group? Chang Chuanxi nodded slightly, his expression grave. If I am not mistaken, this is highly probable. Otherwise, how could the Lin group suddenly be inundated with such an abundance of national treasure-level fakes? Chi, this matter remains merely a conjecture for now. To substantiate it, we must conduct a discreet investigation. Think about it. Who in Rongqing would most desire to see the Lin group fall? Who would wish for the downfall of the Lin group? Lin Linqi's gaze deepened, her jade-like fingers resting on her delicate chin. After a moment of contemplation, she furrowed her brow and replied, Our Lin family enjoys a relatively good reputation in Rongqing. If anyone desires our downfall, it would undoubtedly be the Wang family. Chapter 79. Taking over the antique business. As the saying goes, rivals are often found among peers. In Rongqing, the two largest families engaged in the antique and jade business are the Lin and Wang families. Given the events that have transpired, this possibility is indeed significant. Chang Chuanxi nodded slightly, a glimmer of insight flashing across his face. In that case, we shall begin our investigation with the Wang family. In truth, this was also his purpose for visiting today, to leverage the resources of the Lin group to investigate the Wang family. Regardless of whether this issue is related to them or not, given the Wang family's tendencies, they are bound to uncover something. Lin Linqi had no objections to investigating the Wang family. Chuanxi, let us proceed as you suggest. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. By the way, Chuanxi, the Wang family is hosting an auction tomorrow. I wonder if this news might be of any use. It is certainly valuable. Chi, can we attend? Since they now suspected that the forgeries were connected to the Wang family, they could not afford to miss this auction, even if they made no discoveries. Chang Chuanxi relished the prospect of troubling the Wang family. Lin Linqi smiled radiantly, her voice soft. It seems this auction is by invitation only. Although our Lin group has not received an invitation from the Wang family, rest assured, I have my methods. Excellent, Chang Chuanxi exclaimed, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Chi, I leave the matter of the invitation to you. I await your good news. Do not worry, leave it to me, Lin Linchi assured him, her chest rising and falling enticingly, a vision of allure. At this moment, Lin Linchi's assistant, adorned in black silk, lightly knocked on the door and gracefully entered. Cradling a stack of documents in her arms, she extended the papers towards Lin Linchi with a respectful demeanor, saying, President Lin, these are the shortlisted candidates for our potential partners. Please have a look. Very well, place them there, Lin Linchi replied. The assistant set the documents down on the desk before turning and leaving the office. Lin Linchi then pushed the papers towards Chang Chuanxi, smilingly suggesting, Chuanxi, since you're here today, why not lend me your thoughts on this? Thoughts? Thoughts on what? Chang Chuanxi furrowed his brow, a complex expression crossing his face, as he was reluctant to involve himself in the internal matters of the Lin Corporation. Well, Chuanxi, Lin Linchi began, although our Lin Corporation was founded on the antique business. The truth is that this sector has become less profitable, especially after the recent events. I've been contemplating whether we should spin off the antique business entirely, seeking a reliable partner to oversee it, while we shift our focus exclusively to jade and emeralds. Gradually, we would reduce our involvement in antiques until we ultimately abandon that industry. This way, even if someone intends to target the Lin Corporation, they would only be able to do so within the jade and emerald sector, which is significantly more challenging to counterfeit, thus greatly mitigating risks. As the adage goes, merchants pursue profit, which is entirely justifiable. Since the antique business is no longer lucrative, it is reasonable for the Lin Corporation to divest from it. Just as Chang Chuanxi was about to peruse the documents, he suddenly recalled his good friend, Jia Siwen, who was still toiling away at a small company earning a meager salary of over 3,000 a month. Seizing this opportunity, he thought, why not have the Lin Corporation transfer its antique business to him? With his extraordinary abilities, managing the antique trade would be a cinch. Huh? Lin Linchi looked bewildered, gazing at Chang Chuanxi in confusion. Chuanxi, why the sudden inquiry? Of course, I trust you. Well, since you trust me, why not entrust the antique business to me? By entrust, I mean not as a partner, but for me to directly acquire all of Lin Corporation's antiques. This would allow Lin Corporation to swiftly extricate itself from the antique trade and concentrate on the jade and emerald industry. Chuanxi, that could work, but do consider that our antiques are quite numerous. Are you sure you want to proceed? A smug smile crept onto Chang Chuanxi's lips as he reminded her, Chi-Chi. Let's not forget that Wang Ba and Lu Meng have already provided me with a staggering 20 billion. Surely, 20 billion is sufficient to purchase all of Lin Corporation's antiques? Haha, Lin Linchi chuckled softly, covering her mouth as she replied, I almost forgot. It won't even take 20 billion. The entire collection of Lin Corporation's antiques is only worth 2 to 3 billion at most. Then it is settled. I will acquire all of Lin Corporation's antiques. Chang Chuanxi decided on the spot. Antiques, after all, have no expiration date. The older they are, the more valuable they become. Even if he chose not to sell them, they would undoubtedly prove to be a wise investment in the long run. Very well, let us draw up a contract. Lin Linchi promptly summoned her assistant in black stockings and drafted a purchase contract. After a brief review, Chang Chuanxi confirmed there were no issues with the document and affixed his signature. Once the contract was finalized, Lin Linchi's beautiful eyes glimmered with a peculiar expression as she regarded Chang Chuanxi, hesitantly saying, Chuanxi, the reason I appointed you as the chief appraiser for the Lin Group was to evaluate antiques worth millions. However, we are no longer engaged in the antique business. As you can see, upon hearing this, Chang Chuanxi displayed a look of realization and chuckled. Chi-Chi, I understand. While speaking, he produced his bank card and slid it across the table toward Lin Linchi, smiling as he said, Chi-Chi, let's settle the amounts for the antiques and the 10 million you entrusted me with. No, that's not what I meant. Lin Linchi hurriedly gestured with her hands, explaining, Chuanxi, I wasn't implying that. I was thinking that since you possess such remarkable skills in appraising jadeite raw stones, how about this? You can retain your position as deputy manager at the Lin Group with your salary intact. When the jade market opens up in the future, could you assist us in selecting a few exquisite pieces? What do you think? That sounds feasible, but noticing Chang Chuanxi's hesitation, Lin Linchi quickly reassured him. Rest assured, the Lin Group will ensure you are compensated for your evaluations. I am willing to offer you 30% of the profits as your commission. How's that sound? With such sincerity from her, Chang Chuanxi felt it inappropriate to decline, so he nodded and replied, No problem, Chi-Chi. Just reach out whenever you need me. Chapter 80. Opening an antique shop with a good brother after bidding farewell to Lin Linchi. Chang Chuanxi promptly made his way to Jia Siwen's company. Siwen, Siwen, Chang Chuanxi called out, waving his hand at Jia Siwen as he stood at the entrance. Hearing the commotion, Jia Siwen looked up and, upon seeing Chang Chuanxi, quickly walked over. Chuanxi, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Don't ask. Just come with me, Chang Chuanxi insisted, pulling Jia Siwen along. Wait a moment. Jia Siwen stood still, puzzled, and replied, What with the urgency? I'm still at work. Let us discuss this later. Realizing that he needed to clarify his intentions for Jia Siwen to accompany him, Chang Chuanxi confessed, to be honest. I want to open my own antique shop, and I need your help. Huh? Jia Siwen looked at him with a teasing expression and chuckled. Chuanxi, are you feeling all right? Do you have any idea how much it costs to open an antique shop? Given our current situation, we might not even be able to afford the rent. Since their last meeting over skewers, the two had not seen each other, leaving Jia Siwen completely unaware of the recent developments in Chang Chuanxi's life, including the fact that he now possessed a fortune worth billions. Chang Chuanxi found himself at a loss for words, knowing that just a week ago, he had been financially destitute. If he were to disclose that he now had 20 billion in his account, Jia Siwen would likely think he had lost his mind or be utterly astonished. Just as he pondered how to explain, an idea struck him. He thought of Lin Linchi. Siwen, I find myself at a loss for words to explain. You are familiar with Mr. Lin of the Lin Group, correct? It is his support that has enabled me to establish this antique shop. Really? That day at the company, Jia Siwen witnessed firsthand Lin Chichi's utmost respect towards Chang Chuanxi, even appointing him as the manager of Lin Nuo jewelry design. The circumstances suggested that such a possibility truly exists. Why would I deceive you? Will you leave or not? If you choose not to, I will seek others. At this, Jia Siwen felt an immediate sense of urgency. No, I will go. Is that acceptable? With his current job yielding merely over 3,000 a month, Jia Siwen would have long since resigned if not for his financial constraints. As the saying goes, one must adapt to survive. Opportunities lie before him, and he does not wish to miss out. Chang Chuanxi let out a sigh of relief, patting Jia Siwen on the shoulder with a smile, saying, Rest assured, brother, it won't be long before you find yourself grateful for today's decision. Chuanxi, wait for me. I need to grab something. The others at the company exchanged puzzled glances, inquiring, Siwen, what are you doing? It's not time to clock out yet. Once outside, as Jia Siwen was about to hail a taxi, Chang Chuanxi approached, slinging an arm around his shoulder, and said, Siwen, no need for a taxi. We have a car. Huh? You have a car already? Wow, things are going well for you. What kind of car is it? Is it secondhand? How much did you pay for it? While Jia Siwen continued his chatter, Chang Chuanxi had already guided him to the vehicle. With pride, Chang Chuanxi tapped the brand new Panamera, exclaiming, This is my car. What do you think? Not bad, right? Jia Siwen frowned, squinting as if doubting his own ears. He shook his head gently and scoffed. Chuanxi, have you lost your mind? Do you know what car this is? This is a Panamera worth several million. And so, what if it's a Panamera? Can't we drive it? As he spoke, Chang Chuanxi produced the car key, and with a beep, he opened the door and slid inside. Oh my! Jia Siwen was left utterly astonished, his body frozen in disbelief as he rubbed his eyes, convinced he must be mistaken. At that moment, Chang Chuanxi leaned out of the window, grinning. Siwen, why are you still standing there? Get in. Coming to his senses, Jia Siwen let out a shout and promptly climbed into the car. Inside, he eagerly explored every inch, his excitement surpassing that of a wedding night. Chang Chuanxi chuckled softly, shaking his head in resignation. Siwen, enough of that. If we work diligently, it won't be long before you can drive one too. Given Chang Chuanxi's current wealth, gifting him a car would not be an issue. Yet he understood the value of teaching a man to fish rather than merely providing a fish. Moreover, he knew Jia Siwen well. If he were to gift him a car, it might inadvertently tarnish their brotherly bond, something he wished to avoid. Jia Siwen remained silent, yet within his heart, he had silently resolved to work hard alongside Chang Chuanxi. The car sped away, heading straight to the back street of Shirley Pube. Engaging in the antique trade, there exists no place in the entirety of Chengdu more suitable than here. This locale is akin to the Panjiayuan of the Dragon Country. In Chengdu, whenever antiques are mentioned, the first name that springs to mind is Shilapu. A century ago, this was already an antique street. Hence the decor of the shops is designed in accordance with antique stores. Chang Chuanxi surveyed the interior environment with a smile, saying, Siwen, I leave this to you. Feel free to decide what needs to be changed or added. What? I decide? Jia Siwen exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she helplessly gazed around the room. Her expression troubled. Chuanxi, perhaps you should handle this. To speak frankly, my pockets are emptier than my face. How am I supposed to manage this? What are you thinking? Am I going to let you spend money? Chang Chuanxi retorted, pulling out his phone and transferring 100,000 yuan to Jia Siwen. Is this sufficient? Yes, quite enough. She replied. Chuanxi, I plan to place a lounge chair here for some relaxation during idle times. Oh, and I want to set up an esports room over there, and a tea table here so that customers can enjoy tea when they visit. A refrigerator is a must. You know how I love my cold drinks in summer. Observing Jia Siwen's enthusiasm, Chang Chuanxi shook his head in exasperation and chuckled. All right, Siwen, as long as you arrange the space for the antiques. You're free to do as you please with the rest. Great, great, Jia Siwen exclaimed, rubbing her hands together, as if envisioning herself lounging comfortably with tea in hand. By the way, Chuanxi, should we consider hiring a salesperson? You know I'm not adept at tidying up, and if the store becomes disorganized, it could adversely affect our business. Moreover, if we have many customers, I want to be able to attend to them all by myself. Don't you think? Jia Siwen stealthily inched closer to Chang Chuanxi, her eyes shimmering with bright and fervent anticipation. Chang Chuanxi pondered over her suggestion and agreed that hiring someone to assist Jia Siwen was indeed a prudent idea. However, given that this is an antique store, they must recruit someone trustworthy and knowledgeable. As he contemplated, his gaze fell upon a vehicle outside the window, and he suddenly recalled Li Bianqing. Li Bianqing was a high school classmate of both Chang Chuanxi and Jia Siwen, known for his commendable character. If he were willing to join them, he would be an excellent choice. While deep in thought, Jia Siwen's voice interrupted, urging Chuanxi, what are you thinking? Can you please give me a response? Of course. I will find you a suitable salesperson. Just wait here. With that, Chang Chuanxi strode purposefully out of the room. What? Jia Siwen stared blankly at his retreating figure. What just happened? P.S. leaving without asking for my requirements? With Chang Chuanxi already gone, Jia Siwen realized further complaints would be futile. She could only hope he would find someone to her liking while simultaneously addressing her own significant life concerns. In the ensuing moments, Jia Siwen remained in the store, contemplating how to rearrange the layout effectively. Chang Chuanxi drove to the exhibition hall in the northern part of the city. Xiaoqing, are you busy? Li Bianqing was engrossed in the automobile documentation when she heard someone calling her name. She immediately lifted her beautiful eyes, and, upon seeing the visitor was Chang Chuanxi, a peculiar expression crossed her face. Chuanxi, what brings you here? Is there a problem with the car? No, Chang Chuanxi waved his hand and smiled. I came here today specifically to see you. To see me? Li Bianqing pointed to herself in surprise, her face filled with confusion. Chuanxi, is there something you need from me? Chang Chuanxi plopped down in front of Li Bianqing and chuckled. What? Can't I come to see you without a reason? No, that's not what I meant. Li Bianqing hurriedly waved her hand and turned to pour a cup of hot water for him. Chuanxi, I didn't mean it that way. I just thought, considering how busy you are, how could you have the time to come here? Ha ha. Chang Chuanxi laughed heartily, praising her. You salespeople really know how to talk. By the way, Xiaoqing, how are things going for you here? Li Bianqing knitted her brows and pondered for a moment. Well, it's SOSO. You know, we only deal with luxury cars, and sometimes we don't sell a single vehicle in a month. Overall, I earn about 70 to 80,000 a year. Chang Chuanxi nodded, seemingly understanding, and continued to inquire, Xiaoqing, have you ever thought about changing jobs? Changing jobs? Li Bianqing chuckled lightly and shook her head. Chuanxi, please don't joke with me. What other job could I possibly find? With my qualifications, I can only be a salesperson for my entire life. However, in a few years, even if I don't want to change jobs, I might have to. You may not realize, but in the car sales industry, women are often overlooked once they reach 30. At that point, I'll just find someone to marry and happily become a housewife. Though Li Bianqing spoke lightly, her expression revealed a sense of reluctance. Her words and gaze were filled with unfulfilled dreams, as who among the young does not harbor aspirations? Who willingly settles for a mundane existence? Suddenly, Chang Chuanxi's demeanor grew serious, and his gaze became profound and composed. He spoke earnestly. Xiaoqing, there's an opportunity now. I wonder if you would be interested in trying? Opportunity? What opportunity? Li Bianqing's expression remained unchanged, yet her eyes reflected a deep-seated anticipation. With the conversation having reached this point, Chang Chuanxi felt there was no need for further concealment. It is this, Xiaoqing. I plan to open an antique shop and currently need a salesperson. I wonder if you would consider it? If you agree, I assure you, the salary will be significantly higher than what you are now. What do you think? Li Bianqing displayed a conflicted expression, her face troubled. Chuanxi, would I be capable? I know nothing about antiques. It would be a lie to say Li Bianqing was unwilling. After all, they had been classmates, and she had once excelled beyond him. Yet now, Chang Chuanxi was driving a luxury car, whereas she remained an inconsequential salesperson. Working with him would undoubtedly yield better prospects. However, a thread of anxiety and unease lingered in her heart. Indeed, the realm of antiques was entirely foreign to her, akin to a mysterious and profound ocean, brimming with uncertainties and variables. However, her apprehensions were of no concern to Chang Chuanxi. Xiaoqing, what is there to fear? Let me ask you, do you understand car manufacturing? Can you repair vehicles? Li Bianqing shook her head and softly replied, I do not. You may not comprehend automobiles. Yet you're still successfully engaged in sales at the dealership, are you not? When the time comes, I shall assign a price to each item and provide you with a pricing range. As long as your selling price falls within that range, all will be well. Isn't that sufficient? Li Bianqing slightly nodded, acknowledging the rationale in Chang Chuanxi's words. After a moment of contemplation, she gently suggested, then shall I give it a try? Agreed. Chang Chuanxi clapped the table, a glimmer of excitement shining in her eyes. Xiaoqing, when can you commence work? Li Bianqing surveyed her surroundings, leaned closer to Chang Chuanxi, and mischievously remarked, I can start any time. To be frank, I just received my paycheck yesterday, so departing now incurs no loss. Chang Chuanxi also displayed a playful smile and teased, then what are you waiting for? Let's go now. Siwen is tidying up the shop at Shirley Poo, so you can offer your counsel. All right, wait for me. I shall call the dealership owner. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Bianqing retrieved her phone and dialed the dealership owner. Shortly, the rotund owner, sweating profusely, rushed in. Upon entering the showroom, his small eyes coldly fixed on Li Bianqing, devoid of any warmth. Li Bianqing, what did your call imply? Are you resigning? The dealership owner cast a skeptical glance at Chang Chuanxi, questioning, what is this? Have you found a better opportunity? Li Bianqing stifled a laugh, clarifying, no, boss, you misunderstand. She is my classmate. Is it the low salary that bothers you? Not at all. It is simply that I wish to move on. Chapter 82. The Resignation Turmoil of Li Bianqing. Xiaoqing, I must say, is this how you conduct affairs? If you intended to leave, you should have informed me in advance so I could find a replacement. Now that you have suddenly decided to quit, what am I to do? Should I close the shop? Absolutely not. You cannot leave. The dealership owner firmly refused Li Bianqing's departure. In truth, this was merely an excuse. He harbored his own ulterior motives. While other dealerships employed 2 salespeople, he had only Li Bianqing, who was both capable and efficient, effectively doing the work of 2 while earning a single salary. No owner would willingly let her go. Furthermore, her striking appearance and alluring figure had long captivated the dealership owner, who had subtly hinted at his desire for her to become his mistress. Yet Li Bianqing had deftly deflected his advances. Faced with this situation, Li Bianqing stepped forward and presented 3,000 yuan, expressing her apologies. Boss, I sincerely apologize. I have urgent matters at home and cannot continue working here. I realize that my abrupt resignation is inappropriate. So how about this? Let this 3,000 yuan serve as compensation, and please allow me to leave. Li Bianqing found herself in a predicament, and the car dealership owner was increasingly reluctant to let her depart. He scoffed derisively, casting a dismissive glance at the 3,000 yuan in her hands. Li Bianqing, what is the meaning of this? Are you attempting to dismiss me with a mere pittance? Do you truly believe I am in need of such a trifling sum? Despite her circumstances, the owner's refusal to allow her to leave darkened Li Bianqing's once composed expression, transforming it into one of stormy discontent. Her eyes glinting with indignation akin to smoldering embers. Boss, I understand that 3,000 yuan is insignificant to you. However, do you comprehend that if I fail to sell the vehicle, my monthly salary amounts to no more than that? What more do you desire? The dealership owner chuckled ominously, his greedy gaze sweeping over Li Bianqing's alluring figure as he leered. You want to leave? That is feasible. Either you provide me with 30,000 yuan, and I will let you depart without further ado, or you can spend a night with me. If you satisfy my needs, I would not object to giving you 3,000 in return. Li Bianqing bit her lip fiercely, as if to draw blood, her beautiful eyes ablaze with rage, akin to 2 fierce flames capable of incinerating everything in their vicinity. At that moment, Chang Chuanxi stepped forward, standing protectively before Li Bianqing, his tone laced with irritation. Listen here, buddy, if she no longer wishes to work, you should simply let her go. He scrutinized the owner with disdain. Take a good look in the mirror. With that appearance, calling you a toad would be an affront to toads. How dare you? The car dealership owner barked, glaring at Chang Chuanxi with fury. What makes you think you can interfere? This is between her and me. I advise you to mind your own business, or you will find me less than amiable. I won't back down, Chang Chuanxi retorted, rolling up his sleeves, his voice cold and resolute. Li Bianxing, did you sign a labor contract during your employment here? She shook her head slightly, murmuring no. Good, he declared, his voice rising. Since there is no contract, if you wish to leave, no one can stop you. Anyone who dares to interfere will have to deal with me. Let us go, he said, pulling Li Bianxing to depart. Stop right there. The owner bellowed, blocking their path. Kid, I suggest you refrain from overstepping. In this world, it's not about strength. It's about connections and influence. Do you understand? The corner of Chang Chuanxi's mouth curled into a sardonic smile, his expression radiating disdain as if he were entirely unconcerned with the situation. So, you claim to have extensive connections and influence? At this remark, the dealership owner's previously unremarkable visage lit up, displaying an unmistakable air of arrogance and pride. A smirk graced his lips, revealing a condescending attitude as he exuded a powerful and confident aura. Listen closely, for this may send a chill down your spine. Do you know Chen Momo? He is my esteemed brother, and with but a single phone call, you may find yourself deprived of witnessing the dawn of tomorrow. Upon hearing the name Chen Mo, Li Bianxing, who stood behind Chang Chuanxi, gasped in alarm and immediately leaned in to whisper, Chuanxi, this Chen Mo is the underground emperor of Rongqing. We cannot afford to offend him. If it comes to it, you should leave, and I will find a way myself. Chang Chuanxi cast a reassuring glance at Li Bianxing, unfazed, and replied, Do not worry, Xiaoqing. Not only is it unlikely he can summon Chen Mo, even if he does, I am not afraid. In response, Li Bianxing swiftly pressed her delicate fingers against Chang Chuanxi's lips, cautioning, Chuanxi, are you seeking death? I have heard that Chen Mo's associates are ruthless. If they overhear your words, it could spell disaster. Chang Chuanxi gently pushed aside Li Bianxing's soft hand, chuckling. Rest assured, Xiaoqing, I know how to conduct myself. With that, he turned to the car dealership owner with a mocking gaze, saying, My friend, what are you waiting for? Did you not intend to call Chen Mo? Go ahead. The car dealership owner clenched his teeth and threatened. You brought this upon yourself. Just be prepared to soil yourself when Brother Mo arrives. With that, he took out his phone and walked into a corner alone. You think you're so tough? Just wait until Mo arrives. We shall see how bold you remain. Chang Chuanxi merely nodded, unfazed. Very well, I shall await his arrival here, he continued to taunt. If you were to kneel and apologize now, perhaps I might spare you. He then turned to Li Bianxing. And you, as long as you agree to accompany me for one night, we can discuss matters amicably. Otherwise, I shall have Mo take you to his Luda club, and you will regret it too late. Li Bianxing bit her lip, remaining silent. She knew she could not afford to offend Chen Mo. If this man truly had connections with him, the consequences would be dire. In that moment, Li Bianxing felt a twinge of regret for having hastily acquiesced to Chang Chuanxi, as it had led them both into this precarious situation. Seeing her silence, the car dealership owner wore a smug grin, advancing towards her and whispering, Li Bianxing, I advise you to think carefully. If you truly end up in Brother Mo's hands at Luda Club, you will become a mere plaything for many. Agree to my terms, and not only will you avoid that fate, but I shall also offer you a sum of money. What do you say? Chapter 83. This is your ace. Li Bianxing understood that this man would not let her off easily today. She seemed to have made a firm decision. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, You shall not succeed. This is a society governed by law, and should you dare to proceed, I will ensure you spend your days behind bars. The car dealership owner erupted into a boisterous laugh, his expression one of mockery. Ah, Li Bianxing, despite your time here, you still fail to comprehend. The law you speak of is wielded by those of us in high society. With your status, no amount of grandiloquent speech can rival the weight of my influence. So what if that is the case? Today, even if it leads to my demise, I will never allow you to succeed. Upon hearing this, the owner of the car shop scoffed derisively, taunting, Oh, look at you, pretending to be a chaste heroine? You vile creature, let me tell you, I have encountered many women like you. Once inside, they obediently submit to being toyed with. Glancing at the time, the car shop owner warned again, Your time is running out. It would be wise to be accommodating. When the moment arrives, it will be too late for regrets. Although it was true that the establishment engaged in such activities, Chang Chuanxi was well aware that Chen Mo had never forced any woman into prostitution. Those women were entirely willing. While Chen Mo may not have been a paragon of virtue, Chang Chuanxi could not stand idly by as the other party tarnished his reputation. Without hesitation, he took out his phone and sent a message to Chen Mo. Li Bianxing's face was etched with restraint, her furrowed brow concealing a pair of profound eyes that revealed unspeakable anguish. You need not intimidate me. Even in death, I will not grant you your wish. Witnessing Li Bianxing's unwavering resolve, The car shop owner was instantly enraged. Damn it, you wretched harlot. Don't test my patience. I'll take care of you right now. With that, he disregarded the gazes of those around him, seizing Li Bianqing and attempting to drag her into the lounge. What are you doing? Let me go. Li Bianqing writhed, striving to escape his grip, but as a frail woman, she was no match for him. How dare you? Seeing this, Chang Chuanxi cursed vehemently and rushed forward, raising his arm to deliver a powerful slap. The sharp sound echoed as the car shop owner clutched his face, bewildered, staring at Chang Chuanxi, gritting his teeth. How dare you hit me? What of it? I'm hitting you. Chang Chuanxi clenched his fists, preparing to strike the other's cheek once more. Just then, a cold voice rang out from a distance. Stop. Looking up, he saw a man with a shifty gaze and tattooed arms swaggering toward them, flanked by 4 young men with brightly dyed hair, each wielding a baseball bat. Clearly not here for friendly discourse. The tattooed man swaggered up and, with a dismissive glance at Chang Chuanxi, arrogantly declared, Kid, are you the one causing trouble here? Before Chang Chuanxi could respond, the car shop owner wore a sycophantic grin, exclaiming, Brother G, you've finally arrived. In the next moment, the owner's demeanor shifted to one of menace as he pointed at Chang Chuanxi, shouting angrily, Brother G, this kid is making a scene in our shop, along with that vile woman. They are in cahoots. You must deal with them today. Chang Chuanxi shook his head, looking at the duo as if they were fools, scoffing. I say, my friend, didn't you claim you were summoning Chan Mo? After all this time, this is what you've brought? Is this truly your trump card? At this remark, the tattooed man was instantly displeased. He raised his baseball bat, pressing it against Chang Chuanxi's chest, and snarled, Kid, who do you think you are? It is beneath us to have our esteemed brother Mo intervene. I now present you with an opportunity. Hasten to kneel and apologize, or else you shall bear the wrath of our Black Panther group, which you cannot withstand. Chang Chuanxi raised his hand, pushing aside the baseball bat held by the tattooed man, and scoffed, My friend, you ought to be more concerned about your own predicament. Are you aware of your actions? I suspect you are merely brandishing Chan Mo's name to intimidate others. Upon hearing this, the tattooed man let out a cold laugh, raising the baseball bat once more, and barked, You, a mere country dog, dare to utter our brother Mo's name? You are courting death. I believe it is you who is courting death. Chang Chuanxi retorted sharply, his gaze icy as he warned, Let me make it clear. Chen Mo is my elder brother. If you do not leave immediately, you shall face the consequences. The tattooed man erupted in derisive laughter, bending over to point at Chang Chuanxi while mocking. Are you out of your mind? Have you looked in a mirror? You are worth less than 200 yuan, and you think Brother Mo would have a brother like you? As he spoke, he gestured toward the owner of the car shop and coldly declared, Enough of this nonsense. This man is under my protection. To offend him is to offend me. I command you to kneel and apologize at once, and provide us with some funds to spend. The tattooed man narrowed his eyes, greedily surveying Li Bianqing's graceful figure, leering. As for this little lady, she seems quite appealing. If she serves us well, we can let this matter slide. At his words, fear flickered in Li Bianqing's eyes. Her muscles tensed as she instinctively sought refuge behind Chang Chuanxi. In an instant, Chang Chuanxi's expression darkened, his gaze fixed on the tattooed man as he coldly replied, What if I refuse? Refuse? The tattooed man revealed a sinister grin, gritting his teeth. If you do not comply with my demands, I will ensure you regret ever being born into this world. Chang Chuanxi clenched his teeth, knowing that reasoning with such a person was futile. The only solution was to meet violence with violence. Possessing the otherworldly magic eye, he regarded the tattooed man and his companions as mere trifles. Realizing the importance of taking the initiative, Chang Chuanxi ceased to hold back, while the tattooed man reveled in his triumph. Chang Chuanxi swiftly lifted his large foot and delivered a powerful kick to the man's groin. Simultaneously, he activated his otherworldly magic eye, alertly monitoring the individuals behind the tattooed man. Ouch! The tattooed man howled like a wild wolf, clutching his groin, his greasy face flushed crimson. Never in his wildest dreams did he anticipate that, in such a situation, Chang Chuanxi would dare to strike first. What are you all waiting for? Go and kill him, he shouted. With that command, several men brandishing baseball bats rushed forward with menacing expressions. Li Bianqing had never encountered such a scene. With a shriek, she immediately took cover behind the car. Initially, Chang Chuanxi intended to offer some words of caution, but upon seeing Li Bianqing's reaction, he felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Under the activation of the otherworldly magic eyes, the movements of the adversaries appeared as if in slow motion to Chang Chuanxi. Despite their numerical advantage, he effortlessly evaded their swings of baseball bats. What astonished him even more was that through days of training with the otherworldly magic eyes, it seemed they had evolved. Previously, they could only slow down the opponent's speed. But now he could discern the trajectory of the weapons in their hands. A sly smile curled upon his lips, and in the next instant, he propelled himself forward, darting into the crowd like a specter. To the onlookers, Chang Chuanxi was invisible, leaving behind only fleeting shadows. Once within the throng, he moved like a dragon, skillfully dodging attacks while retaliating with precise strikes aimed at vital points. In mere moments, four vividly clad youths lay defeated on the ground, wailing in agony. No one anticipated Chang Chuanxi's prowess. The owner of the car rental shop was dumbfounded. The tattooed man was taken aback, and even Li Bianqing, curled up beside the vehicle, appeared stunned. Swallowing hard, the car rental owner instinctively took a few steps back. The tattooed man hurriedly scrambled to his feet, kneeling before Chang Chuanxi with a terrified expression. "Big brother, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. I deserve this punishment. Please forgive me." Chang Chuanxi picked up the baseball bat from the ground, lifting the tattooed man's chin with it, his voice cold. "What is this? Are you afraid now? Whatever happened to your earlier bravado? Truth be told, I preferred your previous defiance." Fear flickered in the tattooed man's eyes as he submissively replied, "Brother, I truly made a mistake. I promise I won't dare to do it again. It was all his fault." He pointed at the car rental owner, gritting his teeth. "He called me here. If you let me go, I'll take care of him for you." Chang Chuanxi had no desire to linger with these ruffians. As for the car rental owner, as long as he allowed Li Bianqing to leave, Chang Chuanxi had no intention of making things difficult for him. However, after the recent encounter, the owner would likely refrain from causing further trouble. Impatiently waving his hand, Chang Chuanxi admonished, "Scram, if I catch you bullying others again, I shall not let you off easily." Upon hearing this, the tattooed man felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. "Thank you, big brother. We'll leave at once." As soon as he finished speaking, he scrambled to his feet, beckoning his companions frantically. "What are you waiting for? Let us hurry." Their demeanor suggested they feared a change of heart from Chang Chuanxi. Witnessing this, Li Bianqing felt a surge of relief wash over her. Her face flushed with excitement as she rushed to Chang Chuanxi's side, her delicate hands instinctively grasping his arm. "Chuanxi, I had no idea you were this formidable." In her enthusiasm, she unintentionally brushed against him in a rather intimate manner. Sensing something amiss, Chang Chuanxi cleared his throat, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness. "Ahem. Perhaps I should first discuss your employment with your boss." As soon as the words fell, Chang Chuanxi strode towards the car dealer. Upon noticing this, a wave of dread washed over the dealer, his eyes flickering as he stammered, you want? Stay back." Chang Chuanxi chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively. "Don't be nervous. I have no intention of harming you. I merely wish to inquire if Xiaoqing is allowed to leave." Gulp. The dealer swallowed hard, knowing he dared not utter a word of dissent. "Why, yes, she can go." Chang Chuanxi nodded in satisfaction, his gaze shifting to Li Bianqing as he remarked, "Did you hear that, Xiaoqing? We are free to depart." Li Bianqing smiled radiantly, gathering her belongings to leave alongside Chang Chuanxi. At that moment, a loud voice echoed from the entrance of the exhibition hall. "Did I permit you to leave?" A tattooed man pointed at Chang Chuanxi, exaggeratedly exclaiming, "Chang Ge, it's this scoundrel. Not only did he strike me, but he also dares to disregard you. I'll mention your name. Yet this brat threatens to take you on as well. You must teach him a lesson today." As soon as he finished speaking, the men who had accompanied the tattooed man immediately chimed in. "Indeed, Chang Ge, this fellow is utterly arrogant, showing you no respect. Not only that, he even disrespected him, Ge. He is simply courting death. Chang Ge, you cannot let him off lightly. Otherwise, how can you maintain your reputation in Rome City?" "Absolutely. Chang Ge, I suggest we cripple his legs and cut out his tongue so he understands the consequences of offending you." "Cripple his legs? That would be too merciful. He should be thrown into the river to feed the fish instead. This brat has humiliated us, which is tantamount to humiliating you, Chang Ge. We cannot let him off easily." Gao Qiqiang's gaze turned icy as he fixed a stare upon Chang Chuanxi, his voice sharp. "Everyone shut your mouths." As he spoke, Gao Qiqiang stepped in front of Chang Chuanxi, his tone cold. "It's you?" Chang Chuanxi smirked, his demeanor relaxed. "Gao Qiqiang? Are these your men?" Gao Qiqiang did not deny it, nodding. "Indeed, they are mine." "You have struck one of my men. Are you not going to provide an explanation?" "Explanation? What explanation do you seek?" Chang Chuanxi shrugged, mocking. "They are merely a few petty thugs. I struck them, and that is that. What more do you want? Moreover, these ruffians have been taking advantage of their position. You, Gao Qiqiang, seem too busy to manage them. I did you a favor, and instead of gratitude, you demand an explanation." Don't you find that absurd? Before Gao Qiqiang could respond, the tattooed man, trembling with rage, pointed at Chang Chuanxi. You little brat. How dare you speak to Chang'o like that? Are you tired of living? With a resounding slap, Gao Qiqiang raised his arm and struck the tattooed man across the face, growling, Did I not tell you to be quiet? Did you not hear? The tattooed man, clutching his face, wore an expression of grievance, muttering, Chang'o, I was speaking on your behalf. Why did you hit me? With another sharp slap, Gao Qiqiang glared at the tattooed man, gritting his teeth. Do you not understand human language? Speak one more word, and I will end you. Chapter 85. Only the dead can keep secrets. Under the oppressive influence of Gao Qiqiang, the tattooed man had no choice but to silence himself. A glint of ruthless intent flashed in Gao Qiqiang's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Chang Chuanxi and coldly remarked, Chang Chuanxi, do not presume that your acquaintance with Brother Mo renders you immune to my wrath. Let me assure you, Brother Mo is not present here. And should I choose to act against you, no one will come to your aid. Is that so? Chang Chuanxi replied with a playful smile, seemingly unfazed as he regarded his adversary with mockery. Gao Qiqiang, I genuinely do not believe you possess the courage to harm me. Gao Qiqiang's chilling laughter echoed, and, through gritted teeth, he retorted, Chang Chuanxi, I have been by Brother Mo's side for 2 decades, while you have only known him for 2 days. If I were to eliminate you now, do you think Brother Mo would hold me accountable for your demise? Chang Chuanxi did not refute this, nodding in agreement. From that perspective, you are indeed correct. Your bond with Brother Mo is far deeper. As he spoke, Chang Chuanxi rose and leaned closer to Gao Qiqiang's ear, whispering, But have you considered what would happen if Brother Mo discovered that you have betrayed him, especially after he has raised your son for 6 years? How do you think he would react? At these words, Gao Qiqiang's gaze darkened, and beneath his indifferent exterior, an almost palpable aura of murderous intent surged forth, as if the very air was thick with the scent of death. He seized Chang Chuanxi by the collar, hissing, Chang Chuanxi, you are courting death. Do you have evidence? Without evidence, spare me your baseless accusations. Evidence? Chang Chuanxi chuckled lightly, forcefully prying Gao Qiqiang's hand away. Obtaining evidence is simple. If Brother Mo were to conduct another paternity test with the child, wouldn't everything become clear? To Chang Chuanxi's surprise, instead of erupting in fury, Gao Qiqiang appeared eerily calm, baring his teeth in a sinister smile. Chang Chuanxi, sometimes being overly clever is not a virtue. I had intended to spare your life, but since you are aware of too much, I must eliminate you, for only the dead can keep secrets. As he spoke, one of Gao Qiqiang's hands moved toward his waist. Chang Chuanxi noticed this subtle gesture, instinctively taking 2 steps back while activating his otherworldly vision, ready to respond at a moment's notice. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of indifference. Gao Qiqiang, it is not that I underestimate you. Rather, individuals like you may not be my match. I advise you to confess everything to Brother Mo. Perhaps, out of respect for your years of camaraderie, he might spare your life. If this matter comes to his attention, I believe you understand the consequences better than I do. Gao Qiqiang erupted into laughter, his piercing gaze fixed upon Chang Chuanxi, filled with cunning and malice, resembling a venomous snake poised to strike. You need not concern yourself with such matters, you who are on the brink of death. As his words fell, Gao Qiqiang revealed a dagger concealed at his waist, his eyes narrowing as he prepared to lunge at Chang Chuanxi. At that moment, an urgent voice echoed from the entrance of the exhibition hall. Brother, where are you? As he lifted his gaze, he saw Chun Mo hurrying in with a group of companions. Striving to remain composed, Gao Qiqiang could only pause his actions. Watching as Chun Mo and his entourage approached, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Chang Chuanxi, mind your words in front of Brother Mo, otherwise, it won't just be you who suffers. Those around you will share your fate. Chang Chuanxi wore an infuriatingly smug expression, taunting. Whether I speak or not depends on your performance. Before Gao Qiqiang could respond, Chun Mo had reached their side, looking at Gao Qiqiang with surprise and asking, Qiqiang, what brings you here? Gao Qiqiang glanced at Chang Chuanxi, whispering, Brother Mo, a few of my subordinates offended second brother. Upon hearing this, I rushed here, worried for second brother's safety. Chun Mo noticed the dagger in Gao Qiqiang's hand and, with a hint of skepticism, turned to Chang Chuanxi, inquiring, is this true, brother? Chang Chuanxi was no fool. After all, Gao Qiqiang had been with Chun Mo for 20 years, their bond deep. If the earlier incident were to be revealed, it was uncertain whether Chun Mo would handle Gao Qiqiang with leniency, potentially even incurring Chun Mo's wrath. This matter needed Chun Mo to seek the truth himself. All he could do was offer subtle hints. With this in mind, Chang Chuanxi nodded slightly and replied with a smile, Indeed, brother. It was fortunate that Chi Chiang arrived in time. Otherwise, I would have been uncertain if I could see you again. Damn it! Who dares to offend my brother Chen Mo? Chen Mo cursed angrily, glaring at Gao Chi Chiang, admonishing Chi Chiang, keep your men in line. We're those rascals. Today, I will let them witness the consequences of offending my brother. At this point, Gao Chi Chiang had no choice but to shift the blame onto the tattooed men. He turned his gaze towards them, shouting, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and apologize to Brother Mo and second brother." Upon hearing this, the tattooed men turned pale, crying out as they fell to their knees before Chang Mo and Chang Chuanxi, trembling, "Second brother, we were blind. We didn't know you were Brother Mo's brother. Had we known, even if you were to beat us to death, we wouldn't dare to cross you. Brother Mo, we truly didn't mean it. Please spare us." Damn it! Chun Mo lifted his large foot and kicked one of the tattooed men without hesitation, shouting, "Get out." As soon as he spoke, several of his brothers stepped forward, dragging the tattooed men out towards the door. "Brother Mo, we were wrong. We truly were. Please, spare us," they pleaded, their voices filled with desperation. "Brother Mo, I don't want to die. I beg you." Regardless of their cries, Chun Mo remained unmoved. Chang Chuanxi chuckled softly and waved his hand, saying, "It's all right, brother. We can't blame them. They didn't recognize me. A minor punishment will suffice. Let us not escalate this to a life-and-death situation." Ha ha ha. Chun Mo laughed heartily, patting Chang Chuanxi on the shoulder. "Rest assured, brother, I know how to handle this. By the way, Chuanxi, you mentioned over the phone that someone is deliberately tarnishing my reputation. Where are they?" Chapter 86. Damaging my reputation, it must be addressed. Chang Chuanxi turned his gaze towards the car dealership owner and inquired, "Brother, do you recognize that person?" Chun Mo followed Chang Chuanxi's line of sight and shook his head, responding, "I don't know him. What's the matter?" With a sharp intake of breath, Chang Chuanxi feigned confusion, expressing, "How peculiar. That person just claimed to be quite familiar with you and mentioned sending my friend to your rooftop club for work. Could it be that I misheard?" "What?" Chun Mo shouted furiously, his eyes widening like saucers as he gestured towards the car dealership owner, commanding, "You, come here." At that moment, the dealership owner, already trembling with fear, could scarcely move. He fell to his knees with a thud, crawling towards Chun Mo's feet, his voice quavering, "Mo, did you call for me?" Chun Mo fixed him with a cold stare and interrogated, "Was what my brother said true?" The dealership owner's face turned as pale as a sheet, his gaze darting nervously, his voice faltering. "Mo, I was merely trying to scare him. I never thought he truly knew you. It was my mistake. I'm sorry, Mo. I won't dare again." Chun Mo lifted his size 42 foot and unceremoniously kicked the man. "Damn it. When has my Lutai club ever engaged in such coercive acts? My reputation has been tarnished by you scoundrels. Today, I must teach you a lesson to satiate my wrath." With a sweeping gesture, he commanded, "Beat him. If he doesn't die, then beat him to the brink of death." As the words fell, over 20 of his brothers surged forward, fists and feet raining down like a torrential downpour upon the dealership owner, the sounds of impact resounding. "Ow, I was wrong, Mo. I won't dare again. Please stop, Mo, or someone might die. Ow." The entire showroom fell into a hushed silence, save for the anguished cries of the dealership owner. Minutes later, Chun Mo waved his hand and declared loudly, "All right, enough. Everyone stop." Upon hearing Chun Mo's command, the crowd ceased their assault. The dealership owner now appeared utterly disheveled, as if he had just emerged from a refuse bin, his body bruised and battered, with not a single unscathed spot remaining. Chun Mo pulled up a chair and sat opposite the dealership owner, coldly asking, "Well, will you dare to speak carelessly again? Will you still use my name to bully others?" The dealership owner weakly shook his head, mumbling incoherently, I won't dare, Mo. Chun Mo let out a disgruntled huff, warning, "Let me make this clear. This is the first and last time. If I hear you spreading lies again, I'll toss you into the river to feed the fish. Do you understand? I won't dare, truly I won't, Mo. I swear that if I speak carelessly again, may my family suffer." Chun Mo scoffed once more, standing up and approaching Chang Chuanxi with a smile. "Brother, I truly appreciate your help this time. If it weren't for you, I would have remained oblivious to the fact that these individuals were misusing my name for their misdeeds. Shall we go visit elder brother for a while?" Chang Chuanxi chuckled lightly, shaking his head in refusal. "No, my friend, I have come here today to meet someone, and there are still matters to attend to. Perhaps another day." Chun Mo cast a meaningful glance at Li Bianqing behind Chang Chuanxi. "I understand, brother. I shall not intrude upon your affairs. However, your discernment truly impresses me," he replied, departing. As he left, Chinamo did not forget to bestow a significant smile upon Li Bianqing. Chang Chuanxi realized that Chun Mo had misunderstood the situation. He initially intended to clarify, but upon seeing the other man had already moved away, he abandoned the thought. Once everyone had departed, Chang Chuanxi approached Li Bianqing with a smile, saying, "Let us go. Xiaoqing, everything has been resolved." At that moment, however, Li Bianqing no longer exhibited the previous excitement. Instead, she instinctively took 2 steps back, deliberately creating distance between herself and Chang Chuanxi. Chang Chuanxi gazed at her in astonishment, confused. "What is the matter, Xiaoqing? Did we not agree just a moment ago? Why the sudden change of heart?" Li Bianqing furrowed her delicate brows, hesitating and clearly uncertain. "What do you mean?" He urged. "If you have any thoughts, please express them. How can I address your concerns if you remain silent?" "Very well. I shall speak plainly." Li Bianqing raised her head, her expression serious as she addressed Chang Chuanxi. "Chuanxi, you refer to Chinamo as a brother, and his subordinates call you second brother. You must be affiliated with the Black Panther Group, am I correct? You are aware of what the Black Panther Group represents. To be frank, I wish to have no association with them. Hence, I must decline your offer to work at your antique shop. Do you comprehend?" Chang Chuanxi chuckled helplessly, attempting to clarify. "Xiaoqing, have you misunderstood something? While I do call Chinamo my brother, I assure you, I have no connection to the Black Panther Group whatsoever. The truth is, I only met Chinamo 2 days ago. He had a hidden ailment, and I merely assisted him in recovering. It is as simple as that." Li Bianqing's beautiful eyes flickered with doubt as she scrutinized Chang Chuanxi, her brow knitted in concern. "Chuanxi, is what you say truly credible? Moreover, you're not a doctor. How could you possibly treat an illness?" Chang Chuanxi found himself at a loss for a suitable explanation and resorted to a vague excuse. "Who says I'm not a doctor? Allow me to enlighten you. My family has a long lineage in traditional Chinese medicine. If you do not believe me, accompany me for a moment, and you shall see for yourself. Is that so?" "You must not deceive me," she cautioned. "Why would I deceive you? Just come with me. If you discover my words to be untrue, you may leave at your convenience." With that, Chang Chuanxi reached out, taking hold of Li Bianqing's hand, striding purposefully towards the exhibition hall's exit. The two soon arrived at the back street of Shilapu, where Chang Chuanxi gestured towards the newly rented storefront. "Xiaoqing, this is it. This is the shop I just rented. Come, let us enter." Upon entering, they encountered Jia Siwen, who was pacing within. "Jia Siwen, what brings you here?" Li Bianqing exclaimed in disbelief. "Li Bianqing?" Jia Siwen set down the blueprints and approached swiftly. "It has been quite some time. How did you come to be with Chuanxi? Could it be?" Before he could complete his thought, Chang Chuanxi swiftly interjected, stepping in front of Jia Siwen and covering his mouth, issuing a warning. "Siwen, please refrain from making nonsensical remarks. Xiaoqing is the sales representative I invited." Chapter 87. "Brother, I understand." Jia Siwen nodded vigorously, prying open Chang Chuanxi's hand with a knowing expression. "Brother, let's not speak further. I comprehend." "Huh? What do you understand? Are you out of your mind?" Chang Chuanxi responded, bewildered. Jia Siwen displayed a cryptic smile, patting his badge reassuringly. "Rest assured, brother, I shall not divulge anything until you have succeeded." "What on earth are you talking about? What do you mean by succeeded?" Chang Chuanxi grew increasingly confused, while Li Bianqing, standing nearby, wore a puzzled expression. She gazed at the two, inquiring, "Jia Siwen, what precisely are you saying? Why are you both acting so strangely?" Jia Siwen glanced at Chang Chuanxi and waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, nothing at all." Li Bianqing, welcome aboard. Treat this store as if it were your own." Li Bianqing smiled brightly and extended her hand in greeting. The trio, having been high school classmates, often spent time together, though Li Bianqing had not been part of their close circle. After several years apart, they began reminiscing about their school days. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Bianqing's demeanor suddenly turned serious. "Huh?" Jia Siwen questioned, casting an inquiring glance at Chang Chuanxi, seemingly awaiting his approval. Upon hearing this, Jia Siwen promptly nodded, adopting a serious expression. "All right, ask away. I shall tell you the truth to the best of my knowledge." Li Bianqing wasted no time, clearing her throat before asking, "Siwen, does Chuanxi know Chinamo?" "Chinamo? Which Chinamo do you mean? The one for Black Panther Group?" Jia Siwen waved his hand, his expression exaggerated. "What a joke. How could someone from Black Panther Group know people like us?" "Absolutely not." "Really? Is there any doubt? If others are unaware of him." "I certainly am not. After we graduated from university, we worked at the same company, spending every day together. If he knew Chinmo, I would have known." Pausing for a moment, Li Bianqing continued, "Then let me ask you again, does Chuanxi have medical knowledge?" Upon hearing the mention of medical skills, Jia Siwen became animated, raising his eyebrows and speaking exuberantly. You know about that? Let me tell you, Li Bianqing, Chuanxi has been quite the enigma. I had no idea he possessed such knowledge all these years. Jia Siwen proceeded to recount the incident when they had saved Yao Qianshu while enjoying skewers. After he finished, Chang Chuanxi looked at Li Bianqing and smiled. So, Shaoqing, do you now believe me? Li Bianqing nodded slightly. Jia Siwen's account mirrored Chang Chuanxi's nearly perfectly, leading her to conclude that he was indeed truthful. All right, I believe you. I agree to work here, but let me make it clear. If I discover you deceiving me, I will leave at any moment. Chang Chuanxi beamed widely, extending a hand and affirming, no problem, welcome aboard. At this moment, the preliminary preparations for the antique shop were nearly complete. They had secured staff, a storefront, and merchandise from the Lin Group. All that remained was to tidy the premises and finalize the necessary documentation, allowing for the shop to open at any moment. As time slipped away, the trio engaged in further planning for the shop, and before they knew it, evening had fallen. Chang Chuanxi brushed off the dust from his hands and remarked with a smile, all right, let us call it a day. Starting tomorrow, Siwen, you will handle the documentation while Shaoqing manages the shop's inventory. I need to visit the Wang family's auction house tomorrow, so I want to be able to join. The two had no objections to Chang Chuanxi's arrangement, but Li Bianqing furrowed her brows in contemplation and inquired, by the way, Chuanxi, what should we name the shop? Shouldn't we create a sign first? Ah, how could I have overlooked that? Chang Chuanxi exclaimed, a look of realization dawning upon him. He turned to the others and asked, do either of you have any suggestions? I have none. Perhaps you should consult him, Li Bianqing replied, shaking her head and shifting her gaze to Jia Siwen. Jia Siwen glanced at Chang Chuanxi, then at Li Bianqing, and with a mischievous grin suggested, given that you are Chang Chuanxi and she is Li Bianqing, how about we call it Qingxi Studio? Upon hearing this, Li Bianqing's eyes widened in surprise. Jia Siwen, why are you dragging me into this? Chang Chuanxi understood the implications behind Jia Siwen's words. Although Li Bianqing had once been his cherished muse, he was no longer the youthful boy who misunderstood affection. To him now, Li Bianqing was merely a former classmate and friend, nothing more. Moreover, he wished to dissociate the antique shop from himself, as he had already incurred the ire of the Wang and Lu families, both formidable clans. If they were to discover the shop's connection to him, trouble would surely follow. Clearing his throat to dispel the awkwardness, he said, Siwen, let us avoid this nonsense. Do you truly find the name Qingxi Studio appealing? I believe it would be better to call it Wenshuan Pavilion. Wenshuan Pavilion? The name is quite lovely. I approve, Li Bianqing declared, raising her arm like a lotus blossom in agreement. Jia Siwen had no objections either. Rubbing his empty stomach, he urged, all right, Chuanxi, since you're the investor, the decision is yours. Let us settle on this name. My stomach is protesting. We should hasten to get some food. Chang Chuanxi nodded slightly and smiled. Very well, it is decided. Siwen, the sign will be your responsibility. Do not hesitate to spend. It represents Wenshuan Pavilion's image and must be splendid. All right, let us wrap things up. We shall head out for dinner now. Soon, the trio tidied their belongings, locked the shop door, and turned to leave the Shirley shop. Chapter 88. Just wishing to contribute to charity. Chang Chuanxi stretched lazily, rising from his slumber with bleary eyes. Although dawn had yet to break, this had become his routine. His morning practice was as steadfast as the thunder. Over time, he had grown increasingly adept at wielding the mystical eye of the otherworld, while the ability of listening ear saw few practical applications. After completing his training, he freshened up and enjoyed breakfast before stepping outside. Today marked the day of the Wang family's charity auction. Per their prior arrangement, Chang Chuanxi made his way directly to the venue's entrance, but, mindful of the lessons learned from the last gathering, he opted to wait outside for Lin Linqi to arrive with the invitation. After a brief wait of a little over 10 minutes, Lin Linqi's vehicle gracefully came to a halt at the auction's entrance. Observing this, Chang Chuanxi hurried over. Chi, you have finally arrived. Were you able to secure the invitation? Lin Linqi flashed a charming smile, waving the two invitations in her hand as she softly reassured him. Fear not, they're right here. Let's proceed inside. Indeed, Chang Chuanxi nodded with satisfaction, and together they approached the auction house. As they reached the threshold, they encountered the Wang father and son. Wang Dana strode ahead, while Wang Ba sat in a wheelchair, pushed by another. Upon seeing Chang Chuanxi and Lin Linqi, Wang Dana's expression shifted to one of surprise, and he coldly remarked, Chang Chuanxi, Lin Linqi, what are you two doing here? I distinctly remember that you were not invited to our auction. Lin Linqi let out a light laugh. once more brandishing the invitation in her hand, and retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Master Wang, has age dulled your memory? If we weren't invited, then from whence comes the invitation I hold? The Wang family kept a backup list of invitations. And as Wang Dana scrutinized the invitation in Lin Linqi's grasp, his eyes darkened. He commanded, "Go, check if their names are on the guest list." "Yes, sir." "What?" Wang Dana's voice rose in anger, his countenance darkening to a hue worse than that of a liver. Wang Ba's eyes flickered with a strange light, his expression turning menacing as he snarled. "Lin Linqi, Chang Chuanxi, this is our Wang family's territory. What of your invitation? I declare that you shall not enter today." "Ha ha!" Chang Chuanxi laughed heartily, sauntering toward Wang Ba with an amused tone. "Young Master Wang, that assertion is flawed. The auction is hosted by your family, and the invitations are issued by you. On what grounds do you bar our entry? Is there some hidden agenda behind your auction?" At this statement, the seasoned Wang Dana maintained his composure, yet Wang Ba immediately displayed signs of anxiety, hastily countering, "Chang Chuanxi, do not speak nonsense. What hidden agenda could our auction possibly have? Is that so?" Chang Chuanxi smirked, a sinister smile gracing his lips. "If there is no hidden agenda, then why impede our entrance? Moreover, today is a charity auction, and both Lin and I wish to contribute to the philanthropic efforts in Rongqing. Is there an issue with that?" This left Wang Ba at a loss for words, his mouth agape as he sought assistance from Wang Dana with a desperate glance. "No need to trouble the master of the Wang family. Master Wang, both Lin and I are quite easygoing. We don't mind standing if there are no seats available. However, the more they act this way, the more Chang Chuanxi feels that this auction is unusual, and thus, he insists on entering to find out the truth." Witnessing Chang Chuanxi's refusal, a fiery anger ignited in Wang Dana's eyes. "Chang Chuanxi, do not be unreasonable. Our Wang family still values our reputation. If we allow you to stand inside, where does that leave our dignity? Master Wang, does your family truly care about reputation?" Chang Chuanxi scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "We possess your Wang family's invitation, yet you obstruct our entry. Is this what you deem as dignity?" Wang Dana exhaled sharply, his voice cold as he retorted, "You need not say more. You cannot enter today's auction." At this moment, prominent figures from Rome City began arriving at the auction, and Chang Chuanxi's lips curled into a peculiar smile. "Oh, really?" he sneered, taking the invitation from Lin Linqi's hands and declaring loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, behold, the Wang family is indeed bullying us. Lin and I hold their invitation, yet they refuse us entry. We merely wish to contribute to the charitable endeavors of Rome City. What wrong have we committed?" Chang Chuanxi's outcry instantly drew the attention of those nearby, including those who had already entered the venue, who rushed over to inquire about the commotion. "What is happening here?" someone asked. "Haven't you heard? The Wang family distributed invitations, yet they refuse entry to guests. It's utterly baffling. If it didn't want people to come, why send invitations? Isn't this an act of bullying?" "Oh, isn't that Lin from Lin Group? I see now. It seems the Wang family is deliberately trying to embarrass him. I recognize that lad. He was the one who unearthed the precious Xinjiang green jade at the last exchange meeting and subsequently bested both young Master Wang and young Master Liu for 20 billion. The Wang family must still be brooding over that incident, which explains their deliberate harassment. It appears the Wang family lacks integrity. I suggest we withdraw. Though they claim it's a charity auction, who knows where the proceeds truly end up?" The harsh whispers pierced the air, causing Wang Dana and his son's faces to turn crimson with embarrassment. They wished for nothing more than to vanish into a mouse hole. At that moment, Hao Yuqian stepped forward, surveying the crowd with a frown and asking, "What is going on here? Chi-Chi? Mr. Chang? What brings you both here?" Given Lin Linqi's status, her presence at such an auction should have been entirely normal. Yet Hao Yuqian's expression was one of surprise, as if Lin Linqi ought not to be there. Chapter 89, Itua Daxiang. Lin Linqi, however, did not overthink the situation. She gazed at Hao Yuqian with a gentle expression, explaining, "It is as follows, Mr. Hao. Chang and I received an invitation from the Wang family. Yet upon our arrival, they prevented us from entering." "What? Such a thing occurred?" Hao Yuqian's expression darkened as he cast a grim gaze toward Wang Dana. Wang Dana's face flushed crimson, and with a forced smile, he explained, "Old Hao, the situation is such that I—" Before he could finish, Hao Yuqian interjected sharply, rebuking, "Enough. Regardless of the reasons, since an invitation has been extended, there is no justification for obstruction. Spare me the trivialities and make the arrangements." Wang Dana's gaze flickered, his expression clouded with melancholy and reluctance. "But old Hao—" "But what?" Hao Yuqian interrupted again, his voice rising in anger. "Do my words carry no weight?" Wang Dana sighed in resignation. a complex emotion evident in his eyes, clearly reluctant to comply with Hao Youqian's directives. Yet, he nodded affirmatively, responding, "Very well, I shall make the arrangements." As Hao Youqian watched the Wang father and son depart, he turned with a feigned smile. "Chichi, Mr. Chang, the Wang family harbors small grievances, perhaps still brooding over the matters of the conference. I hope you won't take offense. Please follow me." The two exchanged glances, nodded slightly, and proceeded into the auction hall with Hao Youqian. At that moment, the venue was fully prepared, awaiting the arrival of guests to take their seats before commencing. Each chair bore the name of an invitee, arranged in order of their status, with Lin Linqi's standing. Though not seated in the front row, she would at least occupy the second row. As Chang Chuanxi and Lin Linqi arrived, Wang Dana approached briskly, his countenance dark. "You two, I have arranged your seats, but as you are not on my initial invitation list, I can only offer you these." He gestured to the last row, where two solitary chairs stood. Lin Linqi remained silent, casting an inquiring look at Chang Chuanxi. She understood his purpose for attending today. Sitting in the back row would inevitably have repercussions. Expecting Chang Chuanxi to protest, she was surprised when he merely chuckled softly and nodded, replying, "Master Wang, you are too kind. This is quite suitable." In truth, Chang Chuanxi preferred sitting in the back. It afforded him a clearer view, while the front would have posed some inconvenience. Wang Dana gestured for them to take their seats, then stepped closer to Hao Youqian, whispering, "Old Hao, may I have a word?" Hao Youqian did not respond, but flashed a polite smile at Chang Chuanxi and Lin Linqi, saying, "Please take your seats." As soon as the words left his mouth, he led Wang Dana to a secluded corner. Once in the corner, ensuring they were unobserved, Hao Youqian's voice rose in fury. "Wang Dana, what have you done? Why are they here?" Wang Dana's expression darkened, his brow furrowed in distress. "Old Hao, I repeatedly cautioned against sending invitations to the Lin family. Who could have foreseen that Lin Linqi would obtain one?" Hao Youqian snorted in anger, his voice menacing. "Wang Dana, if you jeopardize today's proceedings, I shall see to your reckoning." A flicker of fear crossed Wang Dana's eyes, his demeanor fraught with anxiety. "Old Hao, what shall we do now? Chang Chuanxi is here, and I fear. What else is there to do? The invitations have been sent, and the guests have arrived. Despite the awkwardness, the event must proceed." Hao Youqian's gaze was as profound as the sea, and after a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes as he whispered, "We can proceed this way." Meanwhile, after Hao Youqian and Wang Dana departed, Chang Chuanxi began to assess the situation within the venue. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to discover that every chair bore the name of a guest, save for the two at the very front, which were conspicuously empty, piquing his curiosity. "Chi-Chi, do you see those two empty chairs? Are they perhaps reserved for some eminent figures?" Lin Linqi's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked up, confirming his observation. She then scanned the room, her brows furrowing as she remarked, "Everyone who should be here is present. This is odd. Could it be that officials are attending today's charity auction? Are those chairs intended for them?" Just as they pondered this mystery, heavy footsteps echoed through the hall. They looked up to see a portly man with an oily visage, clad in traditional attire from a distant land, entering with an elegantly poised woman by his side. "Goodness, there are representatives from that distant land?" Lin Linqi's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. "How could I have forgotten him?" She leaned closer to Chang Chuanxi and whispered, "Chuanxi, that man is Yitaka Daxiang, the representative of the dead Dong Consortium from his homeland in Rongqing. His influence is formidable, and all the prominent families of Rongqing wish to cultivate ties with him." Yitaka Daxiang? That is indeed a name of substance. The earlier behavior of the Wang family, combined with Yitaka Daxiang's presence, fostered a shift in Chang Chuanxi's perspective regarding the charity auction. He found it hard to believe that the representatives from that distant land were there purely for philanthropic reasons. Historically, they had not been benevolent. Could it be that today's auction harbored something of great value? Lost in thought, he observed as Hao Youqian and Wang Dana approached Yitaka Daxiang with exaggerated smiles. They bowed respectfully, exuding obsequiousness as they greeted him. "Mr. Yitaka, you have finally arrived. Everything has been arranged to your satisfaction. Please rest assured." Hao Youqian gestured invitingly, adding, "Mr. Yitaka, your seat is at the very front. Please follow me." Yitaka Daxiang nodded in satisfaction. Although a smile graced his lips, the disdain in his eyes was unmistakable. Witnessing their sycophantic behavior made Chang Chuanxi feel as though he had swallowed a fly. It was utterly repugnant. Had this been another time, such individuals would undoubtedly have been seen as traitorous lackeys. Once Yitaka Daxiang was seated, Lu Meng from the crowd approached, eager to engage him in conversation. Chapter 90. A Reunion with Yang Dianjin. Lu Mang's expression turned to one of surprise as he strode towards the two. Chi-Chi, what brings you here? Wasn't the Wang family lacking in invitations for you? As he spoke, Lu Mang cast a scornful glance at Chang Chuanxi, mockingly stating, you even brought this rustic dog along. What status does he possess to be in such a place? Lin Linqi maintained a certain aloofness towards the rogue, merely putting on a facade during their encounters. However, following the events of the last exchange meeting, she had grown weary of the pretense. Lu Mang, I find your words rather distasteful. If the Wang family had not extended an invitation, from whence would my invitation have come? As for Mr. Chang, I have already stated that he is our chief appraiser at the Lin Group, hence his presence is imperative. Chang Chuanxi let out a scoff, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Isn't that Lu Xiao? Did you not just refer to me as a mere mutt? If memory serves me correctly, at the antique jade exchange, you lost a staggering 10 billion to me. If I am but a mutt, then what does that make you? Perhaps a mere insect? You. Lu Mang's expression darkened, his teeth grinding audibly as he hissed, Chang Chuanxi, you are courting death. Chang Chuanxi laughed derisively, his voice laced with amusement. Lu Xiao, I advise you to remain composed. I trust you remember my capabilities. Should matters escalate, you would be no more than a feeble chick in my presence. The elite of Rongqing are all here. You wouldn't want to embarrass yourself, would you? Enough, Lu Mang shouted, pointing vehemently at Chang Chuanxi. Chang Chuanxi, we live in a society governed by law. I shan't lay a hand on you. You are here for the auction, are you not? Let me make it clear. As long as I am present, you shall not acquire a single item. In truth, Lu Mang was unconcerned with the notion of a lawful society. He was wary of Chang Chuanxi's prowess and dared not initiate a confrontation. After berating Chang Chuanxi, he turned his icy gaze toward Lin Linqi. Chi-Chi, I hereby command you to sever ties with this scoundrel and marry me. Otherwise, the Lu family shall cease all collaboration with the Lin family, and you will find it impossible to procure even a single piece of raw stone from us. Seeing no way to contend with Chang Chuanxi, Lu Mang resorted to leveraging his family's influence to coerce Lin Linqi, hoping to force her into submission under pressure. The Lu family controlled 80% of the jade market in Rongqing, owing to their connections in Myanmar. The remaining 20% was insufficient for a conglomerate like the Lin Group, granting Lu Mang ample confidence to utter such threats. While the Lin Group could theoretically procure jade from Myanmar, their lack of connections and the country's internal turmoil rendered any endeavor perilous. Lu Mang, you are shameless. Faced with his intimidation, Lin Linqi could only utter a futile rebuke. Lu Mang shrugged, adopting a brazen expression, and retorted, shameless, you say? Once you find yourself in my bed, you shall witness true shamelessness. Chi-Chi, you have 3 minutes to contemplate this. Do inform me once you have made your decision. You. Lin Linqi bit her crimson lip, feeling utterly powerless against Lu Mang's threats, a sentiment echoed by Chang Chuanxi, who was equally at a loss. Just as despair began to envelop Lin Linqi, a business card was extended towards her. Hello, President Lin. Here's my card. I hope for the opportunity to collaborate with you in the future. The individual presenting the business card was none other than Yang Dianfeng, who had purchased the raw stone from Chang Chuanxi at the exchange meeting. Lin Linqi received the card with a hint of confusion, but soon breathed a sigh of relief upon examining its contents. Although she was unfamiliar with Yang Dianfeng, who had long resided in Myanmar, she had certainly heard of his name. The Yang family in Rongqing also engaged in the raw stone business, albeit their primary battleground was not in Rongqing, resulting in a relatively modest share in the region. However, should the Yang family choose to do so, fulfilling the demands of the Lin Group would pose no challenge. Lin Linqi smiled charmingly, her excitement palpable. To collaborate with the Yang family is a coveted opportunity for our Lin Group, Mr. Yang. I took note of your words earlier. You must not renege on them. Yang Jianfeng returned her smile warmly, replying in a harmonious tone. It is an honor for our Yang family to partner with the Lin Group, and I await your call at any time. As he finished speaking, Yang Jianfeng prepared to leave, but at that moment, Lu Mang's eyes flashed with anger as he interjected. Yang Jianfeng, last time at the exchange meeting, you thwarted my endeavors, costing me a staggering 10 billion. Now, you return to sabotage my efforts again. Are you intent on making an enemy of the Lu family? Yang Jianfeng raised an eyebrow, unfazed. Young Lu, that assertion is misplaced. I am a businessman, and it is only natural for a merchant to seek profit. Collaborating with the Lin Group could yield substantial gains for our Yang family. What is inappropriate about that? As for the incident at the last exchange meeting, I must confess it was indeed aimed at your family. Let's not forget what the Lu family has done to us in Myanmar. You, Lu Mang roared, his breath coming in heavy gasps, his fury reaching a boiling point. Yang Jianfeng wore a triumphant expression as he turned to Chang Chuanxi, saying with a smile, "Mr. Chang, I find you quite intriguing. Let us converse when time permits." In truth, there was an aspect Yang Jianfeng had not fully disclosed. At the previous exchange meeting, he had not only targeted the Liu family, but had also sought to draw the attention of Chang Chuanxi. Recognizing the value of talented individuals in raw stone appraisal, Yang Jianfeng was keen on fostering a relationship with him. After Yang Jianfeng departed, Lu Meng pointed an accusatory finger at Chang Chuanxi and Lin Linqi, seething with rage. "You two had better watch yourselves. I will ensure you pay for this. You, country bumpkin, do you think you can snag a bargain?" At the auction later, you won T secure a single item. A smirk played upon Chang Chuanxi's lips as he stepped closer, deliberately brushing against Lu Meng, tauntingly responding, "Young Lu, I possess a formidable 20 billion. To compete with me, we shall see just how deep your pockets truly are." Lu Meng erupted into arrogant laughter, exuding disdain. "A pauper is still a pauper. Is having 20 billion truly impressive? Soon, I shall demonstrate what true wealth looks like." As the auction commenced, the sound of the gavel echoed through the room. A tall, fair-skinned, and elegantly dressed auctioneer stood at the center of the stage, exuding warmth and grace. "Esteemed guests, today's auction is a charitable event organized by the Wong Group, with all items provided by them. As for the authenticity of the items, I leave that to your discretion. Without further ado, I declare the auction officially open and invite you to view our first item." As soon as the words fell, another alluring maiden gracefully ascended the stage, bearing a tray draped in crimson cloth, preserving an air of mystery. Once she placed the item upon the table, the auctioneer sauntered over, his movements fluid, and unveiled the hidden treasure. "Esteemed guests, the first piece for auction is a Ming Jiajing period blue and white vase adorned with yellow and red fish and algae patterns. With a starting bid set at 1 million, and increments must not be less than 100,000. You have 10 minutes to examine the item before the auction commences." In previous auctions, promotional brochures would be meticulously prepared, showcasing all the items for bidding. However, due to the charitable nature of this event, attendees were left entirely uninformed about the treasures at stake. As the auctioneer concluded, the guests surged forward with magnifying glasses, scrutinizing the piece with fervor. The deep, vibrant hues, with hints of purple within the blue, indicated authenticity beyond doubt. The decorative patterns displayed the quintessential Ming Jiajing technique. The body was robust, the texture coarse, and the base bore knife marks and traces of sand, revealing a firestone red where the clay was exposed. Everything aligned perfectly. Indeed, this artifact was undoubtedly genuine, and its pristine condition signified immense collectible value. What a remarkable piece. The starting bid of 1 million is far from excessive. In my estimation, this treasure is worth at least 2 million. 2 million, you might say, is an understatement. In my view, securing it for 3 million would still be a worthwhile investment. Some, unable to contain their thoughts, voiced their opinions loudly, while others remained silent, cognizant that discretion is paramount in an auction. Lin Linqi observed Chang Chuanxi with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Chuanxi, aren't you going to take a closer look?" Chang Chuanxi chuckled softly and replied, "What is there to see in a counterfeit?" In truth, before the auctioneer had unveiled the cloth, Chang Chuanxi had utilized her otherworldly vision to scrutinize the object thoroughly. Externally, it appeared flawless, yet was merely a modern imitation. Upon hearing this, Lin Linqi's face reflected astonishment as she questioned, "Chuanxi, are you joking? How can you ascertain its falseness without even looking?" Chang Chuanxi, at a loss for how to elucidate, merely deflected, "My eyesight is keen. I've already assessed it." Although Lin Linqi remained skeptical, she chose not to press further, for Chang Chuanxi had never disappointed her in matters of gem appraisal. "How is it?" Lu Meng asked the appraiser eagerly. The appraiser glanced around, leaned closer to Lu Meng, and whispered, "Young Master Lu, I have examined it. The item is authentic, valued at approximately 7 million. At that moment, the auctioneer returned to the podium, proclaiming in a melodious tone, "Esteemed guests, the auction is officially underway. With the starting bid at 1 million, you may begin bidding." As soon as the words left his lips, hands shot up, voices echoing, 110,000, 130,000, 150,000, 180,000. "I bid 2 million, 280,000. I will take it." After several rounds of fervent bidding, the price surged to 280,000, with Lu Meng of the Lu family as the highest bidder. At this moment, the venue was enveloped in a profound silence, as it was evident that the attendees deemed the price somewhat exorbitant and were reluctant to continue bidding. The auctioneer surveyed the crowd and inquired, "Mr. Liu has bid 2,800,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" 2,800,000 for the first time. 2,800,000 for the second time. 2,800,000 for the third time. As the auctioneer raised the gavel, on the verge of concluding the auction, Chang Chuanxi raised his bidding paddle and declared loudly, "I bid 3 million." This proclamation sent ripples of astonishment throughout the assembly, especially on Lin Qi's face, which was painted with disbelief. "Chuanxi, didn't you say this item was a counterfeit? If it is indeed fake, why would you bid such a substantial amount?" Chang Chuanxi cast a reassuring glance towards Lin Qi and smiled. "Don't worry, Qi. Just wait and see the spectacle." Meanwhile, the crowd began to whisper among themselves, speculating. "Wow, this guy didn't even inspect the item and dares to bid 3 million. Is he just throwing money around? Come on, you're being short-sighted. It's not about profit. This is about collecting, do you understand? Still too young. Although this vase could be worth a few million, how can he compete with the affluent Liu Xiao? Don't you recognize him? He asked the one who won 20 billion from the Wang and Liu families at the last conference. Spending a few million is nothing for him." "Exactly. And look who is beside him. Mr. Lin from the Lin Group." As Chang Chuanxi placed his bid, Lu Mang's lips curled into a sly smile. Amidst the astonishment, Lu Mang raised his paddle and announced, 3,500,000. He stood up from his seat, casting a defiant look at Chang Chuanxi, coldly asserting, "Ruffian, I've already told you that anything you desire today shall belong to me. Is that so?" Chang Chuanxi reciprocated with a mysterious smile. Unfazed, Liu Xiao. "Let us see whose wealth prevails. I bid 4 million. With that, Chang Chuanxi escalated the price to 4 million, clearly intent on clashing head-on with Lu Mang. 5 million. Lu Mang was equally unfazed, continuing to raise the stakes. 6 million. Chang Chuanxi displayed no hesitation. 6,500,000. 7 million. As Chang Chuanxi called out 7 million, Lu Mang's lips again curled into a self-satisfied grin. 8 million. Lu Mang raised the bid once more. At this juncture, Chang Chuanxi's mind echoed with Lu Mang's earlier taunt. "Kid, this item is worth a maximum of 7 million. Bid again, and I shall relinquish it to you." It turned out that when Lu Mang had previously declared his intention to target Chang Chuanxi, the latter had prepared countermeasure. He had intentionally nudged Lu Mang to employ his acute listening skills, probing into his opponent's thoughts. The age-old adage of knowing oneself and one's adversary to secure victory in every battle proved true, as Chang Chuanxi now understood Lu Mang's inner intentions. Thus refraining from further bidding. With a smug smile, he remarked playfully, "Liu Xiao, congratulations. Although I am quite fond of this item, 8 million is indeed a tad excessive. I shall withdraw. According to the appraiser, this item is valued at 7 million. Lu Mang incurs a loss of 1 million. Yet spending that amount to humiliate Chang Chuanxi brings him a sense of satisfaction. He smirks provocatively at Chang Chuanxi, disdainfully declaring, "What are you? How dare you compete with me?" Chapter 92. Still gambling? Ha ha. Chang Chuanxi bursts into laughter, derision gleaming in his eyes as he claps his hands and exclaims, "Young Master Liu is indeed wealthy. Spending 8 million on a modern artifact, you have contributed significantly to the public welfare of Rome City. I am truly impressed." Lu Mang also laughs heartily, a smirk gracing his lips, his gaze imbued with mockery and jest. "Chang Chuanxi, do not spout nonsense here. Are you merely bitter because you cannot reach the grapes? Is it so difficult to admit your lack of ability?" As his words resonate, the crowd responds in agreement. "Young man, one may eat recklessly, but words must be spoken with care. All these esteemed appraisers present have verified the authenticity of this collection. How can you claim it as a fake? What are your intentions? Indeed, this item, in terms of shape, texture, and design, is indistinguishable from the genuine article. Do you truly believe that so many experts are inferior to a mere youth like you? How arrogant of you to speak so boldly before your elders. Youngster, if you lack knowledge, you should remain silent to avoid embarrassing yourself." At that moment, the appraiser Lu Mang stands up, pointing an accusatory finger at Chang Chuanxi, fuming. "Young man, I have personally appraised this item and informed young Master Liu of its 7 million value. What do you know, you piece of trash?" Chang Chuanxi's gaze darkens as he retorts, sharply, "Trash? I believe you are the one who is trash. Of course, I'm not singling you out. I refer to everyone present as such." The room erupts in an uproar. "I have witnessed arrogance before, but never to this extent. Young man, you are openly challenging the entire appraising community of Rome City. Offending us will make it impossible for you to remain in this circle. Mr. Lin, I have heard that he is your chief appraiser. With all due respect, this young man is short-sighted and overestimates himself. I advise you to distance yourself from him to avoid implicating the Lin family. What an ignorant fool. Do you think you hold any significance? Are we all blind? Why waste words on such a person? He should be expelled immediately, permanently banished from our appraising community in Rome City. Yes, get out. Leave. You are not welcome here. Young man, leave at once, or do not blame me for being unkind. Get lost, or I shall not hold back. In an instant, the entire assembly turns against Chang Chuanxi, hurling insults at him. Lu Meng, maintaining his composure, wears a satisfied expression. Yet he is not inclined to let Chang Chuanxi off the hook so easily. Lu Meng raised his hand to quiet the crowd, declaring loudly, "Esteemed seniors." This young man brazenly questions the judgments of all the experts present, even going so far as to insult you. If we allow him to leave unchallenged, we would be handing him the advantage. Since he claims this artifact is a forgery, let us require him to provide proof. If he fails to do so, we can deal with him later. Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly echoed their agreement. Lu Xiao is correct. Since he asserts it is fake, let him furnish evidence. If he cannot, the entire antique community of Rongqing will ostracize him. Ostracize? That would be too lenient. If he cannot produce evidence, we should silence his tongue, ensuring he can never speak so recklessly again. Indeed, such arrogance must not go unpunished. He deserves a severe reprimand. Chang Chuanxi, did you hear that? You must either kneel and apologize, then leave the auction, or present your evidence to substantiate your claims. Otherwise, I assure you, not only will I not let you off, but neither will anyone else here. Lu Meng's words were fierce, his eyes radiating a haughty challenge, exuding a confidence as if victory was already assured. Chang Chuanxi let out a light laugh, his expression one of disdain. What is this nonsense? If I cannot prove it is a forgery, you would cut out my tongue? Then, if I can prove it is indeed a forgery, can I not then remove your useless tongues as well? You, how dare you speak to your elders in such a manner? You insignificant wretch, you truly deserve to be punished. I have encountered arrogance before, but never such blatant insolence. Daring to challenge our entire appraisal community. You must be tired of living. You ignorant child, we have consumed more salt than you have traversed roads. How dare you question us? Such audacity. Several elderly appraisers were so enraged that their brows and beards quivered, their blood boiling with an unbearable fury, manifesting on their wrinkled faces. The more thoroughly Chang Chuanxi offended them, the more delighted Lu Meng felt, for it meant everyone would rally to his side. He raised his hand once more, adopting a grave demeanor, and said, "Esteemed seniors, each of you is a luminary in this field. As a junior, I cannot allow anyone to speak so disrespectfully to you. Today, I, Lu Meng, shall not let him off lightly." As his words fell, Lu Meng's icy gaze turned toward Chang Chuanxi, and he barked, "Chang Chuanxi, there is no need for your wild barking here. Since you are so certain this is a forgery, why don't we wager?" "Wager again?" Chang Chuanxi scoffed, shaking his head mockingly. "Lu Meng, it seems the lesson of 10 billion still wasn't enough. If you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. What terms do you propose for this wager?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of pride flickered in Lu Meng's eyes. He believed that with so many appraisal experts present, all declaring the item genuine, he was assured of victory in this gamble. "Chang Chuanxi, if you can prove this is a counterfeit, I shall kneel before you and call you grandfather thrice. However, if you cannot demonstrate its falsity, you must kneel and call me grandfather thrice." Chang Chuanxi nodded slightly. His expression relaxed as he replied, "No problem. But Lu Meng, I cannot trust your character. What if you go back on your word?" His remarks struck a chord with Lu Meng. Even without prompting, he intended to raise the issue. "Ha!" Lu Meng laughed heartily, casting his gaze upon the assembled crowd. "Chang Chuanxi, those present today are all prominent figures in Rongqing. How about we have them bear witness? If anyone violates the wager, let us sever a hand as punishment. What say you?" Without hesitation, Chang Chuanxi declared, "Very well, as you wish. Although I may have offended you all with my words earlier, I trust you will remain impartial." Seeing Chang Chuanxi agree to the wager, Lin Linqi could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. She nervously clutched Chang Chuanxi's arm and softly implored, "Chuanxi, perhaps we should reconsider. Those individuals are seasoned appraisers, and they all assert its authenticity. We should depart for now." Chang Chuanxi's expression remained unchanged as he regarded Lin Linqi with an unusual intensity and asked, "Do you not trust me?" "I." Lin Linqi stammered, but recalling Chang Chuanxi's previous demeanor, she blurted out, "I believe in you." Chapter 93, Shattered. Chang Chuanxi chuckled softly, casting her a reassuring glance, patting her delicate hand. and said, "As long as you believe in me, all will be well. I know what I'm doing." In truth, their exchange was entirely ordinary, merely reflecting the bond of friendship. Yet, in Lu Mang's eyes, it appeared as flirtation, darkening his expression. "You mangy dog, what are you hesitating for? Present your evidence. Since you are so eager to acknowledge me as grandfather, I shall oblige." Chang Chuanxi released Lin Linchi and strode purposefully toward the auction platform. As he passed Lu Mang, who glared at him with a menacing expression, Lu Mang gritted his teeth and hissed, "You, filthy dog, dare to contend with me? I will ensure you suffer dreadfully." Previously, Chang Chuanxi had thought Lu Mang targeted him solely due to his status and lineage, but now he realized it was all because of Lin Linchi. The saying trouble often follows beautiful women proved true in this instance. Nevertheless, Chang Chuanxi dismissed it. Lu Mang was no virtuous character and deserved a fitting reprimand. With a light laugh, he taunted, "Lu Mang, prepare to call me grandfather shortly." No sooner had he spoken than he strode past Lu Mang and ascended the auction platform. The crowd's scornful gazes converged upon Chang Chuanxi, their voices cold. "You are but a foolish child. Let us see how you intend to prove your claim. I have examined this item thoroughly and found no fault. In my opinion, you are merely seeking attention. I have consumed more salt than you have walked paths. Do you think I lack discernment? Young man, I advise you to concede sooner rather than later. Otherwise, even if Lu Shao spares you, we shall not. Indeed, before long, you shall pay dearly for your arrogant ignorance." Amidst a chorus of derision, Chang Chuanxi resolutely grasped the porcelain vase upon the table. "Esteemed guests, I am aware that many of you harbor discontent, yet truth cannot be feigned, nor can falsehood ever be genuine. This artifact, as you have asserted, bears no distinction from an authentic piece in terms of material, design, texture, or glaze. However, you have overlooked a crucial detail." Overlooked? What have we neglected? Do not resort to alarmist rhetoric. The authenticity of blue and white porcelain is determined precisely by its material, design, and glaze. Indeed, then do enlighten us on what we have missed. Young man, spare us your convoluted discourse. We seek evidence, not your ramblings. Precisely. Without evidence, your words are futile. If you possess proof, present it forthwith, lest you squander our time. The sound produced by old porcelain is muted, while that of new porcelain is bright. This primarily derives from the method of production, as old porcelain is handcrafted and thus possesses a porous texture, resulting in a dull sound, whereas new porcelain is machine-made, yielding a solid body that produces a resonant tone. As he spoke, Chang Chuanxi flicked the porcelain with his fingers, eliciting a distinctly bright sound. Did you all not hear that? From this sound alone, I can ascertain that this porcelain is a modern imitation. However, the craftsman's exceptional skill has successfully deceived your discerning eyes. There exists a saying to this effect. Could it truly be that this object is a counterfeit? Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? Listening to that sound, it does seem somewhat spurious. This young man appears to possess a modicum of truth. A handcrafted piece cannot emit such a sound. Have I truly been mistaken? Esteemed guests, is there any merit to this claim? I have never encountered such a notion before. Do not heed this young man's nonsensical assertions. The sound produced is entirely contingent upon the surrounding environment. Identical objects may yield both dull and bright sounds, and this alone cannot substantiate the authenticity of the piece. Indeed, this is merely a trick of the eye. Should you be deceived, you will have truly fallen into his trap. No, we have clearly heard the sound. A handcrafted piece would never emit such a crisp tone. Precisely. I am well acquainted with handcrafted porcelain. I have conducted numerous experiments, and it is impossible for it to produce the sound we just heard. Perhaps we have indeed erred. As the crowd began to waver in their confidence, Lu Mang's eyes flickered with urgency, and he proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed guests, do not be swayed by his falsehoods. The sound can indeed be manipulated. If you doubt, allow me to demonstrate." With that, Lu Mang strode boldly to Chang Chuanxi's side, seizing the porcelain vase and preparing to showcase his point. He lightly tapped the base of the vase, producing a decidedly dull sound. It became evident that Chang Chuanxi had struck the body of the vase, whose thinner walls naturally produced a bright sound, while Lu Mang had tapped the base, which was thicker, resulting in a sound distinct from that of the body. Listening to that muffled sound, the crowd was instantly filled with indignation. Who could deny it? Was there something amiss with my previous experiment? It seems I was nearly deceived. Undoubtedly, this rascal employed some sort of sleight of hand. We were almost taken in by him. Little imp. Fortunately, Lu Shao's keen eye uncovered your ruse, or else I would have truly fallen for your trickery. Observing this, Lu Mang once again donned a smug expression, grinning wickedly as he proclaimed, "Chang Chuanxi, What do you have to say now? Kneel and admit your mistake to me. In stark contrast, Chang Chuanxi exhibited no signs of anxiety, maintaining an air of relaxed mockery upon his visage. Lu Meng, why are you in such a hurry? Are you eager to feast? As he spoke, Chang Chuanxi turned his gaze to the assembly, declaring loudly, since you all doubt my words, I shall present you with an irrefutable reason. Open your eyes and behold. No sooner had he finished than he unhesitatingly released his grip on the porcelain vase, which subsequently tumbled to the ground. The crowd gasped in horror, rebuking him with cries of, You wretch, what are you doing? Stop at once. That belongs to me. Such wanton destruction, such folly. How could you shatter something so precious? You beast, devoid of any reverence for antiquities. You are unworthy to dwell in the realm of ancient artifacts. Regardless of the crowd's protests, the vase met the ground with a resounding crash, shattering into countless pieces. Witnessing this, the onlookers collectively gasped, their outrage spilling forth. You brute! Each antiquity possesses historical worth, and you dare reduce it to fragments? You are truly a savage. Do you understand why artifacts hold value? It is due to their age and rarity, each carrying a narrative of its own. Individuals like you, who lack respect for such treasures, have no place in this domain. Young man, your arrogance is astonishing. While several million may not seem excessive, it is still someone else's property, and yet you carelessly destroyed it? His brazen actions could not go unpunished, in my view. He should compensate Liu Xiao tenfold and be sent to the authorities for his transgressions. Indeed, it would be best if he never resurfaced again. Lu Meng glared at the shattered remnants, his expression twisted with rage as he seethed. Chang Chuanxi, you have shattered my possession. I demand 10 times the compensation. Even Lin Linshi, seated at the back, could no longer bear to watch. She rushed to the auction stage, her brows furrowed in confusion. Chuanxi, what are you doing? Even if they doubt your words, you cannot destroy the item. Now, you have left yourself with no means to defend. In a secluded corner, Wang Dana had been closely observing the events unfold on the auction stage. At the moment the porcelain vase shattered, a flicker of anxiety crossed his eyes. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Dana immediately summoned security, instructing, This fellow is disrupting the auction. Expel him at once. Chapter 94. The Expensive Purchase of a Fool. Upon receiving his orders, the security guard approached Chang Chuanxi with a fierce demeanor, barking, You have disrupted the order of the auction. I demand that you leave at once. However, before Chang Chuanxi could respond, Wang Ba rolled into view in his wheelchair. Witnessing this, Wang Dana erupted in anger, his eyes brimming with disdain. As the saying goes, one fears not a godlike opponent, but a teammate as foolish as a pig. Wang Dana was acutely aware of the authenticity of the items at the auction, all provided by the Wang family. To avoid complications, he had not yet disclosed this matter to Wang Ba. He had initially hoped to seize this opportunity to expel Chang Chuanxi from the auction house, only to find Wang Ba intervening to stop the security guard. What a useless fool. How did I end up with such an imbecile? I should have thrown you against the wall from the start. Wang Dana cursed, striding towards the auction platform. At that moment, a glint of malice flickered in Lu Meng's eyes, his rage palpable as he gritted his teeth, declaring, Chang Chuanxi, what do you have to say now? Not only must you kneel and call me grandfather, but you must also compensate me tenfold for my losses. Is that so? If that were true, I would certainly accept my defeat. But what if it is false? As he spoke, Chang Chuanxi bent down and picked up a shard of porcelain from the ground. In a flash, Wang Dana lunged forward, attempting to snatch the shard from Chang Chuanxi's grasp. Chang Chuanxi, what do you think you are doing? Although the porcelain is broken, as long as the shard remains, it can still be repaired. Hand it over to me. Observing the other's actions, Chang Chuanxi concluded that Wang Dana must be privy to the truth. He pushed Wang Dana aside, saying with a knowing smile, Master Wang, the matter is not yet settled. Why the urgency? Do you perhaps know that this is a forgery? Chang Chuanxi's words seemed to pierce Wang Dana's very core. His gaze darted around, his expression betraying his panic. You insolent brat, do not speak nonsense. While the auction items are provided by my family, they do not belong to us. I am unaware of their authenticity. I warn you, do not slander me. Chang Chuanxi chuckled softly, nodding if that is the case. Then this matter has nothing to do with you, Master Wang. Should I be at fault, I will make full compensation to Lu Meng. Enough, Chang Chuanxi. You have already lost. Fulfill the wager. Lu Meng urged impatiently, eager to witness Chang Chuanxi grovel before him like a dog. Is young Master Lu so eager? Then open your eyes wide and behold, what is this? As he spoke, Chang Chuanxi raised the porcelain shard high, displaying it to the crowd. Everyone turned their gaze, and within the shard, a modern QR code was unmistakably visible. Upon seeing the QR code on the shard, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. Is that a QR code? How could there be a QR code within this? This is truly a modern artifact. How is this possible? I saw no signs of forgery. How could it be a counterfeit? I misjudged. It is a forgery. It is indeed a forgery. I never imagined that after a lifetime of appraising treasures, I would fall victim to such an object today. Feeling utterly ashamed, Lu Meng could hardly bear the realization that something had escaped his discerning eye, only to be unveiled by a mere fledgling. What face did he have left to call himself an expert? His eyes widened in disbelief as his mind swirled in confusion. Staring at the QR code on the porcelain fragment, he shook his head in denial. Impossible, this cannot be true. How could there be a QR code embedded within it? Chang Chuanxi, with a smirk gracing his lips, exuded a sense of triumph. Ladies and gentlemen, what more is there to discuss? This QR code is sufficient evidence to declare this piece of forgery, unless you believe that QR codes existed in ancient times. In an instant, the assembly fell into a stunned silence, their tongues tied by the undeniable truth laid bare before them, leaving them momentarily speechless. Observing the lack of rebuttal from the crowd, Chang Chuanxi turned his gaze towards Lu Meng, his voice cold and mocking. Young Lu, you were so eager to acknowledge your grandfather earlier. Perhaps now is the time to do so? Still in denial, Lu Meng shook his head vigorously, as if trying to dispel the harsh reality. No, this cannot be. I know this artifact must have been authenticated, and that QR code was undoubtedly inscribed deliberately to verify its authenticity. It must be so. In the heat of the moment, Lu Meng retrieved his phone and hurriedly scanned the QR code. However, the anticipated revelation did not materialize. Instead, his screen displayed an image of a donkey. A donkey? How could that be? Why is this happening? Chang Chuanxi burst into laughter, sauntering closer to Lu Meng. He sneered, Young Lu, can you not see? This donkey signifies that whoever paid a hefty sum for it is indeed a great fool. Lu Meng's face flushed crimson, his fists clenched tightly, on the verge of exploding with rage. Under normal circumstances, he would have thrown a punch, but the memory of Chang Chuanxi's smug countenance during the exchange meeting quelled his fury. Enough, young Lu, why clench your fists so tightly? Do you wish to strike me? I advise against such thoughts, for in my eyes, you are nothing but a weakling. If I were you, I would comply with the wager. Realizing he could not contend with Chang Chuanxi, Lu Meng directed all his ire towards the appraiser. He marched up to the appraiser, raising his arm to deliver 2 resounding slaps, his voice seething with anger. Scoundrel, what did you just tell me? Did you not claim this piece was genuine? Did you not assert its value at 7 million? The appraiser, shielding half his face, looked utterly aggrieved. Young Lu, you cannot hold me entirely accountable. So many people here misjudged it as well. Damn it, do you dare to defend yourself? Without hesitation, Lu Meng once again slapped the appraiser. This debacle is entirely your fault. Go, fulfill the wager on my behalf. The appraiser opened his mouth to protest, but ultimately remained silent. Under Lu Meng's imposing presence, he could only take a step toward Chang Chuanxi, his knees buckling as he prepared to kneel. At that moment, Chang Chuanxi raised a hand to stop him. What are you doing? This wager is between Lu Meng and myself. It does not concern you. Begone. Chang Chuanxi, with a sullen expression, approached Lu Meng and spoke sternly. Lu Meng, this is our wager, and it is you who must fulfill it. I ask you, will you kneel or not? Lu Meng, who had always regarded others with disdain, would never consider kneeling before Chang Chuanxi. With a derisive laugh, he displayed a provocative demeanor and spread his hands, saying, Chang Chuanxi, I've already had someone kneel for you. Your unwillingness to accept that is of no concern to me. Besides, what do you think you are? Do you truly believe that I, a distinguished heir of the Lu family, would kneel before mere cur? Chapter 95. Are you here to acknowledge your father? Lu Meng, are you attempting to play tricks? Chang Chuanxi's eyes were icy, his fists clenched, and an invisible rage seemed to burn within his brow. Who is playing tricks? Am I? Lu Meng spread his arms, wearing an expression of indifference as he addressed the onlookers, mockingly asking, Did you see that? Can anyone prove that I'm playing tricks? Very well. Rather than displaying any signs of anger, Chang Chuanxi's lips curled into a playful smile. Lu Meng, we agreed earlier that if either party reneged, one hand would be rendered useless. Since you wish to play tricks, I shall have no choice but to disable one of your hands. Chang Chuanxi, do you think I am easily intimidated? I assure you, if you dare to lay a finger on me today, I will ensure that you vanish from Rome City by tomorrow. Is that so? Chang Chuanxi replied with a chilling smile, his gaze as piercing as a serpent's. Just as Lu Meng basked in his perceived triumph, Chang Chuanxi suddenly seized one of Lu Mang's arms and twisted it forcefully. Ah! A surge of immense strength coursed through Lu Mang, causing him to cry out as his body spun half a turn, leaving him completely facing away from Chang Chuanxi. With a thud, Lu Mang's legs buckled, and he felt his knees. Behind him, Chang Chuanxi's voice, as frigid as frost, echoed, "Lu Mang, you brought this upon yourself. I said I would disable one of your hands, and that is what will happen. Today, even the King of Heaven could not intervene." In that moment, true fear gripped Lu Mang. His eyes widened, and his body trembled as beads of sweat poured down his forehead. "Chang Chuanxi, please do not go too far. I will kneel. I will kneel. Is that not sufficient?" "Humph." Chang Chuanxi's cold snort resonated as he replied, "Now you know fear is too late." As soon as the words left his mouth, Chang Chuanxi exerted force, intending to break Lu Mang's wrist. "Stop!" A booming voice interrupted, and a portly middle-aged man hurried over. "Mr. Chang, please cease. I am Lu Fei, and I apologize on behalf of my son for his offense. There is wisdom in leaving a line for future encounters. I am willing to agree to any conditions you propose as long as you spare my son." As he spoke, the man slowly extended his hand towards Chang Chuanxi, attempting to separate him from Lu Mang. Observing the man's courteous demeanor, Chang Chuanxi was inclined to allow the fulfillment of the wager. However, the moment the man's hand made contact with Chang Chuanxi's, a voice echoed in his mind. "How outrageous! I initially regarded you as a person of talent, hoping to win you over, but if you dare to harm my son, I will ensure your ruin in the future." "Ah, so you are merely a cunning fox?" Chang Chuanxi sneered, commanding, "Step aside." At the same moment, he exerted force once more, causing Lu Mang to yelp in pain. "Ah, it hurts! Dad, come quickly to save me." Observing this, the crowd began to plead for Lu Mang. "Young man, since the head of the Lu family has spoken, why not spare Lu Xiao?" "Indeed, young man, one should practice mercy. Do not take matters too far. Young man, offending the Lu family brings no benefit. Let this matter rest." "Precisely. The head of the Lu family is a person of stature. He has already shown you courtesy, so do not overstep. Young man, it would be wise to withdraw. The head of the Lu family is not typically so amiable." "Yes, young man, while your insight is commendable, you must recognize the reality. The Lu family is not one you can contest." Chang Chuanxi turned, glaring at the crowd in displeasure. "You people truly have no shame. If I were the one to lose the wager, would you still utter such words?" In his heart, Chang Chuanxi was clear. These individuals merely spoke out of reverence for the Lu family's background. Had the roles been reversed, they would undoubtedly revel in his misfortune. This is simply incomprehensible. "Humph. What case of a dog biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize kindness? We are concerned you might act foolishly, yet you remain utterly ungrateful. Ladies and gentlemen, I propose we refrain from further involvement. As the saying goes, good words are hard to utter to a cursed ghost. This young man is courting his own demise, and we need not interfere. Indeed, such a person is ungrateful. What more can we say? If he seeks his own ruin, no one can stop him." Realizing their own untenable position, the crowd could only mutter a few words in resignation, falling silent thereafter. At this juncture, Chang Chuanxi turned his attention to Lu Feichang, coldly stating, "According to the wager, Lu Mang should address me as grandfather. So, are you here to recognize your father?" "You." Lu Feichang gritted his teeth, his chest heaving rapidly as he struggled to suppress the flames of anger within. "Mr. Chang, do not go too far." "Too far?" Chang Chuanxi retorted with a cold laugh, his tone laden with implication. "Head of the Lu family, I must inquire, are you attempting to win me over, or are you seeking my demise?" Upon hearing this, Lu Feichang was inwardly shocked. He had merely entertained such a thought, yet it seemed as though the other had seen through his intentions entirely. This man was indeed formidable. Nevertheless, Lu Feichang concealed his surprise well, maintaining an outward calm. "Mr. Chang, please do not jest. Murder is a crime. My only hope is that you will spare my son." "Ha ha!" Chang Chuanxi laughed heartily, his expression resolute. "Head of the Lu family, I have already stated, even the King of Heaven himself could not intervene today. Furthermore, your family has engaged in commerce for generations. For merchants, honesty is paramount. I trust your family holds the same value, correct? Mr. Chang, let's negotiate. Is it not merely a matter of kneeling? I shall kneel in his stead." Chang Chuanxi understood that this father and son duo were as venomous as serpents. Even if he spared Lu Mang today, he would undoubtedly face Lu Mang's frenzied retaliation in the future. Therefore, it was better to act decisively. With a cold snort, Chang Chuanxi disdainfully remarked, "What are you? The wager was established between us two. It has nothing to do with you. At that moment, Lu Meng, who was half kneeling on the ground, grew desperate. Don't be impulsive. I can kneel, can't I? Only now do you think of kneeling? It's too late. As his words fell, Chang Chuanxi gritted his teeth. Exerting tremendous force, and with a sickening crack, Lu Meng's wrist was brutally broken, his hand pressed tightly against his forearm. Lu Meng screamed in agony, the intense pain radiating from his wrist as he clutched the injury with his other hand, rolling on the ground in torment. It hurts. Chang Chuanxi. I will make you pay. Observing Lu Meng's wretched state, Lu Feichong's face turned crimson with fury, his eyes filled with bloodlust. You little wretch, dare to harm my son? I will ensure you pay dearly. What are you all standing there for? Hurry and take him to the hospital. At that moment, Lu Feichong had no inclination to engage further with Chang Chuanxi. With a wave of his hand, he hastily took Lu Meng towards the hospital. Chapter 96, the second part of the auction. At this juncture, the onlookers regarded Chang Chuanxi with newfound eyes. Previously, their gazes were rife with disdain and derision, but now, the scorn had evaporated, replaced by a hint of trepidation and admiration. Before Lu Feichong, even Chun Mo, the underground emperor of Rongqing, had to show some respect. Unexpectedly, the seemingly youthful Chang Chuanxi offered no quarter. This lad is audacious. Even Lu Feichong's presence does not intimidate him. I am genuinely impressed. Indeed, such fortitude in a young man is a rarity these days. I find myself in awe. But what does that bravado accomplish? They ought to consider who they are facing. That is Lu Feichong, a man known for his ruthlessness. Alas, youthful recklessness. Lu Feichong is vengeful, and this lad's future appears bleak. Not only bleak, but his very life may be at stake. Oh well, let it be. It has nothing to do with us. We need not fret over matters that do not concern us. Returning to her seat, Lin Linchi furrowed her brows, her eyes brimming with unease. Chuanxi, you are too impulsive. The Lu family is not to be trifled with. Chang Chuanxi chuckled lightly, unperturbed. And so what? This wager was established by Lu Meng. He must accept the consequences of his loss. Chuanxi, you are underestimating the situation. If the Lu family were to reason with you, these events would not have transpired. Lin Linchi's eyes flickered as if a thought suddenly struck her. She grasped Chang Chuanxi's arm, expressing concern. Chuanxi, if things get too dire, you should leave Rongqing. Once you depart, the Lu family cannot touch you. Huh, surely it can't be that bad? Chang Chuanxi responded with surprise. With his otherworldly abilities and the recent acquaintances of Chun Mo and Old Master Han, it would not be an easy task for the Lu family to harm him. However, he could not divulge this to Lin Linchi. Seeing her troubled expression, Chang Chuanxi could only smile gently to divert her attention. All right, Chi-Chi, let us set these matters aside for now. The auction is commencing, and we should observe first. As Chang Chuanxi's words faded, the alluring auctioneer gracefully ascended the stage. Her voice as melodious as a golden oriole. Esteemed guests, we experienced a minor interlude earlier. I hope it has not dampened your spirits. The auction shall continue, and now, let us unveil the second item for bidding. From that moment onward, no further incidents marred the proceedings. Throughout the auction, the authenticity of the items varied, some genuine, yet most held little value. Chang Chuanxi's gaze remained fixed on Itua Daxiang, who had yet to place a bid despite a dozen items passing through. This left Chang Chuanxi in a state of perplexity. At that juncture, the auctioneer returned to the stage, her smile radiant. Dear guests, this auction is divided into two segments. The first is our regular auction, while the second part is a charity auction. As we are engaged in charitable endeavors, all items in the second segment are modern replicas. We hope you will contribute to the charitable causes of Rongqing. Upon hearing this, the venue erupted in disbelief. What is going on? They're even presenting modern crafts? Is this some sort of joke? These items are abundant in the marketplace. Why go through the trouble of an auction? It's outrageous that the Wang family would stoop so low as to deceive us with such trivialities. We VE spend our money, yet their family reaps the accolades. I thought the Wang family had suddenly become generous. It turns out they were merely waiting for us to fall into their trap. Under the guise of charity auction, they VE ensnared us instead. Well, since we are here, we might as well look around. Indeed, we need not purchase anything. The Wang family dreams of using our money for charity. How absurd. The auctioneer, undeterred by the audience's scornful remarks, gestured gracefully to the side. And a statuesque woman in revealing attire approached, cradling a transparent glass case. Inside lay an object resembling a chicken cup. Chang Chuanxi, taken aback, pondered the Wang family's motives. As the glass case was placed upon the auction block, the auctioneer beamed, her demeanor amiable. Esteemed guests, I trust you need not inspect this item further. Its glaze and hue reveal it as a modern replica. The starting bid is set at 10,000 yuan. You may begin bidding. What does this mean? A modern replica starting at such a high price? Are they taking us for fools? Unless one has lost their senses, who would desire this item? 10,000? This thing likely held no value before. Whoever wishes to buy it may do so. I wouldn't accept this worthless item even for free. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, no bids were placed. Just as the item seemed destined to go unsold, Ita Dexiang, who had remained composed throughout, raised his paddle. I bid 100,000. I will take this item. All eyes turned in astonishment towards Itua Daxiang, bewildered by his unexpected decision. What is happening? Has Mystery lost his mind? This object is worth at most a few hundred, yet he is willing to spend 100,000. Who is Mr. Yataku? A mere 100,000, or even a million, is but a trivial matter for him. Let us not concern ourselves with his affairs. I cannot comprehend it. It is simply beyond my understanding. Surely, wealth should not be squandered in this manner. I have always said that the minds of those from the island nation are not particularly sharp. This trinket is already overpriced at 10,000, and yet he dares to offer 100,000. Is this not foolishness? Hush, speak softly. After all, Mr. Yataku is a representative of the Greater East Group in our dragon country, and we cannot afford to offend him. A smug smile crept across Yataku Dexiang's face as he turned to the crowd and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, although I hail from the island nation, I hold a deep affection for the dragon country. Moreover, I have always found joy in charitable deeds, and thus it is only fitting that I contribute to the philanthropic endeavors of the dragon country. A mere 100,000 is hardly significant." His grandiloquent words were met with thunderous applause. Mr. Yataku, your noble spirit is commendable, even though you are not a citizen of the dragon country. Your heart remains with us. It is indeed our fortune to have you represent the Greater East Group here. Indeed, Mr. Yataku, your benevolence today will not be forgotten by us, the people of the dragon country. As a citizen of the dragon country, I feel humbled. Your charitable actions will be forever remembered. The crowd erupted in applause, expressing gratitude for Mr. Yataku's contributions to our nation and to Rongqing. However, these individuals were merely offering platitudes out of respect for Yataku Dexiang's status, secretly cursing him as a fool in their hearts. As the compliments poured in, the smugness on Yataku Dexiang's face deepened. He raised his hand to quell the noise, revealing a slick smile. Rest assured, as long as I, Yataku Dexiang, am in the dragon country, I will continue to support the charitable causes of our nation and Rongqing. Perhaps some would believe Yataku Dexiang's words, but Chang Chuanxi was not among them. He held no faith in the innate kindness of those from the island nation. He was certain that Yataku Dexiang harbored ulterior motives. With this thought in mind, Chang Chuanxi no longer hesitated and activated his otherworldly magical eye to scrutinize the items within the glass case. Initially, a look of confusion marked his features, but upon observing the contents with his magical eye, his expression turned grave. So that is how it is.